Upon turning 18, Chen Yunzhou, having excelled as the top scholar in Rongcheng, enrolled in the city's prestigious institution. Little did he anticipate that as the semester commenced, a female CEO would arrive at his door with a child in tow. Wait, are you saying that this 4-year-old little darling is my future daughter? Surely this is not a case of bullying an honest person? Chapter 1. The Ice Queen CEO has a daughter. Rongcheng. In the grand hall of the Xia Corporation, a little girl clad in a rabbit-themed pajama set, her hair fashioned into a playful bun, bounced into the lobby. The sight of this rosy-cheeked child melted the hearts of the 4 receptionists, but they quickly regained their composure, realizing that the little one might have strayed from her parents. Without hesitation, they approached her, cognizant of the need to ensure the safety of such an adorable child. Kneeling before her, one of the receptionists gently inquired, "Little sister, have you lost your mommy and daddy? Would you like me to help you find them?" The little girl gazed up at the receptionist, shaking her head and responding in a sweet, soft voice, "I am here to find my mommy." Upon hearing this, the 4 receptionists exchanged astonished glances. The one who had initially spoken quickly regained focus and asked again, "Is your mommy and daddy working upstairs?" The child furrowed her brows, scratching her head in confusion, nodding and then shaking her head, clearly unsure how to respond. At that moment, the elevator nearby opened slowly. 2 figures emerged in succession. Leading was a tall woman, striking in appearance, with delicate features and a high ponytail, adorned with gold-rimmed glasses. Her figure was curvaceous, her waist slim. With captivating almond-shaped eyes and a slight pout to her lips, she exuded an air of aloofness that kept others at bay. Despite her lack of makeup, her beauty was undeniable. An assistant, clad in professional attire, followed closely behind her, maintaining a half-step distance. As the woman approached, she spotted the 4 receptionists crouched before the child and coldly inquired, "What is happening here?" The receptionists swiftly stood, stepping aside while bowing slightly, their demeanor respectful as they replied, "Xiazong." Just as they were about to explain, the little girl looked up and her eyes sparkled with recognition as she exclaimed, "Mommy." In an instant, she dashed toward the woman like a small calf, wrapping her arms around the woman's leg. Everyone present was momentarily stunned by the declaration of mommy, including the woman who was now being clung to, her expression one of bewilderment. The assistant and the receptionist exchanged looks of shock. Wait, did that little girl just call Xiazong mommy? Xiazong, Xia Wanqing. She is the eldest daughter of the Xia family in Rongcheng. More importantly, the ever-dedicated Xiazong, who works tirelessly throughout the year, has a child? Xia Wanqing quickly regained her composure, gently prying the little girl off her leg and crouching down, her demeanor softening as she instinctively smiled and asked little sister, "You cannot call someone mommy so casually. If you miss your mommy, shall I have my sister take you to find her?" Upon hearing this, the assistant widened her eyes in disbelief, wondering where the icy so had gone. How could the woman known for her impenetrable demeanor suddenly appear so tender? The little girl tilted her head, her voice soft and pleading, "Mommy, why can't you let Nian Nian call you mommy?" Upon saying this, Nian Nian's cherubic face was etched with confusion, unable to comprehend why her mother would not allow her to call her by that name, as if questioning whether her mother wished to abandon her. Feeling a pang of discomfort at the sight of the child's distress, Xia Wanqing found herself at a loss for words. It was a strange sensation, one that was entirely foreign to her. However, she was certain she could not possibly have a child, for in her 24 years of existence, she had never been in a romantic relationship. Although she had encountered numerous affluent suitors, none had captured her interest. Yet, this little girl bore an uncanny resemblance to her own childhood self, as if she had been carved from the same mold. From the very first glance, Xia Wanqing felt an inexplicable connection, an urge to soften in the presence of this child, a feeling she could not control. Strictly speaking, she was not fond of children. Even in the presence of family children, she remained aloof and unyielding, never swayed by their attempts to get close to her. Yet, this particular child evoked a sense of familiarity that compelled her to reach out. Merely gazing at the little girl inexplicably uplifted her spirits. "Mommy, do you not want Nian Nian anymore?" Seeing Xia Wanqing remain silent, Nian Nian's eyes glistened with tears, her expression one of utmost innocence and vulnerability. Xia Wanqing felt her heart tighten at the sight, instinctively uttering a word of comfort. "Nian Nian, I truly am not your mommy." Before she could finish her sentence, Nian Nian burst into tears, exclaiming, "Mommy doesn't want Nian Nian. I want to find Daddy. I want Daddy to come and scold Mommy." Upon hearing this, Xia Wanqing chuckled softly, ready to respond when the assistant interjected, "Xia Zong, the lecture at Rongda starts in half an hour. If we delay any longer, we risk being late." With a sigh, Xiao Wanqing stood and turned to the four receptionists, her voice cold as she instructed, "Keep an eye on Yin Yin. If her parents do not arrive, call the police." The receptionists nodded in unison, responding, "Understood, Xia Zong." Xiao Wanqing nodded and glanced at the still sobbing Yin Yin, feeling an inexplicable discomfort in her heart. Yet, she did not linger, hastening toward the exit. As Yin Yin noticed her mother leaving, her cries diminished, and she turned her tear-streaked face toward her mother's departing figure, sniffling, her expression one of utter sorrow. Sensing the gaze upon her, Xiao Wanqing felt an unexplainable ache in her heart. Just as she was about to step through the door, she abruptly halted, turning on her heel and striding back toward Yin Yin, softly calling out, "Yin Yin, come to mommy." The moment the words escaped her lips, everyone around her froze in disbelief, staring at Xiao Wanqing with incredulity. Xiao Wanqing herself was taken aback, realizing that the phrase had slipped out unbidden, unfiltered by her mind, yet she offered no explanation. Upon hearing her words, Yin Yin wiped her tears and hurried towards Xiao Wanqing. Xiao Wanqing bent down, lifting Yin Yin into her arms. Seeing the child's pitiful expression, a smile graced her lips as she instinctively pinched the little girl's cheek. Yin Yin pouted, turning her head away with a huff, adorably signaling her displeasure, her demeanor irresistibly charming. Xiao Wanqing's eyes softened, and she delicately traced her finger along Yin Yin's chin. Yin Yin shrank her neck, burying her face in Xiao Wanqing's embrace. Rather than feeling any aversion, Xiao Wanqing found herself reveling in the closeness, an inexplicable sense of joy washing over her, feeling that left her utterly astonished. Chapter 2: Investigate whether he is their illegitimate child. Xiao Wanqing collected her thoughts, and, holding Yin Yin, walked outside. Her assistant, momentarily regaining focus, swiftly dashed past her and reached the luxury car at the entrance, promptly opening the rear door. Xiao Wanqing bent down to settle into the back seat with Yin Yin, while her assistant closed the door behind them and took the passenger seat. Inside the car, she gently wiped away the tears on Yin Yin's face and softly inquired, "Yin Yin, why did you come to find mommy all alone? Where's daddy?" Yin Yin shook her small head, her voice sweet and innocent. "Yin Yin doesn't know. I just came out and found myself here." Xiao Wanqing fell silent upon hearing this, lifting her gaze towards the assistant in the passenger seat. The assistant felt a chill run down her spine and quickly handed over a tablet, while explaining, "Xia Zong. The surveillance just revealed that this child seems to have appeared out of nowhere." Xiao Wanqing accepted the tablet and rapidly reviewed the footage of Yin Yin's sudden appearance. Confirming what her assistant had said, Yin Yin indeed seemed to materialize in the hall. The term transcendence flickered in her mind, though it felt implausible. Yet, the innate sense of closeness she felt towards Yin Yin was undeniable, causing her brow to furrow. Before she could speak, Yin Yin raised her chubby little hand and gently stroked her brow. Xiao Wanqing stared at the little child before her, momentarily at a loss for words. Yin Yin, noticing her mother's stillness, tilted her head in confusion and asked, "Why isn't mommy giving Yin Yin a kiss? Daddy always hugs and kisses mommy when he sees her." With that, she leaned forward and planted a kiss on Xiao Wanqing's cheek. The assistant in the front seat was taken aback, never expecting to see this softer side of Xia Zong. However, in the next moment, her expression shifted to one of despair. Was this something she was meant to hear? What if Xia Zong decided to silence her? At that thought, she shivered, wishing she could become deaf at that moment. Xiao Wanqing was equally astonished by her own affectionate response, quickly extinguishing that thought. It was clear that she did not believe in such sentiments. After all, she had always regarded familial bonds with indifference, save for her grandparents. She was certain that even with a child and a husband, her demeanor would remain unchanged. Yet, despite this conviction, she found herself inexplicably curious about the father Yin Yin mentioned. Clearing her jumbled thoughts, she instructed, "Investigate whether Yin Yin is their illegitimate child." The assistant nodded in response, "Understood, Xia Zong." Though she believed in the possibility of Yin Yin being their illegitimate child, she could not bring herself to accept it while gazing at the little girl in her arms. After a moment's contemplation, she added, "First, let us head to the hospital." As the assistant looked puzzled, Xiao Wanqing's voice rang out again. "Assistant Su, please inform Dr. Shui to arrange for a paternity test and delay the appointment at Rome University by 15 minutes. Upon hearing this, Assistant Su's eyes widened in disbelief. Before she could respond, Xiao Wanqing glanced up and asked, "What? Do I need to repeat myself?" Recovering from her shock, Assistant Su shook her head. "No need, Xia Zong. I'll arrange it right away." Xiao Wanqing slightly nodded and turned her attention back to the little girl in her arms, gently asking, What is Nian's name? How old are you this year? Chen Yunzhou. Chen for Chen Yunzhou, Nian for Nianxue, and Shui for Nianxue. Nian replied with a smile, proudly holding up 6 fingers. Nian is 4 years old this year. Xiao Wanqing chuckled softly, her eyes filled with affection as she ruffled the child's hair, and continued. Does Nian know mommy and daddy's names? Of course. Daddy is called Chen Yunzhou, and mommy is Xiao Wanqing. When speaking of her parents, Nian's face beamed with reliance and joy, revealing how much they cherished their little treasure. Xiao Wanqing felt a fleeting pang of envy, an emotion she had never experienced before. But it quickly vanished beneath her composed exterior. Chen Yunzhou. Xiao Wanqing murmured softly, feeling as though she had heard that name before, though she couldn't quite place it. She was certain she did not know the man. Turning to Assistant Su, she instructed, look into a man named Chen Yunzhou, approximately 20 years of age, and send me their photos. Understood, Xia Zong, Assistant Su replied promptly. Xiao Wanqing was intrigued to discover what kind of man could possibly captivate her. Suddenly, she recalled Nian's earlier remark about the man hitting her. Could he be an abuser? No, even with her poor judgment, she would never fall for an abusive man. Did this mean she had developed an unexpected inclination? At this thought, she swallowed hard. Mommy, when are we going to find Daddy? Nian rubbed her forehead against Xiao Wanqing's cheek, her voice soft and sweet. Xiao Wanqing smiled and nodded, but did not respond immediately. After a moment's reflection, she said, Mommy can take you to find Daddy, but I have some questions for Nian, and you must promise not to lie, okay? Nian eagerly bobbed her head like a chick pecking at rice. Xiao Wanqing cleared her throat, her tone carrying an unrecognized tension. Nian, does Daddy often hit Mommy? As she posed the question, a wave of inexplicable anxiety washed over her. Nian nodded vigorously without hesitation, her innocent voice declaring, Daddy hits Mommy every night, and Mommy screams. Sometimes, Mommy even leaves me with Grandpa and Grandma to go find Daddy. Before Nian could elaborate, Xiao Wanqing swiftly covered her small mouth, finally understanding why it was at night, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment. At that moment, Assistant Su in the front seat abruptly raised the partition, only to lower it slightly moments later, exclaiming, Xia Zong, we didn't hear anything. With that, the partition was quickly raised again. Xiao Wanqing coughed awkwardly, feeling flustered, and hastily changed the subject. By the way, Nian, how is the relationship between Mommy and Daddy? Mommy and Daddy have a great relationship. They sometimes bicker, but Mommy always makes Daddy kneel on the floor, just like Grandma does to Grandpa. Hearing this, Xiao Wanqing couldn't help but chuckle, realizing that she still held a certain authority in the family. For reasons unknown, she felt an urge to meet her future husband and, of course, her mother-in-law. Unbeknownst to her, she had subconsciously begun to accept the notion that Nian might indeed be her future daughter. Chapter 3 Mommy, Nian saw Daddy. Before long, the vehicle came to a gentle halt at the hospital entrance. Xiao Wanqing opened the car door, carrying Nian as she stepped out and walked directly into the hospital, with Assistant Su trailing beside her. Upon entering, a nurse guided them towards the paternity testing center. This hospital, funded by the Xiao family, was one of the most renowned in Rongcheng. Mommy, Nian isn't sick, so I don't need a shot, Nian said timidly, clinging to Xiao Wanqing's neck, as it was evident that needles were a daunting prospect for any child. Xiao Wanqing smiled, smoothing Nian's hair to reassure her, be good, sweetheart. Mommy is just here to take care of some matters, no shots. Hearing this, Nian sighed in relief. Moments later, they arrived at the paternity testing center. Dr. Shui was just finishing preparations when he caught sight of Xiao Wanqing holding a little girl, momentarily stunned. Before he could speak, Xiao Wanqing took the initiative, stating, Dr. Shui, please conduct a paternity test for me and this little girl and expedite the process. I need the results this afternoon. Dr. Shui blinked in surprise but quickly regained his composure, nodding in agreement, of course. With that, he proceeded to collect a few strands of hair from both individuals and arrange for the testing. Xiao Wanqing did not linger for long. She turned and strode outside, taking a vehicle directly to Rongcheng University. Meanwhile, in the auditorium of Rongcheng University, Yunzhou excitedly exclaimed, I have splendid news. It is said that the president of the Xia Corporation will be attending the freshman speech. Chu Ziheng embraced Chen Yunzhou with enthusiasm. Chen Yunzhou, casually taking a bite of his meat bun, replied nonchalantly, the president of the Xia Corporation? Is that really something to be impressed by? Chu Ziheng rolled his eyes at Chen Yunzhou and said, it's perfectly normal not to know, given your disinterest in the world outside. Allow me to enlighten you. The Xia family is the foremost among the affluent families in Rongcheng. Moreover, Xiao Wanqing is renowned for her extraordinary beauty, and she is merely 24 years old. Just as he was about to elaborate, Chen Yunzhou stuffed the remaining meat bun into Chu Ziheng's mouth, saying, save your breath. There are countless so-called beauties online. How many of them are genuine? Most are likely fabricated. As long as she is not unpleasant to the eye, that is sufficient. If she were truly as stunning as you claim, I might as well have been raised on coal gas. Chen Yunzhou had long grown accustomed to the exaggerated portrayals of beauty online. He was well aware that, after the makeup was removed, a so-called beauty could easily transform into something entirely unrecognizable, leaving him with no expectations. After some contemplation, Chu Ziheng found merit in his friend's argument and decided not to dwell on the matter further. He took a bite of his meat bun and produced a pink envelope from his pocket, handing it to Chen Yunzhou while revealing a mischievous grin. Chen Yunzhou stared at the pink envelope, bewildered, tightening his grip and subtly shifting to the side as he adjusted his zipper, saying, "Ziheng, though I am quite charming, a relationship between us is impossible." Chu Ziheng was momentarily taken aback, responding, "No, big brother, what are you thinking? This is a letter from our class monitor, Jiang Mian." Upon hearing this, Chen Yunzhou exhaled a sigh of relief and scolded, "Damn it, if you're just delivering a letter, why are you grinning at me like that? Do you realize how unsettling that is?" With that, he snatched the pink envelope, crumpled it without a glance, and shoved it into his pocket. Chu Ziheng looked on, puzzled by Chen Yunzhou's actions, and remarked, "No, Yunzhou, we're in college now, and you still have no intention of finding a girlfriend? How is it that our class monitor, so lovely, doesn't stir your heart?" Just as Chen Yunzhou was about to respond, a commotion erupted in the auditorium, causing both him and Chu Ziheng to turn towards the entrance. There, a stunning woman stood with a small child in her arms. Chen Yunzhou rubbed his eyes, utterly captivated, murmuring, "Wow, she is breathtaking. If I could marry her, I would gladly live in a villa and drive a luxury car." Chu Ziheng, overhearing this, shot him a disapproving glance and retorted, "So, you wish to avoid any hardships, do you?" Chen Yunzhou chuckled softly, retracting his gaze, "I was merely jesting. Such thoughts are better left unspoken." At that moment, his phone vibrated twice. Looking down, he saw a message from Jiang Mian, asking him to step outside. He sighed lightly, preparing to slip away, when Chu Ziheng, noticing, asked curiously, "What's up?" Going to cut off any unwanted romantic advances, Chen Yunzhou replied casually. Chu Ziheng nodded in understanding and refrained from further questioning. As he stealthily prepared to exit through the back door, a gaze caught sight of him. "Mommy, is that Daddy?" Nian Nian remarked, watching Chen Yunzhou's retreating figure. Xiao Wanqing had just finished conversing with several school leaders and was about to leave when she heard Nian Nian's words. Instantly, she followed Nian Nian's gaze and saw a broad-shouldered figure disappearing through the back door. She signaled to her assistant beside her and quickly left the auditorium. The school leaders intended to escort Xiao Wanqing, but Assistant Su halted them, explaining that Ms. Xiao wished to explore her alma mater alone. Understanding her request, they returned to the auditorium to continue organizing the freshman speech. Assistant Su departed the auditorium, hastening to catch up with Xiao Wanqing. "Nian Nian, you didn't make a mistake, did you?" Xiao Wanqing asked, embracing Nian Nian as they pursued the tall figure ahead. Nian Nian confidently declared, "That is Daddy." Nian Nian would never be mistaken. Xiao Wanqing smiled, and then turned to Assistant Su, instructing, "Immediately investigate anyone named Chen Yunzhou and send me a photo at once." "Understood, Ms. Xia," Assistant Su affirmed, pulling out his phone to make inquiries. Meanwhile, Chen Yunzhou remained oblivious to the presence of those trailing him. Following Jiang Mian's message, he entered the cherry blossom grove. Upon stepping inside, he spotted Jiang Mian clad in a white dress. Today, she wore light makeup, appearing lovely. Yet Chen Yunzhou felt no stirrings in his heart. Approaching her, he prepared to politely decline, but before he could speak, Jiang Mian interjected, "Yunzhou, I like you. I have liked you since high school." At that moment, Xiao Wanqing, carrying Nian Nian, happened to draw near and overheard Jiang Mian's declaration. For reasons unknown, a strange sensation surged within her, causing her brows to furrow slightly. Nian Nian glanced between her father in the distance and her mother beside her. Though only 4 years old and lacking the ability to read the atmosphere, she sensed her mother's displeasure and, convinced it was her father's fault, chirped, "Mommy isn't angry. Tonight, we'll make Daddy kneel on the board." Upon hearing this, Xiao Wanqing's mood improved significantly, her expression softening. In contrast, Chen Yunzhou felt an inexplicable chill run down his spine, sensing an unease that he chose not to dwell upon. He was about to decline Jiang Mian's affections when she seemed to sense his hesitation and turned away briskly. Chen Yunzhou watched her retreating form with a sigh, pulling out his phone to open Jiang Mian's message thread, swiftly rejecting her without leaving any room for hope. He understood that his actions might cause hurt. But disinterest was disinterest. One could not be forced. He was not the type to toy with someone's feelings. After putting his phone away, he turned towards the small apartment outside the university. Xiao Wanqing, unaware of Chen Yunzhou's rejection, wore a smirk that concealed her irritation. As she strode purposefully outside, She abruptly realized that she had yet to confirm her relationship with Nian Nian and wondered why she felt envious. Despite her thoughts, an inexplicable discomfort lingered, akin to losing a cherished toy. "Mommy, aren't we going to find Daddy?" Nian Nian inquired, gazing at her father moving away. Xiao Wanqing collected her thoughts and affectionately pinched her daughter's nose, saying, "Nian Nian, let us wait until tonight to find Daddy, shall we?" Without hesitation, Nian Nian nodded in agreement. At that moment, Assistant Su handed Xiao Wanqing a phone and reported, "Miss Xia, there is a student named Chen Yunzhou, a freshman and the top scorer of the college entrance examination in Rongcheng." Xiao Wanqing accepted the phone, revealing a photo of Chen Yunzhou playing basketball. The image was clearly taken discreetly, yet it was quite clear. The man in the photograph had deep-set features, sharp eyebrows, and bright eyes, dressed in a black tank top, exuding youthful charm. However, he appeared somewhat dazed. Particularly striking were his eyes, which, even in a photograph, conveyed the unique innocence of a university student, prompting a smile to grace her lips. She then held the phone before Nian Nian, asking, "Nian Nian, is this a picture of Daddy?" Nian Nian blinked her large eyes. And although she had never seen this particular photo, she instantly recognized the man as her father. She nodded her little head and smiled, saying, "It's a photo of Dad." As she spoke, she reached out and swiped the screen, hoping to see more pictures, but inadvertently pressed the back button. Xiao Wanqing immediately caught sight of the words on the photo, "Chong Chong, Lao Lao AI." The moment she saw the text, a smile tugged at the corners of her mouth. No wonder this photo was taken secretly. It seemed this little man possessed quite a charm. Gathering her thoughts, she glanced at Assistant Su beside her and instructed, "Investigate. I want all his information." Assistant Su nodded and replied, "Understood, President Xia." Not long after, Xiao Wanqing, holding Nian Nian, got into her luxury car. After a moment's reflection, she decided that bringing a child to work was indeed inconvenient. So she chose not to return to the company and took Nian Nian directly to her own home. She dared not bring her back to the old residence. If her grandparents discovered that she had an unwed 4-year-old daughter, it would surely cause a stir. Soon, Xiao Wanqing led Nian Nian back to her luxurious riverside apartment. Chen Yunzhou kicked off her shoes and socks, padding barefoot on the floor as she swiftly dashed into the kitchen, retrieved a bottle of yogurt from the fridge, and then scampered to the living room, turned on the television, and settled onto the sofa. Her movements were fluid and unrestrained, as if she were in her own home. Standing at the entrance, Xiao Wanqing blinked, now fully convinced that this little girl was indeed her daughter. Slipping into her slippers, she smiled at the little one in the living room, feeling inexplicably content deep within her heart. She didn't wish to interrupt, but instead made her way to the kitchen to prepare lunch. After searching around, she found only half a bag of noodles and then realized that she had been eating at the company for lunch and at the old residence for dinner, rarely dining here. Fortunately, she was not particularly picky about food. As long as it wasn't spoiled, she could manage. Soon, she boiled a large bowl of plain noodles, drizzled a little sesame oil over it, and brought it out. Returning to the kitchen, she took out 2 sets of utensils and gently called, "Nian Nian, it's time to eat." Nian Nian responded and hurried to the dining room, sitting obediently in her chair. Xiao Wanqing looked at the adorable little girl before her, her smile growing warmer. She picked up the bowl and placed some noodles in front of Nian Nian. Chen Yunzhou gazed at the noodles, her smile faltering slightly. She rolled her eyes and pushed the bowl toward her mother with her tiny hand, cheerfully saying, "Mommy, eat. Nian Nian is not hungry." Just then, her stomach let out an unfortunate growl. The two exchanged awkward glances, creating a moment of tension. Nian Nian giggled, picked up a nearby spoon, and took a bite of the noodles, struggling to swallow but still complimenting. "The noodles Mommy made are really delicious." Xiao Wanqing chuckled at Nian Nian's insincere praise, thinking to herself that her cooking skills were mediocre, but certainly not inedible. With that thought, she took a bite of the noodles, only to find them unpalatable, and they soon found their way to the trash bin. Nian Nian sighed in relief, her little face reflecting a sense of having narrowly escaped a disaster. Seeing this, Xiao Wanqing couldn't help but chuckle, yet she dutifully sent a message to Assistant Su, requesting her to bring 2 meals when she arrived. After all, she couldn't let the little one go hungry. Before long, Assistant Su arrived with 2 meals. Nian Nian, perhaps starved, devoured her food, her cheeks puffing out adorably. Xiao Wanqing felt a mix of tenderness and amusement watching her. At that moment, Assistant Su placed a tablet on the table and said, "President Xia, here is all the information on the gentleman." Hearing this, Xiao Wanqing turned her gaze to the tablet. Chen Yunzhou, 18 years old, father Chen Yi, mother Liao Ting, sister Chen Yunjin. When she saw Liao Ting's photo, she was taken aback, for she recognized her well, as she had been her homeroom teacher throughout high school. No wonder the name Chen Yunzhou sounded so familiar. Wait a minute, did that mean she was destined to marry her teacher's son? Coming to this conclusion left her feeling dizzy. She vaguely recalled that during her second year of high school, due to some circumstances, she had even taken care of him for a day. Just as she was lost in thought, Nian spotted the photo on the tablet and exclaimed, "Mommy, it's Grandpa and Grandma's picture. But they look so young." Xiao Wanqing snapped back to reality, smiling as she patted Nian's head, saying, "Good girl." After a while, "Mommy and Daddy will take Nian to see Grandpa and Grandma, okay?" Nian nodded enthusiastically. Just then, the doorbell rang unexpectedly. Assistant Su quickly walked to the door, opening it to receive a report from another assistant. Accepting the report, Assistant Su nodded to the assistant before closing the door and returning to Xiao Wanqing's side, handing her the document while saying, "President Xia, the paternity test results are in." The paternity test had been expedited by the hospital's director and yielded results in just 4 hours. Xiao Wanqing took the paternity test, opened it, and found it clearly stated that they were indeed mother and daughter. She felt no surprise at this revelation. Instead, a sense of happiness washed over her at the thought of having brought such a delightful little being into the world. She then turned to Assistant Su and instructed, "Ensure that the company doesn't spread rumors." Assistant Su nodded and replied, "Of course, President Xia. By the way, regarding the meeting this afternoon." Before she could finish, Xiao Wanqing interrupted, "Postpone it and reschedule." "Understood, I will arrange it shortly," Assistant Su replied without hesitation. While they were speaking, Nian set down her spoon, patted her little round tummy, and announced, "Mommy, I'm full." After saying this, her bright eyes blinked at Xiao Wanqing. Seeing her mother remain unresponsive, she reached out her little hand and waved, "Mommy, wipe me." Xiao Wanqing smiled and pulled out some wet wipes, gently cleaning Nian's little hands and face. "Give me a hug." Chen Yunzhou's little hand continued to reach out, sweetly demanding. Xiao Wanqing looked at Nian, her smile becoming even more indulgent, and lifted Nian into her embrace. For some reason, fulfilling this little one's wishes brought her a sense of fulfillment, a curious feeling indeed. Almost unconsciously, she buried her face in Nian's neck and shoulder, eliciting giggles from the little girl. Assistant Su watched this scene with a bemused expression, unable to comprehend how the aloof and dignified female president had transformed into a doting mother in just a few hours. What was more surprising was the newfound aura of a devoted wife, yet she was still an unmarried woman. Was that even reasonable? "Mommy, when are we going to find Daddy?" Nian asked, pinching Xiao Wanqing's cheek. Xiao Wanqing fell silent, a look of conflict crossing her face. This matter was indeed complicated. If it were any other man, she might have fewer reservations, but Chen Yunzhou was the son of her teacher, and he was only 18. Most importantly, she had once held him as a child and had even seen him in his birthday suit. How could she broach such a topic? Should she just show up and say, "I am your future wife, and this is our daughter"? That would be too embarrassing. She simply couldn't bring herself to say it. "Mommy." Chen Yunzhou gently pecked her cheek, her voice soft. Xiao Wanqing wanted to delay the conversation, but the pitiful look in Nian's big eyes melted her resolve. Taking a deep breath, she finally nodded and said, "All right, we'll go find Daddy now." "Yay!" Nian exclaimed, clapping her little hands with joy, her face alight with anticipation. True to her word, she set Nian down, returned to her room to grab a black trench coat, and then took Nian by the hand as they headed out. The three of them soon arrived near the apartment not far from Rongcheng. Following the address they had found, they quickly located Jiudong Edan Yuan, and the three of them took the elevator to the 8th floor, room 802. Standing at the door, Xiao Wanqing suddenly felt a wave of trepidation. However, before she could react, Nian had already raised her hand to knock on the door, simultaneously calling out loudly, "Daddy." Xiao Wanqing chuckled and shook her head. After all, she had to face him, as he was Nian's future father. Preparing herself mentally eased her anxiety significantly. Just then, the door swung open, revealing a tall man with disheveled hair and bleary eyes standing before them. A flicker of disdain crossed Xiao Wanqing's eyes, yet she couldn't help but quickly assess him. To her surprise, this little man was rather handsome, even more so in person than in photographs. Chen Yunzhou spotted Chen Yunzhou and stretched out her small hands, sweetly exclaiming, "Daddy." Chen Yunzhou rubbed his sleepy eyes and gradually came to his senses. Upon recognizing the stunning woman before him, his eyes widened in disbelief. The president of Xia Corporation, Xiao Wanqing. He blinked, his face filled with astonishment, but quickly murmured to himself, "This must be a dream. How could the president of Xia Corporation appear at my doorstep? I should just go back to sleep." With that, he shut the door without allowing them a chance to respond. Xiao Wanqing stared at the closed door, a hint of helplessness appearing on her face. She was quite curious as to how this seemingly daft little man had managed to win her over and even made her willingly bear him a daughter. Inside, Chen Yunzhou was about to retreat for a nap when the exuberant dog, Kale, bounded over, surrounding him. The dog's tail struck his leg, causing a slight sting. and he suddenly realized this was not a dream after all. He quickly turned around and opened the door, finding Xiao Wanqing and the others still waiting at the entrance. Goodness, this is really not a dream. Xiao Wanqing sighed softly and said coldly, "This is your daughter." Before she could finish, the door was slammed shut again. No way. Being wealthy is impressive, but I'm only 18. How could I have a daughter? Isn't this bullying an honest person? Chen Yunzhou grumbled as he walked back into the apartment. The walls were thin, allowing Xiao Wanqing to hear his words clearly. Clenching her teeth in frustration, she felt a surge of anger. As the president of Xia Corporation, no one had ever dared to reject her at the door. This little man had done so twice today. Very well, indeed. She handed Nian Yin to Assistant Su. Gently ruffling her hair, her tone soft. "Nian Yin, Mommy needs to have a private chat with Daddy, so you mustn't eavesdrop, all right?" Nian Yin immediately understood, covering her small ears and replying loudly, "Mommy." Nian Yin promises not to eavesdrop. A smile spread across Xiao Wanqing's face as she glanced at Assistant Su, who met her icy gaze and quickly turned away. The moment he turned, her smile vanished, and she shifted her stance. Having practiced Sanda and Muay Thai, opening a door was quite simple for her. In the next moment, she raised her leg and kicked. With a loud crash, the black wooden door fell in response. Chen Yunzhou, hearing the commotion, turned sharply to see his door kicked down by the woman. He trembled at the sight, his mouth agape. Xiao Wanqing retracted her leg and dusted off non-existent dirt, looking at Chen Yunzhou as if he were trash. Strangely, he found some satisfaction in her disdainful gaze. Why was that? When had he become this peculiar? Was now really the time for such thoughts? Chapter 6. Raising a dog for 1,000 days. Using it for just one. Kayle go? Wait, that's my door. Chen Yunzhou cried in horror. Xiao Wanqing paid him no mind and strode inside confidently. Assistant Su hurriedly followed suit. Seeing her enter, Chen Yunzhou took a few steps back, stammering, "Hey, what are you doing? This is trespassing. I could call the police." Xiao Wanqing shot him a cold glance, unfazed. Chen Yunzhou, sensing her lack of fear, scoffed and said, "Raising a dog for 1,000 days, using it for just one. Kayle attack." Upon hearing the command, Kayle bared its teeth at Xiao Wanqing. However, before Chen Yunzhou could revel in his bravado, Xiao Wanqing merely cast an indifferent glance at the mud, causing Kayle to cower like a mouse before a cat, tucking its tail and retreating to the corner. Chen Yunzhou, seeing Kayle huddled in the corner, kicked its rear and cursed, "You've grown fat for nothing." He then turned back to Xiao Wanqing, but before he could speak, she interjected, "Can we have a proper discussion now?" Chen Yunzhou glanced at the fallen door, falling into silence. However, survival instinct soon took over, and he nodded repeatedly, fearful of wasting time. Seeing this, Xiao Wanqing smiled sweetly and walked over to the living room sofa, while Assistant Su settled beside her, holding Nian Yin. Noticing Chen Yunzhou still standing there, she raised an eyebrow and asked flatly, "Are you going to stand there and talk business with me?" Chen Yunzhou forced a laugh and awkwardly took a seat on a nearby armchair. Xiao Wanqing, glancing back at the corner where Kayle had retreated, saw it lower its head even further, tiptoeing towards the balcony and closing the door of its cage. Xiao Wanqing turned to Nian Yin, her expression softening, and said, "Nian Yin, call out for him." Chen Yunzhou watched this side of Xiao Wanqing, his eyes widening in disbelief. Wasn't this woman too fickle? If he married her, would he be treated like a son? Before he could ponder further, Nian Yin dropped her hands from her ears and looked at Chen Yunzhou, sweetly calling out, "Daddy." Chen Yunzhou blinked, looking at the small child beside him, and pointed to himself, smiling as he explained, "Little one, you must be mistaken. How could your brother be your daddy?" Though he said this, he felt a surge of happiness and even satisfaction within him, a desire to embrace this adorable child. However, he did not take it too seriously, attributing it to the child's cuteness. Hearing this, Chen Yunzhu's face filled with sorrow as she looked to Xiao Wanqing and said in a gloomy tone, "Mommy, does Daddy not want Nian Yin anymore?" She remembered that Daddy had always liked Nian Yin before. Did he no longer want her now? Seeing Nian Yin on the verge of tears, Xiao Wanqing felt a pang of sympathy. She cupped the child's face and smiled reassuringly, saying, "How could that be? Nian Yin is so adorable. Daddy would never want to abandon you. He's just playing a game with you." "Really?" Nian Yin asked, her face filled with doubt. Xiao Wanqing nodded earnestly, "Of course. It's true." Meanwhile, Chen Yunzhou felt an inexplicable tightness in his chest at the sight of the child's expression, an emotion that was both strange and unsettling, leaving him momentarily at a loss. Xiao Wanqing tapped Nian Yin's little nose and then raised her gaze to Chen Yunzhou. Upon meeting her eyes, he felt a chill run down his spine, as if surrounded by an aura of menace that left him restless. "What is the matter? We live in a society governed by law. Do you think you can bully an honest person just because you're from a wealthy family?" Xiao Wanqing sighed, feeling an urge to punch her future husband. She took a deep breath, reminding herself not to act out, as he was her future spouse. She must endure. Suppressing her anger, she exhaled and said, Nian Nian is our daughter in the future. I understand you may not believe it, but that is the reality. With that, she pulled out her phone, opened a saved video, and displayed it before him. The video clearly showed Nian Nian suddenly appearing in the lobby of Xia Corporation that morning. Chen Yunzhou was taken aback when he beheld Nian Nian suddenly appear in the Xia family hall, his expression one of shock. However, he swiftly regained his composure, pondering whether the video might be a splice. Before he could voice his thoughts, Xiao Wanqing anticipated his doubts and glanced at her assistant. Assistant Su, understanding, promptly retrieved 2 documents from his bag and placed them on the table. One was a paternity test, and the other was a health report. She continued, the surveillance footage is authentic. There is no need for me to deceive you. This is the paternity test between Nian Nian and me, along with my health report from last month. I have not engaged in sexual relations, nor do I have any records of childbirth. Chen Yunzhou quickly grasped that, although his family had some wealth, it could not possibly compare to the Xia family's resources. Therefore, the woman before him had no reason to mislead him. Could it be that this little child truly was his daughter? To be precise, she was to become his daughter in the future. Seeing that Chen Yunzhou remained silent, Xiao Wanqing assumed he was skeptical and continued, if you do not believe me, you can conduct a paternity test. If you choose not to acknowledge her, I can raise the child myself. Before she could finish, Chen Yunzhou interrupted sternly, who said I do not want her. She is my daughter. With that, he turned his gaze to the little one, cleared his throat, and spoke gently, Nian Nian, come here. Daddy, Nian Nian exclaimed and leaped off the sofa, diving into his arms, her eyes sparkling with joy. Chen Yunzhou embraced her tightly, his heart melting at the sight of the little girl in his arms. Daddy is bad. I want a kiss. Nian Nian pouted playfully, her voice sweet and endearing. Without a moment's hesitation, Chen Yunzhou pressed his lips to her cheek, feeling an indescribable sensation. How peculiar it was to awaken one day as a father. Xiao Wanqing observed the tender interaction between father and daughter, a flicker of displeasure rising within her. Surprised by this unexpected feeling, she shook her head and suggested, let us first go to the hospital for the paternity test. After a moment's thought, she added, rest assured, you will not have to cover the cost of the test. Upon hearing this, Chen Yunzhou snorted, his pride evident as he declared, no need. I have money. As he spoke, he pulled out his phone and checked his balance, discovering a meager 20 yuan and 9 jiao. Just then, a notification popped up. Dear Liao Xiao Xiao Go, your QQ Music subscription has expired, and your account has been automatically renewed with a deduction of 14 yuan and 9 jiao. Seeing this message, he felt as if the sky had fallen. The school year had just begun, and his funds were already depleted. At this moment, Assistant Su interjected, Sir, the minimum cost for a paternity test is between 2,000 and 2,500 yuan. It seems your balance is insufficient. Chen Yunzhou fell silent for a moment before quietly dialing his mother's number. He stood up awkwardly and walked toward the balcony. The call connected quickly, and before his mother Liao Ting could speak, he blurted out, Mom, I need money. Little rascal, are you a gold-consuming beast? Liao Ting's voice came through, sounding quite irate. Chen Yunzhou, however, remained unfazed, casually replying, then you should prepare to be a grandmother. There was a brief pause on the other end of the line. He then handed the phone to Nian Nian, who happily took it and chirped, Grandma. Liao Ting, about to unleash a tirade, was caught off guard by the sweet voice of a child. She rolled her eyes and replied irritably, stop with the nonsense. Go play. Clearly, she did not believe his claim and hung up the phone. Nevertheless, she sent him 2,000 yuan, as she knew her son well. Although he tended to spend lavishly, it was generally on games and sneakers. She was not overly concerned, merely asking out of habit. She found it hard to believe that her son would actually dare to bring a grandchild into the world. Papa, Grandma hung up, Nian Nian said, glancing at the disconnected phone and then at her father. At that moment, a notification from WeChat chimed, and Chen Yunzhou smiled as he pinched her tiny nose, praising, Nian Nian is truly good. He then took back his phone, set Nian Nian down, and said, Nian Nian, go play with mommy for a bit. Daddy will make you something delicious later, all right? Hearing that she would get to eat food made by her father, Nian Nian eagerly nodded, planting a kiss on his cheek and chirping, yay. With that, she dashed into the living room and leaped into Xia Wanqing's embrace. Chen Yunzhou did not rush to follow. Instead, he dialed Lao Deng's number. The call rang for quite some time, and just as he was about to hang up, it connected. Old Deng, cough up some gold coins, he asserted confidently. You little rascal, doesn't your mother control the family finances? Why are you asking me for gold coins? Chen Yi retorted, sounding exasperated. Well then, I guess I will have to inform Mom that you are secretly hoarding money. Before he could finish, Chen Yi interrupted with a chuckle. All right. Who do you think we are? Everything is negotiable. How much do you need? When he asked the last 3 words, his tone was laced with irritation. Chen Yunzhou remained unfazed, replying with a grin. 2,000? 2,000? Have you lost your mind? Your mother only gives me 200 pocket money each week. I'd have to work myself to the bone for you. Before he could continue, Chen Yunzhou interrupted. If mom finds out you've been secretly taking my New Year money every year. Good son, 2,000 is too little. Add 500. You're in college now, so take care of yourself. Spend what you need, don't skimp on your old man. With that, he hung up the phone, begrudgingly transferring 2,500 to his ungrateful son. One phone call had cost him a year and a half of hard work. It pained him deeply. A few minutes later, another WeChat notification chimed, and he contentedly accepted it. In less than 10 minutes, he had netted 4,500 yuan. Old bean. Don't worry, I'll carry this secret for life. In the living room, Xiao Wanqing observed his retreating figure, her expression a mix of incredulity and admiration. The balcony had not been particularly private, and since Nian Nian had left the door ajar, she had overheard the entire exchange between father and son. At that moment, she felt an urge to give him a thumbs up, praising him for being a devoted son. Chen Yunzhou entered the living room, waving his phone with a grin. Let us go? Xiao Wanqing furrowed her brows, scrutinizing him as she remarked, Are you planning to leave looking like this? Chen Yunzhou scratched his messy hair, glancing down at his attire, a white tank top, cartoon shorts, and flip-flops. He chuckled awkwardly and said, Give me 15 minutes. With that, he dashed back into the bedroom to freshen up. Xiao Wanqing sighed, turning to Assistant Su, instructing, Contact someone to replace the door. Assistant Su nodded, responding, Understood, Miss Xia. I will arrange it right away. Soon after, Xiao Wanqing began to survey the small apartment. Although it was modest, it exuded warmth, offering a sense of home that her expansive flat lacked. As she surveyed the surroundings, her peripheral vision caught sight of the dog in the cage. Remembering the dog's timid demeanor, she couldn't help but chuckle softly. Chen Yunzhou also noticed the dog in the cage, her face reflecting confusion as she inquired, Mommy, why is Ro Bao dirty? She pointed at the dog in the cage. Xiao Wanqing quickly surmised that Ro Bao was the puppy Nian Nian had been raising and smiled as she explained, Silly little one, that is not Ro Bao. It's Ro Bao's mother. And Ro Bao? Nian Nian tilted her little head, continuing to ask. Ro Bao is still in Kaylei's belly and hasn't been born yet. In a few years, Ro Bao will arrive. For now, let Kaylei keep you company, all right? She patiently clarified. Nian Nian felt a twinge of sadness. But it did not linger long. Although she could not play with Ro Bao in the future, she now had Kaylei. Before long, Chen Yunzhou emerged from the bedroom. At this moment, he was clad in a white t-shirt complemented by a black windbreaker, with black jeans adorning his lower half. His hair, not entirely dry, still dripped with droplets at the ends. When Xiao Wanqing lifted her gaze, she beheld this scene, her heart inexplicably skipping a beat, surprised to discover that he possessed a certain charm when he was serious. Chen Yunzhou noticed her momentary daze, his brows arching slightly as he inquired, What's wrong? Upon hearing his voice, Xiao Wanqing snapped back to reality, a faint blush creeping onto her cheeks. Nevertheless, she maintained her composure, brushing her hair behind her ear and directing her gaze toward Nian Nian beside her. At that moment, Nian Nian was looking up at her mother with a beaming smile, her eyes brimming with curiosity, yet she refrained from asking questions. Meeting her daughter's innocent gaze, Xiao Wanqing felt a twinge of awkwardness. She gently poked Nian Nian's forehead, then picked her up, saying, It's nothing, let us go. Chen Yunzhou thought little of it, assuming she had not fully come to terms with the reality of their situation. After all, it was difficult for anyone to accept. Even he himself felt somewhat bewildered. Daddy hold. As Xiao Wanqing passed by Chen Yunzhou, Nian Nian extended her small hand, playfully demanding. Hearing her, Chen Yunzhou, shaking off his thoughts, smiled and effortlessly took Nian Nian from Xiao Wanqing's arms. The motion was so natural. It felt as if they had done it countless times before, a fact even they were unaware of. Xiao Wanqing glanced at the door on the ground. Clearing her throat lightly, she stated, Assistant Su will keep an eye on things at home. Someone will come to reinstall the door shortly. Chen Yunzhou readily agreed, nodding with a smile. Chapter 8, Auntie? Chen Yunjin. Soon after, the three of them took the elevator down to the first floor. Chen Yunzhou carried Nian Nian in front, while Xiao Wanqing followed closely beside him, her peripheral vision occasionally stealing glances at this younger man who stood a head taller than herself. She found herself increasingly curious about why she had developed feelings for him. Chen Yunzhou, naturally aware of her occasional glances, mistakenly assumed she was merely watching Nian Nian. Although he was confident in his own looks, he had not yet succumbed to the delusion of being irresistible to a billion-dollar CEO. Yet, the thought of her being his future wife, along with the fact that she had given him such an adorable daughter, made it impossible for him to suppress a smile. Just as he reveled in this thought, Nian Nian, resting on his shoulder, reached out her tiny hand and cupped Xiao Wanqing's face, her sweet voice chiming, Mommy. Why do you keep looking at Daddy secretly? You should look at Nian Nian too. Upon hearing this, Xiao Wanqing's already flushed cheeks deepened to a shade reminiscent of a ripe apple, undeniably charming. She awkwardly fiddled with her nails, not anticipating that her small gesture would be exposed by her daughter. A wave of indescribable embarrassment washed over her. Chen Yunzhou tilted his head slightly to glance at Xiao Wanqing. Meeting his gaze, she averted her eyes, clearing her throat as she replied, "Don't think too much. I just think Nian Nian looks a lot like you." Hearing this, Chen Yunzhou lifted Nian Nian into the air, pondering aloud. "Nian Nian resembles you 7 parts out of 10. It's as if she were carved from the same mold. Apart from those big eyes, small mouth, and eyebrows, I truly cannot see where she resembles me." Xiao Wanqing took a deep breath, clenched her fists, and chose not to respond, striding purposefully toward the exit of the community. Nian Nian and Chen Yunzhou exchanged glances, both filled with confusion. "Daddy, Mommy seems to be angry. You might have to kneel on the board again tonight." Nian Nian sighed, adopting a miniature adult demeanor. Upon hearing her words, Chen Yunzhou instantly grasped the key phrase. Kneeling on the board? No, as a Sigma man. How could he possibly kneel on a washboard in the future? As he pondered, he noticed that Xiao Wanqing had exited the community, and without a second thought, he hurriedly followed her, carrying Nian Nian. "Daddy, slow down. Nian Nian is going to fall apart." Upon leaving the community, Chen Yunzhou spotted an old Hongqi parked by the roadside. The driver standing beside the car promptly opened the back door. Xiao Wanqing bent down to enter. While Chen Yunzhou placed Nian Nian in the back seat, the little one settled herself neatly and even patted the space beside her, saying, "Daddy, sit." Chen Yunzhou complied and took a seat, the spacious interior of the car filled with a subtle fragrance that left him somewhat distracted. The driver closed the door and quickly jogged around to the driver's seat. Xiao Wanqing coldly ordered, "To the hospital." "Yes, miss," the driver nodded in acknowledgement, then raised the partition. The vehicle gradually started, merging into the flow of traffic. Inside the car, silence enveloped them for a moment. Chen Yunzhou glanced at Xiao Wanqing, hesitating briefly before he could not resist asking, "That's Xia Xia." He was still not accustomed to calling her by her name, but more so, he felt a sense of trepidation. Upon hearing this, Xiao Wanqing slowly turned her head, her gaze flat as she regarded him, remaining silent. At this moment, she had regained her composure, seemingly transforming back into the decisive CEO she once was in the business world. Observing her icy demeanor, Chen Yunzhou could not suppress his curiosity any longer and posed his question. "Do you think we will know when Nian Nian returns?" Hearing this, Xiao Wanqing also realized that their daughter's sudden disappearance would undoubtedly drive them to madness in the future. Yet, she was equally at a loss, casting a glance at him, momentarily unsure of how to respond. The two exchanged a long look, the air thick with an awkward silence, leaving them both feeling uncomfortable. In the midst of this, Nian Nian observed her parents' strange demeanor, her large eyes filled with confusion, wondering why they were not sharing kisses. Usually, Mommy adored kissing Daddy. So what had changed today? She was baffled, sensing that something was amiss with her parents, yet unable to pinpoint what it was. Pouting slightly, she remarked, "Adults are really strange." Before long, the vehicle smoothly halted at the hospital entrance. Chen Yunzhou was the first to exit with Nian Nian in his arms, followed closely by Xiao Wanqing. The hospital entrance was bustling with activity, the noise incessant. Xiao Wanqing furrowed her brow slightly, raising her hand to shield her eyes from the glaring sunlight. This way, she indicated toward the hospital lobby, taking the lead. Chen Yunzhou responded and hurriedly followed her, carrying Nian Nian. Xiao Wanqing cast a sidelong glance at the father-daughter duo, feeling as though she were escorting a son and daughter for a checkup rather than a husband and daughter. It was no wonder, as Chen Yunzhou appeared only 18, dressed in youthful attire, standing beside the mature and charming Xiao Wanqing, creating an impression akin to a mother with her son. Shaking off her thoughts, Xiao Wanqing proceeded directly toward the paternity testing center. "This way," she reiterated, making her way toward the elevator. Soon, the three of them arrived at the paternity testing center. The hall was moderately populated, not overly crowded, yet significantly quieter. At that moment, a somewhat surprised voice rang out from nearby. "Yunzhou?" Xiao Wanqing paused her steps. Turning toward the sound, a female doctor in a white coat stood there, shock evident on her face as she gazed at Chen Yunzhou. Chen Yunzhou blinked, unable to fathom that he would encounter his elder sister, Chen Yunjin, here. However, before he could explain, Nian Nian sweetly called out, "Ani." Upon hearing this, Chen Yunjin was momentarily stunned, glancing between Chen Yunzhou and the paternity testing sign, feeling as though the sky had fallen, her vision darkening as she began to sway backward. Xiao Wanqing, quick on her feet, rushed forward to support her. Chen Yunzhou, witnessing this, was equally flustered, hastily setting Nian Nian down and helping Chen Yunjin to a nearby chair. "You're only 18. How do you have such a big daughter?" Chen Yunjin steadied herself, looking incredulously at Chen Yunzhou. He quickly attempted to explain, "Sister, it's a complicated situation, and I can't clarify it right now. Nian Nian is my future daughter." Chen Yunzhou cast a perplexed glance at Chen Yunzhou, her eyes reflecting disbelief as she inquired once more, "Do you truly think I am a fool?" At that moment, Xiao Wanqing interjected, "You should first go and conduct a paternity test with Nian Nian. I will explain the situation to your sister." Chen Yunzhou turned to Xiao Wanqing, pondering for a moment. His older sister, after all, seemed quite resilient. After a brief silence, he resolved his internal conflict, took Nian Nian into his arms, and made his way to the paternity testing center. Once the father-daughter duo departed, Xiao Wanqing turned her attention to Chen Yunzhou, a hint of awkwardness in her demeanor as she suggested, "Shall we discuss this in your office?" Chen Yunzhou nodded in agreement, not rebuffing the proposal. Chapter 9, Sister. Have you been reading too many CEO novels? Moments later, Chen Yunzhou escorted Xiao Wanqing to her office. The space was modestly sized, furnished with simplicity, and a faint scent of disinfectant lingered in the air. Chen Yunzhou closed the door behind her, effectively muffling the external clamor. She turned to face Xiao Wanqing, her tone laced with inquiry. "Xia, what is the meaning of this?" As an obstetrician, she had performed an examination on Xiao Wanqing just the previous month, and thus was acutely aware of her identity. Standing to the side, Xiao Wanqing met her gaze calmly and declared, "Nian Nian is the daughter of your brother and me." Chen Yunzhou furrowed her brows in disbelief, preferring to think that her younger brother had succumbed to temptation and become Xiao Wanqing's financial benefactor, simultaneously assuming the role of her daughter's father. Before she could voice her thoughts, Xiao Wanqing produced 2 documents from her bag and handed them over. "If you do not believe me, you may peruse these reports." With skepticism, Chen Yunzhou accepted the documents, her eyes first landing on the paternity test results. Upon opening the file, she was met with the startling declaration that confirmed a mother-daughter relationship. The moment she read those words, her mind momentarily froze. How could this be? What did it mean to be confirmed as mother and daughter? She had just examined Xiao Wanqing last month. There was no possibility that she had given birth, as her hymen remained intact. With trembling hands, Chen Yunzhou lifted her gaze to Xiao Wanqing, her expression a tapestry of confusion. "Is it true that Nian Nian has come from the future?" Xiao Wanqing nodded softly, affirming, "I understand this is difficult to comprehend, but it is the truth." An enveloping silence descended upon the office. Chen Yunzhou scrutinized the 2 documents in front of her, her thoughts a turbulent whirlpool. As a physician, she placed her faith in science and data, yet everything occurring before her transcended her understanding. She examined the reports repeatedly, grappling with the overwhelming revelation. After a prolonged silence, she finally placed the documents on the table, rubbed her temples, and spoke wearily, "Allow me a moment to process this." Before long, the office door swung open, and Chen Yunzhou entered, carrying Nian Nian. Upon seeing Chen Yunzhou sitting in her chair, dazedly staring at the reports on the table, he looked towards Xiao Wanqing with a questioning expression. Xiao Wanqing gently shook her head and whispered, "She needs a little more time to accept this." Chen Yunzhou understood. Anyone would require time to digest the notion of having a niece who had traversed time from the future. Just then, Chen Yunzhou abruptly snapped back to reality, standing up and firmly grasping Chen Yunzhou's wrist, pulling him out of the office. With a resounding thud, the door closed, separating them from the scene within. "Mom, why did Auntie and Dad leave?" Nian Nian inquired, gazing up at Xiao Wanqing. Xiao Wanqing crouched down, affectionately ruffling her hair, and replied, "Your dad and Auntie need to have a conversation. They will be back soon." Nian Nian nodded obediently, refraining from further questions. In the corridor, Chen Yunzhou released her grip, crossing her arms and scrutinizing her younger brother with piercing intensity, her tone stern. "Be honest, have you been financially supported by her? Are you playing the role of a surrogate father?" Chen Yunzhao's forehead creased with exasperation as he looked at his elder sister, retorting, "Sister, have you been reading too many CEO novels? What are you imagining?" With a sigh, he clarified, "I met Xia for the first time today. I had no prior acquaintance. Besides, our family is not lacking in wealth. How could I serve as a financial puppet?" Chen Yunzhou remained silent, though her skepticism waned somewhat. "Sister, once the paternity test results arrive, everything will be clarified." Observing her lack of response, he continued. Chen Yunzhou studied him for several moments, sensing his sincerity. Her doubts slightly alleviated. After contemplating, she ultimately acquiesced, nodding, "Very well, I shall bring the reports to your apartment tonight." Agreed, Chen Yunzhou responded affirmatively. Subsequently, the two opened the office door and re-entered. Inside, Xiao Wanqing was gently gazing at Nian Nian, who sat on a chair, swinging her little legs with unbridled joy. Upon seeing Chen Yunzhou's return, Nian Nian beamed a sweet smile and called out brightly, "Annie." Hearing the soft, melodious call of Auntie caused Chen Yunzhou's heart to soften. She approached Nian Nian, crouching down to her level, and rarely allowed a tender smile to grace her lips. Nian Nian, you are such a good girl, she said softly, extending her hand to gently stroke Nian Nian's little head. Tell Annie, what is your name? Nian Nian tilted her face upwards, her large, sparkling eyes radiating innocence as she answered in a sweet, childlike voice. I am Chen Yunzhou, and I am 4 years old. Chen Yunzhou playfully pinched Nian Nian's cheek, unable to hide her affection, and tenderly remarked, what a lovely girl you are. Would Auntie be able to visit you tonight? Upon hearing that Annie would come to see her, Nian Nian's eyes lit up, and she nodded eagerly, responding sweetly, yes, yes. As she spoke, she leaned forward and planted a resounding kiss on Chen Yunjin's cheek. Goodbye, Auntie. Chen Yunjin was filled with joy from the child's affection, her smile growing even more indulgent. She once again patted Nian Nian's head, her gaze softening immensely. However, as her eyes fell upon Chen Yunzhou, her smile vanished, and her expression returned to its previously sharp demeanor. Chen Yunzhou was taken aback by the rapid shift in his sister's demeanor, offering an awkward smile and scratching his head. Sister, shall we take our leave now? Chen Yunjin nodded in agreement, granting her silent approval. Sensing her acquiescence, Chen Yunzhou felt as though a great weight had been lifted. Promptly lifting Nian Nian into his arms and taking Xiao Wanqing's hand as they hurried towards the office exit. Goodbye, Auntie. Nian Nian waved her little hand, bidding farewell to Chen Yunjin. Chen Yunjin's smile resurfaced as she waved back at Nian Nian, watching them depart. It was only after their figures disappeared beyond the door that her smile gradually faded, and she noted to herself that Nian Nian indeed bore a striking resemblance to her younger brother. Meanwhile, Chen Yunzhou, cradling Nian Nian and holding Xiao Wanqing's hand, swiftly exited the hospital, making their way towards the vintage Hongqi parked by the roadside. Noticing the hand being held, Xiao Wanqing surprisingly did not pull away but subconsciously tightened her grip, feeling an unfamiliar warmth in that moment. Upon reaching the car, Chen Yunzhou released her hand and opened the rear door, gesturing for Xiao Wanqing to enter first. Xiao Wanqing stood momentarily in surprise, a flicker of disappointment crossing her features. But she quickly composed herself and entered the vehicle, with Chen Yunzhou following closely behind. Inside the car, Nian Nian's little head rested on Xiao Wanqing's lap. Her short legs draped over Chen Yunzhou's, her face aglow with happiness. Unable to resist, Xiao Wanqing playfully pinched Nian Nian's nose, eliciting peals of laughter from the little one. Chen Yunzhou observed this scene, feeling an inexplicable sense of tranquility wash over him. Chapter 10. Mommy, Nian Nian wants to be a little tiger. Stealing a glance at the elegant Xiao Wanqing beside him, Chen Yunzhou could not help but inquire. It seemed like my sister knew you earlier? Xiao Wanqing replied in a calm tone, nodding as if merely stating a trivial fact. Yes, the Xia family has a stake in the hospital. She paused before adding. Last month's physical examination was conducted by Dr. Chen. Chen Yunzhou nodded in understanding. It was no wonder that his sister knew Xiao Wanqing, and no wonder she reacted so strongly when she saw herself and Xiao Wanqing with Nian Nian at the paternity test center. He returned to the present and looked down at Nian Nian, who lay between them, a tender smile unconsciously gracing his face. Nian Nian, what delicious food do you want for dinner? Upon hearing the mention of food, Nian Nian immediately perked up, wiggling her little feet, tilting her face up, her bright eyes sparkling as she looked at Chen Yunzhou, calling out in a sweet voice, sweet and sour ribs. Nian Nian wants sweet and sour ribs. Chen Yunzhou chuckled at his daughter's adorable demeanor and affectionately pinched her little nose. You little glutton, you have quite the appetite, he replied with a grin. All right. We will have sweet and sour ribs for dinner. After saying this, he looked towards Xiao Wanqing and awkwardly inquired, So, Miss Xiao, what would you like to eat? Xiao Wanqing gently caressed Nian Nian's soft hair. Hearing his question, she shifted her gaze from her daughter to Chen Yunzhou. Although she wore a faint smile, her tone was rather indifferent. Anything is fine. After a brief pause, as if contemplating, she added, And please, there's no need to call me Miss Xia. Chen Yunzhou was slightly taken aback and pondered for a moment before tentatively asking, Then can I call you Wanqing? As the words left his lips, a nervous expression crossed his face. After all, he had never been in a romantic relationship before. Unsure of how to interact with the opposite sex, he thought it would be inappropriate to treat his future wife as if she were his mother or sister. Xiao Wanqing's eyelashes fluttered slightly. She did not look at him but merely responded with a soft which he took as tacit approval. The car cabin fell silent again. Yet the atmosphere seemed to have subtly shifted. Fortunately, this tension did not last long as the vehicle soon arrived at the apartment. As the three of them exited the car, Chen Yunzhou spoke up. I will go buy groceries. You take Nian Nian back to the apartment first. Before Xiao Wanqing could nod in agreement, Nian Nian chimed in. Daddy, I want to go too. Chen Yunzhou smiled and knelt down to pat her head, saying, Nian Nian, be good. Daddy will be back very soon. Nian Nian did not nod, but lifted her little head to look at Xiao Wanqing, gently shaking her hand, her tone pitiful. Mama, Xiao Wanqing had no resistance to this and, without thinking, said, "All right, let us go together. It's not like we have anything else to do." "Yay, mama kiss!" Nian Nian exclaimed, jumping with joy. Xiao Wanqing chuckled helplessly, then crouched down to plant a kiss on her cheek, affectionately pinching her little face. When she looked up, her gaze met Chen Yunzhou's, and both their faces flushed, almost simultaneously averting their eyes. Chen Yunzhou cleared his throat and broke the awkward silence. "Well, let us go." With that, he stood up, taking Nian Nian's hand and walking towards the nearby market. Hearing this, Xiao Wanqing quickly got up, adjusted her gold-rimmed glasses, and hurried to catch up with his pace. The market was not far from the apartment, and they arrived in about 8 minutes. Chen Yunzhou expertly guided Nian Nian and Xiao Wanqing through the various stalls. It was clear that Xiao Wanqing had never been to a market before. She followed him, looking rather lost, never imagining that one day she, the esteemed CEO, would find herself at a loss for words. Meanwhile, Nian Nian was asking questions left and right, and Chen Yunzhou patiently explained everything to her. When they passed a fish stall, she stopped to gaze at the fish for quite a while. It must be said that all children seem to have an innate fascination with fish stalls during their early years, as if it were an essential rite of passage, regardless of gender. Fortunately, Nian Nian only lingered for a moment before being pulled away, after which Chen Yunzhou led the two of them into a supermarket. "Why are we at the supermarket?" Xiao Wanqing asked, puzzled. "Of course, to buy clothes for Nian Nian. Otherwise, what will she wear after her bath tonight?" Chen Yunzhou replied with a smile. Xiao Wanqing did not respond but smiled, surprised at how considerate this young man was. Moments later, the three of them took the escalator to the 3rd floor of the supermarket, heading directly to the children's section. Upon seeing the beautiful clothes, Nian Nian's eyes lit up, and she tugged at their hands to move forward. Soon, she spotted a little tiger pajamas. Chen Yunzhou glanced at it and found it quite adorable. But when he saw the price, he was taken aback. "Wait, a single pajama set costs 1,000 yuan? My entire outfit doesn't even cost 500. Nian Nian paid no attention to him and directly turned to Xiao Wanqing, pouting, "Mama, Nian Nian wants to be a little tiger." Xiao Wanqing chuckled as she took down the pajamas, crouched to measure the size against Nian Nian, and then picked out a pair of elephant pajamas, handing it to Chen Yunzhou without glancing at the price. Upon receiving the pajamas, Chen Yunzhou suddenly found that having a female CEO was not so difficult to accept after all. "Nian Nian, how about we just buy these two for now? In a few days, Mama will take you to buy more clothes, okay?" Xiao Wanqing said with a smile. Nian Nian nodded enthusiastically, clearly delighted. They then picked up some daily necessities and toys before heading home together. After approximately 10 minutes of walking, they finally arrived at the apartment, and the sky was gradually darkening. The three of them took the elevator to the 8th floor, where the new door had just been installed, and the worker was putting in the batteries. Upon seeing the newly installed black smart door, Chen Yunzhou was astonished. It seemed exceedingly extravagant. "Wait a minute. If she demolishes my house, wouldn't that save me the cost of renovations? My goodness, I must be a genius." With this thought, the smile on his face was impossible to suppress. Xiao Wanqing, observing this, furrowed her brow slightly, wondering if her husband was a fool. It was just a door replacement. After all, at that moment, Assistant Su saw Xiao Wanqing returning and quickly approached her, saying, "Miss Xiao, the door has been reinstalled. You just need to register your fingerprint." Xiao Wanqing nodded slightly, looking at the father and daughter, signaling them to register their fingerprints. Chen Yunzhou held Nian Nian and began to record their fingerprints, then did his own. Suddenly, Xiao Wanqing stepped forward and effortlessly recorded her own fingerprint. Before Chen Yunzhou could react, she explained, "I need to go to work. I won't have much time to take care of Nian Nian, but I will bring her over later." Chen Yunzhou did not say much, seemingly indifferent, as he had not taken it to heart. After all, she was the child's mother, and he still had to attend school, although his college courses were not particularly demanding. He could not devote all his time to looking after Nian Nian. Thus, this responsibility naturally fell more on Xiao Wanqing. Gathering his thoughts, he nodded and took Nian Nian into the apartment. Seeing that he had nothing to say, Xiao Wanqing sighed in relief and turned her gaze to Assistant Su, saying, "The cost of the door installation will be taken from my personal account. After that, have the driver take you back." Assistant Su nodded slightly, smiling as he replied, "Thank you, Miss Xia." Xiao Wanqing acknowledged him and then stepped into the apartment, closing the door behind her. Chen Yunzhou entered the kitchen with the groceries and began to cook, while Nian Nian ran to the balcony and pulled out the toy dog, Kale, standing at the entrance. Xiao Wanqing watched this scene, an inexplicable wave of happiness swelling within her. It was her first time experiencing the feeling of home, which made her feel somewhat surreal, as if it were a dream that could dissipate at any moment. "Mama, come play with me." At that moment, Nian Nian called out sweetly to Xiao Wanqing, tugging at Kale's ears. Hearing her daughter's voice, Xiao Wanqing smiled and walked over, removing her trench coat as she did so. Soon, The mother and daughter sat on the floor playing with building blocks, while Kailei sat nearby, not daring to move. Chen Yunzhou busily toiled in the kitchen, drawn by the sounds of laughter and joy emanating from the living room. His curiosity piqued. He turned to glimpse Nian nestled in the embrace of Xiao Wanqing, playfully indulging in her affections. At that moment, the soft glow of the setting sun illuminated Xiao Wanqing, casting a gentle halo around her. Gone was her previous cold demeanor. She appeared radiant, adorned with a warm smile, a scene that captivated him entirely. Upon sensing his gaze, Xiao Wanqing lifted her eyes, meeting Chen Yunzhao's sight. He stood there in a pink apron, staring at her with an endearing foolishness. Her smile faltered, revealing a complex expression in her eyes, questioning her own judgment and finding him appealing. Chen Yunzhou, caught in her gaze, flushed with embarrassment, quickly turned away, rinsing the already cleaned vegetables again, feigning busyness. Xiao Wanqing couldn't help but chuckle at his bashful demeanor. After approximately half an hour, Chen Yunzhou placed the final dish on the table and called out to the living room. "Dinner is ready." Hearing his words, Nian and Xiao Wanqing ceased their play and hurried towards the dining area. Watching the mother and daughter approach, a wave of pride surged within Chen Yunzhou. All his efforts seemed to converge at this singular moment. Nian eagerly climbed onto the table, swinging her little legs in anticipation of the meal, while Xiao Wanqing instructed. "Nian, come wash your hands first." Pouting, Nian looked at her father, pleading, "Daddy, Nian is hungry." Before Chen Yunzhou could respond, Xiao Wanqing's expression turned serious as she called out, "Nian." Reacting swiftly, Chen Yunzhao's gaze darted to the cola in the living room, muttering to himself, "Oh dear, I haven't fed the cola yet." With that, he made his way to the living room. Nian, reluctantly pouting, hopped down from her chair to accompany Xiao Wanqing to wash her hands. After washing, they sat at the table, ready to dine, while Chen Yunzhou, after feeding the dog, returned to the dining table, just as a piercing gaze fell upon him. His hand paused, and he instantly realized, rising to wash his hands. Xiao Wanqing shook her head, finally understanding from whom this bad habit had been inherited. After washing up, he sat down to eat, and Nian, unable to contain herself, expertly scooped a piece of sweet and sour pork rib into her bowl, devouring it with delight. Chen Yunzhou had stewed the ribs longer than usual, ensuring they were tender enough for her small teeth. Xiao Wanqing placed a rib into Nian's bowl, smiling, "Eat slowly, don't choke." Nian paid no heed. Eagerly munching away, Xiao Wanqing chuckled lightly before serving herself a rib, surprised by Chen Yunzhao's culinary skills, which exceeded her expectations, rivaling those of professional chefs. "You've quite the talent," she remarked, intending to compliment him, only to find him engrossed in his meal, half a bowl of rice already consumed. At that moment, she was at a loss for words. Now she understood why they resembled each other so closely. Nian's eating habits mirrored his. This realization gave her a slight headache, as it seemed that apart from her adorable face, Nian bore little resemblance to her mother. "No, my charming daughter cannot inherit her father's foolishness." With that thought, she set her utensils down, prompting both Nian and Chen Yunzhou to look up in confusion. Xiao Wanqing glanced at the pair, her tone taking on a more serious note. "Eat slowly, no one is competing with you." Chen Yunzhou and Nian exchanged glances and burst into laughter. Xiao Wanqing frowned slightly. Chen Yunzhou immediately clarified, "I just graduated from high school and haven't adjusted yet. I'll pay attention, I promise." This behavior was new to him. Ever since entering his final year, he had adopted a hurried eating style, conditioned by the demanding academic pressure that made every minute count. Sighing, Xiao Wanqing reflected on how it felt as if she was raising not just a daughter, but also a son. Nevertheless, she chose not to dwell on it, and continued her meal. With Xiao Wanqing's gentle reminders, their dining manners improved significantly. Before long, the trio finished their meal. Chen Yunzhao's cooking was commendable. Nian polished off nearly half a bowl, while Xiao Wanqing astonishingly consumed 1.5 bowls. Typically, she ate sparingly, but today's meal surprised even her. Afterward, she and Nian settled in the living room to relax, while Chen Yunzhou tidied up in the kitchen. In truth, there wasn't much to clean. He had already done most of it while preparing the meal, with only some dishes to wash and the table to wipe down, which he accomplished swiftly in 2 to 3 minutes. With the dishes neatly arranged, he dried his hands and stepped into the living room. Glancing at the clock on the wall, which read only 8:10, turning to Xiao Wanqing, he asked, "Wanqing, it's still early. Shall we take a walk with the dog?" "Of course, if you're busy, I can take Nian." Before he could finish, Xiao Wanqing cheerfully interrupted, "Sure. It's a perfect time to digest." Chapter 12. Discovering the exhaustion of lulling a child to sleep, Chen Yunzhou was taken aback by her prompt agreement, but quickly regained his composure. Retrieving the dog leash from the entryway cabinet and expertly fastening it to the eagerly wagging Cola at the door, Cola seemed to sense an outing was imminent. excitedly nudging Chen Yunzhao's calf. Nian Nian scampered over, her small legs moving energetically as she looked up at her father with sparkling eyes. Daddy, are we taking Cola for a walk? Indeed, Nian Nian, would you like to join us? Chen Yunzhao asked, affectionately ruffling her hair. Yes, Nian Nian eagerly nodded, taking hold of Xiao Wanqing's hand. Xiao Wanqing, warmed by her daughter's gesture, clasped her hand tighter. The trio, along with their dog, exited the apartment and descended in the elevator. The riverside at night was refreshing, the cool breeze dispelling the heat of the day. Street lamps lined the riverbank, casting a warm glow, while the river flowed quietly under the night sky, reflecting the distant twinkling lights. Chen Yunzhao held Nian Nian's hand with one hand and Cola's leash with the other, as the dog joyfully sniffed the grassy edges. They walked in comfortable silence, the night air tousling Xiao Wanqing's hair as she observed her daughter bouncing alongside Chen Yunzhao, occasionally asking why Cola was so intent on sniffing everything. Chen Yunzhao patiently explained, his voice gentle, and in that serene evening, surrounded by such companionship, Xiao Wanqing felt her previously tense heartstrings relax. A subtle warmth enveloped the air, both unfamiliar, yet deeply cherished. It was as if they were an ordinary family of three, savoring leisurely moments after dinner. About half an hour into their stroll, the river's breeze grew a touch cooler. Nian Nian slowed her pace, tugging on Chen Yunzhao's pant leg, her small voice tinged with fatigue. Daddy, Nian Nian can't walk anymore. My legs are so sore. Chen Yunzhao halted, turning to see his daughter's rosy cheeks, and bent down with a smile. All right, how about I carry you? Okay. Nian Nian immediately extended her arms. Chen Yunzhao effortlessly lifted her onto his back, securely cradling her small frame. Nian Nian joyfully wrapped her arms around her father's neck, resting her little head on his shoulder. Seeing this, Xiao Wanqing instinctively took the leash for Cola from Chen Yunzhao's hand. Chen Yunzhou cast a glance at her, remaining silent as he adjusted the way he carried his daughter and turned to walk back. Xiao Wanqing, holding the still excited Kale, quietly followed beside the father-daughter duo. The streetlights elongated and then shortened their shadows, intertwining as they walked. Upon returning to the apartment building, Kale seemed to have tired from playing, obediently following them into the elevator. Once inside their home, Xiao Wanqing first put away the dog leash, then gently addressed the drowsy Nian Nian resting on Chen Yunzhou's back. Nian Nian, shall we take a bath? Nian Nian murmured a sleepy agreement. Chen Yunzhou carefully set her down, while Xiao Wanqing picked her up and headed toward the bathroom. Soon, the sound of running water and the soft chatter between mother and daughter filled the air. Mama, bubbles. All right, I'll give you lots of bubbles. Before long, their playful sounds began to fade. Xiao Wanqing, wrapping Nian Nian in a towel, noticed her eyelids growing heavy. The little one let out a delicate yawn, her small head bobbing slightly, clearly exhausted. Watching her daughter's adorable, sleepy visage, a tender smile crept onto Xiao Wanqing's lips. She enveloped Nian Nian in a large bath towel and carried her out of the bathroom. In the living room, Chen Yunzhou had just finished giving Kale some water and approached them as they emerged. Observing Nian Nian, who was wrapped up like a little cocoon and nearly asleep, he spoke, "It's getting late. Why don't we let Nian Nian sleep with me tonight?" Before Xiao Wanqing could respond, the drowsy Nian Nian suddenly opened her sleepy eyes. And upon hearing her father's words, she perked up, exclaiming with a nasal tone, "That's great. Nian Nian can sleep with mommy and daddy." This declaration rendered the atmosphere somewhat delicate. Chen Yunzhou's expression faltered, his ears tinged with warmth as his gaze involuntarily shifted elsewhere. Xiao Wanqing's embrace of her daughter stiffened as a slight blush appeared on her face. She cleared her throat softly, nodding in agreement without objection. Subsequently, she followed Chen Yunzhou into his room, with Nian Nian in her arms. The room was modestly sized but neatly organized, with a faint scent of soap lingering in the air. She dressed Nian Nian in a newly purchased little tiger pajama set, and the little one, delighted, rolled around on the bed. Yet, it was not long before Nian Nian's eyelids began to droop. Chen Yunzhou sat at the edge of the bed, gently patting her little belly, while Xiao Wanqing sat beside him, her gaze softening as she observed his somewhat awkward gestures, leaning down to tuck the blanket around Nian Nian. They exchanged no words, merely watching Nian Nian in silence. Soon enough, she fell into a deep slumber, her breathing becoming rhythmic and tranquil. Chen Yunzhou halted his movements, carefully withdrawing his hand. They exchanged a glance and saw a hint of relief reflected in each other's eyes. Quietly, they exited the room, with Chen Yunzhou thoughtfully closing the door gently, leaving a small crack. Back in the living room, they both sank onto the sofa, as if they had just emerged from a fierce battle. They had not anticipated that lulling a child to sleep could be such an exhausting endeavor. For a moment, neither spoke. Their current demeanor bore an uncanny resemblance to that of an ordinary couple relishing a moment of tranquility after their child had drifted off. Just then, a series of knocks at the door abruptly shattered the stillness. Chen Yunzhou jolted upright, quickly realizing who it was. He hastily rose and walked to the door, opening it. Chen Yunzhou's eyes swept over the new door, her brow furrowed with curiosity. Why did you change the door? In an instant, Chen Yunzhou recalled the sight of Xiao Wanqing kicking the door earlier that afternoon, forcing a dry smile as he explained, the old door had some issues. So we just replaced it. Chen Yunzhou paid it no mind and walked straight into the apartment, spotting Xiao Wanqing seated on the sofa without any hint of surprise. After scanning the living room and not seeing the small figure, she casually inquired, is Nian Nian asleep? Both Chen Yunzhou and Xiao Wanqing nodded in unison. Chen Yunzhou settled onto the sofa, skipping pleasantries as she pulled a file folder from her bag and handed it to Chen Yunzhou. He accepted the folder and opened it casually, revealing a paternity test report. Flipping to the final page, the clear conclusion confirming the biological relationship between Chen Yunzhou and the submitted sample, Nian Nian's hair, caught his eye. Seeing this result, he felt no surprise. The bond of blood was difficult to explain, yet undeniably real. Chapter 13. Sister will definitely help you keep a leg. He placed the report on the coffee table and looked at his elder sister. Xiao Wanqing also glanced at the report, though she was already aware of the outcome. Seeing it in black and white stirred a peculiar sentiment within her. Chen Yunzhou's gaze shifted between the two of them before landing on Chen Yunzhou. Her tone laced with a mixture of resignation and disbelief, yet predominantly marked by acceptance forced upon her by the truth. So, Nian Nian really is from the future. Though her sentence remained unfinished, the implication was crystal clear. Chen Yunzhou nodded. At this juncture, there seemed to be no more reasonable explanation. After all, Nian Nian couldn't possibly have just sprung from a rock, could she? Xiao Wanqing nodded in agreement. Chen Yunzhou took a deep breath, massaging her temples, feeling quite exasperated. Even after extensive mental preparation at the hospital, it still felt surreal. After a moment, she turned to them and asked, so, what do you plan to do next? Without a second thought, Chen Yunzhou blurted out, of course, we'll raise her. What else can we do? Xiao Wanqing shot him a glance and nodded in agreement. Neither noticed that, at that moment, there was an implicit sense of harmony between them, as if they were a couple united in purpose. Chen Yunzhou sighed, a knowing expression crossing her face. Well, I suppose that's all we can do. After a pause, she added, are you not going to tell Mom and Dad? Upon hearing this, Chen Yunzhou reacted as if someone had stepped on his tail, hastily shaking his head. No, absolutely not. You know how Mom is. She won't believe in some daughter from the future. She'll think I've been fooling around and got someone else pregnant, abandoning them. If she finds out, I might as well have 3 legs broken. The terror on his face suggested he had already envisioned a grim fate. Xiao Wanqing couldn't help but recall their teacher's demeanor upon hearing his words, letting out a suppressed giggle. However, she quickly realized the inappropriateness of the moment, stifling her laughter. Though her shoulders continued to shake, internally, she mused about whether their teacher's volatile nature had remained unchanged. Yet, she began to worry. If their teacher discovered that her former student had taken her son, would she not break her legs too? The thought sent a shiver down her spine. Chen Yunzhou noticed her laughter and looked at Xiao Wanqing with confusion, furrowing his brow, unsure of what was amusing her. Xiao Wanqing caught his gaze, cleared her throat, and feigned nonchalance. Chen Yunzhou observed her younger brother's cowardice, amused yet exasperated, and waved her hand dismissively. All right, I will certainly keep your secret. However, this matter probably won't stay hidden for long. You both need to be prepared for how to handle it. As she spoke, she patted Chen Yunzhou's shoulder, her tone teasing. Don't worry, if it comes to the point where Mom finds out and it escalates, I'll definitely help you keep a leg. Chen Yunzhou could only respond with a look of exasperation, retorting, could you not wish me well for once? Chen Yunzhou ceased to engage in conversation, casting a meaningful glance at the two individuals before rising to prepare for her departure. Chen Yunzhou and Xiao Wanqing followed suit, escorting her to the entrance. All right, I shall take my leave. Do rest early, Chen Yunzhou remarked, looking at the two of them, her words hanging in the air as she turned to depart. A soft sigh escaped her lips as she pondered the fate of her younger brother. She was acutely aware of his character. It was likely that a strong woman like Xiao Wanqing could easily ensnare him. Initially, she wished to advise her brother to steer clear of Xiao Wanqing. But considering their future as a married couple, she couldn't bear to forcibly separate them. With this thought, she sighed once more, may you seek your own fortune, dear brother. Upon closing the door, only Chen Yunzhou and Xiao Wanqing remained in the foyer. The space was limited, causing them to stand somewhat close, allowing them to catch each other's faint scent. An air of awkwardness enveloped them. Xiao Wanqing lifted her gaze, momentarily hesitating before softly inquiring, do you not find me familiar? Chen Yunzhou was momentarily taken aback, his expression one of confusion as he gazed at her. What? He was at a loss, unable to grasp the meaning behind her words. Observing his utterly bewildered demeanor, a fleeting glimmer of disappointment flickered in Xiao Wanqing's eyes, which she quickly masked. She gently shook her head, recognizing that he had likely forgotten their childhood encounters, and opted not to dwell further on the topic, instead shifting the conversation. It is getting late. I shall return home now. I will come by tomorrow morning to see Nian Yan. Instinctively, Chen Yunzhou nodded, then realized, it's rather late. Perhaps I should escort you home? It may not be safe for you alone. Upon hearing this, Xiao Wanjing arched an eyebrow and retorted, if you take me home, what if Nian Yan awakens? Chen Yunzhou fell silent, acknowledging that he had indeed overlooked this point. Noting his quietness, she remarked, all right, you should head back. I will be fine on my own. Chen Yunzhou's eyes reflected a fleeting, almost imperceptible sense of disappointment as he softly murmured in agreement. Xiao Wanjing observed the subtle shift in his expression, a delicate smile curving her lips. She chose not to linger further and turned toward the elevator, pressing the down button. As the elevator doors opened, she stepped inside. In the moment the doors began to close, she seemed to glance back at him. Chen Yunzhou stood rooted in place, watching the floor numbers decrease until it reached 1, before reluctantly turning back to the apartment. After a simple wash, he returned to his room, gazing at Nian Yan, who was peacefully asleep on the bed, her small body curled up with a sweet smile gracing her lips. Chen Yunzhou felt an overwhelming sense of tenderness. He carefully lay down on the opposite side of the bed, striving to minimize noise. Meanwhile, Xiao Wanjing had left the apartment and entered an old-fashioned Hongqi car, returning to her spacious riverside penthouse located on the top floor in the city center. Approximately 20 minutes later, she arrived at her residence. Standing at the entrance, she surveyed the vast space, brightly lit, yet feeling exceptionally empty and cold. Xiao Wanjing removed her high heels, walking barefoot on the floor, a wave of indescribable loneliness washing over her. She entered the bathroom, indulging in a hot bath to dispel her physical fatigue and the emptiness in her heart. After her bath, she donned a silk robe and approached the bar in the living room, pouring herself half a glass of red wine. As she sipped, the slightly astringent taste spread across her palate, yet her mind involuntarily conjured the image of Nian's sleeping face and Chen Yunzhou's forlorn expression. The thought caused her lips to involuntarily curve into a faint smile. The next morning, sunlight filtered through the curtains, casting dappled shadows on the floor. Xiao Wanjing awoke early, quickly washing up before donning a beige long dress suitable for home. She then drove to a breakfast shop, purchasing some buns and soy milk before heading to the apartment. After approximately 20 minutes, her vehicle halted at the base of the building. Carrying the breakfast, she entered the elevator and pressed the button for the 8th floor. As the elevator doors opened, she approached the apartment, unlocking the door with her fingerprint and stepping inside. The interior was tranquil. Xiao Wanjing surveyed the living room from the entrance, noting the absence of both Chen Yunzhou and the little figure. Clearly, the father and daughter were still indulging in their slumber. A faint smile crossed her lips as she habitually opened the shoe cabinet to change her shoes. However, the cabinet contained only a few pairs belonging to Chen Yunzhou and a newly bought pair of tiny children's slippers, with no footwear of her own. Xiao Wanjing's actions faltered as realization struck her. Last night, he had remembered to buy clothes and slippers for Nian Yan but entirely overlooked her need for a pair. This thought elicited a cold smile from her. For reasons unknown, a sense of discomfort stirred within her, reminiscent of the feeling she experienced when celebrating her birthday alone. That sense of expectation dashed. Nevertheless, she quickly composed herself, placing the breakfast on the dining table while taking out her phone to call her assistant, Su Wei. Assistant Su. I will be working from home today. Please bring my laptop over. Su Wei's voice came through the line. Understood, Miss Xia. Also, please bring a pair of women's slippers. Certainly, Miss Xia. After hanging up, Xiao Wanjing's gaze drifted toward the closed bedroom door. She stepped forward, approaching the door, her hand rising to knock, but then hesitated, her fingertips just centimeters from the surface. Would it be inappropriate to enter directly? After all, he was still sleeping inside. Yet, upon reflection, as Nian Yan's mother, wasn't it natural to check on her child? What hesitation was warranted in caring for her daughter? With that thought in mind, she decided against knocking, turning the doorknob and stepping inside. The bedroom was dimly lit, heavy curtains shielding much of the sunlight. Yet, the scene within was discernible. A large double bed dominated the space. On the bed lay two figures in disarray. The smaller figure was undoubtedly Nian Yan, who had positioned herself directly on the pillow, one pudgy little foot resting on Chen Yunzhao's face. Chen Yunzhou, too, occupied a considerable portion of the bed, sprawled out in a starfish-like manner. Seeing this, Xiao Wanjing couldn't help but smile softly, an expression mingled with helplessness and warmth. She approached the bedside, sitting down and gently moving Nian Yan's foot away from Chen Yunzhao's face. She then tenderly brushed a few stray hairs from Nian Yan's forehead. As her fingers grazed her daughter's delicate cheek, she couldn't resist giving it a gentle pinch, her heart instantly softening. She murmured, with a sleeping posture like this, It's no wonder your father and I don't let you sleep with us. Perhaps feeling the slight pressure on her cheek, Nian Nian groggily opened her eyes. The little one appeared somewhat dazed, and upon seeing Xiao Wanjing so close, she froze for a moment before pouting her lips, her voice carrying a hint of morning grumpiness as she stretched out her little arms. Hug. I want a hug. The soft, endearing tone carried a hint of childish charm. Xiao Wanjing's heart melted in an instant as she leaned down to embrace the little one, planting a kiss on Nian Nian's rosy cheek. The crisp sound of the kiss instantly banished Nian Nian's morning irritability. The little girl burst into laughter, wrapping her small arms around Xiao Wanjing's neck and nuzzling her face against hers. Mama, she called out in her sweet, soft voice, repeatedly addressing her mother. Xiao Wanjing's heart swelled with joy. This feeling was unprecedented, filling her with a profound sense of fulfillment. At that moment, the sleeping Chen Yunzhou was stirred awake by the commotion. He rubbed his sleepy eyes. Sitting up, he beheld Xiao Wanqing, clad in a beige long dress, affectionately cradling Nian Nian at the bedside. The two, one large and one small, were engaged in an intimate interaction. Today, Xiao Wanqing radiated an extraordinary gentleness. Perhaps it was the dress's influence, but compared to yesterday's form-fitting black attire, she exuded less dominance and more tenderness, embodying the essence of a graceful, nurturing elder sister. This sight momentarily left him entranced, but the soft, melodic voice of his daughter brought him back to reality. Mama? Chen Yunzhou paused, only to realize Nian Nian was addressing Xiao Wanqing. Although he had heard it many times yesterday, it still felt surreal upon hearing it again. He scratched his head, feeling more awake now, and curiously inquired of Xiao Wanqing, "What brings you here so early?" Xiao Wanqing raised an eyebrow at his question and retorted, "It's already past 8. Is it really early?" Past 8. Upon hearing this, Chen Yunzhou was jolted awake, hastily retrieving his phone to check the time. The screen glaringly displayed 8:20. Damn, he involuntarily exclaimed, startling both Xiao Wanqing and Nian Nian. "I'm late for my 8 a.m. class," Chen Yunzhou shouted, swiftly throwing off the covers and leaping out of bed. Without a moment's hesitation, he dashed into the bathroom amidst a chaotic flurry of sounds. Nian Nian, startled by his sudden actions, scrunched her little face in confusion and looked up at Xiao Wanqing with a pitiful expression. "Mama, what is wrong with Papa?" Xiao Wanqing couldn't help but chuckle softly, gently patting Nian Nian's back as she reassured her, "It's nothing. Papa just overslept for school." Nian Nian, with a semblance of understanding, nodded and blinked her large eyes in the direction of the bathroom. Moments later, Chen Yunzhou burst out of the bathroom in a whirlwind. His hair was damp, and his clothes were somewhat disheveled, clearly a result of the rushed morning. Yet, despite this, his charm remained intact, adding a youthful exuberance to his demeanor. He grabbed his backpack from the floor, hastily threw on a jacket he found in the wardrobe, and said, "Nian Nian, Papa has to go now. You must listen to Mama at home, all right?" Nian Nian obediently nodded. Nian Nian will be good. Goodbye, Papa." The little one blew a kiss towards Chen Yunzhou, melting his heart instantly. Without a second thought, he leaned down and placed a kiss on her cheek. He then lifted his gaze to Xiao Wanqing, seemingly wanting to say something, but hesitated, feeling a bit shy. Ultimately, he mumbled, "Please take care of Nian Nian." Before he could finish, he hurriedly exited the bedroom. Watching him flee, Xiao Wanqing's smile deepened, a faint blush gracing her cheeks. She then took Nian Nian into the bathroom to wash up, and only after they were done did they sit down for breakfast. Nian Nian, perched on her chair, gazed at the steaming buns and soy milk on the table, tears of hunger trickling down her cheeks. Observing this, Xiao Wanqing playfully flicked her little nose with a smile. "You little glutton, hurry and eat." Nian Nian eagerly picked up a bun and began nibbling at it. Compared to her eating habits yesterday, today she displayed an adorably charming demeanor. Watching her, Xiao Wanqing felt an overwhelming sense of happiness and contentment. Chapter 15. Your parents never dared to be late for my class. Meanwhile, Chen Yunzhou hurriedly ran to the teaching building, breathless as he reached the back door of the classroom. Upon seeing it filled with students and the elderly professor with graying hair standing at the podium, he felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. He crouched down, intending to sneak in through the back door. However, just as he cracked the door open, a robust, commanding voice rang out. "What are you sneaking about for, young man?" At this, all eyes turned towards Chen Yunzhou. He froze, gradually lifting his gaze to meet the professor's piercing eyes. This is it. He braced himself and stood upright, not waiting for the professor to speak. The professor adjusted his reading glasses, scrutinizing Chen Yunzhou from head to toe, and inquired, "What is your name?" "Chen Yunzhou," he replied, his face flushed with embarrassment. Upon hearing his name, the professor's expression softened into a smile. "Ah, Chen Yunzhou, I know you. You are this year's top scorer in the college entrance examination." Chen Yunzhou felt even more awkward and could only chuckle nervously, not daring to respond. The professor continued, his smile widening. I recall that when your parents attended my class, they never dared to be late. At this revelation, Chen Yunzhou was left bewildered. His parents had been students of this professor? He was momentarily stunned. While he was still processing this, the professor added casually, I suppose I'll have to call your mother tonight to inquire how she managed to teach you so well. Now, take a seat. Chen Yunzhou thought, how wonderful. There is hope in this life. He quickly spotted Chu Ziheng in the corner, gesturing at him mischievously, and resignedly made his way to sit beside him. As soon as he sat down, Chu Ziheng leaned closer, lowering his voice with a gleeful grin. You've got guts. My friend. Skipping Professor Xue's class in the very first week of school, Chen Yunzhou shot him a glare and snatched a bun from Chu Ziheng's desk, shoving it into his mouth. What is wrong with you? Chu Ziheng asked, intrigued. Before Chen Yunzhou could explain, Chu Ziheng's eyes lit up with understanding, and he remarked, You must have fallen for Xiao Wanqing at first sight and spent the night honing your skills. Huh? Chen Yunzhou shot him a look of incredulity. Unfazed, Chu Ziheng leaned in closer, curiously pressing for details. Seriously, what happened that made you, the top student, late? After a moment of silence, Chen Yunzhou lowered his voice. You guessed it. It indeed has something to do with Xiao Wanqing. Wait, what? Chu Ziheng's eyes widened in shock, nearly dropping his pen. Are you saying you've become a kept man? Chen Yunzhou replied. Listen, we have a 4-year-old daughter. Chu Ziheng's mouth dropped open in disbelief. After 3 seconds of silence, he burst into laughter, shoving the remaining half of his bun into Chen Yunzhou's mouth. All right. I know you've been single for too long, but let us stick to reality. A 4-year-old daughter? For years ago, we were still trying to find someone to help us build a small website. Chen Yunzhou shrugged, chewing on the bun. Believe it or not, it's true. And it was you who was looking for someone to help build that website, not me. Chu Ziheng could hardly believe him. If he truly had a daughter with Xiao Wanqing, then he was essentially a wealthy second-generation heir. Without dwelling on it further, he switched the subject. By the way, did Zhang Mian confess to you yesterday? Chen Yunzhou nodded, affirming, yes. And then you. I rejected her, Chen Yunzhou replied without hesitation. Nice. Chu Ziheng beamed, excitedly throwing an arm around Chen Yunzhou's shoulders. I knew it. That's why you're my good brother. Without allowing Chen Yunzhou to speak, Shui Lao at the podium adjusted his reading glasses, his gaze precisely locking onto the direction of Chen Yunzhou and Chu Ziheng. He inquired. The two students at the back seemed to be enjoying a lively conversation. Would you like to come up to the stage and share your insights with everyone? Instantly, all eyes shifted back to them. Chen Yunzhou and Chu Ziheng, suddenly feeling like quails with their necks pinched, instinctively shrank their heads, lowering their gazes in unison, wishing they could bury their faces in their books. Not a sound dared to escape their lips. The classroom fell silent once more, with only the sound of Shui Lao's lecture filling the air. In the following moments, the two refrained from any movement, enduring the discomfort like a needle prick. Finally, when the bell rang, signaling the end of class, Chen Yunzhou and Chu Ziheng simultaneously exhaled in relief, their expressions reflecting the joy of having narrowly escaped a predicament. However, their relief was fleeting. Chen Yunzhou, please come to my office, Shui Lao said, tidying his lecture notes as he stood at the podium. Chen Yunzhou thought, great. Now I can avoid going home for over half a year. Chu Ziheng paused momentarily, then donned an exaggerated expression of sorrow, patting Chen Yunzhou on the shoulder and pretentiously wiping away non-existent tears from the corners of his eyes. Brother, go with peace of mind. I will make sure to spend all the money on your meal card. Chen Yunzhou pushed his hand away with a bemused expression. Resigned, he stood up and, under Chu Ziheng's encouraging gaze, trudged behind Shui Lao toward the office. Chapter 16. Young people, dating is completely normal, I understand. Chen Yunzhou followed Shui Lao into the office with a sense of trepidation. This was the first time he had been summoned to the office for skipping class. Shui Lao led him to a corner of the desk, where two modestly arranged tables stood. A wall-mounted bookshelf was crammed with yellowing tomes, and a faint scent of ink lingered in the air. Shui Lao took a seat behind the desk, leisurely sipping from an old teacup, then looked up at the still-standing Chen Yunzhou with a warm smile. No need to be nervous. Please, take a seat. He gestured towards a chair beside the desk. Chen Yunzhou hesitantly pulled out the chair and sat down, placing his hands on his knees like a schoolboy caught in wrongdoing. Shui Lao set his teacup down, his gaze behind the lenses imbued with a hint of mirth, and spoke slowly. Young people, dating is quite normal, I understand. However, your audacity surpasses that of your parents. Chen Yunzhou was taken aback for a moment before comprehending the implication behind Shui Lao's words, his face flushing with embarrassment as he hastily defended himself. Teacher. Shui Lao waved his hand, signaling him to refrain from further elaboration, his tone gentle as he continued. I know you young people have your own lives, but you must also know your limits. You cannot allow such matters to hinder your studies, understood? Chen Yunzhou breathed a sigh of relief, pleasantly surprised by Shui Lao's open-mindedness. He nodded vigorously, assuring, "Rest assured, teacher, I will not allow my studies to suffer." Shui Lao nodded approvingly, his smile widening, and then, with a hint of nostalgia, he asked, "By the way, how is your grandfather's health?" Chen Yunzhao's eyes widened in surprise as he looked at Shui Lao. "You know my grandfather?" Shui Lao chuckled heartily, his voice booming, entirely unlike that of a grizzled old professor. "Not just know him, we are old friends. In our youth, we both taught at the same school, and we were the best of partners, the closest of friends." A glimmer of reminiscence flickered in Shui Lao's eyes, though his smile bore a trace of melancholy. Chen Yunzhou was even more astonished. He had never heard his grandfather mention his connection with Shui Lao, realizing the depth of their bond. Later, for various reasons, I left Rongcheng and moved away, and that departure lasted for decades, Shui Lao said with a tinge of wistfulness in his voice. "Now that I am older, I think of returning to my roots, so I moved back to Rongcheng." He sighed, his gaze dimming slightly. "It's a pity, though. Most of those old friends have passed away, and few remain with whom I can keep in touch." Shui Lao's voice grew somber, tinged with an indescribable loneliness. Hearing this, Chen Yunzhou felt an inexplicable wave of emotion rise within him. The camaraderie of the older generation is indeed enviable. Shui Lao, realizing he had momentarily lost his composure, composed himself and looked at Chen Yunzhou with gentle eyes, asking, "So, your grandfather is in good health now?" "Quite well," Chen Yunzhou replied with a smile. "He enjoys his meals and is in great spirits." "That is good to hear," Shui Lao said with an appreciative smile. "Health is paramount." After a pause, as if recalling something, he suddenly said, "Yunzhou, please give me your mother's phone number." Chen Yunzhou, without much thought, instinctively began to recite the number 138. As the words left his lips, realization struck him, and he looked at Shui Lao warily, asking tentatively, "Shui Lao, you're not going to tell my mom about my skipping class today, are you?" Upon hearing this, Shui Lao pretended to be indignant, puffing up his cheeks in mock anger. "You little rascal, do you think of me as someone who enjoys ratting out students? Am I that petty? Rest assured, I will not stoop to such levels with a junior." Chen Yunzhou, observing Shui Lao's exaggerated demeanor, still felt a twinge of doubt. After all, Shui Lao had just mentioned wanting to call his mother to inquire about her teaching methods. He hesitated, wondering what would happen if the old man truly reported him. "What? You don't trust me?" Without giving him time to ponder, Shui Lao raised an eyebrow, his tone laced with mild discontent. Chen Yunzhou quickly waved his hands, smiling as he replied, "No, no, how could I not trust you?" After a moment's hesitation, he ultimately provided his mother's phone number to Shui Lao. "All right, Shui Lao, here is my mother's number, but please don't say anything inappropriate." Shui Lao nodded in satisfaction, waving him off. "All right, that's it. You may leave now." "Okay. Shui Lao, I'll take my leave." Chen Yunzhou stood up, feeling a weight lifted as he walked out of the office. Though still slightly apprehensive, he reassured himself that someone of Shui Lao's esteemed character would not engage in such behavior. Surely he wouldn't, right? With a hint of unease, Chen Yunzhou exited the office. The moment he left, the smile on Shui Lao's face vanished, and he picked up his phone, swiftly dialing Chen Yunzhao's mother's number. Meanwhile, upon stepping out of the office, Chen Yunzhou spotted Chu Ziheng squatting in the corner, engrossed in a video, and chuckling to himself. Hearing the commotion, Chu Ziheng looked up at the door, and upon seeing Chen Yunzhou, his expression filled with concern. "Oh my brother, you finally emerged." Chu Ziheng hurried over, circling around Chen Yunzhou and inspecting him from head to toe, urgently asking, "Did Shui Lao give you a hard time? Did he scold you mercilessly?" Chen Yunzhou shook his head, reassuring him, "No worries, Shui Lao is quite a good person. He didn't make things difficult for me." "Really?" Chu Ziheng was somewhat skeptical. As Shui Lao was notorious for being strict in their college, anyone tardy to his class would surely face a tongue lashing. "Indeed," Chen Yunzhou affirmed with a nod, explaining, "Shui Lao is an old friend of my grandfather." Chu Ziheng paused, then his eyes widened in astonishment. "No way, really? You actually have that connection?" He looked at Chen Yunzhou incredulously, exclaiming, "No wonder Shui Lao didn't give you a hard time. Turns out you're one of his own." "What do you mean, one of his own?" Chen Yunzhou chuckled helplessly, patting Chu Ziheng on the shoulder. "It's just an old friendship," chuckled softly, wrapping his arm around Chen Yunzhao's shoulders and giving him a playful pat. Regardless of any distinctions of kinship, all that mattered was the absence of trouble. Chen Yunzhou shot him a disapproving glance, choosing not to engage in his banter and redirecting the conversation. "All right, let us go." Chu Ziheng nodded eagerly, and the two strolled out with their arms draped over each other's shoulders. Chapter 17. The art department's belle, Sui Chen. As they took a few steps, two girls approached them. One donned a pink dress that accentuated her fair complexion, her long hair cascading gracefully, exuding a gentle aura. The other wore a sky blue tracksuit, her high ponytail radiating youthfulness and vitality. Chu Ziheng abruptly halted, his gaze fixated on them, and excitedly tugged at Chen Yunzhao's arm, lowering his voice. Wow. Yunzhao, look. Beauties. Chen Yunzhao casually glanced in the direction of his gaze. Before him stood two strikingly beautiful girls, one sweetly demure and the other vibrantly spirited, each possessing their unique allure. While others might easily be captivated, Chen Yunzhao merely observed for a moment before losing interest. He acknowledged their beauty but found them lacking in comparison to his beloved Wanqing. However, the girl in pink bore a slight resemblance to Xiao Wanqing, prompting him to take a second glance. Shaking his head, he dismissed the thought, attributing it to his yearning for Xiao Wanqing. He brushed off Chu Ziheng's lingering grip on his arm and said in a nonchalant tone, "Enough of that. Let us move on." "Hey, you really lack vision," Chu Ziheng retorted, casting an incredulous look at him while his gaze remained glued to the two girls, his voice tinged with admiration. "You don't even see this? They are the renowned twin blossoms of our art department. The one in pink is Su Yichen, and the one in blue is Lin Ruoxin." Before Chu Ziheng could elaborate further, Chen Yunzhao interjected with a disinterested "oh," as if he had no inclination towards the beauties. All he wanted was to return home and see Yin Yin. He wondered what she was doing, whether she was listening to her mother, and if she missed her father. As he contemplated this, his desire to reunite with his wife and daughter intensified, prompting him to disregard Chu Ziheng, who continued to gawk at the girls, and stride directly towards the school gate. "Hey, wait for me." Chu Ziheng, realizing Chen Yunzhao was walking away without a backward glance, reluctantly tore his gaze from the girls and hurried to catch up. Just as they brushed past the two girls, the girl in the pink dress momentarily faltered, her eyes lingering on Chen Yunzhao's retreating figure, her delicate brows furrowing slightly, an expression of surprise and confusion crossing her face. "Is that him?" Su Yichen distinctly recalled the previous morning when Xiao Wanqing had trailed this boy from a distance, cradling a delicate little girl in her arms, who bore a striking resemblance to her. What could their relationship be? Su Yichen's gaze was filled with curiosity as she observed Chen Yunzhao. While Xiao Wanqing had many admirers, she had never heard of her being particularly close to anyone. What distinguished this boy? "Yichen, what are you staring at? You look like you've lost your senses," Lin Ruoxin teased, noticing her friend's fixation on a particular direction and wavering her hand in front of Su Yichen's eyes. Snapped back to reality, Su Yichen blushed slightly, quickly averting her gaze and shaking her head. "Nothing." She paused, feigning casualness, and asked, "Ruoxin, do you know that boy we just passed? He seems familiar." Lin Ruoxin glanced in the direction Su Yichen indicated, spotting only Chen Yunzhao and Chu Ziheng's distant figures. With a playful nudge to Su Yichen's arm, she teased, "Is our belle finally showing interest in a younger boy?" "Stop it," Su Yichen chided, shooting her a mock glare. "I just think I've seen him somewhere. He looks a bit familiar." "Familiar?" Lin Ruoxin raised an eyebrow, then burst into laughter as if awakening to a realization. "Oh, I get it now. Handsome guys tend to look familiar." Seeing Su Yichen still puzzled, she decided to drop the teasing. "All right, I won't poke fun anymore. His name is Chen Yunzhao, a freshman who just enrolled this year. And he is also this year's top scorer in the college entrance exam." Su Yichen continued to gaze at Chen Yunzhao's distant silhouette, lost in thought. Noticing her demeanor, Lin Ruoxin couldn't help but tease. "Hey, he is already out of sight, and you're still staring? Are you daydreaming?" Su Yichen returned to reality, withdrawing her gaze with a hint of something unidentifiable flickering across her face, gently shaking her head as she prepared to turn away. "Wait, weren't we here to find someone?" Lin Ruoxin caught her arm, puzzled. A faint smile appeared on Su Yichen's lips, her eyes sparkling with mirth. "Yes, I've already found him." Lin Ruoxin froze momentarily, her eyes widening in shock as she glanced between the retreating figures and Su Yichen. "Found him? You didn't come here specifically looking for Chen Yunzhao, did you?" Su Yichen did not respond directly. Instead, she smiled and walked off in another direction. Lin Ruoxin stood dumbfounded, watching her friend's silhouette, her suspicions confirmed. She hurried after her, pressing for answers. "Wait, what is going on? Are you interested in him?" Meanwhile, Chen Yunzhao and Chu Ziheng had exited the school gates. Chu Ziheng nudged Chen Yunzhao's shoulder, exclaiming, "Yunzhao, that Su Yichen kept glancing our way. Based on my 10 years of reading romance novels, she is definitely interested in you." Chen Yunzhao, exasperated, pushed Chu Ziheng's arm away, responding with annoyance, "Enough of that. I'm not that charming." He paused, casually explaining, "Perhaps it's because I'm this year's top scorer, garnering more attention as a freshman. That's why she looked my way a couple of times." Still, he felt that although he was somewhat handsome, he could hardly compare himself to the likes of Yunzhou, Guanxi, or Yu Yan, and thus he would never presume that the belle would take an interest in him. Chu Ziheng smirked, but then reconsidered, realizing there was some truth to it. After all, being the top scorer and a new student naturally attracted attention. He decided not to dwell on the matter and shifted the topic. "By the way, We have no classes in the afternoon. Want to hit the internet CAF for some gaming? I want to be going. I need to head home. Chen Yunzhou rejected the idea without hesitation. After all, his wife and child were waiting for him. Who had the time for games? Going home? Chu Ziheng paused momentarily, then assumed he meant to study or rest. Nodding in understanding. All right then, be careful on your way. With that, he waved goodbye and headed off in another direction. Chen Yunzhou nodded, watching Chu Ziheng leave before making his way to the roadside where his bicycle awaited. He mounted it and pedaled towards his apartment. Chapter 18. Is Mommy going to the kitchen? Meanwhile, in the apartment, on the soft carpet of the living room, Nian Nian was happily rolling around with her fluffy dog. Kulu, her small frame cozily nestled against the pet, painting a picture of harmony. Kulu obediently allowed his little owner to play with him, occasionally extending his tongue to lick her tiny hands. Not far away, on the sofa, Xiao Wanqing was engrossed in her work on a laptop, her fingers gently tapping the keyboard. Yet, her attention was not entirely focused, as her soft gaze frequently drifted towards her playful daughter, a tender smile gracing her lips. Mommy. Nian Nian suddenly paused her frolic with Kulu, lifting her face with innocent curiosity. When will Daddy be back? Nian Nian is hungry. The tender voice of her daughter pulled Shi Wnqing back from her thoughts. She glanced at her watch. It was nearly noon. Chnynzhu had yet to return. Instinctively, she reached for her phone on the coffee table, intending to inquire if he would be home for lunch. Just as her fingertips grazed the cold screen, she hesitated, remembering that in her haste yesterday, she had not saved Chnynzhu's contact number. Setting the phone down, Shi Wnqing rubbed her temples, realizing she would have to prepare lunch herself. She closed her laptop, stood up, and made her way to the kitchen. Mama, are you going to the kitchen? Nin, noticing her mother's actions, suddenly recalled the noodles her mother had cooked the previous afternoon, a flicker of unease flashing across her wide, innocent eyes. The little one quickly scrambled off the carpet and, with her short legs, ran to Shi Wnqing's side, tugging at the hem of her shirt. Mama, Nini and isn't very hungry, she said earnestly, tilting her little face upward. Nini can wait a little longer for Daddy to come home. Shi Wnqing felt warmth in her heart at her daughter's understanding demeanor. She assumed Nini was concerned for her, not wanting her to tire herself in the kitchen. Gently, she crouched down, her soft palm brushing against the little tuft of hair on Nini's head. Her voice laced with affection. Good girl, Nini. Daddy might be busy for a while, but Mama will have lunch ready soon. Why don't you go play with KL for a bit, all right? After giving her daughter a light pat on the head, she turned and entered the kitchen. Watching her mother disappear into the kitchen, Nini let out a small sigh, her little brows furrowing in a manner reminiscent of a tiny adult. At that moment, KL approached her, squatting beside her and gazing at Shi Wnqing's retreating figure with a silly expression. Nini gently patted KL's fluffy head, whispering with a hint of sympathy, Nini's tummy is going to be in trouble again. KL tilted his head in confusion, seemingly not understanding his little owner's words, but simply nudged her cheek with his damp nose. Meanwhile, Shi Wnqing had stepped into the kitchen and opened the refrigerator door. A rush of cold air greeted her, revealing a neat arrangement of beverages and fruits, along with some vegetables purchased the night before. Her gaze swept across the shelves, but few items were familiar to her. Eventually, she quietly closed the refrigerator door. Turning to the nearby cupboard, she searched until her eyes landed on a packet of dried noodles tucked away in the corner. This discovery brightened her expression as she retrieved the noodles, filled a pot with water, and lit the stove, her movements fluid and efficient. Before long, a steaming pot of clear broth noodles was ready. Shi Wnqing carefully placed the pot on the dining table and called out to the living room. Nin, it's time to eat. Upon hearing her mother's voice, Nin immediately abandoned KL and hurried over, struggling to climb onto the dining chair. Shi Wnqing served her a small bowl of noodles, but as Ninin gazed into the bowl of plain, unadorned noodles, her little brows knitted together, and her lips pursed tightly, refusing to pick up her spoon. Shi Wnqing served herself a bowl as well, and, noticing her daughter's reluctance, gently inquired, Ninin, why aren't you eating? Just then, the sound of the apartment door unlocking echoed through the air as Chnynzhu stepped inside, carrying several shopping bags and glistening with a light sheen of sweat. I'm back, he announced while changing his shoes. I bought some groceries and took a bit longer. Daddy, Nin's eyes sparkled with joy at the sight of him, as if he were a savior. She immediately slid off her chair and, with her short legs, dashed to the door, wrapping her arms around Chnynzhu's leg and looking up with a sweet, bright voice. Daddy. Chnynzhu's heart melted instantly. He set the shopping bags down and bent down to scoop his daughter into his arms, his face radiating happiness. Have you been listening to Mama? Have you missed Daddy? And gleefully nestled her arms around his neck, planting a firm kiss on his cheek. Her voice ringing with innocence. And has been very obedient today. She observed the tender interaction between the father and daughter at the door, a subtle warmth flickering in her eyes. Rising, she calmly remarked, I thought you wouldn't be home for lunch, so I just boiled some noodles. No worries. Chnynzhu said as he carried an eye and over to the table and glanced at the noodles. They look good. We can prepare the vegetables later for dinner. He gently set an eye and down and proceeded to the kitchen, placing the vegetables and meats into the refrigerator. After tidying up, he returned to the dining table, grabbed a clean bowl, and served himself a generous portion of noodles, ready to eat. And had already climbed onto the table, watching her father pick up the noodles with wide, sympathetic eyes. She reached out and tugged at Chnynzhu's shirt, her tone somber. Daddy, I'm sorry. Chnynzhu paused, a puzzled expression crossing his face as he looked at his daughter, then turned to Shwnqing, who appeared equally bewildered. The unexpected apology made them both tense. Why does and need to say sorry? He asked. And lowered her gaze to her bowl of noodles, remaining silent, seeing her daughter's demeanor. Both Chnynzhu and Shwnqing exchanged glances, unsure of what to make of the situation. Chnynzhu picked up his chopsticks and took a mouthful of noodles, but his gaze never left an The next moment, he understood her apology as he swallowed the bland and somewhat chewy noodles. Daddy forgives you. Hearing this, N's eyes lit up, and before she could respond, Chnynzhu added, Promise, Daddy, next time, even if you're starving, don't let Mama cook, all right? Chapter 19. Grandma's cooking is always awful. And nodded earnestly, her face serious. Shwnqing, observing this, felt a twinge of displeasure. Her brows knitting together slightly. She picked up her chopsticks and tried a small bite of the noodles. Indeed, they were rather bland and slightly tough, but surely not inedible. She glanced at Chnynzhu, a hint of dissatisfaction crossing her features as she thought to herself. Wasn't he quite the eater as a child? Why is he so picky now? Suddenly, it dawned on her. So, that was why N had prevented her from entering the kitchen earlier. Claiming she wasn't hungry. It wasn't out of concern for her mother, but simply a distaste for her cooking. How foolish she felt for being momentarily touched. This little rascal, while claiming to wait for Daddy, was calculating her cooking's shortcomings. Yet, she appreciated that N had the courtesy to spare her feelings and not voice it outright. In this situation, she would have preferred if N had been more direct. Shwnqing shook off her thoughts and turned to Chnynzhu, still not giving up, and asked with a hint of uncertainty, is it really that bad? Chnynzhu, noticing her discomfort, shook his head vigorously. His tone diplomatic. It's not bad, but there's definitely room for improvement. Shwnqing couldn't help but chuckle at his cautious demeanor. Her earlier embarrassment dissipating as she candidly admitted, I'm not very good at cooking. No problem, Chnynzhu quickly replied, his tone light. I'll cook from now on, and I promise to make sure you both eat well. Nn, who had been listening intently, brightened at the prospect of her father taking over the kitchen, her eyes sparkling like two little stars. She straightened her petite posture, patted her previously stated non-hungry belly, and chimed in sweetly, Daddy, Nn is hungry. All right, I'll go cook right away. Chnynzhu smiled, ruffling his daughter's hair affectionately. Shwnqing looked at the nearly untouched pot of noodles on the table, feeling a sense of wastefulness, and was about to say something. Chen Yunzhou seemed to sense her thoughts. Without waiting for her to speak, he lifted the pot of boiling noodles and turned toward the balcony. On the balcony, upon hearing the commotion, Kaylay wagged its tail and hurried over. Chen Yunzhou poured all the noodles into Kaylay's large food bowl with a flourish. Kaylay sniffed the offering and then joyfully wagged its tail, devouring the plain noodles with evident satisfaction. Chen Yunzhou clapped his hands and returned to the dining area, addressing the two individuals, one large and one small. You both sit for a moment, watch some television, or play with Kaylay. Dinner will be ready shortly. With that, he turned and walked into the kitchen, tying on an apron as he began to wash and chop vegetables. Nian obediently nodded, slid off her chair, and scampered to the sofa, seizing the remote control to switch on the television, tuning into the cartoon channel. Rongcheng observed Chen Yunzhao's busy figure in the kitchen, glanced at the happily munching Kaylay, and finally rested her gaze on her daughter, who was engrossed in the animated show, causing her lips to involuntarily curve into a slight smile. Soon, the sound of sizzling dishes emanated from the kitchen. accompanied by a tantalizing aroma that wafted into the living room. Nian Nian, initially focused on the television, sniffed the air intently. Her round, sparkling eyes shifted away from the screen, repeatedly glancing toward the kitchen. Her little mouth unconsciously pursed, and her throat gently rolled as her expression vividly conveyed a desire for food. Observing her daughter's little greedy demeanor, Xiao Wanqing felt her own appetite awaken, spurred on by the increasingly enticing fragrance in the air. She watched Chen Yunzhou's skilled and composed figure in the kitchen, her curiosity piqued. A few minutes later, Chen Yunzhou emerged from the kitchen bearing the last dish, calling out to the living room. Dinner is served. The dining table was adorned with 3 dishes and a soup. A plate of golden, enticing tomato scrambled eggs, a dish of richly sauced minced meat with eggplant, a plate of crisp green stir-fried cabbage, and a bowl of seaweed and egg drop soup topped with a sprinkle of green onions. These simple home-cooked meals, resplendent in color, aroma, and flavor, were enough to stir one's appetite. Wow! Nian Nian exclaimed, her eyes sparkling as she beheld the table laden with food. She promptly climbed onto her chair, grasped her little spoon, and eagerly awaited the meal. Chen Yunzhou served rice to both Nian Nian and Xiao Wanqing before finally serving himself. Xiao Wanqing took a bite of the tomato scrambled eggs. The eggs were tender, and the tomatoes were sweet and tangy, the flavor perfectly balanced. She then sampled the minced meat with eggplant. The eggplant was soft and flavorful, and the meat was savory, complementing the rice splendidly. Surprised, she turned to Chen Yunzhou and couldn't help but ask, "Have you always been this good at cooking?" Chen Yunzhou, while serving Nian Nian, looked up at her, a hint of pride on his face. "It's all right, practice makes perfect." He paused, as if recalling something, and continued, "I didn't cook much before. I had an unforgettable experience during my childhood." Upon hearing this, Xiao Wanqing's curiosity was piqued. Without waiting for a question, he continued, "When I was little, my parents went to take care of my grandfather, and my sister was at school, leaving me unattended. My mother hired a girl to look after me, and I saved my breakfast money to secretly spend at the arcade. By noon, my stomach was growling, and I could only eat the meals that girl prepared." At this point, his expression turned horrified, his face contorted with disdain. The taste, ugh, it was truly indescribable. I can still remember it vividly. From that moment on, I resolved to learn how to cook for my father. He glanced at Xiao Wanqing, half-jokingly adding, "To be honest, that girl's cooking skills could rival my mother's." Xiao Wanqing's smile faltered slightly. The arcade? The girl? The inedible meals? Wasn't she describing herself? She recalled her own first attempt at cooking, a clumsy endeavor. Perhaps boiling noodles or frying rice. She couldn't quite recall the specifics, but distinctly remembered the taste was far from delightful. Thus, the sister that left a psychological shadow on Chen Yunzhou was indeed her. Feeling a flush rise to her cheeks, an indescribable sensation welled within her. She struggled to maintain her smile, forcing a somewhat stiff grin as she looked at Chen Yunzhou, tentatively asking, "Was our mother's cooking really that bad?" She referred to Chen Yunzhou's mother, her mother-in-law. Before Chen Yunzhou could respond, Nian Nian, who had been eavesdropping, promptly raised her little spoon and chimed in. "Grandma's cooking is always terrible. Last time at Grandma's house, the braised pork was so dark, I couldn't even chew it." The little one spoke earnestly, nodding vigorously as she recounted her experience. Chen Yunzhou couldn't help but chuckle at his daughter. Xiao Wanqing quietly lowered her head, taking a bite of cabbage, chewing slowly. Yet, deep down, she felt a sense of satisfaction. After all, without her, he might not even know how to cook. Shortly after, the 3 of them finished their meal, and Chen Yunzhou carried his bowl back to the kitchen to clean up. Xiao Wanqing took out her laptop, seated on the sofa, and began attending to emails and work documents. After washing the dishes and drying his hands, Chen Yunzhou emerged to find her engrossed in her tasks and glanced at Nian Nian, who was playing with Kaylay on the carpet. He approached the sofa and said to Xiao Wanqing, "I have no classes this afternoon. If you're busy, I can take Nian Nian out." "Yay. Nian Nian wants to play with Daddy." Nian Nian, who had been rolling around with Kaylay, perked up at this and dashed to Chen Yunzhao's side, looking up with bright eyes. Chen Yunzhou smiled and ruffled her hair, bending down to lift her into his arms. Nian Nian happily wrapped her arms around his neck and planted a loud kiss on his cheek. Xiao Wanqing paused her typing, raising her gaze to Chen Yunzhou with a hint of wariness. For some reason, she recalled the girl who had confessed to him yesterday, and an inexplicable irritation surged within her. She set aside her laptop, leaning back slightly against the sofa, her tone unreadable as she asked, "Are you trying to drive me away?" Chen Yunzhou, holding Nian Nian, momentarily froze, his smile faltering in confusion. "No, I just thought you were quite busy." Before he could continue, Xiao Wanqing interrupted, "Is that so? I thought you wanted to dismiss me to go on a date with that girl who confessed to you yesterday." Upon hearing this, Chen Yunzhou immediately thought of Jiang Mian. His eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at Xiao Wanqing, asking, How did you know? Xiao Wanqing remembered following him with Nian Yan, and her confidence dwindled. She averted her gaze, looking elsewhere, her tone somewhat awkward as she replied. You don't need to know how I found out. After a pause, when she looked back at Chen Yunzhou, her eyes had regained their calmness. And her tone was cool. Theoretically, I shouldn't pry into your personal matters. However, with Nian Yan here, I hope you can be mindful of your influence. While Nian Yan is present, I hope you won't pursue a romance. Chen Yunzhou understood now that her concern stemmed from Nian Yan. He quickly explained. That girl from yesterday is my class monitor. When she confessed, I intended to decline, but she ran off before I had the chance. I never planned to start a relationship, and now with Nian Yan, it's even less likely. He paused, observing Xiao Wanqing's tense profile, softening his tone as he added. I only mentioned it because I saw you were busy with work. I didn't mean to imply I was trying to send you away. Hearing his explanation, Xiao Wanqing's unwarranted annoyance quietly dissipated. So that was the case. He had never intended to accept that girl's confession, nor had he considered pursuing a relationship. Realizing that she had misunderstood him, Xiao Wanqing felt her cheeks involuntarily flush, a wave of embarrassment washing over her. Her previous words indeed sounded somewhat unreasonable. Reflecting on them now, she herself felt astonished that such words had escaped her lips. Chen Yunzhou observed the change in her expression, and he could roughly guess that she might have misinterpreted the situation, just as he was about to speak in an attempt to ease the atmosphere. An urgent ringtone abruptly shattered the silence in the living room. As Xiao Wanqing pondered what to do, her phone rang, bringing her a sense of relief. She swiftly picked up the device from the sofa and answered. Hello, Assistant Su. In that instant, she seemed to revert to her previous persona, that of a stern CEO, exuding an air of detachment. The voice on the other end of the line conveyed something unknown to her. Xiao Wanqing nodded in response, saying, All right, I understand. I will head over now. After hanging up, she stood, grabbed her bag, and turned to Chen Yunzhou and Nian Yan. There's an urgent matter at the company that requires a meeting. She approached Nian Yan, bent down, and embraced her soft little body, softly instructing, Be good. Listen to your father at home. Mommy will be back soon. Okay. Nian Yan will be good and listen to Daddy. Nian Yan hugged her mother's neck tightly, nodding her little head vigorously. Xiao Wanqing released her daughter, straightened up, and her gaze fell on Chen Yunzhou's face. She hesitated for a moment, seemingly wanting to say something, yet ultimately pressed her lips together, refraining from speaking. I'll take my leave now. With that, she hurriedly exited the apartment. Chen Yunzhou watched her figure swiftly disappear behind the door, a hint of confusion etched on his face. His earlier response clearly indicated a misunderstanding, but he believed his words had posed no issue. How had she come to such a conclusion? He looked down at his daughter in his arms, only to find her grinning widely, revealing a row of tiny teeth as she beamed at him. Daddy, let us go play. Meanwhile, Xiao Wanqing arrived at the entrance of the Xia Corporation, where Assistant Su was waiting. She handed her keys to the security guard and walked directly into the company building. The subsequent meeting unfolded smoothly, revolving around routine work arrangements and project updates. After half an hour, Xiao Wanqing and Assistant Su returned to the president's office on the top floor. Please organize the points discussed in the meeting and send them to the department heads this afternoon, Xiao Wanqing instructed as she settled back into her chair. Understood, President Xia. Assistant Su affirmed, placing the documents on the desk and turning to leave. Assistant Su, Xiao Wanqing suddenly called out, halting him in his tracks. He turned around, a hint of inquiry on his face. Is there anything else, President Xia? Xiao Wanqing cleared her throat, her gaze flitting momentarily away from him, her fingers curling slightly as she asked, I have a friend. She paused, seeming to gather her thoughts. Assistant Su stood silently, patiently awaiting her continuation. She seems to have misunderstood something regarding her husband, but later realized it was a misunderstanding and now feels a bit awkward, unsure of how to ease the tension. As she spoke, her ears subtly warmed. Hearing this, Assistant Su stifled a laugh. Having been by President Xia's side since she took over the Xia Corporation, she had never known her to have any friends. Thus, it dawned on her that this friend was, in fact, Xiao Wanqing herself. Tentatively, she inquired, President Xia, did you misunderstand your husband? Xiao Wanqing's reaction was akin to a cat whose tail had been stepped on. She immediately raised her head, hurriedly denying, No. It's not me. It's a friend of mine. Really, just a good friend. Chapter 21, An Apology? Impossible. Xiao Wanqing observed Assistant Su's barely contained amusement, feeling her ears grow even warmer. Without waiting for a response, she waved her hand in annoyance. All right, you may leave now. Assistant Su, suppressing her laughter, nodded and, as she reached the door, couldn't resist adding, President Xia, you know, if there's a misunderstanding between couples, it's best to clarify it. Or perhaps offer an apology. After all, the old saying goes, couples may argue in bed but reconcile by dawn. With that, she exited the office. Xiao Wanqing found merit in her words. Though they were not currently a couple, they would be in the future. Thus, an apology seemed warranted. Before she could ponder further, the image of herself apologizing to Chen Yunzhou flashed in her mind. However, in the next moment, she envisioned him rigorously training her in the days to come. No. She vigorously shook her head. Men are capricious, and she must not bestow him any semblance of goodwill. Moreover, when had she, Xiao Wanqing, ever groveled for an apology? Thus, an apology was utterly out of the question. She could leap off a cliff before she would do that. She simply could not lower her pride. Frustrated, she raked her fingers through her hair, her gaze landing on the computer screen before her. Almost instinctively, she typed into the search bar, "How to ease misunderstandings between partners." The results were varied: communication, apologies, gifts. She dismissed the idea of an apology outright, and communication seemed lacking as well. Ultimately, her eyes lingered on the notion of giving gifts. Buying something? This approach appeared feasible, as it could convey her regret without her needing to utter those three awkward words. Xiao Wanqing's eyes brightened slightly, finding the idea quite agreeable. Yet what should she give? Furrowing her brow, she realized her knowledge of Chen Yunzhou was woefully scant. What did he like? What did he use regularly? She was entirely oblivious. After much contemplation yielded no clarity, Xiao Wanqing decided to abandon the thought for the time being, redirecting her focus back to work. On the other side, Chen Yunzhou spent the afternoon frolicking in the community park with Nian and Kulu. By the time they returned home, the wall clock indicated it was already 4 in the afternoon. Kulu lay sprawled on the floor, panting, while Nian's cheeks were flushed, tiny beads of sweat dotting her forehead. Chen Yunzhou glanced at the time and then at his exhausted daughter slumped on the sofa, pondering what to prepare for dinner. He was uncertain whether Xiao Wanqing would return for the meal. He wanted to inquire, but suddenly remembered he didn't have her contact information. He settled next to Nian, gently stroking her soft hair, and asked tenderly, "Nian, shall we go pick up mommy after work?" Yes. Nian exclaimed, instantly bouncing up from the sofa, her eyes sparkling with excitement, her earlier fatigue forgotten. Chen Yunzhou couldn't help but smile at his daughter's joyful demeanor. "All right, wait here for daddy for a moment while I change my clothes, and then we'll set off." "Okay." Chen Yunzhou stood and returned to his room, quickly changing into a clean, casual outfit and tidying his hair before taking Nian's hand and leaving the apartment, hailing a cab straight to Xia Corporation. Approximately 20 minutes later, the taxi came to a smooth stop outside the Xia Corporation building. Chen Yunzhou paid the fare and stepped out, holding Nian's hand as they approached the entrance. Upon entering the lobby, he approached the front desk and politely inquired, "Hello, may I ask if President Xiao Wanqing is available? I'm looking for her." The receptionist, smiling warmly and exhibiting a high level of professionalism, asked, "Do you have an appointment, sir?" Chen Yunzhou shook his head, expressing a hint of regret. "I do not have an appointment. I am a friend of President Xia. My name is Chen Yunzhou." The receptionist maintained her smile, but her tone conveyed a hint of distance. "I'm sorry, sir, but without an appointment, we cannot allow you to go up." However, Chen Yunzhou found himself in a predicament, momentarily at a loss for words. Why couldn't they go up? Nian wanted to find her mother. Upon hearing that they could not go up, Nian's small face immediately fell, and she tugged at Chen Yunzhou's sleeve, her voice tinged with evident disappointment. Chen Yunzhou crouched down gently and explained to Nian, "My dear, mommy is at work, and we cannot disturb her in her workplace. She will be busy, but once she finishes, we will see her, all right?" Nian, somewhat understanding, nodded and murmured softly, "All right, then we will wait here for mommy to finish." Just as Chen Yunzhou was soothing Nian, a sharp-eyed receptionist recognized her. She recalled seeing the little girl at the company entrance yesterday, and, connecting the dots with the man today claiming to be a friend of General Manager Xia, she began to speculate. Not daring to delay, she picked up the internal phone and swiftly dialed a number. "Hello, Assistant Sue. There is a Mr. Chen downstairs with the little girl from yesterday, claiming to be a friend of General Manager Xia and looking for her, but he does not have an appointment." The receptionist spoke quickly, succinctly reporting the situation. On the other end, Assistant Sue was organizing documents when she heard the mention of Mr. Chen and the little girl, instantly recalling the pair. She quickly responded into the receiver, "Understood." Hanging up, Assistant Sue promptly rose from her seat and hurried toward the president's office. She barely had time to knock, tapping twice before pushing the door open. General Manager Xia. Xiao Wanqing was focused on her computer screen, attempting to refocus on her work when the sudden voice interrupted her. She looked up at her assistant, who appeared somewhat flustered. "What is the urgency?" she asked, her brow slightly furrowed, her tone cooling. Assistant Sue approached the desk. Her voice hurried as she reported, "General Manager, the gentleman has brought the young lady. They are in the lobby downstairs." "What?" Xiao Wanqing's face registered surprise and confusion. How could they be here? Although perplexed, she instinctively stood, the chair making a soft sound against the smooth floor. She walked around the desk, heading outside. Despite her confusion, the thought of her daughter waiting downstairs quickened her pace. Seeing this, Assistant Su rounded the desk, grabbing Xiao Wanqing's coat and bag before following closely behind. She couldn't believe that the general manager would stay at work after seeing her husband and daughter. The two hurried out of the president's office toward the elevator. Chapter 22. What to do when this little cotton-padded jacket is drafty. The elevator chimed as it reached the first floor. The doors slid open slowly, and Xiao Wanqing stepped out first, her gaze quickly scanning the lobby. Assistant Su followed closely behind, holding her coat and bag. Approaching the entrance, she spotted the silhouettes of the large man and the small girl, ready to exit. Nian Nian. Xiao Wanqing's heart skipped a beat, and she instinctively called out. The little figure halted abruptly and then swiftly turned around. Upon seeing her mother, Nian Nian's face lit up with a radiant smile. Mommy. Nian Nian's sweet voice rang out as she released her father's hand and scampered towards Xiao Wanqing. Xiao Wanqing hurried to meet her, bending down to catch her soft little body in a warm embrace, her face breaking into a smile. Chen Yunzhou approached as well, stopping before the two. His gaze softened as he watched the mother and daughter tightly embrace. Standing upright, Xiao Wanqing held Nian Nian and looked at Chen Yunzhou. The previous awkwardness still lingering, but her tone considerably calmer. What brings you here? Chen Yunzhou's eyes flickered as he glanced at his daughter, explaining. Nian Nian kept mentioning this afternoon that she wanted to come and pick you up. No, it was Daddy who said he wanted to pick up Mommy. Nian Nian immediately retorted, shaking her small head like a rattle. Xiao Wanqing turned her gaze back to Chen Yunzhou, catching a fleeting look of embarrassment cross his face, which brought her an indescribable joy, causing her lips to involuntarily curl upward. Chen Yunzhou, caught off guard by his daughter's revelation, felt slightly embarrassed, his ears turning a shade of red. He cleared his throat, avoiding Xiao Wanqing's amused gaze, and explained. I just wanted to ask if you would be coming home for dinner tonight. Xiao Wanqing did not respond immediately, merely observing his somewhat awkward expression, her smile deepening. Nian Nian, watching her father, couldn't help but giggle in Xiao Wanqing's arms. Chen Yunzhou shot his daughter a playful glare, silently thinking. This little cotton-padded jacket must be letting in a draft. Nian Nian sensed her father's dissatisfaction and buried her small head into Xiao Wanqing's neck, clinging tightly to her mother's shoulders, her voice laced with a hint of petulance. Mommy, look, Daddy is glaring at me. Xiao Wanqing immediately suppressed her laughter. Raising her eyes to Chen Yunzhou, her gaze protective, as if silently reprimanding him not to bully her daughter. Nearby, several receptionists and passing employees stood in shock, exchanging glances filled with astonishment and confusion. Is this truly their usually stern and formidable general manager Xiao? How has she transformed into such a gentle and caring figure? Noticing the attention from the reception staff, Xiao Wanqing's expression regained some of her usual coldness. She turned towards the front desk personnel, her voice devoid of warmth, stating, in the future, they need not make an appointment. Just allow them to come up and see me. The receptionists quickly returned their gazes, nodding in unison, responding respectfully, understood. General Manager. Xiao Wanqing gave a slight nod, her gaze shifting to Assistant Su, who promptly stepped forward, offering the phone, coat, and bag. Just as Xiao Wanqing was about to reach out, Chen Yunzhou's warm voice interjected, let me. He naturally extended his hand to receive the items from Assistant Su. Xiao Wanqing paused mid-motion, glancing at him without refusal. After all, he would be her future husband, so what was wrong with him helping her carry her bag? At that moment, she felt quite fortunate to have such a husband. Regaining her composure, she embraced Nian Nian and led the way toward the building's entrance, with Chen Yunzhou following closely behind her and Nian Nian. Exiting the revolving doors of the Xia Corporation, an old red car glided to a stop before them. Chen Yunzhou stepped forward to open the door. Xiao Wanqing, still holding Nian Nian, climbed into the car, followed closely by Chen Yunzhou. The vehicle started and gradually merged into the main road. Xiao Wanqing turned slightly to Chen Yunzhou, a blush adorning her cheeks. Taking a deep breath, she spoke. About what happened at noon, I misunderstood you. I'm sorry. Her voice was soft, carrying a hint of unnoticeable stiffness. Although it was merely a few simple words, it seemed to require considerable effort for Xiao Wanqing to articulate. Chen Yunzhou was taken aback for a moment, then smiled, his tone relaxed. It's all right. I should have rejected it right away. The more he said this, the more uncomfortable Xiao Wanqing felt, leaving her at a loss for words as the atmosphere in the car grew tense once more. To break the silence, Xiao Wanqing quickly shifted the topic, her gaze settling on Nian Nian, who was curiously looking at them, her tone softening. There's still time. Shall we take Nian Nian to buy some clothes? Yay. Pretty dresses. Nian Nian perked up at the mention of shopping, wrapping her arms around Xiao Wanqing's neck and planting a loud kiss on her cheek. Mommy is the best. Xiao Wanqing chuckled at her daughter, her previous discomfort dissipating. Then she turned to Chen Yunzhou, her eyes filled with inquiry. Chen Yunzhou gazed at his daughter's joyful smile, naturally unable to refuse, and nodded in agreement. All right, I will heed your wishes. Xiao Wanqing nodded back and promptly instructed the driver to head towards the bustling commercial district of Rongcheng. Before long, the vehicle halted in front of a lavishly decorated large shopping center. The three of them alighted and walked into the mall together. A dazzling array of goods and exquisite decor greeted their eyes, while a subtle fragrance wafted through the air. Xiao Wanqing appeared quite familiar with the place, leading them directly to the escalator up to the third floor. The third floor was dedicated to children's clothing, with each store designed like a fairy tale world. Wow! Nian Nian exclaimed as she beheld the beautiful garments, her eyes immediately widening, and her little finger pointed towards a mannequin adorned in a princess dress. Mama, look at that dress. It's so beautiful. Xiao Wanqing followed her daughter's gaze and smiled, nodding in agreement. Yes, it's lovely. Let us go have a look. She embraced Nian Nian and entered the dreamy children's clothing store. Chen Yunzhou trailed behind, casually scanning the delicate apparel hanging around him. The sales associate eagerly approached them. Welcome. May I assist you with anything? Please help her select a few dresses and some everyday clothes, Xiao Wanqing replied succinctly. Certainly. This way, please. The associate guided them inside. Nian Nian, unable to contain her excitement, slid down from Xiao Wanqing's arms and dashed towards a rack of fluffy skirts, her small hands gently brushing against the soft tulle, her eyes gleaming with delight. Xiao Wanqing looked at her daughter, a gentle smile gracing her lips. Chen Yunzhao's gaze fell upon a powder blue dress, its design rather pleasing, and the fabric appeared quite comfortable. He reached for the price tag, intending to check the material, but his attention faltered upon reading the price, 78,000. He blinked in disbelief, ensuring he had not misread the decimal point. A child's dress costing over 10,000? Chapter 23. So what is their relationship? Chen Yunzhou silently returned the dress priced at 28,000 to its original position, feeling a stir within but maintaining his composure. This price certainly exceeded his general understanding of children's clothing, yet Xiao Wanqing seemed quite accustomed to it. After all, she was the president of the Xiao Corporation, worth trillions. Such an amount was likely insignificant to her. Wait, if he was to become her husband in the future, did that imply he was wealthy as well? As he pondered this, the fitting room curtain was pulled back, revealing Nian Nian in a brand new light yellow dress, dashing out like a lively little butterfly and directly leaping into Chen Yunzhao's embrace. Daddy, Daddy, do you think I look good in this dress? The little one tilted her face upward, her eyes sparkling, the hem of her dress swaying gently with her movements, accentuating her rosy, adorable face. Chen Yunzhou knelt down, carefully observing his daughter. The light yellow dress complemented her porcelain skin, adorned with exquisite lace at the neckline and tied with a satin bow at the waist. Its skirt fluffy, resembling a flower about to bloom. He found himself entranced. Her features and demeanor were strikingly reminiscent of a miniature Xiao Wanqing, albeit without the latter's coldness, infused instead with innocence and purity. It's beautiful, Chen Yunzhou remarked, ruffling her hair playfully. Our Nian Nian looks lovely in anything. Receiving her father's praise, Nian Nian beamed with delight, twirling joyfully as her skirt flared. Xiao Wanqing approached, her eyes filled with warmth as she observed her daughter's exuberance. She nodded to the sales associate, her tone crisp and decisive. Please wrap this one up. Of course, Ms. Xia, the associate promptly replied, her face adorned with a professional smile. Xiao Wanqing then took Nian Nian's hand, continuing to select garments while occasionally holding up exquisite pieces or seeking Nian Nian's opinion. Chen Yunzhou watched from the sidelines, refraining from interjecting, knowing his fashion sense was rather ordinary, thus choosing not to embarrass himself. Meanwhile, at the opposite end of the mall's third floor, Lin Ruoxin linked arms with Su Yichen, conversing as they walked. Yichen, please help me pick out a few decent outfits for my little niece. Her birthday is approaching, and your taste is impeccable, Lin Ruoxin requested. Su Yichen, moving leisurely, glanced at Lin Ruoxin with a slight smile. I can help you choose clothes, but you must promise me one thing. What is it? Lin Ruoxin inquired curiously. It wouldn't be about Chen Yunzhou, would it? Without waiting for an answer, Lin Ruoxin guessed whom she was trying to inquire about. Su Yichen offered a non-committal smile. Don't worry about that. Just tell me whether you'll help. Of course, I will help, Lin Ruoxin assured, thumping her chest with a grin. Our Yichen has finally found her match, so I must lend a hand. You can count on me. Su Yichen shook her head helplessly, choosing not to elaborate further. The two continued their light-hearted banter as they entered another similarly lavishly decorated children's clothing store. This place seems nice. Let us take a look inside, Lin Ruoxin said, pulling Su Yichen along. The store's sales associate greeted them warmly. Lin Ruoxin excitedly began to select items, occasionally picking up small dresses or jackets and asking for Su Yichen's opinion. Su Yichen, somewhat distracted, nonchalantly responded while her gaze wandered, casually scanning for styles that might suit a little girl. Suddenly, her attention was drawn through the open door of the store to a familiar figure in the children's clothing store diagonally opposite. The woman was graceful, exuding a cool demeanor. Even from a distance, one could sense her unique aura of detachment. Is that Xiao Wanqing? Su Yichen furrowed her brows slightly, a flicker of confusion in her eyes. What was Xiao Wanqing doing here? Just then, a small child scampered back to Xiao Wanqing, lifting her face and exclaiming in a clear voice, "Mama, Mama, do you think I look pretty in this dress?" Su Yichen's gaze froze instantly. Mama? When did Xiao Wanqing have a daughter? She was completely unaware. A tumult of emotions surged within Su Yichen as she locked her eyes onto the harmonious trio across the way. Xiao Wanqing was bending down gently, adjusting the hem of the dress for the little girl, her expression soft and tender. Although Su Yichen had only met Xiao Wanqing a few times, she had always maintained an icy demeanor. How could she display such warmth? As Su Yichen stood in shock, the little girl in the beautiful dress turned around and called out cheerfully, "Daddy, you think it looks good, right?" At that moment, Chen Yunzhou's smiling figure came into Su Yichen's view. He squatted down, seemingly saying something that made the little girl erupt in giggles. "Daddy? Chen Yunzhou?" Su Yichen felt her mind go blank, as if struck by a heavy blow, her thoughts momentarily paralyzed. She stared, incredulous, at the joyful family of three. They had a child? This thought arose, only to be rapidly dismissed by her own reasoning. No, that couldn't be right. Su Yichen forced herself to regain composure, quickly analyzing the situation. Chen Yunzhou was only 18, while this child appeared to be at least 4 or 5. The timeline simply did not add up. Furthermore, Xiao Wanqing did not even have a boyfriend. No, she hardly had any friends. How could she possibly have a child? Moreover, if Xiao Wanqing had indeed given birth, such a significant event would not have gone unnoticed in their social circle. Could it be an adoption? This hypothesis seemed to be the only plausible explanation. Yes, it must be an adoption. Only this would make sense. However, a new question arose. What was the nature of the relationship between Chen Yunzhou and Xiao Wanqing? Were they married, or were they co-parenting this child? They are merely a couple, yet for some reason, they have adopted a child together? Su Yichen's thoughts raced, and her gaze deepened. Regardless of the circumstances, the relationship between Chen Yunzhou and Xiao Wanqing was far more intricate and intimate than she had initially presumed. A slight smile graced her lips. This was indeed intriguing. "Yichen, what do you think of this?" Lin Ruoxin approached, holding a pink jacket. Noticing Su Yichen lost in thought, she waved her hand in front of her face. "Hey, what are you daydreaming about? Your soul seems to have flown away." Su Yichen snapped back to reality, quickly concealing her complex emotions and casually shifting her gaze towards Lin Ruoxin's clothing. "It's nothing," she replied lightly, her tone betraying no hint of unusualness, as if she had merely spotted an acquaintance unexpectedly. "Oh." Lin Ruoxin, not dwelling on it, redirected her attention back to the clothing. "Can you help me see if this is suitable for my little niece? The color is a bit too soft. Children with fair skin might try something brighter." Su Yichen deftly changed the subject, pointing towards another rack. "That pale yellow dress over there looks nice, and the fabric seems comfortable. Let us go take a look." With that, she took Lin Ruoxin's hand and walked away, completely diverting her gaze from the shop across the way. In the children's clothing store, Xiao Wanqing selected several outfits for Nian Nian, along with 2 pairs of exquisite little shoes. After confirming the styles and sizes, she made her way to the cash register. "Ms. Xia, the total comes to 216,800, the sales associate reported with a beaming smile. Xiao Wanqing didn't even blink as she handed over a black card, her movements fluid and natural. Chen Yunzhou stood beside her, watching the sum with a sense of disbelief. The cost of a few children's garments equated to the annual income of an average person, or perhaps even more. He glanced at Xiao Wanqing, who appeared as calm as if she were purchasing a few cabbages, as though this expenditure were wholly ordinary. He couldn't help but lament his ignorance of the affluent world. After settling the payment, Xiao Wanqing instructed the sales associate to send the items to Chen Yunzhou's apartment. "Let us go," she said, taking Nian Nian's small hand. Leading the way out of the children's store, Nian Nian held a small teddy bear the staff had just given her, and with her other hand clasped in her mother's, she hopped along joyfully. "Mommy, where are we going next?" "We're going to buy something for Daddy," Xiao Wanqing remarked, glancing at Chen Yunzhou with a neutral tone. "Buy something for Daddy?" Nian Nian looked up at Chen Yunzhou with her innocent face, curious about what her father might need. Chen Yunzhou felt a bit puzzled, but before he could inquire, Xiao Wanqing had already led them to the escalator. Ascending to the 4th floor, the ambience on the 4th floor starkly contrasted with that of the 3rd. Here, the playful colors of childhood were replaced by a more subdued elegance, the air infused with the subtle scent of leather and fine wood. The corridors flanked by upscale menswear boutiques exuded sophistication. Xiao Wanqing, with a clear intent, walked directly towards a custom suit shop devoid of ostentatious decorations, marked only by a simple sign with the brand name. The store's decor was understated yet luxurious, with soft lighting. Upon their entrance, well-dressed staff approached them with respectful yet unassuming demeanor. "Take him to measure his size," Xiao Wanqing instructed, gesturing toward Chen Yunzhou. Chen Yunzhou paused, finally grasping Xiao Wanqing's purpose for bringing him there. Instinctively, he stepped back, furrowing his brow as he declined. "No need, I have clothes to wear." Although his wardrobe consisted of budget-friendly items, they sufficed for him. More importantly, such suits clearly bore a hefty price tag, and should his mother catch wind of this, he would undoubtedly face a barrage of inquiries. Xiao Wanqing seemed to anticipate his refusal, her expression cooling as she opened her mouth to respond. Just then, a voice laced with mockery interjected from nearby. Well, if it isn't Ms. Xia gracing us with her presence." A woman clad in a striking red dress, her makeup impeccably done, entered, her gaze flitting between Xiao Wanqing and Chen Yunzhou before finally landing on Nian Nian, who was held by Xiao Wanqing. A smirk curled her lips. "I never would have guessed that our Ms. Xia is so skilled, hiding a mistress and even having a daughter this age. Truly fortunate." Her words, though softly spoken, dripped with provocation. The speaker was none other than Chu Ziyue, the daughter of the Chu group. Although the Chu and Xia families collaborated in business, Xiao Wanqing and Chu Ziyue had been at odds since childhood, almost as if they were sworn enemies. Upon hearing Chu Ziyue's comment, Xiao Wanqing's icy gaze darkened, her brows knitting together. Before she could retort, an unexpected scene unfolded. Nian Nian, who had been held by Xiao Wanqing, suddenly brightened at the sight of Chu Ziyue. She wriggled free from her mother's grasp and scampered towards Chu Ziyue. "Godmother." Her sweet voice rang through the quiet custom shop. Chu Ziyue's mocking smile instantly froze, her expression utterly bewildered as she looked down at the small child clinging to her leg, beaming with delight. "Godmother? Who? Her?" Xiao Wanqing was equally taken aback, staring at her daughter, who was so affectionately addressing Chu Ziyue. The air in the store felt as though it had solidified. Chen Yunzhou, standing off to the side, was equally dumbfounded. He glanced between Chu Ziyue, Nian Nian, and the visibly upset Xiao Wanqing, momentarily at a loss. In this peculiar silence, the door to the back of the custom shop swung open, revealing a man clad in an impeccably tailored suit, exuding an air of propriety. "Sis, how does this look?" Chu Zihang's words trailed off abruptly as he stared, his eyes wide. There stood a small child clinging to his sister's leg, and he couldn't help but mutter, "Sis, where did you steal this child from?" Just as the words left his mouth, he seemed to sense something amiss and lifted his gaze. His eyes passed over Chu Ziyue and landed at the entrance. Upon recognizing the person standing there, he was left completely stunned. It should be noted that he was taken aback to see Chen Yunzhou. Simultaneously, Chen Yunzhou also caught sight of Chu Zihang. He was first surprised, then blinked, his gaze darting back and forth between Chu Zihang and Chu Ziyue. He pointed at Chu Ziyue and then at Chu Zihang, his face a canvas of shock. "She is your sister?" The night prior, out of sheer boredom, he had searched for some information about Xiao Wanqing online, which is how he came to know of the Chu family's heiress. Chu Zihang's expression twitched, forcing a smile that was more painful than a frown, and he nodded stiffly. "Yes, she is my sister." Receiving confirmation, Chen Yunzhou stepped forward, gripping the collar of Chu Zihang's shirt tightly, his voice brimming with barely contained rage. "You brat, you've got some nerve. Since middle school, you've been swiping my toilet paper. You'd go to the internet CAF overnight, always claiming you were just short $2, leaving me to foot the bill. You insisted on adding a sausage to your instant noodles, sneaking off with my ham every time. The most absurd part is, you come over to my house every week without fail, eating like there's no tomorrow. And now you tell me your sister is the daughter of the Chu group, that you are a rich second generation. Father. Chu Zihang, caught by the collar, dared not retaliate, instead wearing a fawning expression. "Please let me explain. Give me a chance, father. There's a huge misunderstanding here." Chen Yunzhou glared at Chu Zihang, his anger intensifying. This scoundrel has been pretending to be poor for so many years, truly believing himself to be a ghost. Yet, observing the timorous demeanor of his adversary, he ultimately refrained from delivering a heavy blow, abruptly releasing his grip while still maintaining a harsh tone. "Very well, I shall grant you an opportunity. You had better elucidate the matter clearly. Otherwise, our brotherhood may come to an end." Chu Zihang exhaled in relief, preparing to speak. "Let us find a more suitable place to converse. This setting is not conducive." Xiao Wanqing's cool voice interrupted Chu Zihang's words. Her gaze swept calmly over the individuals present, evidently wishing to avoid drawing further attention. Chu Ziyue immediately nodded in agreement, though her eyes lingered on Xiao Wanqing as she whispered, "I too am quite curious about when I acquired an additional goddaughter." As she spoke, she tentatively ruffled Nian Nian's small head, causing the little one to nuzzle her palm and call out even more sweetly, "Godmother." Upon hearing this, Chu Ziyue felt her heart soften, a smile involuntarily gracing her lips. Though she quickly composed herself and cast a sidelong glance at Xiao Wanqing, giving a soft huff. Chen Yunzhou and Chu Ziheng naturally had no objections. Nian Yin looked back and forth between them, finally delightedly grasping Xiao Wanqing's hand with one and firmly holding onto Chu Ziyue's finger with the other, toddling ahead while humming a tuneless melody. Although Chu Ziyue was not fond of Xiao Wanqing, she had no intention of taking her displeasure out on the child, so she allowed the little one to lead the way. Chen Yunzhou and Chu Ziheng followed closely behind. Chu Ziheng leaned in toward Chen Yunzhou, lowering his voice and nudging him with his elbow, inquiring, "Hey, Yunzhou, what is the situation? Why are you shopping with Xiao Wanqing? And with a child in tow? You wouldn't be playing the role of a stepfather, would you?" Chen Yunzhou shot him a sideways glance, snorted softly, and ignored him. Seeing that he offered no denial, Chu Ziheng felt justified in his assumptions, displaying a pained expression as he earnestly declared, "Brother, you've endured hardships, yet do not worry. I am now a scion of the Chu Corporation, a bona fide rich second generation. You shall no longer need to rely on women. I will support you for a lifetime." Chen Yunzhou raised an eyebrow, casting a sidelong glance at him. "Is that true?" Before Chu Ziheng could assure him with a pledge, Xiao Wanqing, who had been walking ahead, suddenly stopped, turned around, and directed her frigid gaze at Chu Ziheng, her tone icy. "There's no need. My husband can support himself." Upon her words, the atmosphere seemed to freeze once more. Chu Ziyue and Chu Ziheng widened their eyes in disbelief almost simultaneously. Chen Yunzhou wore an awkward smile, his ears slightly reddening as he awkwardly averted his gaze. He had not anticipated Xiao Wanqing would say such a thing. Although it was likely due to Nian Yin, he still felt inexplicably pleased. Xiao Wanqing was momentarily taken aback, questioning what she had just said. How had she subconsciously expressed her true feelings? Once the words had escaped her lips, there was no retracting them. She looked away, no longer gazing at them, as she held Nian Yin's hand and turned, pretending nothing had occurred, saying, "Let us proceed." Chu Ziyue hesitated for a moment, glancing down at the little one who clung tightly to her finger, then looked at the impassive Xiao Wanqing, ultimately saying nothing as she followed suit. Chu Ziheng hurried to catch up, casting a questioning glance at Chen Yunzhou, who merely responded with a look that suggested they would discuss it later. The five of them left the men's clothing store with an oddly tense atmosphere. Soon arriving at a private room in a CAF, they sat across from one another, and Xiao Wanqing promptly ordered 4 cups of coffee, along with a cup of warm milk and a small dessert for Nian Yin. The room was softly lit, with excellent sound insulation that shielded them from the outside clamor. As the four sat facing each other, Chu Ziyue and Chu Ziheng's gazes scarcely left Chen Yunzhou and Xiao Wanqing, as well as the well-behaved Nian Yin seated between them. The silence did not linger for too long. Chu Ziyue lifted her coffee cup but did not drink, her gaze fixed on Nian Yin as she straightforwardly asked, "What exactly is going on?" Her tone was stiff, yet her eyes softened unconsciously when they fell upon Nian Yin. Xiao Wanqing did not respond immediately. Instead, she turned her head to look at Chen Yunzhou, her eyes inquiring. Chen Yunzhou met her gaze and suddenly felt a sense of authority, straightening his posture as he glanced at Chu Ziheng and Chu Ziyue, stating, "You've all seen it. There is no point in concealing the truth." He paused before adding, "Moreover, she will be Nian Yin's godmother in the future." Receiving Chen Yunzhou's affirmation, Xiao Wanqing nodded, retracting her gaze to address Chu Ziyue and Chu Ziheng. Speaking in a placid tone, "Her name is Chen Yunzhou, with the nickname Nian Yin. She is my daughter with Chen Yunzhou." "What?" Chu Ziheng nearly leapt from the sofa upon hearing this, nearly spilling his coffee. His eyes widened in disbelief as he pointed back and forth between Chen Yunzhou and Nian Yin, his voice rising in pitch. "A daughter? No, you're only 18. How could you possibly have such an old daughter? Are you joking?" In response to Chu Ziheng's astonishment, Chen Yunzhou merely smiled, ruffling Nian Yin's small head and replying, "I am not joking. Nian Yin is indeed our daughter, though she hails from the future." Chu Ziheng blinked, turning his gaze toward Nian Yin, falling into silence. Nian Yin, sensing his scrutiny, smiled at him and sweetly inquired, "Uncle, haven't you found a girlfriend yet?" Chu Ziheng was taken aback. What did she mean by that? Was he still single in the future? Before he could process this, Nian Yin climbed onto the table and patted his shoulder, assuming a little adult's demeanor as she reassured him, "Uncle, it's all right. I will have Kaylai accompany you more often, so you won't feel lonely." Hearing this, Chu Ziheng's face darkened, and he looked up at Chen Yunzhou, who was laughing to himself nearby. Chen Yunzhou, witnessing this, patted his shoulder and sighed, saying, "You should take Kaylai home tonight to cultivate your relationship. You're insufferable." Chu Ziheng retorted with irritation. Chu Ziyue glanced at him, massaging her temples, exasperated by her brother's gullibility. Sighing, She interjected, Xiao Wanqing. Even if you wish to conceal the child's identity, at least concoct a more plausible reason, claiming she is from the future. Not even a fool would believe such a tale. As soon as her words fell, Chu Ziheng weakly added, I believe it, sis. I think Yunzhou wouldn't deceive me. Chapter 26. Since you do not wish to, I shall not impose. Xiao Wanqing regarded Chu Ziyue's expression and, in her calm voice, reiterated, Nian Nian is my daughter. I have no need to deceive you regarding such matters. Her gaze was earnest, meeting Chu Ziyue's eyes, revealing no hint of dishonesty. Chu Ziyue opened her eyes wide, locking gazes with Xiao Wanqing before glancing down at the obediently seated Nian Nian, who was nibbling on her treat, a smudge of cream adorning her face, appearing utterly innocent. Chu Ziyue found herself believing her a little more. Indeed, Xiao Wanqing had no reason to fabricate such an absurd story to deceive her. Yet, the reality was simply too unfathomable. She gazed at Nian Nian, enveloped in contemplation. Xiao Wanqing took a sip of her coffee and continued, as for Nian Nian's godmother, since you do not wish to, I shall not impose. Upon hearing this, Chu Ziyue exhaled in relief, intending to immediately agree, but when she noticed Nian Nian's wide, sparkling eyes fixed on her, the words caught in her throat, unable to be spoken. The atmosphere in the private room grew awkward once more. Chen Yunzhou looked from one to the other, feeling compelled to break the standoff between the two women. He cleared his throat and shifted his gaze to Chu Ziheng, asking, So, how did you suddenly become the scion of the Chu Corporation? Scratched his head, revealing a hint of embarrassment and helplessness on his face. It's a long story, and I only learned about it a few days ago. He sighed and began to explain. In simple terms, my father had an affair before I was born, leading to my mother's divorce. After the divorce, my mother discovered she was pregnant with me. She intended to inform my father, but soon found out he had hastily married the mistress. Disheartened, my mother decided it was unnecessary to tell him and chose to raise me alone. As he spoke, S' voice grew somber, tinged with an imperceptible bitterness. For years, I believed I was an ordinary person, unaware of these truths as my mother never revealed them to me. It was only a few days ago that my elder sister informed me of my connection to the family. Upon hearing this, S' lips twitched in disbelief. In this day and age, such a scandalous tale of familial strife still existed? He leaned closer to, lowering his voice to ask, Wait, my friend. If they're calling you back, it can't be for something trivial, right? Perhaps they want a kidney or something. Stop talking nonsense. Furrowed her brows and shot a glare before explaining. Years ago, my grandmother, the matriarch of the family, disapproved of my mother's humble origins and her inability to bear a son, leading her to entertain unwholesome thoughts. She paused, seemingly struggling to articulate the next part. She drugged my father, resulting in the outside woman being the current matriarch of the family, who unexpectedly became pregnant. My father, left with no choice, married her, and she later gave birth to a son, my half-brother. Glanced at, her gaze complex, continuing, my father has always felt guilty towards S' mother, yet he was completely unaware of its existence. I only stumbled upon the past recently and informed him. The atmosphere in the private room grew heavy. Having grasped the convoluted situation, furrowed his brow in concern. In such a complicated family environment, would the oblivious fellow return only to be devoured by the wolves? Just as he was about to voice his thoughts, S' cold voice pierced the silence, declaring, It's getting late, we should leave. She stood up without glancing at or reaching for with one hand while grasping the empty milk cup of the already finished snack in the other. Both and were taken aback, while looked up in surprise. Yet, paid them no mind, leading the pair towards the exit of the private room. As she pulled along, the little one turned back, waving enthusiastically at, her voice ringing clear. Goodbye, godmother. Watching the innocent smile on the little girl's face and hearing her call her godmother made S' heart soften. Without pausing, continued pulling and out of the CAF's private room. Once outside and having walked a short distance, finally halted, gently pulling his hand free from hers, his brow slightly furrowed. What was that about? Why did you drag me away? He looked at in confusion, as matter remained unresolved. Lifting her small face, looked between her parents with her big, curious eyes, turned to face, her gaze steady and her tone calm. That is a matter concerning the family. So why are you getting involved? What do you mean by families matter? S' displeasure was evident as he stepped closer to, raising his voice slightly. Is my childhood friend. We grew up together. With a gentle sigh, S' eyes revealed a hint of helplessness as she explained, the situation in the family is far more complicated than you realize. Curiosity sparked on's face as he pressed for more details. How so? Not withholding information, continued while walking towards the mall's exit. The actual power within the family lies with and her brother's grandmother. This matriarch places immense importance on's half-brother. She paused before elaborating. The old lady is determined to have become the future heir of the group. Upon hearing this, mind raced through countless dramatic scenarios typical of wealthy family dramas, leading him to analyze, I see. This old lady values sons over daughters, dismissing her granddaughter, and wants to push out of the picture. Thus, unwilling to concede. Seeks to bring back to contest against for the inheritance, planning to marginalize him once she secures the fortune for herself. Before could continue his imaginative speculation, lightly tapped his forehead with her finger. What on earth do you think about all day? Rubbing the spot she tapped, he pouted. I read it in novels. Don't they always write it like that? Shot him a look of exasperation and clarified. Has her own company and is doing quite well. She doesn't covet the little that the family has. Then why bring back? Still couldn't comprehend. Perhaps she simply does not want to take what rightfully belongs to her brother. Stated earnestly, Meeting's gaze. Is the legitimate heir of the family, and a portion of the estate rightfully belongs to him. Nodded, sensing the validity in his words. Chapter 27. When I say I will support you, I mean it. At this moment, pulled out a card from her small bag and extended it towards. He was taken aback, glancing at her in confusion. What is this for? Her gaze remained steady, her tone firm. This is my supplementary gold card. You should take it. Blinked, bewildered. I can't accept your money. I was just joking with. Although he indeed felt a pang of desire for financial support. The idea of being maintained by a woman, especially someone like, felt strange. I am serious. Besides, you are my husband. What is wrong with spending my money? S tone remained calm, without any intention of retracting the card. Seeing his reluctance, she took his hand, placing the gold card firmly in his palm. As he held the card, he looked at, momentarily at a loss for words. Summer seemed slightly flustered. A faint blush creeping to her ears. She averted her gaze, cleared her throat softly, then turned to take the curious by the hand, striding ahead. Standing still, gazed at the card in his hand, then lifted his eyes to his retreating figure, an unusual feeling swelling within him. Was he being supported? He couldn't help but touch his nose, a smile involuntarily creeping onto his lips. The feeling of being financially supported seemed rather pleasant. Realizing that, and we're getting further away. He quickly came to his senses, carefully stowing the card in his pocket before hastening to catch up. The three of them returned home by car shortly thereafter. Upon entering, instinctively tied on an apron and entered the kitchen to prepare dinner. Meanwhile, played within the living room, where the sounds of her daughter's cheerful laughter and the excited whines of occasionally filled the air. Before long, after finishing dinner, eagerly retrieved its leash from a corner, scampering to the door and squatting down, her big eyes eagerly looking up at, and as she chirped, Daddy, Mommy, wants to take out to play. Kaylay wagged its tail eagerly, emitting soft whimpers of anticipation. Xiao Wanqing glanced outside the window. The sky was still bright, and the gentle evening breeze made it an ideal time for a stroll. She nodded and turned to Chen Yunzhou, who naturally had no objections, and smiled in agreement. All right, let us take Kaylay for a walk. Subsequently, the family of three, holding Kaylay, sauntered along the winding path of their community. The street lamps cast a warm glow, and the evening breeze, carrying the coolness of late summer, enveloped them in a serene beauty. After walking for a while, Chen Yunzhou, observing Xiao Wanqing walking beside him, glanced at their daughter Nian Nian, who was cheerfully bouncing ahead with Kaylay. Hesitating for a moment, he finally spoke up. Wanqing, do you think we should find a time to inform your parents, Nian Nian's grandparents, about her situation? He felt that such a significant matter should be shared with the elders at home. However, as soon as he finished speaking, Xiao Wanqing's footsteps faltered slightly. The softness on her face quickly replaced by a coldness. A barely perceptible smirk tugged at her lips as her tone turned indifferent and distant. No need. Chen Yunzhou keenly sensed the shift in her demeanor. The sudden chill enveloped him like an icy abyss. He turned to look at her. The streetlight illuminating the graceful contours of her profile, yet now shrouded in an aura of unapproachability. His confusion deepened, but he refrained from pressing further. Silence stretched between them, and though he wished to comfort her, he found himself at a loss for words. He raised his hand, hesitating in midair, his gaze falling upon her somewhat fragile shoulder. Should he embrace her? The thought emerged, but he hesitated, fearing her potential rejection. What if she brushed him off or retaliated? His internal struggle intensified, and he lowered his hand cautiously. Regaining his composure, he raised his hand once more, this time with a slower, trembling motion. Xiao Wanqing caught the movement from the corner of her eye. She noticed his careful hesitation, the intent to reach out, yet lacking the courage. And couldn't he help but find it amusing? What a timid soul he was. Just then, with newfound determination, Chen Yunzhou lifted his arm again. But before he could make another move, Xiao Wanqing suddenly seized his hand and placed it on her shoulder. Chen Yunzhou was momentarily taken aback, unable to comprehend what had just transpired, as Xiao Wanqing inched closer, tilting her head to rest gently against his shoulder. The soft strands of her hair brushed against his neck, carrying a faint, pleasant fragrance. Instantly, he felt his entire body stiffen. He could sense the softness and warmth emanating from her shoulder, and the sweet scent enveloped him, leaving his mind momentarily blank. Reflexively, he continued walking. But his nervousness caused him to move awkwardly, his limbs becoming uncoordinated. Xiao Wanqing distinctly felt his tension and clumsy steps, a smile creeping onto her lips. Leaning against him, she listened to his slightly erratic breathing, and inexplicably, her mood brightened considerably. At that moment, Nian Nian, holding Kayleigh's leash, turned around and spotted her mother resting against her father's shoulder. She giggled and reached her small arms towards Chen Yunzhou, sweetly exclaiming, "Daddy, hug." Chen Yunzhou couldn't help but smile at his daughter's adorable demeanor. He bent down slightly and effortlessly lifted her into his arms. Nian Nian, nestled against her father, mimicked Xiao Wanqing's earlier gesture, resting her little head on Chen Yunzhao's shoulder and snuggling closer, bursting into peals of laughter. Her sparkling eyes gleamed at Xiao Wanqing as if flaunting the embrace she received from her father. Xiao Wanqing watched her daughter's imitation with a smile, feeling the gloom within her dissipate without her realizing it. Yet, for some reason, she felt a tinge of dissatisfaction and instinctively let out a soft huff. Nian Nian, oblivious to her mother's feelings, continued to nuzzle against Chen Yunzhao's neck, a look of utter contentment on her face. Woof woof. At that moment, Kayleigh, observing the trio, barked a couple of times in discontent. It circled around Chen Yunzhou and Xiao Wanqing's feet, its fluffy tail wagging vigorously, seeking their attention. Hearing Kayleigh's barks, Nian Nian finally noticed the overlooked little companion. She lifted her head from Chen Yunzhao's embrace and looked at Kayleigh. "Daddy, does Kayleigh want a hug too?" Chapter 28. Then tonight, you'll have to unceremoniously sleep on the sofa. Chen Yunzhou chuckled at his daughter's innocent inquiry. He glanced at Xiao Wanqing, who was also looking at him, a faint smile gracing her lips, her eyes reflecting the warm glow of the streetlights. The earlier chill and distance caused by the mention of her family seemed to dissolve in that moment. With a smile, Chen Yunzhou gently patted Nian Nian's head, still nestled against him. "Let's head home." Though Nian Nian felt a bit reluctant, she obediently nodded. "All right." Xiao Wanqing then lifted her head from Chen Yunzhao's shoulder and affectionately ruffled Nian Nian's hair. "When we get home, Mommy will give you a bath and tell you a story." "Yay!" Nian Nian exclaimed, instantly brightening. Chen Yunzhou carefully set Nian Nian down, who immediately took hold of Kayleigh's leash again. Xiao Wanqing naturally took Nian Nian's other hand, and the family of three, along with Kayleigh, made their way home. Upon returning, the entrance light flickered on. Chen Yunzhou changed his shoes while Xiao Wanqing led Nian Nian and Kayleigh into the living room. "Nian Nian, we're going to take a bath," Xiao Wanqing called from the living room. "Okay," Nian Nian answered, releasing Kayleigh's leash and scampering after Xiao Wanqing towards the bathroom. Chen Yunzhou tidied up at the entrance, vaguely hearing the sound of water splashing and Nian Nian's occasional laughter from the bathroom. He entered the living room to find Kayleigh lying on the carpet, lazily wagging its tail. Before long, the bathroom door swung open, and Xiao Wanqing emerged, wrapping a large towel around the freshly bathed Nian Nian. She carried her to the master bedroom's big bed, meticulously drying off the little one and changing her into a soft, clean pajama. Lying on the plush bed, Nian Nian clung to Xiao Wanqing's arm, her little face nuzzling against her in a show of affection. "Mommy, Nian Nian wants to sleep with you." Just then, Chen Yunzhou entered the room and, upon hearing his daughter's words, instinctively tried to dissuade her. "Nian Nian, be good. Mommy has to work tomorrow and will be very tired." However, before he could finish, Xiao Wanqing looked down at the small figure in her arms and gently replied, "All right." Nian Nian's face lit up with joy, her grip around Xiao Wanqing's neck tightening. "Yay! Mommy is the best." With that, she stuck out her tongue playfully at Chen Yunzhou, a triumphant expression on her face. Chen Yunzhou stood momentarily stunned, watching the scene unfold. Observing the indulgence and tenderness on Xiao Wanqing's face towards their daughter, something within him stirred, prompting a slight smile to form. Yet, before he could ponder further, Xiao Wanqing raised her head, her gaze calm as she looked at him, her tone laced with amusement. "Then tonight, you'll have to unceremoniously sleep on the sofa." Chen Yunzhao's smile froze in an instant. He opened his mouth as if to protest, but ultimately said nothing, resignedly nodding his head. "All right." He turned and walked over to the wardrobe, opened the door, and rummaged for a clean, thin blanket, cradling it in his arms as he reluctantly exited the room. Xiao Wanqing watched Chen Yunzhao's slightly forlorn figure as he left, a smile tugging at her lips. She redirected her attention to Nian Nian, who was becoming drowsy, and gently patted her little behind. "Nian Nian, be good. Mommy is going to take a shower, and we'll be right back." Mommy, come back quickly." Nian Nian rubbed her eyes and obediently replied. Xiao Wanqing rose and exited the master bedroom, only to find Chen Yunzhou preparing to spread a blanket on the living room sofa. She hesitated for a moment before asking, "Do you have any pajamas?" Chen Yunzhao's movements froze as he turned to look at her. Huh, pajamas? As a grown man, where would I keep pajamas? He scratched his head, seemingly deep in thought. Oh right. He suddenly seemed to remember something, set down the blanket, and beckoned Xiao Wanqing to follow him. Xiao Wanqing trailed behind him back to the master bedroom. Chen Yunzhao approached the wardrobe, opened the door, and retrieved a brand new towel. He then rummaged through the contents and pulled out a neatly folded white shirt and a pair of shorts that resembled athletic wear, handing them to Xiao Wanqing. This shirt and shorts I've only worn once, washed and put away. No one else has worn them. The towel is new and unused. Is this all right? He looked at her with uncertainty, fearing she might find them inadequate. Xiao Wanqing's gaze fell upon the folded shirt and shorts. Then she glanced at Chen Yunzhao's slightly anxious expression before accepting them with a calm tone. That is fine. After saying this, she took the clothes and towel and turned to enter the en-suite bathroom of the master bedroom. Chen Yunzhao watched the bathroom door close, finally releasing a sigh of relief. He approached the bedside and gently tucked the blankets around the nearly sleeping Nian Nian. Faint sounds of running water drifted from the bathroom, causing Chen Yunzhao's heart to inexplicably quicken. Unbidden, memories of Xiao Wanqing leaning against his shoulder, her soft touch, and the fragrance of her hair flooded his mind. He shook his head, attempting to dispel these distracting thoughts, but his cheeks felt slightly warm. After about 10 minutes, the bathroom door clicked open. Chen Yunzhao instinctively turned toward the sound. Xiao Wanqing emerged, clad in the slightly oversized white shirt that barely reached mid-thigh, revealing her long, slender, fair legs. Her damp hair cascaded casually over her shoulders, a few strands clinging to her cheeks and neck, accentuating her luminous complexion. Fresh from her bath, a natural blush adorned her cheeks, and her eyes sparkled like clear water, resembling a lotus emerging from the water, exuding a subtle yet unintentional allure. Chen Yunzhao found himself momentarily entranced, his gaze fixated on her, forgetting to look away. Xiao Wanqing noticed his unabashed stare and met his somewhat dazed eyes. Rather than feeling offended, a strange sense of delight blossomed within her. With a slight smirk, she teasingly asked, "Do I look good?" "Very good," Chen Yunzhao blurted out almost instinctively. Realizing his gaffe, he suddenly snapped back to reality, his face flushing crimson as if caught in the act of wrongdoing. He hurriedly averted his gaze, his eyes wandering, unable to look at her again, and stammered, "Ahem, it's getting late. You should rest early. I'll just step out." After speaking, he almost fled the master bedroom, his retreat tinged with a hint of embarrassment. Xiao Wanqing couldn't help but stifle a quiet laugh at his panicked departure. She sat at the edge of the bed and gently pinched Nian Nian's chubby little face. Nian Nian, feeling ticklish from her mother's touch, sleepily opened her eyes and looked at Xiao Wanqing, her voice soft and drowsy. "Mama, Nian Nian is sleepy." Xiao Wanqing patted her little head and lay down beside her, pulling Nian Nian close. The familiar scent lulled Nian Nian back into a deep sleep. Chapter 29. Do not make a sound, not a single noise. Xiao Wanqing gazed at her daughter's serene sleeping face, leaning down to place a gentle kiss on her chubby cheek, a wave of tender happiness washing over her. She pulled the thin blanket over both of them, the faint scent from the shirt she wore and the pillow enveloping her in a comforting embrace. This aroma did not repel her. On the contrary, it instilled a peculiar sense of security, swiftly leading her into a deep slumber. Meanwhile, in the living room, Chen Yunzhao was wide awake. He lay on the sofa, staring at the ceiling, the glow of the street lamp filtering through the curtain slits and casting vague shadows on the floor. Closing his eyes, the image of Xiao Wanqing wearing his shirt came vividly to mind, her damp hair, her fair and long legs. He could almost feel his cheeks flushing once more. Tossing and turning on the narrow sofa, he nearly rolled off with a slight movement, his irritation prompting him to run his fingers through his hair and shift positions. His thoughts were a chaotic whirl, oscillating between the softness of Xiao Wanqing leaning against him and her captivating, subtly seductive appearance. As he continued to toss and turn, the sky outside gradually brightened with dawn's light, eventually lulling him into a drowsy sleep. Morning sunlight streamed through the windows, illuminating the living room. Chen Yunzhao woke to the glaring light, rubbing his eyes as he sat up. His head felt heavy, the dark circles under his eyes betraying the poor sleep he had endured the previous night. A glance at his phone revealed it was already past 7. He tossed aside the thin blanket, grabbed his wallet and keys, and quietly opened the door to step out, intending to buy breakfast. Not long after he left, in the bedroom, Xiao Wanqing was awakened by a heavy sensation. Blinking groggily, she felt as if a small stone rested on her stomach. Looking down, she found Nian Nian had unknowingly rolled onto her, her little head resting on Xiao Wanqing's belly, soundly asleep, drool almost spilling over. Xiao Wanqing couldn't help but chuckle softly as she gently patted her daughter's small bottom. "Little lazy pig," she whispered with a smile. Nian mumbled a few sounds, squirming slightly, nuzzling closer to her mother while sleepily murmuring, "Mama, sleepy." Seeing her daughter's reluctant demeanor, Xiao Wanqing's heart softened, and she couldn't bear to wake her. Carefully, she placed Nian on the nearby pillow and stretched luxuriously. This sleep had been exceptionally restful, washing away her fatigue. Feeling rejuvenated, she glanced at her phone and noted it was already 7:30. Xiao Wanqing was momentarily taken aback. Her internal clock was usually precise, waking her at 6 every morning, a habit ingrained since childhood. She had always struggled to sleep in unfamiliar places. Yet last night, in this not-so-familiar room, she had slept soundly until now. Shaking off her thoughts, she gently pulled back the thin blanket and got out of bed, still clad in Chen Yunzhou's oversized white shirt. The hem swayed slightly with her movements. She walked to the window and pulled back a corner of the curtain. The morning sunlight was warm and not overly bright. After a quick wash, Xiao Wanqing changed back into her own clothes, placing Chen Yunzhao's shirt and shorts into the laundry basket. She then exited the master bedroom to find the living room empty, the sofa devoid of Chen Yunzhao's presence, only a disheveled blanket remaining. Where could he be? A flicker of concern crossed her mind. Just as she pondered this, the door lock clicked, and the door was abruptly pushed open. Chen Yunzhou burst in like a whirlwind, plastic bags in hand, filled with steaming buns and soy milk. However, his expression was clearly one of panic. "What's wrong?" Xiao Wanqing asked, her heart tightening at his state. Chen Yunzhou tossed the breakfast onto the dining table, nearly spilling the soy milk, then rushed to Xiao Wanqing. Lowering his voice and speaking urgently, "My mom is coming. She'll be here soon." "Old auntie is coming?" Xiao Wanqing's eyes widened in shock, a wave of confusion washing over her. "What should we do?" A hint of anxiety crept into her voice. In her current state, how can she possibly explain to the teacher about living here with Nian? Chen Yunzhou clearly did not have the luxury of time to ponder this. His mind was racing. He glanced towards the bedroom, then at Xiao Wanqing, and made a decisive decision. "You should hide." Without waiting for Xiao Wanqing to react, he seized her wrist and steered her toward the master bedroom. "Quick, get inside, Mom." At that moment, Nian stirred, rubbing her sleepy eyes and calling out with a nasally voice from just waking up. Chen Yunzhou halted abruptly, smacking his forehead as he suddenly remembered the little one. He released Xiao Wanqing and scooped up the drowsy Nian, who was still half asleep and clinging to her father's neck. Chen Yunzhou, holding Nian, hurried to Xiao Wanqing's side and unceremoniously placed Nian in her arms. "Hold on to Nian and hide." "Hide where?" Xiao Wanqing, cradling her warm and soft daughter, appeared somewhat confused. "In the wardrobe." "Hurry." Chen Yunzhou glanced at the large closet nearby and urged. Just then, a knock echoed from outside, startling both Chen Yunzhou and Xiao Wanqing. "Quick, get in." He hastily pushed Xiao Wanqing toward the closet. "And for heaven's sake, don't make a sound. My mother has sharp ears. If she finds out I'm hiding a woman here, she might break my legs." At this moment, Xiao Wanqing had no time to think about anything else. Holding on to her still groggy daughter, she swiftly ducked into the wardrobe. She hadn't even begun to contemplate how to face her former teacher, especially in such circumstances. Chen Yunzhou carefully closed the wardrobe door, leaving only a tiny crack for ventilation. Taking a deep breath, he wiped away the non-existent sweat from his forehead, adjusted his clothing, and endeavored to appear calm. Then, he turned and strode out of the bedroom toward the front door. Upon reaching the entrance, he inhaled deeply and opened the door. Outside, Liao Ting stood holding a thermal box, a slight frown on her face as she inquired, "Why did it take you so long to open the door?" Chen Yunzhou scratched his head, forcing a smile as he explained, "I was changing clothes. I have a class at 10. He then added, "By the way, what brings you here so early?" Liao Ting entered the apartment, handing the thermal box to Chen Yunzhou. "Your uncle sent over a fish yesterday, and your father just cooked it this morning. I figured you would like some." Chen Yunzhou accepted the thermal box, feeling a wave of gratitude wash over him as he smiled and said, "Mom, you're so good to me." Chapter 30. Something is amiss. There's a child's voice. Liao Ting shot him an exasperated glance, displaying a hint of disdain without responding. Instead, she asked, "By the way, why did you change the door? I almost thought I had the wrong place." Chen Yunzhou opened the thermal box, inhaling the aroma and swallowing hard, explaining, "The previous door had some issues, so I had someone replace it." Liao Ting nodded without further inquiry, bending down to change her shoes. At that moment, her peripheral vision caught sight of a pair of exquisitely designed high heels at the entrance. Chen Yunzhou also noticed the heels on the floor, and his heart leapt into his throat, cursing himself for being so careless as to have forgotten to tidy up. Before Liao Ting could ask, Chen Yunzhou quickly interjected, My sister is just so messy, always leaving her things everywhere." As he spoke, he pretended to kick the high heels aside in a somewhat rough manner, attempting to mask his anxiety. Liao Ting regarded him with suspicion but chose not to press the matter, well aware of her daughter's habits. After changing into a pair of indoor slippers, she walked straight into the apartment. Chen Yunzhou followed closely behind, his heart still racing. And he felt a surge of relief at having narrowly escaped detection as he caught a glimpse of the heels he had kicked into the corner. Liao Ting entered the living room and immediately noticed the disheveled blanket on the sofa, her brow furrowing slightly. She turned to Chen Yunzhou, asking, "Were you up all night playing games with Ziheng again?" Chen Yunzhou glanced at the blanket on the sofa and quickly nodded with a nervous chuckle. "Ah, yes. We played a bit too long. I've told you countless times, you need to get more rest. Staying up late isn't good for your health." Liao Ting glared at him, her tone a mix of reproach and concern. I know. Chen Yunzhou replied nonchalantly, inwardly praying his mother wouldn't uncover any discrepancies. Liao Ting approached the sofa, bending down to fold the blanket with practiced ease. As she did so, she casually inquired, "What happened yesterday?" "Huh?" Chen Yunzhou was taken aback, his heart racing as he nervously replied, "What do you mean?" Liao Ting paused in her folding, scoffing lightly as she lifted her gaze to scrutinize Chen Yunzhou, her tone becoming more serious. "Oh, are you trying to play dumb with me?" She neatly placed the folded blanket in a corner of the sofa, straightened up, and fixed her gaze on Chen Yunzhou, stating, "Think it over carefully, and then tell me." As soon as those words left her mouth, a cold sweat broke out on Chen Yunzhou's back. What does mom know? Could she possibly have discovered that Xiao Wanqing and Nian Nian stayed here last night? That's impossible. This matter was known only to him and Xiao Wanqing. There was no way a third party was aware. Furthermore, if she found out, he would have been on his knees by now. Chen Yunzhou's mind raced through various possibilities, his heart pounding, yet he forced himself to maintain an air of calm. Just as he was sweating profusely and contemplating how to respond, Liao Ting, observing his shifting expressions, asked, "Are you in a relationship?" "Huh?" Chen Yunzhou's head jerked up in surprise, momentarily at a loss for words. "In a relationship?" He paused, then suddenly understood. It must be Shui Lao. Yesterday, Shui Lao had a conversation with him and requested his mother's phone number. Surely, that old man had reported him to his mother. Chen Yunzhou inwardly cursed the old man for being so untrustworthy, claiming to be magnanimous while turning around to betray him. However, realizing that his mother was referring to this matter brought him a quiet sense of relief. At least the secret about Xiao Wanqing had been exposed. Liao Ting studied him for a moment, recognizing the thoughts swirling in his mind, and gently tapped his head, saying, "You can't even tell the good from the bad, can you?" Her tone held a hint of exasperation. "Shui Lao is just concerned about you out of respect for your grandfather. If it were anyone else, they wouldn't care about your trivial matters." Yes. Chen Yunzhou nodded repeatedly, but he couldn't help but think that the way of showing concern was rather peculiar. Liao Ting sighed, her tone softening. "You're an adult now. Dating and having a girlfriend is your own business, and I won't interfere." She paused, her expression turning serious as she fixed her gaze on Chen Yunzhou. "However, there is something I must make clear. You must take safety precautions." She scrutinized her son, warning him, "If you dare to make me a grandmother now, I swear I'll turn you into a grandson. Even your grandparents won't be able to protect you. I mean it." Chen Yunzhou couldn't help but twitch his mouth, quickly raising his hand in assurance. "Mom, don't worry. I'm not even dating yet. And even if I were, I wouldn't have the guts." Upon hearing this, Liao Ting finally nodded in satisfaction, then swiftly folded the blanket on the sofa and picked it up to head toward the bedroom. "Hey mom, let me do it," Chen Yunzhou exclaimed, his heart racing again as he hurriedly took the blanket from her hands. Liao Ting didn't resist, handing it over with a sense of entitlement, then lifted her foot to walk toward the master bedroom. "Put it in the bedroom." Chen Yunzhou dared not refuse, responding obediently as he made his way toward the bedroom. Meanwhile, inside the wardrobe, it was dim and a bit stuffy. Nian Nian nestled closely against Xiao Wanqing, her warm breath gently caressing her mother's neck. The little one gazed up with her dark, grape-like eyes, peering into the darkness, her voice barely above a whisper, akin to a tiny kitten. "Mama, why are we hiding in the cupboard?" Xiao Wanqing's heart tightened, and she quickly placed her finger to her lips, signaling her daughter to be silent. Leaning closer to Nian Nian's small ear, she whispered, "Shoo, we are playing hide and seek with Baba. We mustn't let him find us, or we will lose." The child's curiosity about the game sparked immediately, and Nian Nian nodded vigorously, her little hand obediently covering her mouth, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Just then, the bedroom door swung open. Chen Yunzhou hurried to the wardrobe, not pausing to look carefully, swiftly pulling the door ajar and stuffing a blanket inside, then quickly shutting it again. Almost simultaneously, Liao Ting's voice drifted in from the doorway. "If it's about the conversation, there's no need to hide. Just tell your mom. If money is tight, just say so. Don't make it hard on that girl. She's your parents' treasure, you hear me?" Chen Yunzhou, with his back to the door, felt a warm current wash over him. His mother still cared for him. But then he recalled that Xiao Wanqing was the president of the Xia Corporation. Would she really feel wronged? Before he could respond, Nian Nian suddenly stirred within the cupboard. She had heard that voice all too well. She lowered her hand from her mouth and leaned closer to Xiao Wanqing's ear, murmuring, "Mama, it's Grandma." Xiao Wanqing reacted swiftly, covering her daughter's mouth again with just the right amount of pressure to stifle any further remarks. Her eyes conveyed an unprecedented tension as she vigorously shook her head at her daughter, signaling another hush. Startled by her mother's serious expression, Nian Nian blinked her big eyes. Though she did not understand why she couldn't call out to Grandma, she obediently sealed her lips. However, this slight sound did not escape Liao Ting's keen ears. She paused, a hint of confusion creasing her brow as she listened intently to the sounds in the bedroom. Mom, what's wrong? Chen Yunzhou's heart raced. Yet his voice remained calm as he inquired. She hesitated for a moment, uncertainty lacing her words. I think I just heard a child's voice. Chapter 31. 3 matchmakers frightened away in a week. I have no such daughter. A flicker of undeniable panic crossed Chen Yunzhou's face. He felt his heart skip a beat, and a thin layer of sweat immediately formed on his back. He forced himself to regain composure, managing a somewhat exaggerated smile to mask his anxiety. Mom, you aren't thinking of becoming a grandma, are you? If that's the case, don't look to me. You might as well rely on my older sister. Liao Ting shot him an exasperated look, retorting, don't even mention her, driving away 3 matchmakers in a week. I have no such daughter. Chen Yunzhou awkwardly retracted his smile, his mind racing to divert the conversation. By the way, Mom, it's Friday. Don't you have class at school? Liao Ting waved her hand dismissively, saying, no class today. As soon as she finished speaking, it seemed a light bulb went off in her head, and she slapped her forehead. Oh dear, I almost forgot. I have an appointment with your aunt for a checkup today. I need to hurry. With that, she rushed towards the entrance without another word. As she reached the entrance to change her shoes, she turned back for a moment, reminding him, make sure to eat that fish while it's hot. Got it, Mom. Be careful on the way. Chen Yunzhou replied quickly, feeling the weight lift from his shoulders. Liao Ting nodded, put on her shoes, and opened the door to leave. With a soft click, the apartment door closed behind her. Chen Yunzhou exhaled heavily, feeling drenched in cold sweat. He wiped his forehead, only to discover his palms were clammy as well. Not daring to waste a moment, he turned and hurried back to the bedroom, approaching the wardrobe and pulling the door open. With a sigh, the door revealed Xiao Wanqing's somewhat pale face. Upon seeing Chen Yunzhou, her taut nerves finally relaxed. Realizing that the teacher had left, and she too breathed a sigh of relief. She emerged from the cupboard, still holding Nian Nian. Only then did Chen Yunzhou notice that Nian Nian's small hands were tightly covering her eyes. He looked at Xiao Wanqing, puzzled, and asked, what happened to Nian Nian? Xiao Wanqing wore a helpless yet amused expression, explaining softly, to keep her quiet. I told her we were playing hide and seek with you. Chen Yunzhou chuckled at this, reaching out to gently tickle Nian Nian's sides. After stifling her giggles for so long, the little one burst into laughter, lowering her hands from her eyes to reveal her sparkling orbs, and immediately stretched out her arms, calling out in a sweet voice, Papa, hug. Chen Yunzhou laughed as he scooped his daughter into his embrace, planting a kiss on her soft cheek. He weighed the little one in his arms, saying gently, come on. Papa will take you to wash your face and brush your teeth. With that, he glanced at Xiao Wanqing, turned, and exited the bedroom with Nian Nian. Approaching the dining table in the living room, he retrieved a brand new set of toothbrushes and toothpaste, then turned and re-entered the bedroom. He handed the items to Xiao Wanqing, explaining, I picked these up while buying breakfast this morning. They are all new. Xiao Wanqing paused, slightly taken aback by the sight of the items in his hands, warmth spreading within her as she accepted them, murmuring, thank you. Chen Yunzhou smiled, cradling Nian Nian as they made their way to the bathroom. Seeing this, Xiao Wanqing followed them. The bathroom was small, and the 3 of them squeezed inside, their reflections in the mirror forming a harmonious scene of 1 adult and 2 children. Chen Yunzhou held Nian Nian with one arm, while the other expertly squeezed toothpaste onto the little toothbrush, patiently assisting his daughter. Xiao Wanqing stood nearby, holding her newly unwrapped toothbrush, watching the father-daughter duo in the mirror, her lips curving upward unconsciously. The confined space of the bathroom made their arms occasionally brush against one another, bringing a subtle warmth to the moment. Open wide, Chen Yunzhou coaxed gently. Nian Nian obediently opened her mouth, allowing her father to help her brush her teeth, bubbles forming as she curiously gazed at her mother in the mirror. Xiao Wanqing also began brushing her teeth, her movements graceful, though her gaze frequently drifted to her daughter. The simple act of washing up, squeezed together, radiated a warmth that epitomized a typical family. After finishing, Chen Yunzhou used a towel to dry Nian Nian's little face, her skin soft and smooth like a peeled egg. He carried her out of the bathroom, with Xiao Wanqing trailing behind. The three of them gathered around the dining table. Chen Yunzhou placed the thermos on the table and gently lifted the lid. Instantly, a rich and savory aroma wafted through the air. A delightful blend of herbs and ingredients simmered to perfection. Wow, it smells so good. Nian Nian sniffed eagerly, her bright eyes locked onto the thermos, nearly drooling. Xiao Wanqing, enticed by the enticing scent, couldn't help but swallow. Chen Yunzhou chuckled, turning to the kitchen to fetch 3 clean bowls and spoons. He carefully ladled 3 bowls of soup, the rich broth showcasing tender, well-cooked ingredients. He first placed a bowl in front of Xiao Wanqing, then pushed another within Nian Nian's reach, and finally set down his own bowl. Be careful, it's hot, he cautioned, glancing over the faces of the mother and daughter. Xiao Wanqing took a spoon, gently blowing on it before tasting a small spoonful. The broth was delicious and rich, warmth sliding down her throat. Chen Yunzhou observed her expression with a hint of anticipation and inquired, "How is it? Is it delicious?" Xiao Wanqing lifted her gaze to meet his and sincerely nodded, "Yes. It is very tasty." Meanwhile, Nian Nian, unable to contain her eagerness, hugged her small bowl and mimicked her mother by blowing on it before carefully taking a small sip. Delicious. The little one's south eyes curved into crescent moons as she lowered her head for another sip, her small mouth glistening with a sheen of oil. She drank earnestly, taking small sips, and before long, her bowl was emptied completely. After finishing, she smacked her lips in satisfaction, her small face radiating happiness. Observing his daughter's contented demeanor, Chen Yunzhou felt an indescribable swell of pride, as if he had been the one to prepare the soup himself. Xiao Wanqing set down her spoon and looked at Chen Yunzhou with a hint of curiosity. "I didn't expect Uncle to be such a good cook." Chen Yunzhou nodded, his face beaming with pride as he explained, "He is a physical education teacher, you know, and he has very few classes at school. So he often indulges in culinary explorations. Most of my cooking skills were taught by him." Chapter 32. Wait for me to come back and cook for you. Xiao Wanqing nodded slightly, not probing further. During her school years, she had heard from her teachers that Uncle was quite the chef, but she had not anticipated it would be this delightful. Soon, the three of them had their fill. Chen Yunzhou took the initiative to clear the table and turned towards the kitchen, just as Xiao Wanqing was about to stand up to help. Chen Yunzhou had already carried the dishes into the kitchen, and the sound of running water followed. She stayed seated, quietly watching Nian Nian wipe her mouth with a small napkin. Before long, Chen Yunzhou returned after washing the dishes, casually drying his hands as he sat down on the sofa in the living room. He naturally pulled out his phone and began to scroll through the screen. The living room fell into a brief silence, interrupted only by the occasional soft clinking of Nian Nian playing with her small spoon. As Chen Yunzhou browsed his phone, his gaze inadvertently swept over Xiao Wanqing, who was quietly seated at the dining table. He realized that he had not yet exchanged contact information with her. He lifted his head and spoke to her in a relatively casual tone. "Shall we exchange contact information? It would be convenient for future communication." As he spoke, he unlocked his phone and handed it to her with the screen facing up. Xiao Wanqing was momentarily taken aback, then nodded and reached for the phone. Her fingertips were cool as they brushed against the edge of the device, and she smoothly entered a string of numbers on the dialing interface. After a pause, she opened the messaging app, searched for her number, and added him as a friend. Once she completed these tasks, she returned the phone to Chen Yunzhou. As he received the phone, Chen Yunzhou instinctively swiped the screen. He noticed the new contact labeled Xiao Wanqing, along with an additional name in his address book. Xiao Wanqing's profile picture was a serene blue sky, and out of curiosity, he clicked into her moments. The page was completely blank, devoid of any posts. Gazing at the emptiness, his curiosity about Xiao Wanqing deepened. He recalled the previous evening when, upon mentioning her parents, her demeanor had suddenly darkened. He quickly opened the chat interface with Chu Ziheng and typed a message. "Ask your sister if she knows anything about Xiao Wanqing's family, especially regarding her parents." The message was sent successfully. Almost immediately, a reply from Chu Ziheng popped up on the screen, accompanied by an exasperating emoji with the caption called Daddy. Chen Yunzhou felt a vain throb on his forehead, utterly speechless. This kid really knows how to push buttons. Taking a deep breath, he hovered his fingers over the input box, ready to retaliate with a response. Just then, Xiao Wanqing's cool voice broke through his thoughts, laced with inquiry. "Yunzhou, Nian Nian is already 4 years old. Do you think we should send her to kindergarten?" Chen Yunzhou lifted his gaze from his phone screen at the sound of her voice. He pondered for a moment and found her suggestion to be reasonable. After all, he had classes to attend, and Xiao Wanqing had work commitments too. It would be impractical to keep the child with them at all times. Moreover, at Nian Nian's age, it was indeed important for her to interact with peers and establish her own social circle. He nodded in agreement. "You're right. Nian should start kindergarten and meet more little friends." As soon as he spoke, a critical question struck him. causing his brow to furrow slightly. However, he looked at Xiao Wanqing, his tone tinged with uncertainty. With Nian Yan's current situation, without a household registration, can she even go to school? Xiao Wanqing remained calm, as if she had already contemplated this issue. You need not worry about that, she replied softly. The Xia Corporation has invested in several reputable kindergartens, and I can arrange for Nian Yan to enroll directly. Chen Yunzhou felt a sense of relief wash over him, while simultaneously gaining a clearer understanding of Xiao Wanqing's capabilities. He nodded affirmatively. That's good. He turned to Nian Yan, who was curiously watching them, and smiled gently. Nian Yan, would you like to go to kindergarten and play with other little friends? Nian Yan's big eyes lit up instantly, her face brimming with anticipation and excitement. Yes. Nian Yan wants to go to kindergarten. She clapped her small hands joyfully. Witnessing his daughter's happiness, Chen Yunzhou's mood brightened as well. He instinctively glanced at the time displayed on his phone screen. It was already past 9 o'clock. He stood up, saying, I need to head to school. I have a class this morning. Xiao Wanqing almost instinctively stood up alongside him, tucking her hair behind her ear and lowering her voice slightly as she suggested. Shall I give you a ride? Chen Yunzhou picked up the backpack resting on the sofa and shook his head. No need to trouble yourself. I can take a bus quickly. He approached Nian Yan, bent down, and gently hugged her soft little body. Daddy is going to class. Be a good girl and listen to mommy at home. Straightening up, he looked at Xiao Wanqing and reminded her, there's fruit in the fridge. If you get hungry, have some first. I'll cook for you when I return at noon. Xiao Wanqing's eyes flickered, and a slight smile graced her lips, though a subtle sense of loss crossed her heart before dissipating. She nodded gently in response. All right, be careful on your way. Chen Yunzhou acknowledged her, slinging the backpack over his shoulder and waving goodbye as he headed out. He opened the door and stepped outside, the apartment doors softly closing behind him, isolating the sounds from the outside world. Xiao Wanqing stood in place, gazing at the closed door, enveloped in a vague, indescribable feeling. Half an hour later, Chen Yunzhou's figure appeared in a spacious multimedia classroom. The room was already populated with students, their murmurs and the rustling of pages creating a unique pre-class ambience. He scanned the room before selecting a seat towards the back, placing his backpack on the adjacent chair as he settled in. Oh, you arrived quite early. A familiar voice broke the air beside him. Chu Ziheng had appeared at some point, plopping down next to him and casually tossing his bag onto the desk. Chen Yunzhou turned to him, lowering his voice to inquire, what about the matter I asked you to investigate? Chu Ziheng unscrewed the cap of a water bottle, took a hearty gulp, and leisurely responded, I asked. My sister said that Xiao Wanqing's parents are well known in their circle as a loving couple. They haven't quarreled in decades, nor have there been any scandalous rumors. He paused for a moment and shrugged. As for more specific details, like their private circumstances, she isn't sure. Chapter 33. I said I would support you for a lifetime, and I will. Chen Yunzhou furrowed his brow slightly after hearing Chu Ziheng's words. He instinctively shook his head. That's impossible. Just as Chu Ziheng was about to take another sip of water, he paused and looked at Chen Yunzhou with curiosity. Why is that impossible? Can my sister really deceive me? Chen Yunzhou lowered his voice and explained, last night, I took a stroll with Xiao Wanqing around the community. I inadvertently mentioned her parents, and her reaction was rather indifferent, even somewhat cold, which is not how one would typically respond when discussing close family. Chu Ziheng stroked his chin, deep in thought. Oh, this is intriguing, he mused, his eyes glinting with curiosity. Do you think it could be like in the novels? A facade of marriage? Perhaps a business alliance devoid of affection, living separate lives after having Xiao Wanqing, merely acting in front of others? Upon hearing this, Chen Yunzhou felt a spark of intrigue. Such a possibility was not entirely out of the question. After all, who could truly unravel the intricacies of a wealthy family? However, he considered that such individuals often exhibit a certain obsession, a profound lack of love, and an absence of security. Yet, reflecting on Xiao Wanqing's demeanor, he felt it did not quite align with that notion. Although she appeared aloof, her interactions were perfectly normal, her emotions stable, and she did not exhibit signs of someone raised in a dysfunctional family environment. He shook his head once more. It shouldn't be the case. If what you say were true, Xiao Wanqing would undoubtedly be a yandere, but she appears quite normal, and I have not sensed any such tendencies in her. Unable to comprehend further, Chen Yunzhou decided to let the matter rest. He then turned to Chu Ziheng, shifting the topic. What about you? When are you returning to the Chu family? Chu Ziheng capped his bottle and replied casually, tomorrow. Suddenly, as if recalling something, his eyes brightened, and he nudged Chen Yunzhou with his elbow. Perfect timing. There's a banquet at the Chu residence tomorrow evening. You should join us. It will be a chance for you to broaden your horizons. He added, I'll send you the address later. A banquet? Chen Yunzhou's eyes widened slightly, a flicker of curiosity and anticipation crossing his face. He had never attended such an event before. Sounds great. I will definitely go. Chu Ziheng beamed at his agreement. Clearly delighted, he pulled out his phone, opened a page featuring a car brand, and pushed it towards Chen Yunzhou. Here, take a look. Which model do you fancy? Chen Yunzhou looked at the screen, perplexed, as it displayed an array of dazzling sports cars. What is this for? It's a gift for you, Chu Ziheng stated matter-of-factly. Once my pocket money arrives, I'll get you one. Pick whatever you like. Chen Yunzhao's heart raced, his eyes instantly glistening with emotion, a warm surge of gratitude enveloping him. Observing Chu Ziheng's earnest expression, he understood he was not joking, and his heart swelled with appreciation. Good brother, how thoughtful. Chu Ziheng proudly tilted his chin and patted Chen Yunzhao's shoulder. Of course. What are we? I promise to support you for life, and I will. Just as Chen Yunzhou basked in the warmth of brotherly affection, the back door of the multimedia classroom was gently pushed open. Two radiant figures entered, capturing the attention of the majority in the classroom. The previously somewhat noisy atmosphere quieted noticeably. The first girl wore a white dress, her long hair cascading gracefully, exuding a gentle aura. Following her was another girl dressed in a light yellow top and jeans, her high ponytail lending her a lively charm. Wow! Chu Ziheng's eyes widened in astonishment as he elbowed Chen Yunzhou sharply, lowering his voice filled with disbelief. Isn't that Su Yichen and Lin Ruoxin from the art department? What brings them to our Chinese class? Chen Yunzhou followed his gaze and indeed recognized the striking girls. However, he remained indifferent, merely glancing at them before returning his attention to his phone. I don't know them. Just as he was about to lower his head again, he noticed the two girls walking directly towards them. The gazes of their classmates shifted, whispers rising in anticipation. Who are they looking for? It seems they are heading towards the academic achiever? Surely not. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Su Yichen, clad in her white dress, surprisingly paused beside the empty seat next to Chen Yunzhou and gracefully sat down. Lin Ruoxin took a seat beside her. A wave of hushed gasps and astonished murmurs rippled through the classroom. Chen Yunzhou himself was bewildered, his brow furrowing slightly. Chu Ziheng, on the other hand, was utterly flabbergasted, his jaw nearly dropping as he alternated his gaze between Su Yichen and the perplexed Chen Yunzhou, his eyes wide with disbelief. What is happening? Could it be that the belle truly has feelings for him? Su Yichen appeared unfazed by the surrounding reactions. She turned to Chen Yunzhou, offering a perfectly sweet smile, her voice gentle. Hello, classmate. Chen Yunzhou nodded politely. Hello, I am Su Yichen from the art department. After a brief self-introduction, she seemed slightly shy as she bit her lip, continuing, could I have your contact information? At this, the atmosphere fell into a stunned silence as everyone leaned in, awaiting Chen Yunzhao's response. Chu Ziheng, feeling the tension, clenched his fists, more excited than if he were the one being asked for contact details. However, Chen Yunzhou merely regarded her calmly and shook his head. Sorry, I don't use WeChat. The air felt as though it had solidified. Su Yichen's smile faltered, a flicker of shock and disbelief crossing her eyes. Clearly, she had not anticipated such a prompt and unyielding rejection. It was her first time being so directly turned down when she had always been surrounded by admirers. The surrounding classmates erupted in murmurs of astonishment and confusion directed at Chen Yunzhou. Meanwhile, Chu Ziheng wore a look of satisfaction. Su Yichen, accustomed to the spotlight, quickly regained her composure. Realizing she might have been too forward, she took a deep breath, re-establishing an apologetic smile, and earnestly explained, please don't misunderstand. I meant no offense. After a brief pause to gather her thoughts, she continued, my brother is about to take his college entrance exam, and his grades have not been great, especially in Chinese. I heard you are a top student in the Chinese department, so I wanted to ask if you could help him as a tutor. She gazed earnestly at Chen Yunzhou. Of course, I assure you, the compensation will be generous. Chapter 34. This class is somewhat hypnotic. A tutor? Chen Yunzhou was momentarily taken aback, quickly grasping her intentions, for he was not foolish. He shook his head once more, maintaining a calm demeanor tinged with aloofness. I'm sorry, my grades are quite average. I may not be able to assist your brother. After a brief pause, he added, besides, I am not in need of money at the moment. A double rejection, direct and decisive. Su Yichen's smile completely faltered, her beautiful eyes filled with disbelief. The carefully prepared words she had thought would be reasonable were dismissed so ruthlessly. She was Su Yichen, the belle of the prestigious art department. With a privileged background and striking beauty, she had never experienced such cold treatment before. The male classmates around them were in an uproar, whispering with barely suppressed outrage, their glares directed at Chen Yunzhou as if they could ignite flames. As the atmosphere grew increasingly uncomfortable, Lin Ruoxin, seated next to Su Yichen, quickly seized the moment. She suddenly exclaimed, clutching her stomach with a pained expression, Yichen, my stomach suddenly hurts. Will you accompany me to the restroom? Su Yichen seized the opportunity like a lifeline, immediately standing up to support Lin Ruoxin, her face displaying the perfect amount of concern. "What's wrong? Are you okay? Let us go?" She did not cast another glance at Chen Yunzhou, hastily supporting Lin Ruoxin as they exited the classroom, leaving behind a flurry of whispers and a myriad of complex gazes. The two moved briskly out of the classroom and away from the teaching building. Lin Ruoxin immediately released her grip, standing upright, her face devoid of any traces of pain. That was exceedingly awkward. However, Su Yichen remained ensnared in the emotions of her recent rejection, biting her lower lip. Her brows slightly furrowed as she cast a forlorn glance at Lin Ruoxin. "Ruoxin, do you think I lack charm? Why is he not the slightest bit interested in me?" "Absolutely not," Lin Ruoxin promptly countered, grasping her arm in comfort. "You are the belle of our fine arts department. Suitors could line up from here to the school gate." "It's his lack of discernment." She pouted, observing Su Yichen's continued sorrow, and added thoughtfully, "That Chen Yunzhou strikes me as a mere bookworm. A quintessential straight man who lacks the ability to appreciate beauty. Do not take it to heart." Listening to her friend's consolation, Su Yichen felt a slight alleviation in her spirits, yet the sense of unwillingness intensified. Why could Xiao Wanqing captivate him so effortlessly while she could not? She was younger and more vibrant than her. Upon this realization, Su Yichen inhaled deeply, her gaze regaining its determination. If Xiao Wanqing could win over the likes of him, why could not she, Su Yichen? She silently encouraged herself, a hint of confident smile resurfacing on her face. "Just wait and see, Chen Yunzhou. I shall not surrender so easily." Meanwhile, inside the classroom, the commotion caused by Su Yichen and Lin Ruoxin's abrupt departure had yet to subside. Lingering eyes still drifted, intentionally or not, towards Chen Yunzhou, mingled with curiosity, envy, and bewilderment. Chu Ziheng finally snapped out of his astonishment and leaned closer to Chen Yunzhou, his voice low and brimming with gossip. "Hey, Yunzhou, confess honestly, how did the belle approach you? When did you two become acquainted?" Chen Yunzhou furrowed his brow, casting a somewhat helpless glance at him. "I told you, I do not know her." His tone was matter of fact. He was equally perplexed as to why she approached him. Chu Ziheng scrutinized him suspiciously, inquiring, "Really don't know her?" "Really don't know her," Chen Yunzhou affirmed. Seeing that Chen Yunzhou did not seem to be lying, Chu Ziheng reluctantly accepted it. He withdrew his scrutinizing gaze, his expression growing serious as he threw an arm around Chen Yunzhou's shoulders, warning him earnestly, "Listen, brother. You need to keep this in mind. You are a married man now. Though I understand the belle is stunning, you must not indulge in any frivolities." The child he referred to was, of course, Nian Yan. Although the situation was complicated, in Chu Ziheng's simple understanding, Chen Yunzhou was already a family man. Even without a marriage certificate with Xiao Wanqing, it was almost the same. He did not wish to see his friend's family torn apart. Before Chen Yunzhou could retort, Chu Ziheng quickly pulled out his phone and solemnly thrust it into Chen Yunzhou's hands. "This is my WeChat. If she ever seeks you out again, just give her my contact. I am willing to bear this burden for my brother." He patted his chest, adopting a righteous demeanor. Chen Yunzhou stared at the phone in his hand, then at Chu Ziheng's earnest expression, and was momentarily at a loss for words. He impatiently brushed Chu Ziheng's hand away, returning the phone. "Enough of that. Remember your current identity, the eldest son of the Chu family, a wealthy second generation. Can't you be a bit more reserved?" "All right," Chu Ziheng exclaimed, as if awakening from a dream, sitting up straight and clearing his throat in an attempt to project an air of a rich air. "I am indeed a wealthy second generation, must not appear so lowly." Before he could finish his sentence, the front door of the multimedia classroom swung open, and old Shuer entered. His gaze swept across the classroom, and the previously murmuring students fell silent, all sitting up straight in preparation for class. Chu Ziheng immediately closed his mouth, no longer daring to be playful. Chen Yunzhou redirected his attention to the textbook before him, as if the earlier interruption had never occurred. Listening to old Shue's voice, his eyelids grew heavier, struggling to maintain focus. The exhaustion from tossing and turning on the sofa the previous night washed over him like a tide, making it difficult to resist. He could not help but yawn, tears forming in the corners of his eyes. "Hey," whispered Chu Ziheng, leaning in to nudge him gently with his elbow. "What is wrong with you? It's only the beginning of class, and you're already this tired?" Chen Yunzhou rubbed his eyes, mumbling vaguely, "Did not sleep well last night." Chu Ziheng immediately displayed an expression of understanding, lowering his voice further with a hint of teasing. "Ah, I get it. Young people have abundant energy, but you must also practice moderation, my friend." Chen Yunzhou's lips twitched, recognizing the misunderstanding, but was too fatigued to argue. "It was not what you think." He opened his mouth, almost revealing the truth about being sent to sleep on the sofa, but the words caught in his throat. If this fellow discovered his true standing at home, he would be the subject of ridicule for a lifetime. No, he could not let him find out. He chose to remain silent. Seeing Chen Yunzhou's reticence, Chu Ziheng smirked knowingly patting his shoulder. No worries, my friend is a wealthy second generation. I'll arrange for an old Chinese doctor to help you out. Chen Yunzhou, disinterested in continuing the conversation, felt his eyelids growing heavier, nearly merging into one. He nudged Chu Ziheng and said, "All right, keep an eye on old Shui for me. I'll just rest a bit." "No problem," Chu Ziheng replied promptly. But he could not help but yawn alongside him, mumbling, "This class is indeed a bit hypnotic." Chen Yunzhou paid him no mind. Ignoring him as he tilted his head against the back of the chair, his consciousness swiftly slipping into darkness. Time passed, and suddenly, Chen Yunzhou jolted awake. He opened his eyes to find the multimedia classroom empty, not a single figure in sight, with only the slanting sunlight filtering through the windows, casting mottled shadows on the floor. Class is over? Everyone has left? Instinctively, he turned to the side, spotting Chu Ziheng with his head tilted, soundly asleep, drool even at the corner of his mouth. Chen Yunzhou was struck with disbelief. Truly unreliable. Just then, his phone in his pocket vibrated. He pulled it out to find a WeChat message from Xiao Wanqing. "Is class over? Nian Nian and I are waiting for you at the school gate." Upon reading this message, a sudden rush of inexplicable joy surged through Chen Yunzhou, instantly dispelling all fatigue and frustration. He quickly replied, "On my way out." Then, with swift efficiency, he stuffed his textbooks and notebooks into his bag, not sparing a glance at the still slumbering Chu Ziheng, as he sprang up and dashed out of the classroom without looking back. Chapter 35, Picking Up My Husband After School? Chen Yunzhou practically sprinted out of the school gate. His eyes rapidly scanned the street, quickly locking onto a red Beetle parked at the curb. The window was rolled down halfway, and a small figure was perched on the ledge, a tiny head swiveling around, eagerly searching. Just then, the little figure spotted him, eyes lighting up instantly, the clear, youthful voice ringing out with unabashed joy, "Daddy." Chen Yunzhou's heart raced, and his steps instinctively hesitated. He reflexively glanced around. Fortunately, at this hour, there were not many people at the school gate, and the few scattered students remained oblivious to the scene. He dared not respond aloud, merely quickening his pace and bounding over. If any students were to witness this, it would surely send shockwaves throughout the school. He had no desire to become a campus celebrity. He opened the car door and swiftly took his seat in the passenger side. As they settled into the car, the little one in the back seat, Nian Nian, eagerly leaned forward, her small head close to his ear, and with a hint of a playful tone said, "Daddy, Mama and I have been waiting for you for a long time." Hearing his daughter's sweet, melodious voice, Chen Yunzhou recalled that he had dozed off in class. A slight blush of embarrassment creeping onto his face as he explained, "I was delayed by a little matter." Xiao Wanqing, seated in the driver's position, glanced at him, her gaze landing on his profile, where a faint mark seemed to linger, as if something had pressed against his skin. She paused momentarily, then, as if a thought crossed her mind, a subtle smile graced her lips, though her eyes betrayed a fleeting hint of guilt. Was it because he had not rested well on the sofa last night? Chen Yunzhou, keenly aware of her gaze, especially the slight change in her expression when she noticed the mark on his cheek, felt a pang of vulnerability, as though his embarrassment had been laid bare. He quickly diverted his eyes to the road ahead and nonchalantly inquired, "What brings you here?" Xiao Wanqing withdrew her gaze, starting the car, and with a calm demeanor explained, "This morning, I took Nian Nian to a nearby kindergarten for a visit. It seemed quite satisfactory. We happened to be passing by, so I thought I would come and pick you up." Chen Yunzhou nodded in understanding. "Daddy, Daddy," Nian Nian chimed in excitedly from the back seat, her small face radiating joy. "The kindergarten is so much fun. There are slides and so many little friends." Observing his daughter animatedly sharing her experiences, Chen Yunzhou's earlier embarrassment about oversleeping and being caught by Xiao Wanqing dissipated entirely. He turned around, gazing at the excited little creature in the back, and a genuine smile illuminated his face, warmth flooding his heart. The car glided smoothly along the road, with Nian Nian continuing to exuberantly recount her delightful adventures at kindergarten, her youthful voice brimming with energy. Xiao Wanqing listened to her daughter's innocent chatter, a soft smile gracing her lips, her eyes reflecting a tenderness that deepened. Upon returning to the apartment, Chen Yunzhou skillfully made his way to the kitchen to prepare lunch, while Xiao Wanqing took Nian Nian to play in the living room. Before long, the sounds of ingredients clattering and the gentle clinks of pots and pans filled the air, mingling with the enticing aroma of food, infusing a warm atmosphere throughout the modest apartment. Once Nian Nian was settled, Xiao Wanqing leaned against the kitchen doorframe, observing Chen Yunzhou, who was busy at the stove, and softly asked, "Yunzhou, will you be attending the Chu family's banquet tomorrow night?" Without turning his head, Chen Yunzhou continued his task, affirming with certainty, "Of course. I must be there. It's the first day of Ziheng's return to the prestigious family. I cannot miss it. I need to support him." At his words, Xiao Wanqing's lips curled into a slight smile before she could speak. "Nian Nian, having played with her toys for a while, ran to the kitchen door. Her little face tilted up in curiosity as she asked in her sweet, childlike voice, "Daddy, Mommy, what are you talking about? Is it something delicious? I want to go too." Chen Yunzhou and Xiao Wanqing turned to Nian Nian in unison. Nian Nian blinked her big eyes, looking at them with eager anticipation, her small face clearly expressing her desire to join. Xiao Wanqing glanced at Nian Nian and then at Chen Yunzhou, seemingly seeking his opinion. Chen Yunzhou understood her concerns. After all, bringing a child to such an event could indeed pose some challenges. Given Xiao Wanqing's special status, having Nian Nian with them could attract unnecessary attention. After a moment of hesitation, Xiao Wanqing suggested, "Perhaps I shouldn't go then." Chen Yunzhou paused, contemplating the situation earnestly. While her absence could certainly avoid some trouble, the Xia group and the Chu group had business dealings, and it would seem inappropriate for Xiao Wanqing to not attend as a representative of her family. With a slight frown, his mind raced with possibilities until suddenly, a thought emerged, and a smile crept onto his lips as he looked at Xiao Wanqing and said lightly, "There is no need to worry, we can both go. As for Nian Nian, there will naturally be someone to care for her tomorrow." Xiao Wanqing looked at him, puzzled, and asked uncertainly, "Someone will help us look after Nian Nian? Who?" At that moment, she couldn't think of anyone besides them who might voluntarily offer to take care of Nian Nian. She certainly did not trust leaving her with just anyone, and taking her to the banquet was not an option. Chen Yunzhou, however, smiled mysteriously and said, "Rest assured, it will be fine. Nian Nian will be in good hands. You can be completely at ease." Seeing his confident demeanor, Xiao Wanqing, though still somewhat skeptical, suddenly thought of someone, and her worries quickly dissipated. Noticing that her parents had yet to respond to her, Nian Nian tugged at Xiao Wanqing's sleeve and sweetly said, "Mama, I want to go too, please." Xiao Wanqing looked down at her daughter's pitiful expression. Her heart instantly softened. She crouched down, gently patting Nian Nian's little head, and smiled as she agreed. All right, our Nian Nian can come too." "Yay!" Nian Nian exclaimed in delight, jumping up with joy, her face lighting up with a brilliant smile, her earlier disappointment vanishing in an instant. Chen Yunzhou watched the loving interaction between the mother and daughter, a warm smile of contentment spreading across his face. Not long after, the enticing aroma of the meal wafted through the air. Chen Yunzhou removed his apron and called out to the living room, "Dinner is served." Xiao Wanqing set down her tablet, taking Nian Nian, who was still busy playing with her toys, by the hand as they made their way to the dining room. "Let us go, Nian Nian, it's time to eat." "Okay," Nian Nian replied cheerfully, following her mother to the dining table. The three of them gathered around the table, gazing at the beautifully prepared home-style dishes, the warm atmosphere flowing quietly around them. As Chen Yunzhou picked up his chopsticks, ready to serve himself, he suddenly paused, a slight frown creasing his brow. "Wait, did I forget something?" He tried to recall, but was momentarily at a loss. Noticing his unusual demeanor, Xiao Wanqing gently inquired, "What's wrong?" Chen Yunzhou shook his head, somewhat bewildered. "It's nothing, just that it feels like I've forgotten something." Just as he finished speaking, his phone, which had been resting on the table, suddenly vibrated violently, the screen lighting up repeatedly, emitting a buzzing sound akin to a summons. He picked up his phone and unlocked the screen. Instantly, a barrage of unread message notifications flooded in, almost all from the same person, Chu Zihong. "Where are you?" "What the hell? Chen Yunzhou, where have you been? I woke up in an empty classroom. You scared your father to death. Have you forgotten about me? Respond to me." As he read through the messages brimming with frustration and urgency, Chen Yunzhou suddenly realized his mistake. Oh no! In his haste to leave, he had forgotten to wake up that rascal, Chu Zihong. He could easily envision the bewildered expression on Chu Zihong's face upon discovering the deserted classroom. His phone continued to vibrate, new messages pouring in. Chen Yunzhou's lips twitched as he silently set Chu Zihong's messages to Do Not Disturb. In that moment, the world around him fell silent. He casually placed his phone down, picked up his chopsticks, and began eating as if the earlier barrage of messages had never occurred. Xiao Wanqing observed his little antics without probing further, a faint smile playing at the corners of her mouth. After lunch, the family of three returned to the living room. Nian Nian energetically played with her toys, while Kailei lay beside her. Chen Yunzhou and Xiao Wanqing each occupied a corner of the sofa. Chen Yunzhou pulled out the professional book he hadn't finished in the afternoon, occasionally glancing up to watch his daughter at play. In the late afternoon, Xiao Wanqing held a tablet, attending to various emails and documents for her company. Sunlight streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows, casting elongated shadows upon the floor. The two did not engage in deliberate conversation, yet an air of awkwardness did not linger between them. The subtle tension that had previously existed seemed to have dissipated considerably without either of them realizing it. Occasionally, Xiao Wanqing's gaze would drift from the screen, inadvertently brushing over Chen Yunzhou, who was engrossed in his reading, her eyes briefly lingering on his profile. They appeared to be an utterly ordinary couple, relishing a tranquil afternoon together. After some playful antics, Nian Nian grew weary, stifled a small yawn, rubbed her eyes, climbed onto the sofa, and nestled into Chen Yunzhao's embrace. Quickly drifting into a deep sleep, Chen Yunzhou carefully adjusted his position to ensure her comfort, then resumed his reading. Xiao Wanqing also set aside her tablet, and the living room was filled only with the soft sound of turning pages and Nian Nian's even breaths. As evening approached, the little one stirred in Chen Yunzhao's arms, her long eyelashes fluttering as she slowly opened her eyes. Still drowsy from her nap, Nian Nian saw her father holding her and immediately wrapped her small arms around his neck, sweetly demanding, "Daddy, hug." Chen Yunzhou set down his book and gently patted her back, softly coaxing, "Nian Nian, have you woken up? Did you sleep well?" Although he had only comforted Nian Nian a few times, he did so with remarkable skill, a fact he was unaware of himself. Nian Nian buried her little head into her father's neck, nuzzling against him with a voice imbued with dependence. Xiao Wanqing sat quietly nearby, watching this scene unfold. Observing her daughter's unreserved reliance on Chen Yunzhou and the natural tenderness and patience radiating from him, an inexplicable emotion surged within her heart. It was a peculiar feeling. She found herself somewhat envious, perhaps even a bit jealous. She yearned to be held and cherished by him, as Nian Nian was. As this thought crossed her mind, Xiao Wanqing was startled, her cheeks flushing slightly. What was she contemplating? Jealous of her own daughter? She averted her gaze, her ears tinged with warmth. After a moment, Nian Nian fully awoke from Chen Yunzhao's embrace, twisting her little body, looking up at him with her large, dark, glistening eyes, her voice soft and sweet from sleep. "Daddy, I want to eat crawfish." Upon hearing this, Chen Yunzhou glanced down at his little gourmand in his arms, then turned to Xiao Wanqing on the other end of the sofa, smilingly suggesting, "Shall we go out for dinner tonight?" Xiao Wanqing set her tablet aside, her gaze landing on her daughter's expectant face, and nodded gently, her tone warm. "All right." Soon, the family of three was ready and left their apartment. They quickly arrived at a renowned seafood restaurant near their home, where the neon sign of Xiaoshua flickered and the establishment buzzed with lively chatter. Filled with the aroma of food, Chen Yunzhou skillfully ordered a window-side table. "Boss, 3 pounds of spicy crawfish and some grilled skewers, grilled eggplant, and grilled chicken wings." Xiao Wanqing listened quietly, her gaze drifting around the restaurant, feeling neither disdain nor discomfort, but rather a sense of novelty, as it was her first experience dining in such a place. Before long, a steaming, vibrant bowl of crawfish was presented, the rich, spicy aroma wafting through the air, causing the three of them to swallow in unison. "Wow, so many crawfish!" Nian Nian exclaimed, clapping her little hands, her eyes nearly glued to the bowl. Chen Yunzhou, equally eager, donned a disposable glove with a smile. Xiao Wanqing's attention momentarily paused at the sight of the bright red crawfish, as if recalling a distant memory, a complex emotion flickering in her eyes, causing her enthusiasm to wane slightly. However, seeing Nian Nian's excited face and Chen Yunzhao's eager demeanor, she couldn't help but smile faintly. Though she refrained from reaching for the crawfish, choosing instead to take a bite of the grilled chicken wings that had just arrived. Chen Yunzhao's focus remained on the crawfish. Unaware of Xiao Wanqing's subtle change in demeanor, he picked up a crawfish and began to peel it. Just as he started, he noticed Nian Nian beside him mimicking his actions, struggling to put on a small disposable glove, her earnest expression endearingly charming. Once she had donned her gloves, Nian Nian grabbed a crawfish, placing it on her little plate, and began to peel it, imitating her father. Although her movements were slow, the way she pinched the head, cracked the tail, and extracted the vein exuded a level of proficiency beyond her years. "Hey, this little one has learned a unique skill," Chen Yunzhou thought, a warm current of pride surging through him. As Chapter 37 unfolds, Chen Yunzhou observed Nian Nian's self-sufficiency and joy, and he chuckled, deftly peeling a crawfish, the meat plump and glistening with allure. Without a second thought, he placed it into Xiao Wanqing's bowl. Startled, she looked up from her grilled skewer as a piece of tender crawfish unexpectedly appeared in her bowl. She met Chen Yunzhao's gaze, who was still focused on peeling the next crawfish, as if this was merely an instinctive gesture. Xiao Wanqing gazed at the crawfish in her bowl, then back at Chen Yunzhou, a strange sensation stirring within her, akin to a stone thrown into a tranquil lake, sending ripples across her heart. Yet before she could fully comprehend this feeling, a small hand, clad in a transparent glove, clumsily placed a somewhat imperfect but heartfelt piece of crawfish into her bowl. "Mama, eat." Nian Nian raised her little face, beaming at Xiao Wanqing, her large eyes sparkling with anticipation for praise. Xiao Wanqing's attention swiftly shifted from Chen Yunzhou to her daughter's innocent face, then back down to the 2 pieces of crawfish in her bowl, one large and one small. An indescribable warmth surged through her, her nose tingling slightly, and her eyes uncontrollably glistening with moisture. It was the first time in her life that someone had peeled shrimp for her. Not even her parents had done so during her childhood. She had always believed herself to be sufficiently independent and strong, needing nothing of the sort. Yet at this moment, gazing at the crawfish in her bowl and feeling the pure intentions of her daughter and the unintentional tenderness of the man beside her, she realized that deep down, she longed for familial affection. Chen Yunzhou, having finished peeling the crawfish, looked up just in time to see Xiao Wanqing's eyes slightly reddened, momentarily taken aback. Then he noticed the piece of crawfish that Nian Nian had placed in her bowl, and he smiled knowingly, thinking to himself that it seemed she had been touched by their daughter's thoughtfulness. Unaware of Xiao Wanqing's past, he did not consider it from any other angle, merely finding the scene extraordinarily heartwarming. Xiao Wanqing sniffed, striving to suppress the sudden wave of emotion, and gently picked up the piece of crawfish that represented Nian Nian's affection, tenderly offering it to her daughter. Nian Nian is so good, this is for you to eat. However, Nian Nian shook her head vigorously, her little face showing earnestness. Mama, eat. Daddy said that good food should be given to Mama first. Xiao Wanqing instinctively looked up at Chen Yunzhou across from her. She understood that this sentiment could not have originated from the present Chen Yunzhou, but rather from the future version of him. Yet even so, this expression of care from the future, conveyed through her daughter's innocent words, stirred within her an indescribable sense of gratitude. Chen Yunzhou was momentarily taken aback by Nian Nian's assertion, quickly realizing it was something the future him had taught her. He managed a somewhat awkward smile, while internally berating himself, wondering how he had become such a doting parent, teaching even such sentiments. As his gaze involuntarily drifted towards Xiao Wanqing's face, which appeared even softer due to her emotional state, Chen Yunzhou's thoughts turned to the black card nestled in his pocket. Perhaps it wasn't entirely unacceptable? Clearing his throat, he quickly composed himself, deftly peeling another shrimp and placing it directly into Nian Nian's small bowl to shift the conversation. All right, Daddy has peeled one for you too. Hurry and eat. The crayfish will taste terrible if it gets cold. After speaking, he diverted his attention from Xiao Wanqing and buried himself in his battle with the crayfish. His hands moved with remarkable speed, expertly removing the succulent shrimp meat, which piled neatly on the plate. This speed was honed from his childhood experiences, as he was often subjected to his sister's relentless demands. If he didn't peel shrimp for her, he would face a severe beating. Over time, he had perfected this skill. Soon, a small mound of shrimp meat accumulated on the plate. Upon receiving the shrimp from her father, Nian Nian's eyes lit up with joy as she eagerly stuffed the shrimp meat into her mouth, her cheeks puffed with delight, radiating happiness. Seeing her daughter so content filled Xiao Wanqing's heart with warmth, her lips curling into a gentle smile. She herself, however, had not eaten much. The spicy flavor of the crayfish was somewhat overwhelming for her, causing her tongue to tingle. Her gaze fell upon Chen Yunzhou's serious profile as he focused on peeling shrimp, and the growing pile of shrimp meat on the plate stirred something within her. Almost instinctively, Xiao Wanqing reached for her chopsticks, picked up a piece of freshly peeled shrimp, and, as if possessed, offered it to Chen Yunzhou's lips. The air seemed to freeze for a moment. Chen Yunzhou's peeling ceased abruptly as he looked up, astonished by the shrimp so close to him and the subtle fluster in Xiao Wanqing's eyes. He paused for 2 seconds before instinctively opening his mouth to accept the morsel. The shrimp was tender, imbued with a spicy flavor, accompanied by an indescribable feeling. Xiao Wanqing's hand remained suspended in midair until he finished the shrimp, at which point she retracted it as if burned. Her cheeks flushed uncontrollably, even her ears tinged with a faint pink, and her gaze faltered, unable to meet Chen Yunzhou's eyes. Meanwhile, Nian Nian, seated nearby, witnessed the entire exchange. With her large, glistening eyes, she shifted her gaze between her mother's bashful profile and her father's dazed expression, then looked at her mother and opened her little mouth, pointing to herself. Xiao Wanqing, seeing her daughter's adorable, expectant face, felt the earlier embarrassment of feeding Chen Yunzhou dissipate. She gently poked Nian Nian's smooth forehead with her finger, her tone light with laughter. Little glutton. Xiao Wanqing resumed her task, picking up a whole piece of shrimp and carefully offering it to her daughter. Nian Nian chewed contentedly, her big eyes squinting with happiness. Recognizing her daughter's delight, Xiao Wanqing continued to feed her several more pieces until Nian Nian shook her head, signaling that she was full. Only then did she set down her chopsticks and, with a tissue, tenderly wiped her daughter's greasy little mouth. All right, all clean now. However, before Xiao Wanqing could withdraw her hand, Nian Nian turned her small body and eagerly donned a pair of small disposable gloves from the table, intent on continuing. Chen Yunzhou watched in confusion and could not resist asking, "Are you still hungry?" Nian Nian shook her head, but after securing the gloves, she picked up another crayfish and began to peel it with great concentration. Once she finished, she carefully placed the less-than-perfect piece of shrimp meat into Chen Yunzhou's bowl. Daddy, eat. Nian Nian beamed up at him, her large, dark eyes sparkling with pride. Chen Yunzhou gazed at the tiny piece of shrimp in his bowl. Then at his daughter's expectant expression, warmth flooded his heart, accompanied by an indescribable sense of gratitude and joy. Thank you, Nian Nian. You're such a good girl. Already knowing to peel shrimp for Daddy. He picked up the piece and chewed it solemnly, as if savoring a culinary delicacy. The shrimp peeled by Nian Nian is the best I've ever tasted. Nian Nian beamed at the praise, her eyes transforming into crescent moons as she giggled with delight. This meal of crayfish, enhanced by the unexpected warmth of their interaction, was particularly enjoyable. After satisfying their hunger, Chen Yunzhou settled the bill, and the trio left the seafood restaurant, meandering back to their apartment. Upon returning, they each found a comfortable spot to sit. After a day filled with play and a belly full of crayfish, Nian Nian felt sleepiness envelop her, her little head resting against Xia Wanqing's side, resembling a drowsy chick. Chen Yunzhou picked up the remote, pondering what to watch for relaxation when a sudden knock echoed from the door. Knock, knock, knock. It was rather late. Who could it be? Chen Yunzhou wondered, rising to open the door. Assistant Su stood at the threshold, a silver suitcase beside her. Chen Yunzhou glanced at her, and then at the substantial suitcase, momentarily puzzled by the situation. What was going on? Delivering something? Good evening, sir. Is President Xia in? Assistant Su slightly bowed, a professional smile gracing her face. Before Chen Yunzhou could respond, Xia Wanqing, having heard the noise, approached. She took a look at the assistant and the suitcase, her expression calm, and naturally reached for the suitcase's handle. Thank you for your hard work, Assistant Su. She paused and added, by the way, please postpone all tomorrow's appointments. Assistant Su nodded promptly. Understood, President Xia. I will take my leave now. All right. Assistant Su turned to leave, and Chen Yunzhou remained at the door, watching Xia Wanqing pull the suitcase past him towards the master bedroom. Wait. This script doesn't seem right. Is she planning to stay here? Although she would eventually be the hostess of this place, wasn't this progress a bit too swift? No. Why was he even contemplating this? The crux was, if she occupied the master bedroom, wouldn't he have to sleep in the living room? The thought of possibly spending each night on the sofa sent a wave of darkness over his mind, leaving him feeling quite unwell. But what could he do? He certainly couldn't drive his future wife away, could he? He glanced at the uncomfortable-looking sofa in the living room and couldn't help but let out a soft sigh. What a predicament. Nian Nian, with her keen ears, caught her father's sigh and raised her drowsy little face, inquiring curiously, Daddy, why are you sighing? Chen Yunzhou bent down, ruffling his daughter's soft hair, forcing a smile that looked more like a grimace. It's nothing. Daddy is contemplating the significant matters of life. You're still too young to understand. Nian Nian nodded in a way that suggested she somewhat understood, then yawned and ceased her questioning. Just then, Xia Wanqing emerged from the master bedroom. As she stepped out, her gaze fell upon the man on the sofa who wore an expression of mixed frustration and sorrow, her lips barely curving upwards in amusement. She was well aware of Chen Yunzhou's discontent, but chose to remain silent. Nian Nian, it's getting late. Time for a bath and bed, Xia Wanqing said gently. Looking at her daughter, I want mommy to hold me. Nian Nian immediately reached out her little arms, sweetly whining. Xia Wanqing smiled, bending down to scoop her daughter into her arms as she headed toward the bathroom attached to the master bedroom. Soon, the sound of running water filled the bathroom, accompanied by the soft laughter of mother and daughter. Alone on the sofa, Chen Yunzhou sat in solitude, listening to the sounds from the other room, his heart a tumult of emotions, unable to articulate the blend of feelings he experienced. A sense of melancholy accompanied by a peculiar warmth enveloped the atmosphere. Moments later, the bathroom door swung open. Shi Wen-Ing emerged, cradling Nin, who was wrapped in a large bath towel, her skin radiating the delightful fragrance of baby bath products. Gently, she placed her on the bed. Daddy, tell me a story, Nin cooed. Nestled in the soft bedding, her small head peeking out, her large, dark eyes sparkling as she gazed at Chen, elongating her tone to entice him. All right, Daddy will tell you a story, Chen replied, utterly defenseless against his daughter's charm, rising immediately. The little one's ability to charm was a mystery, as it certainly could not be attributed to their icy corporate president. Just as he settled beside the bed, the bathroom door swung open once more. Shi Wen-Ing emerged, having finished her shower. She had changed into a simple yet elegant purple silk nightgown that clung to her skin, enhancing her already fair complexion, making it appear as luminous as jade. Her damp, silky hair cascaded over her shoulders, infused with the lingering steam and a subtle fragrance. Under the soft light, the nightgown casually outlined her alluring curves, evoking a sense of sensual laziness. Chen found his gaze drawn to her, an involuntary swallow betraying his sudden thirst. Shi Wen-Ing sensed his unabashed scrutiny, but but merely averted her eyes slightly, her expression remaining unchanged as she approached the bedside, picked up a hairdryer, and prepared to dry N's hair. "You should go take a shower," she said calmly. "I will tell a story later." At her words, Chnynzhou hastily averted his gaze, feeling warmth creep over his face, awkwardly nodding in agreement. "Yes, okay." He grabbed a change of clothes and nearly fled into the bathroom. Seated at the head of the bed, she gently dried N's hair. The warm air whooshed around them, causing the little one to squint her eyes in comfort. After drying her hair, she picked up a fairy tale book and began to narrate softly to Nin. Just as the story reached a pivotal moment, the sound of water from the guest bathroom ceased. Shortly thereafter, Chnynzhou emerged, towel drying his hair, dressed in a clean shirt and shorts. He moved with practiced ease to the wardrobe, retrieved a neatly folded thin blanket and a pillow, and headed towards the living room. Thus began his solitary existence entwined with the sofa, starting from that very night. Just as Chnynzhou was about to exit the bedroom, Ng's voice rang out behind him, laced with a hint of hesitation. He halted abruptly, turning around with the blanket still in his arms. Confusion etched across his face. What did she mean? Having taken his bed, what more did she desire? At that moment, his frustration was palpable, though he dared not voice it. Ng's stood by the bed, softly illuminated by the warm light, her silhouette delicately defined. Her fingers instinctively curled slightly, a faint blush painting her cheeks, even the tips of her ears warmed. She glanced away, avoiding his direct gaze, her voice lowering. The bed is quite spacious. Why don't you sleep on the bed?" A sudden jolt surged through Chnynzhou's mind, rendering him momentarily speechless. Clutching the blanket as if he had just heard an echo of madness, he scrutinized Ng's subtly flushed profile and her uncertain gaze. His heart inexplicably skipped a beat, racing uncontrollably. What did she mean by that? No, wait. Calm down. This must be a test. A blatant test. Who among officials could withstand such a trial? However, in the next instant, he forcefully stuffed the blanket back into the wardrobe, clutching only the pillow, and swiftly laid down beside Nin, completing the motion in one fluid motion, fearing that Ning might change her mind if he hesitated. Observing his impatient demeanor, a barely perceptible smile tugged at the corners of Ng's lips, though her heart raced a little faster. After all, this was her first experience sharing a bed with a man, even with Nin nestled between them. Taking a deep breath, she suppressed her inexplicable anxiety and moved to the other side of the bed, gently lying down and positioning Nin insecurely in the middle. Chnynzhou switched off the bedside lamp, plunging the room into darkness, leaving only the faint moonlight streaming through the window. The darkness heightened their senses. He could distinctly perceive the soft, lingering fragrance emanating from Ng's, an aroma that caressed his nerves like feathers, setting his heart aflame. He tilted his head slightly, barely able to make out two indistinct shapes beside him, one large and one small, both breathing evenly. He lay rigidly, even his breath softened, fearful of disturbing this peculiar tranquility. Ng's, too, found herself unable to sleep. She felt the warmth emanating from Chnynzhou, his body heat radiating through Nin's small form, making her uneasy. She began to regret her impulsive words, which had led to this awkward situation. In the enveloping darkness, both harbored their own thoughts while strangely sharing the same silence. Time passed, and perhaps physical exhaustion overcame their mental tension, as they both drifted into a deep slumber simultaneously. The following morning, the first rays of sunlight streamed through the curtain's gap, casting a slender beam into the room. Chnynzhou stirred, slowly opening his eyes. His consciousness still hazy, he felt as though he were holding something soft in his arms. Instinctively looking down, he was jolted awake in an instant. Unbeknownst to him, Ng's had rolled toward him, nestled closely in his embrace, her head resting on his arm, her serene face exuding tranquility, her long lashes fluttering gently with each breath. Sunlight bathed her features, enveloping her in a warm glow. In her slumber, the usual coolness faded, revealing a softness that seemed harmless. Gazing at her calm and gentle demeanor, Chnynzhou felt an inexplicable tenderness in his heart. An impulsive desire to make her cry surged within him, to see her eyes glistening with unshed tears. This thought was dangerously reckless, and he shook his head vigorously, forcefully extinguishing it. Yet, his gaze was soon ensnared by another sight, rendering him unable to look away, perhaps due to her sleeping position. The purple silk nightgown she wore had ridden up, gathering at her chest, exposing a vast expanse of delicate skin. His eyes lowered, clearly revealing her slender waist and the long, fair legs beneath the hem of the gown, glistening under the morning light. Gulp. Chnynzhu felt his throat tighten, an uncontrollable swallow escaping him, his gaze fixated as if he were spellbound. Cwnq's lashes fluttered, gradually opening her eyes. The first thing she saw was Chnynzhu's face, mere inches away. Though still somewhat dazed, she instinctively followed his gaze downward. In the next moment, realization struck her like a thunderbolt. She saw it. Her purple silk nightgown had somehow rolled down to below her chest, revealing a significant expanse of skin and her long, fair legs. She gasped, her cheeks instantly flushing a deep crimson. Hastily tugging down the hem of her nightgown to cover herself. Chnynzhu, startled by her exclamation, jerked his head away as if electrocuted, averting his gaze in a rush, unable to look any longer. He felt warmth flooding his nostrils, followed by a surge of heat that he could not control. Xiao had just tidied herself up, managing to calm her racing heart. Out of the corner of her eye, she caught a glimpse of his turned profile and the glaring red beneath his nose. She paused for a moment, then quickly realized what it was. The blush that had just faded from her cheeks surged back, yet seeing his flustered and averted gaze brought a subtle smile to her lips, laced with an almost imperceptible amusement. She hurriedly reached for a few tissues from the bedside table and offered them to him, her voice slightly hoarse from just waking. Struggling to contain a chuckle. "Quick, wipe it." It was then that Chen Yunzhou finally noticed the blood from his nose. Embarrassed, he hastily took the tissues, pressing them against his nose, his cheeks burning with shame. His eyes darted away, and his voice came out muffled from behind the tissues. "I didn't mean to." Seeing his ears flushed crimson, much of Xiao Wanqing's annoyance dissipated, leaving behind a peculiar feeling that began to spread within her. She softly acknowledged with a gentle hum, lowering her gaze. "I know." He stole a glance at her, quickly looking away upon meeting her gaze, unable to discern her expression as her head was bowed. Only catching sight of her slightly reddened earlobe. An awkward atmosphere enveloped them in silence, punctuated only by their slightly disordered breathing. Just then, as if recalling something simultaneously, they exchanged a startled glance. There was an empty space between them. "Where's Nian?" They both asked in unison, a hint of panic evident in their voices. They hastily began searching around, ultimately discovering Nian curled up on Chen Yunzhou's pillow. She lay there, clutching a small pillow, a smile gracing her lips as she slept soundly. Both of them breathed a sigh of relief at the sight, their eyes meeting with an unspoken understanding, though tinged with a hint of embarrassment. Chen Yunzhou cleared his throat, stating, I'll go wash up first." With that, he dashed out of bed and hurried to the bathroom. In the bathroom, the sound of rushing water filled the air as Chen Yunzhou stood beneath the shower, allowing the cool water to cascade over his heated skin. He closed his eyes, attempting to dispel the lingering images in his mind, the delicate, blindingly fair skin, the slender waist, and those long, straight legs. Yet, they stubbornly remained. He abruptly opened his eyes, shaking his head vigorously, droplets of cold water splattering around him. The vision of Xiao Wanqing's drowsy yet instantly flushed face lingered vividly before him. He touched his nose, the bleeding had stopped, but the warmth seemed to linger in his nostrils, and his cheeks continued to burn. After a prolonged shower with cold water, he finally managed to suppress the heat. Chen Yunzhou turned off the water, hastily dried himself, and donned clean clothes. After lingering for a moment, he took a deep breath and opened the bathroom door. In the bedroom, Xiao Wanqing was already dressed, seated at the edge of the bed, gently helping the still drowsy Nian adjust her little dress. Upon hearing the door open, Xiao Wanqing instinctively looked up. Their eyes met briefly before Chen Yunzhou quickly averted his gaze, as if burned, his eyes drifting elsewhere. He cleared his throat, his voice sounding somewhat dry. "I'm going downstairs to buy breakfast." Xiao Wanqing observed his almost panicked retreat, a faint smile tugging at her lips as she softly replied. Then, she looked down, continuing to fasten the last button on Nian's dress, her tone gentle. "Nian, are you awake? Shall we wash our faces and brush our teeth?" Nian rubbed her eyes and responded in a sweet, sleepy voice. Mama, hold me." Xiao Wanqing chuckled softly, bending down to lift her daughter, heading towards the bathroom. By the time the mother and daughter had finished washing up and changed clothes, Chen Yunzhou returned with breakfast in hand. He brought soy milk, fried dough sticks, soup dumplings, and a strawberry-flavored cake specially for Nian. The delightful aroma instantly filled the small space. The three of them sat around the modest dining table, the atmosphere considerably lighter than before. Nian took small bites of her cake, a bit of cream adorning her cheek, resembling an adorable little kitten. Suddenly, she looked up at Chen Yunzhou, her eyes sparkling with excitement. "Daddy, when are we going to play?" Chen Yunzhou paused mid-sip of his soy milk, suddenly recalling their earlier conversation. He set his cup down and replied, "Right now." Xiao Wanqing was momentarily taken aback. "Now?" Are we in such a hurry? She had thought they would at least wait until the afternoon. Chen Yunzhou picked up a bun, explaining, once my sister is on holiday, she becomes elusive. If we don't go now, she'll likely run off to play by herself later, and we won't be able to find her. His tone was certain, clearly indicating his familiarity with his sister's habits. Xiao Wanqing nodded, refraining from further questions. After breakfast, they tidied up briefly before heading out. Xiao Wanqing drove, carrying Chen Yunzhou and Nian Nian towards an upscale neighborhood in the city center. The car came to a smooth halt beneath a building. Chen Yunzhou led Xiao Wanqing and Nian Nian into the entrance and took the elevator upstairs. The confined space of the elevator rose slowly, and Chen Yunzhou suddenly crouched down, casting a warm smile at the eagerly awaiting Nian Nian. Nian Nian, Daddy has something to tell you. Nian Nian blinked her big eyes, curious. What is it? Daddy and Mommy are going to get some shots. Chen Yunzhou lowered his voice. Upon hearing this, Nian Nian's face fell, her little lips pouting in evident fear of the needles. Noticing her reaction, Chen Yunzhou hurriedly reassured her, fearing she would burst into tears. If you don't want to go, you can stay with Annie today. She'll take you out for delicious treats and fun. Nian Nian's attention was instantly diverted, her eyes sparkling once more. She nodded vigorously, her voice bright and clear. Nian Nian wants to play with Annie. Chen Yunzhou smiled, ruffling her hair. Good girl. Xiao Wanqing leaned closer to Chen Yunzhou, whispering, Isn't it a bit unfair to deceive a child like this? Chen Yunzhou waved his hand dismissively, his expression calm. I'm merely preparing Nian Nian for the harsh realities ahead. Besides, a little fib isn't truly a lie. Xiao Wanqing's lips twitched in disbelief. Yet she chose to remain silent. Soon, the elevator chimed, arriving at the 15th floor. The doors opened slowly. Chen Yunzhou took Nian Nian's small hand, with Xiao Wanqing following behind as they approached a door at the end of the hallway. He raised his hand and pressed the doorbell repeatedly, almost instantaneously. As the doorbell rang, Chen Yunzhou suddenly released Nian Nian's hand, grabbing Xiao Wanqing, who looked confused, and swiftly turned towards the elevator. Quickly, let us go. His movements were quick, offering Xiao Wanqing no time to react. She stumbled slightly as he pulled her, and by the time she gathered herself, he had already stepped into the elevator, leaving Nian Nian standing alone in her lovely dress with her small backpack, facing the closed door without a hint of fear. As if this was a familiar occurrence, the elevator doors began to close slowly. It was then that Xiao Wanqing realized the situation. She turned to Chen Yunzhou, her eyes filled with concern. What if Nian Nian is alone and your sister isn't home? Chen Yunzhou released her hand, relaxing against the elevator wall, his tone light. Don't worry, she is definitely at home. He was well aware of his sister's routine. At this hour, she would certainly still be asleep and would not have gone out. Xiao Wanqing remained uneasy, for leaving a child alone at someone else's door was still a daunting thought. However, just as she was about to say something more, Chen Yunzhou's phone suddenly vibrated. He picked it up and turned the screen towards Shi Wen, revealing the word Laojia prominently displayed. Had he just received a call from Nin? Chen Yunzhou chuckled, then naturally ended the call. Seeing the incoming call, Shi Wen sighed in relief and asked, Aren't you going to answer it? Chen Yunzhou shook his head and replied, What is the point? We can talk later tonight. Meanwhile, on the 15th floor, New Jersey Inn was in a drowsy state when she was abruptly awakened by a persistent doorbell. Annoyed, she rolled over and covered her head with the blanket, attempting to ignore the sound. The doorbell rang insistently, each chime more urgent than the last. Damn it! Who is it so early in the morning? New Jersey Inn could no longer tolerate it, ruffling her disheveled hair, and grumbled as she climbed out of bed. Barefoot, she stepped onto the floor, opened her bedroom door, crossed the living room, and reached the entrance, muttering to herself, This had better be something important, or I swear I'll knock your teeth out. Upon arriving at the door, she flung it open, ready to unleash a torrent of curses, only to find the doorway empty, devoid of any human presence. Just as confusion set in, she glanced down and saw a petite figure clad in a lovely pink dress, with a cartoon backpack adorably slung over her shoulders, standing there obediently. And looked up at her with wide, innocent eyes. New Jersey Inn was momentarily stunned, her mind blank for an instant. Andy hugged and extended her little arms, her voice sweet and soft. Regaining her senses, New Jersey Inn's expression shifted to one of disbelief. She squatted down and scooped into her arms, retreating into the house while shutting the door behind her. She placed on the soft living room sofa and crouched before her, the two of them engaging in a silent stare. Sat there obediently, swinging her little legs, blinking her big eyes, and taking out a small steamed bun from her bag, offering it to New Jersey Inn while sweetly saying, Annie, eat. Chapter 41. Would they be so overjoyed that they fainted? CHNY New Jersey N took the still warm bun and quickly deduced that CHNYNZHU must have left an IN with her so he could go on a date with SheWNQing. A surge of anger flared within her at this thought. Yet, upon seeing NIN, she inhaled deeply, suppressing the impulse to storm downstairs and give CHNYNZHU a piece of her mind. Forcing a not-so-unpleasant smile, she handed the television remote to NIN and said, "Annie needs to freshen up. Would you be a good girl and watch some TV for a bit?" NIN received the remote and nodded vigorously, responding obediently, "Okay." CHNY New Jersey N felt her heart soften. Unable to resist ruffling NIN's fluffy little head, the texture was surprisingly delightful. She then rose and walked toward her bedroom, retrieving her phone from the cluttered nightstand. Finding CHNYNZHU's number, she dialed. After several rings, he hung up on her. The busy tone echoed in her ear as CHNY New Jersey N stood frozen, astonished that he dared to hang up on her. A vein throbbed at her temple as she clenched her jaw. "Fine. CHNYNZHU, you think you're so clever. Just wait until tonight." With a resigned sigh, she tossed her phone back onto the bed and turned to enter the bathroom. The sound of running water soon drowned out the animated show in the living room. At the same time, on the roadside of the neighborhood, CHNYNZHU and SheWNQing had just settled into their car. As SheWNQing prepared to start the engine, a black Volkswagen smoothly parked directly in front of them. CHNYNZHU instinctively frowned upon seeing the vehicle, leaning slightly forward, murmuring, "This car seems somewhat familiar." Before he could finish his thought, the front and passenger doors of the black Mercedes simultaneously swung open. A middle-aged man and woman emerged from the car. Upon recognizing the two figures, CHNYNZHU's pupils constricted in shock. He quickly removed his outer coat and threw it over his head. "Damn it." Noticing his peculiar behavior, SheWNQing furrowed her brows and asked, "What's wrong?" Peering through the gap of the coat, CHNYNZHU pointed towards the two individuals walking toward the entrance, his voice tinged with anxiety. "My parents." SheWNQing's heart skipped a beat, her body stiffening as her grip on the steering wheel tightened, knuckles turning white. Her gaze fixed ahead, she consciously reduced her breathing, fearing they might turn around. The atmosphere inside the car felt as if it had frozen. The two held their breath until the figures of CHNY and Li-O-T-ing vanished behind the entrance door. Only then did CHNYNZHU rip off the coat from his head, releasing a long, exasperated breath, collapsing back into his seat. SheWNQing too relaxed her grip on the steering wheel, feeling her palms dampen with perspiration. Suddenly, she seemed to recall something, her complexion shifting. NIN is still with your sister. If they go up, won't they run into her?" CHNYNZHU, however, remained remarkably composed, waving his hand dismissively. "It's fine, don't worry. My sister can keep her mouth shut. She would never betray me." SheWNQing pondered for a moment, realizing there was likely no need for concern. After all, NIN was still their granddaughter, albeit from the future. Stealing her resolve, she restarted the engine and drove out of the neighborhood. Meanwhile, CHNY and Li-O-T-ing arrived at the 15th floor via the elevator and stood before the door, ringing the doorbell. Ding dong. Inside the bedroom, CHNY New Jersey N was showering and did not hear the doorbell. However, in the living room, NIN, engrossed in her animated show, heard it clearly. The little one mistakenly thought her parents had returned to pick her up, and she slid off the sofa, running towards the door on her short legs. She tiptoed to reach the doorknob and turned it with effort. With a click, the door opened slightly. Outside, CHNY and Li-O-T-ing waited for their daughter to answer, but upon the door opening, they were greeted not by their daughter, but by a delicate little girl, clad in a beautiful pink princess dress, her hair styled in two adorable pigtails. She looked up at them with wide, curious eyes. CHNY and Li-O-T-ing were momentarily stunned, their expressions frozen as their minds raced with confusion. Where did this child come from? Just as they stood bewildered, NIN recognized the faces of the two outside, and her eyes lit up. A radiant smile breaking across her face as she opened her little arms and rushed towards them, her voice sweet and syrupy. "Grandpa, Grandma." This endearing call struck CHNY and Li-O-T-ing like a thunderclap, leaving them utterly astonished. The pair instinctively took a small step back, their faces etched with shock and bewilderment as they exchanged glances, both wondering, "Who am I? Where am I?" Regaining his composure, CHNY glanced at the door number, then at the floor, muttering, "This is definitely the 15th floor, 1502, our daughter's home. So who is this child?" Seeing her grandparents retreat, NIN tilted her little head in confusion, and then, spotting Li-O-T-ing closer, she wrapped her arms around her leg, looking up with a sweet, coaxing tone. "Grandma, hug. That's soft." endearing voice instantly melted Li Otiang's heart. She had always dreamed of having a sweet, affectionate daughter who would cuddle and charm her, but while she did have a daughter, the latter had a strong-willed personality, stubborn as a mule. Far from being sweet and soft, all doubts and astonishment faded away with Nin's plea for a hug. Liu Tiang's heart softened tremendously, and almost instinctively, she squatted down, her face breaking into a gentle smile as she reached out to gently stroke Nin's little head. "Oh my, whose little treasure are you? You're simply adorable," she softly inquired, her tone brimming with affection. Nian joyfully embraced Liao Ting's neck, ready to respond. "Dad, Mom." A voice filled with surprise emerged from within the house. Chen Yunzhou, sensing something amiss, swiftly exited the bedroom and immediately beheld the scene at the door. Her parents stood there, utterly bewildered, while Nian, who should have been watching television in the living room, was clinging to her mother's body. She was momentarily taken aback and asked, "What brings you here so suddenly?" Liao Ting, cradling the fragrant, soft bundle in her arms, temporarily suppressed her curiosity, glancing up at her daughter, and gestured subtly towards the little one. "Before you question us, you must first elucidate how this little darling came to be." Chen Yunzhen's heart sank slightly, realizing the predicament. Yet she feigned calmness, quickly stepping aside to invite them in. "Let us discuss inside. Why linger at the door?" As she spoke, she took Nian from Liao Ting's arms and closed the door behind them. Chen Yi and Liao Ting followed into the living room, their gazes involuntarily drifting towards Nian. Chen Yunzhou placed Nian on the sofa, cleared her throat, and explained, "Nian is the child of a friend of mine. They had an urgent matter today and entrusted her to me for the day." Trusting their daughter, Chen Yi and Liao Ting accepted her words without suspicion. "So that's how it is," Liao Ting sighed with relief, her attention immediately captivated by the well-behaved and adorable Nian. She approached, rummaging through her bag to retrieve a few pieces of fruit candy to offer Nian. "Here, little treasure, have some candy." Nian extended her small hand to accept it, sweetly expressing her gratitude. "Thank you, Grandma." Liao Ting's heart soared at being called Grandma, and she couldn't resist pinching Nian's chubby little cheeks. Chen Yi also approached, unable to contain his smile. However, he couldn't shake the feeling that Nian's features seemed familiar, as if he had seen them before. Liao Ting, while playfully teasing Nian, couldn't help but exclaim, "Oh my, this child is simply delightful. She looks so clever. If only I had a granddaughter like this." Chen Yi nodded in agreement. Indeed. Or perhaps another niece like her would suffice. Standing nearby with her arms crossed, Chen Yunzhou could not suppress a twitch at the corners of her mouth as she overheard her parents' conversation. "What if I were to reveal that this is your future granddaughter? Would they faint from joy on the spot, or would my brother get his legs broken by Dad first? The latter seems more probable." Chapter 42. Am I living off soft rice? Chen Yi and Liao Ting continued to dote on the little one on the sofa, growing increasingly fond of her. Nian, feeling a bit shy from all the praise, nevertheless felt a warm sweetness in her heart. She tilted her small face up, her dark, grape-like eyes gazing at Chen Yi, her voice soft and tender. "Grandpa, I want to eat pig knuckles for lunch." Upon hearing this, Chen Yi burst into laughter, grandly waving his hand. "No problem. You want pig knuckles? I promise you'll be eating until your mouth is greasy." He patted his chest, exuding the air of a master chef. Chen Yunzhou, overhearing this, felt a twitch at her temple and quickly interjected, "Dad, there's no food at home, let alone pig knuckles." Liao Ting shot her daughter an annoyed glare. "If there's no food, then go buy some. It's not a big deal." She turned to Nian, her tone instantly softening. "If you want to eat, Grandma will go buy it. I want to go too." The little one exclaimed, excitedly sliding off the sofa and running to Chen Yi, clutching his large hand. "Let us go together, Grandpa and Grandma." All right, Grandpa will take you." Chen Yi, charmed by Nian's enthusiasm, smiled broadly as he took her small hand. In that moment, he felt a sense of joy akin to that of a retiree spending time with a grandchild, and it was indeed a delightful feeling, especially with such an adorable granddaughter. Liao Ting chuckled and stood up to fetch her bag. Chen Yunzhou, watching this scene unfold, felt alarm bells ringing in her mind. No. What if Mom and Dad ask about Nian's parents and she accidentally reveals something? That would be disastrous. She hurriedly followed, stating, "Wait, I'll go too. I need to buy a few things as well." The four of them descended the stairs together and arrived at the nearby market. It was the peak time for shopping, with the market bustling with voices, the sounds of vendors calling out, and the clamor of haggling filling the air. Fresh fruits and vegetables were neatly arranged. Nian found everything fascinating, her little head turning in every direction, her curious, sparkling eyes wide with wonder. Chen Yi held Nian's hand with one hand while protecting her with the other, fearful that she might get jostled in the crowd. He gazed down at her excited little face, feeling a surge of tenderness, his smile unwavering. As they walked, he suddenly paused, turning to Liao Ting beside him and lowering his voice somewhat. Dear, don't you think she looks a bit familiar? He gestured towards Nian Nian. Her features seem reminiscent of someone we know. Liao Ting, hearing this, scrutinized Nian Nian closely. The little one was on tiptoe, curiously observing the lively fish at a nearby stall. Sunlight spilled onto her delicate little face, her long eyelashes fluttering like tiny fans. Now that you mention it, there is a resemblance, Liao Ting mused, especially regarding her eyes. Why does it feel as if she resembles someone? Suddenly, she halted, a youthful face flashing in her mind. Her tone laced with uncertainty. Is she reminiscent of our son when he was young? Chen Yi's eyes lit up suddenly. He slapped his thigh in excitement, his voice rising in pitch. Yes, just like that little rascal, our son when he was young. No wonder she seems so familiar. Those eyes, that demeanor. If someone said she was his daughter, I would believe it. Chen Yunzhou, trailing behind, felt her heart nearly leap from her throat upon hearing their exchange. My goodness, can they really see it? Is the power of genetics that formidable? She shivered in fright and hastily quickened her pace to catch up, feigning calmness as she laughed. Dad, Mom, what are you talking about? My brother is barely an adult. How could he possibly have a 4-year-old daughter? You must be mistaken. Both Chen Yi and Liao Ting turned to her simultaneously, their expressions tinged with disbelief. Liao Ting sighed, gently tapping her daughter's forehead. Of course, we know it's impossible. Do you think your parents are fools? Chen Yi nodded in agreement. Indeed, we're just commenting on the resemblance. It was merely a casual remark. Despite their words, the way they looked at Nian Nian revealed a deeper curiosity and an inexplicable sense of closeness. Meanwhile, Xiao Wanqing drove through a series of twists and turns, ultimately stopping in front of a high-end men's suit store. The store exuded a subtle luxury, showcasing well-tailored suits in its window display. Chen Yunzhou followed her out of the car, glancing up at the store sign before turning to Xiao Wanqing, his brow furrowed and a look of confusion on his face. What are we doing here? He inquired, his tone clearly puzzled. Xiao Wanqing glanced at him, momentarily pausing her gaze on his casual sports jacket before leisurely responding. I'm here to buy you some clothes. Buy clothes? Chen Yunzhou was taken aback, then quickly waved his hand. No need, I have clothes to wear. Xiao Wanqing appeared amused, a subtle smile gracing her lips as she took a couple of steps forward. Standing in front of Chen Yunzhou and adjusting the collar of his jacket. Are you planning to wear that to a banquet? Chen Yunzhou, meeting Xiao Wanqing's gaze, swallowed hard. Upon hearing her words, he quickly averted his eyes, looking down at his attire. A sports jacket, athletic pants, and sneakers, certainly not suitable for a banquet. He opened his mouth to offer a rebuttal, but found himself at a loss for words, ultimately falling into a silent resignation. Upon witnessing his demeanor, Shi Wnq's eyes flickered with a hint of amusement as she remarked, let us proceed. Chnynzhu, no longer inclined to refuse, swiftly stepped past her and pushed open the heavy glass door. Inside the store, soft carpets adorned the floor, and a delicate fragrance wafted through the air, with gentle lighting accentuating the exquisite suits hanging on the racks, each fabric radiating a refined gloss, exuding an atmosphere of elegance and opulence. A well-dressed attendant promptly approached them with a welcoming smile. Welcome. How may I assist you today? Chnynzhu trailed behind Shi Wnq, feeling somewhat out of place in this refined environment, unsure of where to position his hands and feet. In contrast, Shi Wnq appeared composed, surveying the store's decor before addressing the attendant. Please take my husband's measurements. Upon hearing her words, a smile crept upon Chnynzhu's lips. Husband? Was he truly indulging in such comforts? Chapter 43. The market is crowded. I fear you may get lost. The attendant's voice was gentle and respectful, glancing between the two before finally settling on the more composed Shi Wnq. Very well, sir, please follow me. The process of taking measurements was not particularly complex. Yet as Chnynzhu stood before the mirror, feeling the soft tape measure against him, he was engulfed by an uncomfortable sensation. Accustomed to loose athletic wear, the tailored suit that demanded a straightened posture made him feel somewhat constrained. Meanwhile, Shi Wnq sat elegantly on a nearby sofa, perusing an art catalog, occasionally glancing in Chnynzhu's direction with a calm demeanor. After the attendant completed the final measurement, he respectfully stepped back. Your physique is exceptionally well proportioned. You are quite the ideal model. Shi Wnq closed the catalog and rose, stating, we require a ready-made suit to be picked up this afternoon. The attendant's smile faltered slightly, revealing a hint of concern. Madam, I apologize, but the craftsmanship of high-end bespoke suits is complex and typically requires. Shi Wnq interjected, her tone steady. I am aware of the protocol. She retrieved a black card from her bag and handed it to him. Add extra for the finest materials and the fastest craftsman. We shall return at 4 o'clock to collect it. The card glimmered subtly under the light, instantly transforming the attendant's demeanor. He accepted it with both hands, his attitude becoming increasingly deferential. Understood, madam. We will certainly do our utmost. Shi Wen offered a slight nod, choosing not to elaborate further, and turned to exit. Let us go. Chnynzhu glanced at the card the attendant was carefully holding, and then at Shi Wen's retreating figure, silently following her. This indulgence seemed to grow ever more appealing. Once back in the car, the red beetle smoothly merged into the flow of traffic. The interior was serene, the only sound being the subtle hum of the air conditioning. Shi Wen held the steering wheel, her gaze fixed ahead when she suddenly spoke. When do you plan to inform your relatives about Nin's existence? Chnynzhu stiffened slightly, pausing in silence before responding. Noticing his reticence, Shi Wen continued, such matters cannot remain concealed indefinitely. They will discover the truth eventually. Chnynzhu exhaled, fully aware of her accuracy. He could not allow her to remain hidden, not even from his grandparents. Rubbing his temples, he replied, I understand. Yet, this situation is rather sudden. I fear it may startle them. Moreover, explaining Nin's origins is another concern. He hesitated before suggesting, perhaps we could introduce them gradually? Allow them to grow familiar with Nin, and at an appropriate moment, we can slowly reveal the truth. Shi Wen contemplated this suggestion, finding it to be a prudent approach. After all, the sudden appearance of a 4-year-old granddaughter could indeed be alarming to her relatives. She nodded in agreement. That seems acceptable. Silence enveloped the car once more. Shortly thereafter, they arrived at the entrance of the apartment complex and exited the vehicle. Chnynzhu turned to Shi Wen, his gaze betraying a hint of unease as he inquired, we are out of groceries. I must visit the market for supplies. Would you care to join me? A subtle smile graced Shi Wen's lips as she nodded, very well. Chnynzhu felt an inexplicable relief wash over him, a smile unconsciously forming. The two walked side by side towards the nearby market. Chnynzhu occasionally stole glances at Shi Wen, hesitating before asking, is your relationship with Czu quite strained? Shi Wen did not falter in her stride, contemplating before nodding, then shaking her head as she replied, or perhaps, I cannot quite discern why it is so. Since childhood, she has never shown me much kindness. Chnynzhu was taken aback. You two knew each other as children? Shi Wen nodded slightly, her tone indifferent. Yes, the Shi and Ch families' villas are quite close. We attended the same school from elementary through university. How peculiar. One would assume that would foster a certain camaraderie. Even if not friends, surely such a history would not yield such a rigid relationship? Pondering this, Chnynzhu's curiosity deepened as he probed further. Did you ever have any major conflicts? Shi Wen shook her head, her bright eyes dimming slightly, a trace of unnoticeable melancholy creeping in. No, she is not my friend. I have no friends. Her voice was soft, imbued with an indescribable emotion. Chnynzhu abruptly halted, turning to face her. In that fleeting moment, he perceived the fleeting loneliness in her gaze, a sensation that struck his heart with a twinge of pain. He had not anticipated that someone so exceptional could lack companionship, further igniting his curiosity about her past. Aware of the shift in atmosphere, and perhaps realizing the vulnerability she had just displayed, Shi Wen swiftly composed herself. Chnynzhu quickly averted his gaze, murmuring, if your relationship is so tenuous, why would she become Nin's godmother in the future? This question equally perplexed Shi Wen, who too was eager to understand the rationale. Neither probed further into the matter, for who could claim to foresee the future? They walked in silence for a while, halting at a crosswalk to await the traffic signal. Chnynzhu glanced at Shi Wen. Her profile softened by the sunlight, casting a gentle glow upon her hair. Compelled by an inexplicable impulse, he reached out, tentatively enveloping her cool hand in his. Startled, Shi Wen paused, but did not immediately withdraw. Instead, she turned to meet his gaze, her eyes questioning. Chnynzhu's cheeks flushed, unable to maintain eye contact, his eyes wandering elsewhere. Clearing his throat to mask his discomfort, he awkwardly fabricated, the market is crowded. I fear you might get lost. Shi Wen remained silent, her gaze fixed ahead at the market's entrance. It was approximately 9 o'clock, and the morning rush had subsided. Only a few elderly patrons ambled through the market, leisurely selecting their items, while several vendors idly leaned against their stalls, absorbed in their phones. Hardly a crowd. It could even be described as desolate. She shifted her gaze back to Chnynzhu, a teasing smile gracing her lips as she retorted, are you certain? Chnynzhou followed her line of sight toward the empty entrance, the scattered figures, and the relaxed vendors. The heat in his face surged, akin to boiling water. Embarrassment threatened to engulf him, making him wish for a crevice in the earth to hide. He opened his mouth, attempting to devise a less humiliating excuse, his mind racing to conjure any plausible justification. Xiao Wanqing gazed at his awkward demeanor, the mirth in her eyes finally unmasked. Blossoming forth, she let out a light, melodious laugh, akin to wind chimes swaying in the morning breeze. Grasping Chen Yunzhou's large hand, she felt the warmth radiating from his palm, her brows and eyes brimming with joy. At that moment, the green light illuminated, and she tugged Chen Yunzhou, leading him willingly into the bustling market. Let us go. Chapter 44. Are you two here to flaunt your affection or to purchase groceries? Chen Yunzhou was pulled forward by her, his steps somewhat clumsy, momentarily dazed. He glanced down at their entwined fingers. Her hand remained firmly within his, unyielding. Chen Yunzhou's heart raced. A wave of indescribable delight surged within him. Instinctively, he tightened his grip, enveloping her cool, delicate hand entirely in his palm. The subtle sensation at his fingertips felt vivid yet surreal, like an unexpected beautiful dream. What vegetables do you wish to buy? Xiao Wanqing's voice rang in his ears. Yet Chen Yunzhou seemed oblivious, lost in his own reverie. She turned her head to observe the tall man beside her. His lips curved upwards uncontrollably, revealing a somewhat foolish grin, prompting her to involuntarily smile back. Little did she expect this fellow to be so innocent. As if sensing her gaze, Chen Yunzhou abruptly came to his senses, his eyes meeting Xiao Wanqing's sparkling ones. In that fleeting moment, the warmth on his cheeks surged again, his gaze faltering. What's wrong? His voice carried a hint of barely perceptible nervousness. Xiao Wanqing raised an eyebrow, her tone laced with teasing. Aren't we here to buy groceries? Realizing her jest, Chen Yunzhou quickly nodded. Yes, groceries. He cleared his throat, attempting to mask his earlier embarrassment, his eyes scanning the nearby stalls. What do you wish to eat? Xiao Wanqing pondered for a moment before responding decisively. Anything will do. For her, the specifics of the meal were inconsequential, as long as it was edible. All right, Chen Yunzhou replied, tightening his grip on her hand, this time more naturally. He led her through the various stalls, seemingly intent on perusing each one thoroughly. Xiao Wanqing easily discerned this little ploy of his, but chose to remain silent, allowing him to guide her, secretly enjoying the moment. Upon reaching a stall, the vendor, an elderly woman, scrutinized them and remarked with a hint of annoyance, Hey, are you two here to show off your affection or to buy vegetables? You've been holding hands for ages and Haven Tea even picked up a single scallion. Chen Yunzhou's subtle intentions were laid bare, leaving him feeling rather embarrassed. He hastily selected some vegetables, allowing the vendor to bag them, all the while refraining from speaking and avoiding looking at Xiao Wanqing. Internally, he had already lamented the vendor's lack of perception, feeling as if his esteemed reputation had been tarnished. Xiao Wanqing observed his embarrassment but refrained from commenting, her lips curling into a deeper smile. A sensation previously unknown began to unfurl within her heart. After this incident, Chen Yunzhou no longer dared to indulge in any more schemes, dutifully purchasing the groceries before returning to the apartment. Shortly thereafter, they arrived back together. Standing at the entrance, Chen Yunzhou looked down at their still clasped hands, a touch of reluctance stirring within him. Yet, he gradually released Xiao Wanqing's hand, stating, I'll go prepare dinner. With that, he grabbed the groceries and swiftly made his way into the kitchen. Xiao Wanqing regarded his retreating figure, suddenly beset by an impulse to cling to him like a child seeking affection. This thought surfaced unbidden, and by the time she realized it, her cheeks were already tinted with a faint blush. Fortunately, Chen Yunzhou was unaware, allowing her to exhale in relief. Taking a deep breath, she settled onto the couch in the living room. However, her gaze inexplicably drifted towards the kitchen, and her eyes fell to her empty palm. A subtle sense of loss quietly creeping in. This feeling reminded her of some unpleasant childhood memories, but since entering middle school, she had not experienced such emotions, leaving her feeling somewhat apprehensive. Just then, Xiao Wanqing's phone rang abruptly, snapping her back to reality. Glancing at the caller ID, it was Assistant Sue. She swiped across the screen to answer, her voice regaining its usual cool composure. Xiao, yes. Should I send the evening gown to your husband's apartment now? Assistant Sue's tone was respectful. Xiao Wanqing considered for a moment and replied, No need. I will go to the store myself this afternoon. Understood, Xia. At 4 o'clock. Have the driver pick me up from here. Upon concluding, she promptly added, Got it. Assistant Sue acknowledged immediately. After hanging up, the living room fell silent once more, the only sounds emanating from the kitchen. Xiao Wanqing set her phone aside and opened her tablet, immersing herself in her work. The kitchen was filled with the soft clinking of pots and pans, accompanied by the sizzling sounds of ingredients being cooked. A gentle aroma of the meal began to waft through the air, enveloping her senses. Before long, Chen Yunzhou emerged from the kitchen, carrying the last soup dish, and called out to the living room, "Dinner is ready." Xiao Wanqing responded with a nod, closing her notebook and rising to approach the dining table. The table was already set with 3 dishes and a soup, all home-cooked and visually appealing. The stir-fried tomatoes and eggs were a vibrant blend of red and yellow, accompanied by sautéed vegetables and a plate of sweet and sour ribs, glistening with rich sauce and exuding warmth. They sat across from each other, quietly enjoying their meal. There was little conversation, yet the atmosphere was not awkward. Rather, it exuded a peculiar harmony. Their occasional glances met briefly before swiftly averting, tinged with a hint of bashfulness. The air was thick with the aroma of food, intertwined with an indescribable warmth, and both savored this ambience. After finishing their meal, they returned to the couch in the living room. This time, they sat a bit farther apart, with a cushion placed between them. Xiao Wanqing, oblivious to the distance, reopened her notebook to continue her unfinished work. Chen Yunzhou sat nearby, fiddling with his phone, yet his mind was far from it. Completely unaware of the messages from Chu Ziyang. Chapter 45. So what if she gave him a daughter? A kiss, what's the harm? Time slipped by quietly, and soon it was 3:50 in the afternoon. Xiao Wanqing gently closed her laptop, the screen dimming. The living room was tranquil, save for the gentle sound of breathing beside her. She turned her head, her gaze landing on the sofa where Chen Yunzhou had unknowingly dozed off, his head tilted. Resting against the soft cushion, deeply asleep, she stood up slowly, bypassing the coffee table to approach him. Crouching down, she observed his sleeping profile up close. His eyelashes were long, casting a small shadow beneath his eyelids. Strangely enough, he looked somewhat adorable in slumber. This thought involuntarily reminded Xiao Wanqing of the comforting embrace he had given her that morning, a feeling of safety that lingered on her mind. Her gaze drifted down to his slightly parted, delicate lips. A kiss would surely be delightful, wouldn't it? The notion suddenly sprang to her mind, and as she registered it, her heart skipped a beat, her cheeks flushing slightly. She quickly chastised herself for such thoughts, deeming it somewhat inappropriate. Yet, upon reflection, he was her future husband. After all, a discreet kiss didn't seem too excessive, did it? After all, she had already given him a daughter. So what harm could a kiss do? At that moment, her inner self seemed to be engaged in a fierce debate, one side embodying restraint while the other represented impulse. Ultimately, impulsiveness prevailed. After all, it was just a gentle kiss, he would not notice. With this thought, she held her breath, swallowed hard, and cautiously leaned closer to him. As the distance diminished, her nose nearly brushed against his cheek. At that moment, she could distinctly sense his warm breath, imbued with a faint trace of his unique scent. Her heart raced wildly within her chest, the tension seizing her, rendering her limbs somewhat weak. Just as her lips were about to make contact with his, an abrupt and jarring ringtone shattered the stillness of the living room, disrupting the moment of intimacy. Xiao Wanqing jolted in surprise, her body freezing as if a pause button had been pressed. Simultaneously, she noticed Chen Yunzhao's eyelashes flutter slightly, his brow furrowing. It seemed he was awakening. Xiao Wanqing almost sprang upright, her heart still racing. She quickly stepped back, increasing the distance from the sofa, though the flush on her face did not fade. Taking a deep breath, she forced herself to regain her composure and reached for the incessantly ringing phone on the coffee table. The caller was none other than Assistant Su. A slight smile curved her lips. The timing was impeccable. Suppressing her annoyance, she swiped the screen to answer. "What is it?" Her voice returned to its usual cool and competent tone, tinged with a hint of irritation. Upon hearing her voice, Assistant Su's heart skipped a beat, keenly sensing that her tone was amiss, perhaps even angry. Having worked with Xia for nearly 4 years, this was the first time she had heard her speak in such a manner, filling her with unease. Had she interrupted a moment between Xia and her gentleman? Without dwelling on it, she quickly regained her thoughts and respectfully replied, "Xia, the driver has arrived downstairs." "Understood." Xiao Wanqing responded tersely before hanging up the phone. "What's wrong?" At that moment, Chen Yunzhou rubbed his eyes, sitting up with a voice still hoarse from sleep. Xiao Wanqing turned to face him, the coldness in her expression dissipating instantly, replaced by a gentle and natural demeanor. "It's nothing. Assistant Su called to inform me that the driver has arrived, reminding us it's almost time to prepare for the banquet." Chen Yunzhou glanced at the clock on the wall, the hands clearly indicating 4 o'clock. He looked at Xiao Wanqing with a hint of confusion in his eyes, questioning silently. "Isn't the banquet set to begin at 7? It's only 4 now." "Indeed." Xiao Wanqing nodded, explaining, "There might be traffic, and we need to change into formal attire and prepare our looks, so we have to leave early." Chen Yunzhou nodded in understanding, refraining from further inquiries. He raised a hand to pat his cheek and then walked to the dining table. Picking up the half-finished glass of water and taking a large gulp, The cool liquid coursed down his throat, dispelling the drowsiness. "All right, let us go." He set the glass down and turned to Xiao Wanqing. She nodded gently, saying nothing more. Subsequently, the two exited the apartment, taking the elevator down to the first floor. Upon stepping out of the community gate, they spotted a vintage Hongqi parked quietly by the roadside. Assistant Su, clad in a sharp business suit, stood at the car, awaiting their arrival. Upon seeing Xiao Wanqing and Chen Yunzhou approach, a respectful smile blossomed on her face. Assistant Su quickly stepped forward, opening the back door for them. Xiao Wanqing nodded slightly, offering no further words, as she bent to enter the car, followed closely by Chen Yunzhou, who also settled into the spacious and comfortable back seat. The door closed gently, isolating them from the external clamor. Assistant Su took her place in the passenger seat, and the vehicle smoothly merged into the flow of traffic. Approximately half an hour later, the Hongqi veered off the main road into a relatively secluded street. It finally came to a halt in front of a shop devoid of any conspicuous signage. The storefront featured dark frosted glass, exuding an air of mystery and sophistication. The two stepped out of the car, with Xiao Wanqing walking confidently towards the entrance, her strides calm and composed. Chen Yunzhou hesitated briefly before following her lead. Pushing open the heavy glass door, a subtle fragrance wafted towards them. The interior was softly lit and exquisitely arranged, showcasing a few seemingly simple garments, each radiating exceptional quality and design. A middle-aged woman, elegantly dressed in a well-tailored outfit, approached them with a familiar smile upon recognizing Xiao Wanqing. "Xiao Zong." Xiao Wanqing nodded, turning her gaze to Chen Yunzhou, instructing, "Please style him." The middle-aged woman followed Xiao Wanqing's gaze towards Chen Yunzhou, nodding in acknowledgement. "Of course, Xiao Zong." Xiao Wanqing said no more and followed the woman into the dressing room. Chen Yunzhou stood still, and before he could ponder, two young individuals in work attire approached him, gesturing for him to follow. He was guided to another independent styling room. Time passed quietly. Inside the styling room, scissors snipped and hairdryers buzzed. About half an hour later, Chen Yunzhou gazed at the reflection in the mirror, feeling somewhat unfamiliar. His previously casual hair was now neatly trimmed and styled, perfectly accentuating his rugged yet gentle features. He seemed to shed the youthful naivety of a student, gaining a clearer, more mature aura. In contemporary terms, it was akin to a significant transformation, elevating his charm to an entirely new level. At that moment, he heard faint footsteps approaching from outside. Instinctively, Chen Yunzhou turned his head. There stood Xiao Wanqing, emerging slowly from the dressing room. She was adorned in a sleek black evening gown. The dress was elegantly simple, yet it accentuated her curvaceous figure exquisitely. The fabric shimmered with a satin-like sheen, swaying gently as she moved. Her hair was meticulously styled, revealing her long, fair neck, with a few strands framing her face, adding a touch of allure. A delicate makeup enhanced her striking features, making her look even more captivating. The light cascading upon her seemed to envelop her in a soft halo, rendering her breathtakingly beautiful. Chen Yunzhou's gaze fixated on her, his pupils dilating slightly. In that moment, his heart missed a beat. Chapter 46. If you are beautiful, why do you not dare to look at me? Xiao Wanqing, observing Chen Yunzhou's somewhat dazed expression, felt a surge of triumph within her. Her lips curved into a subtle smile as she deliberately glided gracefully towards him. The skirt of her evening gown fluttered with her movements, carrying a faint scent that lingered enticingly in Chen Yunzhou's nostrils. "Do you find it beautiful?" Her melodious voice, laced with an imperceptible hint of amusement, gently caressed his ears. Chen Yunzhou, as if jolted awake, abruptly regained his composure. He instinctively nodded, replying, "It's very beautiful." Only upon speaking did he realize his voice was somewhat hoarse. A subtle warmth crept onto his cheeks, his gaze evasive, unable to meet hers. Yet, his eyes were inexplicably drawn to her, as if tethered by an invisible thread. Xiao Wanqing keenly detected the fleeting shyness and astonishment in his eyes, which deepened the curve of her smile. At that moment, Assistant Su approached with a neatly pressed suit covered in a dust bag. "Xiao Zong, here is the gentleman's attire." Xiao Wanqing shifted her attention from Chen Yunzhou to the suit, then back to him, instructing, "Please change into this." Chen Yunzhou, as if granted a reprieve, swiftly took the suit and hurried towards the styling room once again. Sitting on the chair, he inhaled deeply, the air filling his lungs. Alas, this was indeed enticing. Fortunately, his composure held firm, or he might have succumbed to temptation. Approximately 5 minutes later, the door to the styling room swung open once more. Chen Yunzhou emerged, clad in a bespoke black suit that fit him impeccably, accentuating his broad shoulders and sleek waistline. However, he appeared somewhat awkward, unsure of where to place his hands, occasionally tugging at the hem of his shirt or adjusting his collar, radiating an air of discomfort. In contrast to his earlier fresh and clean appearance, he now exuded a sense of maturity, yet also an air of restraint. Xiao Wanqing's gaze fell upon him, and her eyes sparkled with delight. One could not deny that this outfit enhanced his stature and charisma. The transformation from a casually dressed youth with a hint of boyish charm to a dapper young man in formal attire was striking, evoking an unexpected sense of pride within her, as if witnessing a child stepping into adulthood. She collected her scattered thoughts, stepped forward, and instinctively extended her hand to adjust his slightly askew tie. Her fingertips inadvertently brushed against his neck, and a fragrance, more distinct and alluring than before, wafted into Chen Yunzhao's nostrils, her unique scent. His breath caught, and his gaze involuntarily dropped. The proximity allowed him to discern the graceful curves defined by her gown, as well as the smooth, fair skin that captivated his attention. Memories of the morning's spring light flickered in his mind. His Adam's apple moved involuntarily. Chen Yunzhou quickly averted his gaze, a flush creeping up to his ears, his heart racing uncontrollably. Xiao Wanqing's fingers paused, acutely aware of the pulse throbbing at his neck and the rapid movement of his Adam's apple. A subtle smile graced her lips as she complimented him with a whisper. Very handsome. Upon hearing her words, a gentle thrill coursed through Chen Yunzhao's heart, a joy he found difficult to articulate. Although he had received compliments from girls before, they had rarely stirred any significant emotion within him. Yet, the same words spoken by Xiao Wanqing ignited an overwhelming happiness, causing his heart to skip a beat. He struggled to suppress the smile threatening to bloom on his lips, maintaining an air of calm as he responded, "You are also very beautiful." Xiao Wanqing arched her finely shaped brow, her gaze lingering on his slightly flushed face, and retorted, "If I am beautiful, why do you not dare to look at me?" He blinked, casting a glance her way, only to quickly avert his eyes as if burned. His gaze wandered elsewhere, his throat tightening, momentarily at a loss for words. Observing his innocent demeanor, Xiao Wanqing's smile deepened. With a light chuckle, her voice resonated like music. No longer wishing to tease him, she stepped closer, naturally linking her fair arm with his. "All right, it is time. We should head to the dinner." The soft warmth of her touch seeped through the thin fabric of his suit, leaving an indelible impression on Chen Yunzhao's arm. He instantly tensed. The unique, fresh, and slightly sweet scent enveloped him, more pronounced than when he was adjusting her tie, more assertive. His heart raced, pounding against his chest, causing a ringing in his ears. At that moment, his mind seemed to halt, consumed entirely by the unusual sensation radiating from her arm. Xiao Wanqing spoke, but he hardly registered her words, instinctively nodding in response. "All right." Then, they exited the shop side by side, Assistant Su already holding the car door open, waiting respectfully. Xiao Wanqing entered first, while Chen Yunzhou took a deep breath, striving to calm his tumultuous heartbeat before following her into the back seat. As the car door closed and the Hongqi vehicle merged into the traffic, a profound silence enveloped them. Chen Yunzhou felt Xiao Wanqing's presence acutely, the warmth of her body, the allure of her fragrance, constantly tempting him. He gazed ahead, attempting to maintain an appearance of tranquility, yet the slight tension in his jawline betrayed his inner unrest. After about half an hour, the vehicle halted before the entrance of a grand estate. The guard confirmed the vehicle's details before the automatic gate slowly opened. The Hongqi car glided into the estate, traversing a well-paved path before coming to a stop in front of a brightly lit villa. Assistant Su exited first. Opening the rear door, Xiao Wanqing gracefully stepped out, followed closely by Chen Yunzhou. The evening breeze, carrying a hint of coolness, brushed against his face, slightly alleviating the warmth on his cheeks. Xiao Wanqing glanced at him and naturally intertwined her arm with his as they walked toward the villa's entrance. At that moment, crouched beside a flower bed, Chu Ziheng spotted the two of them and widened his eyes in disbelief upon seeing Chen Yunzhao's transformation. Wow, when did this guy become so handsome? Chen Yunzhou, noticing Chu Ziheng, saw him dressed in a well-tailored silver-gray suit, his hair styled neatly, revealing a smooth forehead. He indeed looked significantly more refined. Not bad. He looks quite handsome, Chen Yunzhou thought. Xiao Wanqing also noticed Chu Ziheng, scanned the surroundings, but did not see Chu Ziyue, and turned her gaze back. She looked at Chen Yunzhou and said, "Do not feel too constrained, just be casual. As long as I am here, no one can bully you." Chen Yunzhou felt warmth wash over him, standing a little taller at her words. He nodded in agreement, replying, "All right." Afterward, he released the arm Xiao Wanqing had linked with his and walked toward Chu Ziheng. Xiao Wanqing watched his retreating figure, a smile curving her lips before she turned gracefully to enter the villa. Standing before Chu Ziheng, Chen Yunzhou wore a mask of barely concealed pride. Chu Ziheng, seeing his smug expression, shook his head in disbelief. He stood up and lightly punched Chen Yunzhao's shoulder, exclaiming, "Seriously, with you looking this good, who is going to recognize me as your father? If someone didn't know better, they'd think you are the star of the evening, stealing all the limelight." Chen Yunzhou chuckled at his friend's teasing, explaining, "I can't let my wife down." Hearing the word wife, Chu Ziheng scoffed, his tone dripping with sarcasm. "Oh, so you can't let your wife down? How nauseating." Ignoring his friend's mockery, Chen Yunzhou shifted the topic. "What are you doing here? Why aren't you inside?" Chu Ziheng shrugged, his playful demeanor fading, replaced by an unexplainable emotion. "My sister asked me to wait here. She said she would take me to meet that old man first, to recognize him as father." The phrase recognize father rolled off his tongue nonchalantly, as if discussing something utterly mundane. Chen Yunzhou nodded slightly, understanding the situation, when a clear female voice called from behind, "Ziheng." They both turned around simultaneously. There stood Chu Ziyue, gracefully striding toward them, donned in a well-fitted cream-colored Chanel-style dress. Her long hair was elegantly styled, revealing her slender neck. Her face adorned with a poised smile, exuding an air of elegance that starkly contrasted with Chu Ziheng's more casual appearance by the flower bed. "Sister." Chu Ziheng responded with a sound and stood upright. Chu Ziyue approached the two, her gaze lingering momentarily on her younger brother before shifting to Chen Yunzhou, where a hint of barely perceptible surprise flickered in her eyes, quickly replaced by her usual demeanor. She nodded slightly as a form of greeting and then said to Chu Ziheng, "Let us go. I will take you to meet father." Chen Yunzhou observed the sibling duo, realizing he had no acquaintances present, and thus followed along. Chu Ziheng, unbothered, felt more at ease with Chen Yunzhou beside him. The trio then followed Chu Ziyue, bypassing the main hall and heading straight to a small sitting room on the second floor. Along the way, Chu Ziyue glanced at Chen Yunzhou and casually inquired, "Where's Nian Nian? Did you not bring her today?" Without a moment's pause, Chen Yunzhou explained, "My sister is with her." Chu Ziyue nodded, a tinge of disappointment crossing her features, yet she refrained from pressing further. This sense of discontent was something she herself did not fully recognize. The three soon arrived on the second floor of the villa, where Chu Ziyue led them to a corner of the small sitting room. She stopped, turned to Chu Ziheng, and lowered her voice, "Please wait outside for a moment." Chu Ziheng shrugged in indifference. Taking a deep breath, Chu Ziyue turned and entered the small sitting room. The ambience within was warm and inviting. At the head of the room sat an elderly lady with graying hair and a vibrant spirit, the matriarch of the Chu family. Beside her was Chu Ziyue's father, Chu Zhenhao, dressed in a dark suit, his expression composed, a lit cigar poised between his fingers. Across from them sat an elegant elderly couple, the grandparents of Xiao Wangqing, Xia Shuxian, and Wen Shuiyao. Chu Ziyue's gaze swept over everyone before settling on Chu Zhenhao. "Father, I need to discuss something with you." Upon hearing this, Chu Zhenhao was about to respond when the matriarch interjected with a tone of displeasure, "Ziyue, any matters can wait until after the banquet. Your grandfather Xia, your grandmother Wen, and I are currently deliberating on important matters regarding your brother Ace." As she spoke, her gaze shifted to Xia Shuxian and Wen Shuiyao, her face adorned with a warm smile. "Uncle Xia, Aunt Wen, Ace has grown up under your watchful eyes, and he is only 3 years apart from Wangqing." At this remark, a flicker of barely concealed anger passed through Xia Shuxuan's eyes, yet he maintained a polite smile. Wen Shuiyao remained silent beside him, her previously gentle expression now clouded with discontent, her smile fading significantly. Xia Shuxian took a sip of tea, setting the cup down with a smile. "As a grandfather, I shouldn't interfere too much in the affairs of the children. Wangqing is quite determined. Let the young ones decide for themselves." Chu Ziyue, however, was evidently not willing to relent, her smile deepening. "That may be so, but Ace is utterly devoted to Wangqing. You have watched him grow. He is mature, ambitious, and respectful to his elders. What could possibly disqualify him from Wangqing?" Meanwhile, in the corner, Chen Yunzhou and Chu Ziheng listened intently to the conversation unfolding in the small sitting room. Chu Ziheng turned to Chen Yunzhou, lowering his voice in astonishment. "Yunzhou, you can't possibly be the secret lover kept by Xiao Wangqing, can you?" Chen Yunzhou, taken aback, retorted sharply, "Get lost." Although he did not believe it, a flurry of thoughts began to swirl in his mind, especially considering the stark class divide between him and Xiao Wangqing, an undeniable reality that weighed heavily upon him. The phrase incompatible backgrounds loomed large, leaving him breathless. The confidence he had just felt from Xiao Wangqing's defense seemed to wane, leaving him feeling slightly diminished. Noticing Chen Yunzhao's discomfort, Chu Ziheng quickly pulled out his phone and opened a novel reading app, thrusting the screen in front of Chen Yunzhou. "Look, even the novels say so. In affluent families, one must have a fiancé or wife of matching status. After marriage, they all go their separate ways." Chapter 48. Do you know who my wife is? Chen Yunzhou pushed his hand away, remaining silent while his mind wrestled with turmoil. At that moment, the sound of Chu Ziyue's voice resonated from the small sitting room. It seemed she had interrupted the matriarch, questioning sternly, "Father, shouldn't you be concerned about your son?" The conversation in the sitting room halted abruptly. Chu Zhenhao appeared momentarily bewildered, his gaze fixed on Chu Ziyue in confusion. What do you mean? Ace is downstairs. Before he could finish, Chu Ziyue pulled several photographs and a document from her bag, slamming them onto the coffee table, her tone icy. I am referring to your son. As Chu Ziyue's words echoed, everyone in the room froze, their eyes collectively drawn to the photographs on the table. Upon seeing them, Chu Zhenhao stood in stunned silence, immediately recognizing the woman in the picture, his former wife, Lin Jing. Beside Lin Jing stood a youth, perhaps 17 or 18, with striking features, a slight smirk hinting at rebellion. The moment Chu Zhenhao's gaze met the boy's face, his pupils constricted sharply. The resemblance was uncanny, as if he were gazing upon his younger self, at least a 7/10 likeness. In an instant, he was certain this was his son, the fruit of his union with Lin Jing. His heart felt as though it had been gripped by an invisible hand, then suddenly released. An indescribable wave of joy surged through him, electrifying his entire being. Yet, this exhilaration was quickly overshadowed by a deeper, more profound remorse, akin to a cold tide that engulfed the fleeting happiness. Regret gnawed at him for his past indifference, for the years of silence. His fingers clenched the edges of the photograph, knuckles whitening from the pressure, his fingertips trembling slightly. Father, this. Chu Ziyue's voice quivered with a hint of suppressed emotion, ready to explain. Humph. A derisive scoff interrupted her, emanating from the matriarch, who merely cast a cursory glance at the photographs, her eyes rapidly filling with disdain and contempt. She could not be bothered to examine them closely. Her voice cold as ice. Where did this illegitimate child come from? The Chu family does not acknowledge such unclear origins. The old woman's words were not loud, yet each syllable was sharp and cutting. She leisurely lifted her teacup, blowing away the foam, as if what had just been said were merely a trivial matter. In our Chu family, having A's as a grandson is sufficient. The rest, any stray cat or dog, are of no relation to us. This statement was directed not only at Chu Ziyue, but also at Chu Zhenhao. In the corner, the matriarch's scathing remark about an illegitimate child pierced through to Chu Ziheng's ears. Every expression on his face froze instantly, his dark eyes swirling with a terrifying rage. Who was this old crone to insult his mother? A fire ignited within him, shaking his entire being with fury, yet his lips curled into a dangerously cold smile. Damn it, Chu Ziheng muttered under his breath, unable to contain himself any longer. He strode purposefully into the small sitting room, and Chen Yunzhou made no effort to stop him. Having grown up alongside Chu Ziheng, he understood the sacrifices made by Aunt Lin to raise him. Thus he could not intervene. Chu Ziheng stormed in like an enraged leopard, his eyes blazing with fury. In the astonished gaze of the onlookers, he rushed to the coffee table, gripping its edge with both hands and forcefully flipping it over. The sound of wood crashing filled the air as tea, snacks, photographs, and documents scattered across the floor in chaotic disarray. The shattering of fine porcelain teacups rang out, piercing the atmosphere with its harshness. You old hag, what do you think you are? Ziheng pointed at the pale-faced Lot Tai, who was almost leaping off the sofa in shock from the sudden turn of events, and erupted in a furious tirade, his voice hoarse. Who are you calling a bastard? What gives you the right to speak of my mother in such a manner? His chest heaved violently as he fixed an intense glare upon Lot Tai, his eyes burning with an insatiable fury, as if he intended to consume her whole. This ridiculous family, I have no desire to acknowledge you. Let those who wish to recognize you do so. After delivering his final exclamation, Ziheng stormed out of the small living room, with Yunzhou closely trailing behind. The commotion from the second floor eventually drew the attention of the guests below, who were engaged in lively conversation. A murmur of curiosity began to rise from downstairs, accompanied by the sound of approaching footsteps. Many guests stepped out of the banquet hall, gathering in the first-floor lobby, craning their necks to peer up towards the second floor, chattering amongst themselves. At that moment, a furious Ziheng and Yunzhou descended the stairs together. Upon spotting an exquisite cake nearby, Ziheng let out a cold sneer, abruptly lifting his foot to deliver a vicious kick to the cake stand's trolley. With a loud crash, the enormous cake toppled over, splattering cream, fruit, and shattered decorations across the polished marble floor, creating a scene of utter chaos. The atmosphere froze instantly. The surrounding guests gasped in low astonishment, instinctively recoiling, their faces reflecting shock and disbelief. A myriad of doubtful, even fearful gazes were directed towards the two audacious youths. To dare to cause a ruckus at a family banquet, these young men must surely be out of their minds. Ziheng, don't go. At that moment, Ziyue hurriedly pursued him, calling out. She grasped Ziheng's arm, but before she could utter a word, he forcefully shook her off. The strength of his movement nearly caused her to stumble. Get away. He glared at Ziyue, his tone thick with venom. Which old crone dares to insult my mother? What else is there to do here? Wait to be humiliated further. Before his words had even faded, several figures appeared slowly at the top of the staircase on the second floor. Lot Etai stood at the forefront, her face a stormy shade of pale, her aging eyes brimming with resentment. Su In and Wn Shu Yo stood beside her, observing the scene with complex expressions, showing no inclination to intervene. Lot Etai looked down at the disarray below, her gaze ultimately landing on Ziheng. Her lips trembled with rage, her voice sharp and mocking. How dare you? Truly, how dare you? You shameful bastard. Do you really think you belong to the CH family? Let me make this clear. As long as I am alive, you shall never set foot in the CH family door. The young master of the CH family? You think you are worthy? Upon hearing this, Ziheng scoffed derisively, his expression brimming with disdain and mockery. The CH family? Do you truly believe I care? With that, he kicked the nearby cake trolley once more. Ziheng's complete disregard for the CH family ignited Lot Etai's fury entirely. She trembled with rage, her fingers shaking as she pointed at him. Fine, fine, fine. I want to see how you and your mother will manage to survive in this or NGCH after offending the CH family. And you, I will remember. As she spoke, her gaze swept towards CHNYNZHU and CHZUA. CHNYNZHU blinked, looking perplexed at both CHZheng and CHZUA, then turned to Lot Etai with irritation. What makes you think you have the authority to dictate our lives here? He retorted. Do you even know who my wife is? Chapter 49. Especially, don't let my husband misunderstand. As soon as CHNYNZHU spoke these words, a wave of uncertainty washed over him. After all, the Shi family and the CH family had a cooperative relationship. Would Shi WNQing truly sever ties with the CH family for his sake? He lacked confidence and felt a twinge of regret for his impulsiveness. This subtle hint of insecurity, however, did not escape Lot Etai's keen perception. She seemed to find it utterly ludicrous. Her previously ashen face now adorned with a scornful smirk as her old eyes scrutinized CHNYNZHU. Huh, I thought you were someone significant. Yet you are merely a man who relies on women. She derided. What? Do you intend to intimidate me with your wife? Lot Etai's cold laughter intensified as she continued. Let me make it clear, regardless of who your wife is. Today, having offended the CH family, you all will find it impossible to survive in our NGCHing. Her words struck with authority, imbued with an undeniable weight. The surrounding guests fell into a hushed silence, not daring to make a sound. The CH family was one of the 4 prominent families in our NGCHing, and while their strength may not rival that of the other 3 families, they were not to be underestimated. No one dared to provoke Lot Etai at this moment. Many guests even discreetly retreated, fearing to be caught up in the turmoil. Just then, a subtle stir rippled through the crowd. A cool, composed figure parted the throng, slowly making her way forward. Under the lights, the woman wore a perfectly tailored gown, her exquisite and aloof features exuding an extraordinary grace. She walked directly to CHNYNZHU's side, standing shoulder to shoulder with him. Her appearance instantly captivated everyone's attention. She WNQing paid no heed to the surrounding gazes. Instead, she raised her eyes, her icy glare directed at Lot Etai at the top of the staircase. Her voice was not loud, yet it resonated clearly throughout the hall. Lao. I am quite curious to hear how the CH family intends to ensure the Shi family cannot survive in our NGCHing. The moment these words left her lips, it was as if thunder had struck the ground. The entire hall fell into a profound silence, quickly followed by a collective intake of breath. Shock and disbelief were etched on every face, their gazes darting between Shi WNQing, CHNYNZHU, and Lot Etai. The young man's wife was none other than the renowned president of the Shi family, Shi WNQing. The Shi family had once ranked just ahead of the CH family among the 4 great families, but after Shi WNQing took the helm, leading the family through reforms and innovation, they soared to the pinnacle, overshadowing the other 3 families, leaving them gasping for air. Compared to the CH family, the Shi family was truly a colossal force. Even the combined might of the other 3 families could not match the Shi family. At the top of the staircase, Lot Etai's previously arrogant and scornful demeanor froze instantly. She stared at the poised young woman below, then incredulously at CHNYNZHU by her side. His wife is Shi WNQing? You. Lot Etai stammered, her eyes widened in astonishment. Meanwhile, Shi Su In and Wn Shu Yo standing nearby exchanged glances, their faces betraying unmistakable joy. His precious granddaughter had actually found a partner. Shi Su In regarded the pair standing together below, feeling increasingly fond of the young couple, almost breaking into applause. Wn Shu Yo, brimming with delight, noticed her husband's excitement and discreetly tugged at his arm, signaling him with a glance. Only then did she sue and realize, hastily tempering his overly visible exuberance, though he could not conceal the satisfaction gleaming in his eyes. Below, Chen himself was momentarily taken aback. Chen had truly come, and she was willing to confront the family on his behalf. A wave of immense joy and warmth surged within him, washing away his earlier doubts and regrets. He gazed at Chen ethereal profile, his heart racing fiercely, as if time had momentarily stood still, with only her in his sight. Soon, he regained his composure, almost instinctively reaching out to embrace Chen slender waist. The warmth was soft, accompanied by the unique fragrance of a woman. Chen body stiffened momentarily. A rush of warmth emanated from the point of contact at her waist, rapidly spreading, causing her fair earlobes to flush slightly. The sudden intimacy caught her off guard, yet curiously, being held by him with such possessiveness felt oddly comforting. She did not pull away, instead. She subtly nestled closer into his embrace. Old Madame Chu pointed at Xiao downstairs, her lips quivering, yet not a single word escaped her mouth. The mention of the Xia family felt like a heavy stone, lodged firmly in her throat. Instinctively, she turned her head, seeking help from Xia Shuxian and Wen Shuiyao beside her. However, Xia Shuxian seemed oblivious to her gaze, nonchalantly averting his eyes while leisurely adjusting his cuffs. He certainly would not oppose his precious granddaughter for the sake of an outsider. Wen Shuiyao gently nudged her husband, signaling him to temper his demeanor, though the mirth in her eyes was unmistakable. Amidst this stifling silence, hurried footsteps echoed. The crowd parted to create a pathway. A young man in a suit, looking somewhat pallid, strode forward. He made a beeline through the throng, his gaze fixed intently on Xiao Wanqing, imbued with disbelief and anguish. Wanqing Jie said, his voice hoarse and trembling. What do you mean by this? Upon hearing his voice, Xiao Wanqing slightly furrowed her brows, her indifferent gaze landing upon his face, reflecting nothing but coldness and disdain. Her tone held no trace of emotion, but was laced with a palpable sense of detachment. We are not that familiar. Do not address me in such a manner. She paused, her eyes sweeping past the old lady Chu behind him, her tone growing even more frigid. Besides, we have no relationship. Please refrain from making such statements that may lead to misunderstandings, especially not for my husband's sake. Chen Yunzhou straightened at her words, raising an eyebrow as he regarded the unexpectedly emerged man. He bore some resemblance to Chu Zhenhao. Presumably, he was Chu Zai, the half-brother of Chu Ziyang. Chen Yunzhou assessed him, noting that he was nearly a head shorter and rather unremarkable in appearance, easily lost in a crowd. Yet the mere thought of the old woman proposing a union between him and Xiao Wanqing filled him with inexplicable displeasure. He tightened his grip around Xiao Wanqing's waist. Surprised, she found herself irresistibly drawn deeper into his embrace, his warm chest pressing against her back. In the next moment, a large hand gently yet firmly squeezed her flesh at the waist, a clear assertion of ownership. Chapter 50. I await your attempts to make my life untenable in Rongcheng. Xiao Wanqing's breath momentarily caught. Through the thin fabric of her dress, the warmth of his palm felt scalding, as if branding her skin. She hadn't anticipated Chen Yunzhou's audacity in such a setting. Her body instinctively tensed for a moment, yet soon relaxed. Strangely, she did not find this display of overwhelming possessiveness unwelcome. In fact, inexplicably, she leaned further into his warm, solid chest. On the second-floor staircase, Xia Shuxian and Wen Shuiyao observed the subtle interaction between the young couple below, their eyes sparkling with mirth, their lips unable to suppress a smile. He nudged his wife with his elbow, wearing an expression reminiscent of a delighted aunt. Wen Shuiyao's eyes danced with evident amusement, her voice lowered, tinged with playful teasing. Look, Wanqing's face has turned crimson. Xia Shuxian beamed at his granddaughter's slightly flushed ears and profile, feeling a profound sense of joy, his smile growing ever more benevolent. Sensing something, Xiao Wanqing instinctively raised her gaze, only to be caught off guard by the twinkling eyes of her grandparents on the second floor. Her cheeks flushed even more, as if ignited by fire. She quickly cast her eyes downward, unable to look further, a wave of inexplicable embarrassment washing over her. This scene struck Chu Zai like a bolt from the blue. He fixated on the entwined figures, the fleeting blush on Xia Wanqing's face stabbing sharply into his heart like a poisoned dagger. How could she display such an expression towards that man? Despair engulfed him instantly, rendering his complexion even paler than before. Chen Yunzhou observed the desolate expression on Chu Zai's face, tightening his grip around Xia Wanqing's waist further. He slightly lifted his chin, an unabashed smirk of pride and provocation forming on his lips, as if to say, "You dare to covet my wife?" The satisfaction in his heart was palpable. Seeing Chen Yunzhou's triumphant gaze, Xiao Wanqing felt a surge of authority. This sensation of being cherished was undeniably delightful. However, she quickly steadied herself, inhaling deeply. When she raised her gaze again, her eyes had regained their usual cold sharpness, like ice blades, piercing directly towards old Madame Chu at the top of the staircase. Her voice, though not loud, resonated with a chilling clarity that echoed through the silent hall. Old Madame Chu, once the project in the Western City concludes, the Xia family will unilaterally suspend all current collaborations with the Chu family. Her declaration sent shockwaves through the assembly, eclipsing the earlier stir caused by her self-introduction. To suspend all collaborations? The implications were clear to all present. Xiao Wanqing continued, her icy gaze sweeping across the room. This includes several new projects that had previously been tentatively discussed. All will be put on hold. As for whether we will resume collaboration in the future, her gaze lingered momentarily on the ashen-faced Chu Zhe, her disdain unabashed. We shall see when the Chu family resolves its internal issues. After all, the Xia family never partners with morally compromised enterprises. Old Madame Chu trembled, pointing at Xiao Wanqing, her fingers shaking like a leaf in the wind. You. The word escaped her teeth, laden with bitterness and resentment. Her murky old eyes darted desperately towards Xia Shuxian and Wen Shuiyao, a final plea for hope. Yet, Xia Shuxian appeared to just notice her gaze, leisurely retracting his attention. Clearing his throat, his soft cough broke the suffocating silence with remarkable clarity. His voice was steady, yet carried an undeniable weight. This child, Wanqing, has her own opinions. The decisions she makes, as elders, we naturally support and will not interfere. As his words echoed, the stillness of the hall shattered. Quiet gasps filled the air, and many faces, once feigning composure, crumbled into expressions of incredulous elation. They had long sought to collaborate with the Xia family. Previously, most of Xia's projects had been entrusted to the Chu family, and they had hoped for a share of the pie. Now, with Xia suspending all collaborations, it felt as if a heavenly boon had descended upon them. It was an unparalleled opportunity. How could they not be thrilled? The electric excitement surged through the crowd, contrasting starkly with old Madame Chu's face, which had turned beyond pale. Her mouth gaped, making raspy sounds, yet she could not form a complete word. Her chest rose and fell violently, as if she might faint at any moment. Just then, Chen Yunzhou bent his arm, effortlessly lifting Xiao Wanqing into his arms. She gasped, utterly unprepared for such an action. By the time she comprehended what was happening, she was already airborne, instinctively wrapping her arms around his neck. As she pressed against his shoulder, a faint scent of male musk enveloped her entirely. Her cheeks ignited. And Chen Yunzhou turned to the second floor, smirking at old Madame Chu. Old lady, didn't you just say that you'd ensure my life in Rongcheng would be untenable? Well, I await your attempts. This sentence was akin to the last straw that broke the camel's back. Old Madame Ch, whose health was already precarious, suddenly swayed violently. Her eyes widened, and her lips trembled intensely, yet she ultimately failed to catch her breath. With a roll of her eyes, her body went limp, and she collapsed unconscious. Witnessing the frail figure of the elderly lady topple, Wen Shuiyao furrowed her brow, her face betraying a tinge of disdain. Quick as a flash, she grasped the arm of Su-in and discreetly stepped aside, as if fearing to be tainted by misfortune. Nho, however, responded with remarkable swiftness, dashing forward to catch the elderly matron just before she fell. His complexion turned ashen, his voice quivering. Mother, hurry, call a doctor. The hall descended into chaos. Yet, Chnynzhu remained oblivious, not even sparing a glance at the commotion. After all, he was cradling Wen, his steps unwavering as he headed straight for the entrance. As he passed by Chz, whose face was as pale as a ghost, Chnynzhu paused slightly, glanced down at Wen, and declared, "Darling, let us go home." This proclamation struck Chz like a resounding slap, shattering the last remnants of his dwindling hope. Meanwhile, Wen felt an inexplicable flutter at the sound of him calling her darling, her heart racing uncontrollably. More importantly, she did not reject the embrace, nor did she harbor any desire to escape it. Instead, almost instinctively, she leaned her forehead against his neck, inhaling the crisp and pleasant scent that enveloped him. An unprecedented sense of security washed over her, akin to warm waves enveloping her entirely. This sensation was foreign, starkly different from the pure affection she felt as a child nestled beside her grandparents. Within this tranquility, there seemed to intertwine an unrecognized thrill that ensnared her. In that moment, she understood why Ni and always sought her father's embrace. Chzing and Chzu exchanged glances and silently followed suit. Chapter 51. Brother, I shall take good care of your sister. As they exited the villa, the night breeze was cool against their cheeks. Chen suddenly snapped back to reality. But the tender warmth in his arms and the lingering fragrance at his nose served as constant reminders of his impulsive actions in the hall. Now, with his rationality restored, he pondered whether he had been a tad too audacious. He gently loosened his embrace, carefully setting W down. The instant her feet touched the ground, her arms tightened instinctively around his neck for a fleeting moment before slowly releasing. The sudden absence of warmth left a trace of unacknowledged disappointment in her eyes. Swift as a breeze gliding over water, leaving no trace. Chen swallowed hard, clearing his throat as an air of awkwardness enveloped them. Just as he prepared to break the silence, the words "thank you" escaped his lips, tinged with an air of discomfort. Wen turned her gaze towards her, her tone returning to its customary neutrality. "No need, I didn't do much. My involvement was merely for his sake." These words reached Chen like a sweet morsel of candy, melting into his heart. A smile crept onto his lips, and his eyes sparkled with mirth. At that moment, a hand landed on his arm, pulling him aside. Chen leaned closer, lowering his voice, his face radiating unmistakable admiration. "What a real man. You just carried Summer Zing out like that." Chen rubbed his nose sheepishly, explaining, "I was scared too. In that situation, it felt like I had to act, even if it was reckless." Chen nodded appreciatively, giving him a thumbs up, his respect evidently growing. Chen managed to smile, but remained silent, pondering whether he would have to sleep with a bottle of cola tonight. As he contemplated, the sound of an engine grew louder, approaching steadily. A vintage Hongqi car came to a gentle halt at the villa's entrance. Wen regarded the vehicle, then turned to Chen, stating, "Let us go." Her voice was soft, devoid of any discernible emotion. Chen gave Chen a hearty pat on the shoulder, his expression morose, and said, "Brother, go ahead without worry. I will take good care of your sister from now on." Chen rolled his eyes and climbed into the car alongside Wen. The atmosphere inside was oddly tense. Chen sat in silence, while Wen leaned against the seatback, staring out the window. Through the reflection, she noticed him stealing glances at her, yet he remained mute, leaving her feeling exasperated enough to shut her eyes and ignore the fool beside her. Chen discreetly glanced at Wen, observing her closed eyes and the delicate shadows cast by her long eyelashes. He felt a flutter of anxiety. Had he gone overboard with the embrace and the term darling in the hall? He swallowed hard, subconsciously inching closer to her, nearly brushing against the edge of his seat, testing the waters. Now that we've had a falling out with the CH family, will there be significant trouble for the Shi family?" His voice was barely above a whisper, tinged with apprehension. Wen did not even lift her eyelids, responding flatly, "No." Her tone was devoid of emotion, as if stating an undeniable fact, without any additional explanation. Chen sensed her demeanor and halted his attempt to get closer, his mind racing with doubts. Was she upset? Hadn't everything seemed fine just moments ago? Suddenly, he recalled how he might have squeezed her soft flesh while holding her waist. Could that be the reason? He vowed he hadn't done it on purpose. It was merely a reflex. With this thought, he glanced at Wen, wanting to explain, but ultimately decided to remain silent. Meanwhile, in another vehicle, Su-in and Wen were departing the CH family estate. The atmosphere in their car was starkly different from that of CHNYNZHUS. Wen face radiated an uncontainable smile, her eyes sparkling with delight. She turned to her husband, saying, "Our Wen has such discerning taste, just like me." With that, she glanced at Su-in and added, "Old man, you should have someone investigate that boy's background. One of these days, I must meet this grandson-in-law of ours." Su-in chuckled lightly and replied, "Rest assured, I've already given the order." He paused briefly, a flicker of thought crossing his brow. "Speaking of which, I feel as if I've seen that boy somewhere before." There's an inexplicable sense of familiarity. Yet, he couldn't quite place it. Wen, upon hearing this, also donned a contemplative expression, echoing, "Now that you mention it, he does seem somewhat familiar." After pondering for a moment, they chose to redirect their focus to more pressing matters. Suddenly, Wen seemed to recall something, and her expression shifted slightly. "Oh dear, old man. Do you think the things we discussed in the small parlor were overheard by that child? If they misconstrue our words?" Before she could finish, Su-in's face registered surprise, quickly morphing into concern. This, Wen shot him an exasperated glare, exclaiming, "It's all your fault. You should have been straightforward and declined without beating around the bush." Xia Shuxian found himself chastised by his wife, his demeanor slightly embarrassed. yet he refrained from retorting, merely offering an explanation. I was merely attempting to maintain harmony between our families. Who could have predicted that things would escalate to this extent? Had I known that my son-in-law was waiting outside, I would have certainly declined. When Shui Yao let out a soft huff, her tone laced with a hint of reproach. Harmony? Can goodwill be consumed like food? Tell me, is embracing a great-grandchild more significant, or is preserving that meager goodwill with the Chu family more essential? Xia Shuxian immediately declared. Naturally, embracing a great-grandchild is paramount. He smiled gently and reassured her, do not fret too much. Let us await the investigation results to discern the true circumstances of that child. We must clarify matters to ensure Wanqing is not deceived by anyone. Upon hearing this, Wen Shuiyao let out a light laugh. She regarded her husband with a teasing glance, her tone playful. Do you genuinely believe Wan could be fooled? Is that even conceivable? Xia Shuxian fell into silence at her words. Wen Shuiyao's smile deepened. Our Wanqing, it would be remarkable if she did not have that foolish child wrapped around her finger. Meanwhile, a vehicle glided smoothly into the community, eventually coming to a gentle halt by the roadside. Chen Yunzhou was preparing to exit the car when his peripheral vision caught sight of a familiar vehicle parked nearby. His movement stilled, and he abruptly turned his head. A flicker of surprise and panic crossing his face. What's wrong? Xiao Wanqing, noticing his unusual demeanor, inquired with a sideways glance. Chen Yunzhou grasped her hand just as she was about to open the door, lowering his voice with a note of embarrassment. Wait a moment, my parents' car is still here. He pointed towards the vehicle in the distance. They must still be at my sister's place. Xiao Wanqing followed his gaze, then shifted her attention back to Chen Yunzhou's slightly anxious expression. After a moment's contemplation, she spoke calmly. You stay in the car. I will go fetch Nian. Chen Yunzhou was momentarily taken aback, then quickly grasped her intention, his face expressing gratitude as he nodded vigorously. All right. Xiao Wanqing did not say more. Opening the car door and stepping out, Chen Yunzhou watched her retreating figure as she entered the building, feeling a wave of relief wash over him. Xiao Wanqing entered the elevator alone and pressed the button for the 15th floor. The elevator ascended steadily. Soon, it reached the 15th floor. She exited the elevator and approached Chen Yunzhen's door, pressing the doorbell. Inside the living room, Nian was nestled between her grandparents, engrossed in a cartoon. Liao Ting held a small piece of apple, occasionally feeding it to her granddaughter, her face radiating affection. Chen Yi observed the joyful interaction between the grandparent and grandchild. A smile on his lips as Nian giggled, creating a warm and harmonious atmosphere. Yet, seated alone on a single sofa, Chen Yunzhen watched this delightful scene with a sense of helplessness. What time is it? Why haven't Xiao Wanqing and my brother arrived to pick her up yet? This thought barely crossed her mind when she suddenly jolted, realizing the potential disaster. Oh no, my brother has no idea that our parents are here today. If he and Xiao Wanqing come up together to fetch Nian, and they run into our parents, Chen Yunzhen could almost visualize the tragic scene of her brother being overwhelmed by their parents' dual onslaught. She shook her head in exasperation and quickly reached for her phone, intending to send Chen Yunzhou a message to alert him. Just as her finger grazed the screen, the doorbell rang again, interrupting her action. Startled, she looked up at the door. In the living room, Chen Yi, Liao Ting, and Nian all turned their attention towards the sound. It's Mom and Dad. Nian was the first to react, excitedly calling out as she attempted to slide off the sofa. Before anyone else could react, Chen Yunzhen instinctively leaped from the sofa and hurried to the door. She flung open the door, only to find Xiao Wanqing standing alone. Chen Yunzhen's heart sank, and she instinctively leaned to peer behind Xiao Wanqing, only to find the corridor empty, devoid of her brother's presence. Understanding the tension in Chen Yunzhen's demeanor, Xiao Wanqing quickly reassured her in a voice low enough for only the two of them to hear. He.S. in the car. He hasn't come up. Chen Yunzhen exhaled deeply, her taut nerves finally relaxing, and she quickly stepped aside to let Xiao Wanqing in. Come in. As she spoke, she closed the door behind them. Xiao Wanqing entered the living room, her gaze softening as she called out, Nian. Mom. Nian, who was being fed apples by her grandmother, brightened at the familiar voice and promptly slid off the sofa, scampering towards Xiao Wanqing. The little figure leaped into her mother's arms, tilting her face upward, her dark, grape-like eyes eagerly searching for her father. Mom, where's Dad? Why didn't he come? Xiao Wanqing tightened her embrace around her daughter, her expression still warm, yet her voice remained calm. Dad has some matters to attend to. He couldn't come up to fetch Nian today. She gently patted Nian's back, carrying her towards the center of the living room. A hint of disappointment flickered across Nian's small face, but she obediently nodded, resting her head on her mother's shoulder. Xiao Wanqing's gaze shifted to Chen Yi and Liao Ting on the sofa. At that moment, both Chen Yi and Liao Ting were looking back at her, their expressions tinged with confusion and curiosity. They simultaneously furrowed their brows and exchanged glances, seemingly recognizing the strikingly elegant young woman before them. Xiao Wanqing smiled just right, politely and gently addressing them. Teacher Liao, Teacher Chen. Though many years had passed since her graduation, she still remembered that Chun Yi and Liao Ting had once been her high school teachers. Oh my! Liao Ting was the first to react, her face lighting up with an expression of delight as she quickly approached. You're Wanqing? Upon hearing his wife's exclamation and the name, Chun Yi's memory was instantly rekindled, and he rose as well, a look of dawning recognition on his face. Xiao Wanqing nodded with a smile. Yes, it's me. Teacher. Oh my, it truly is you, Wanqing. Liao Ting exclaimed joyfully, stepping forward to grasp Xiao Wanqing's other hand affectionately. Come, sit down, please. As she spoke, she guided Xiao Wanqing to the sofa, her gaze flitting between her and Nian Nian, her smile growing warmer. I thought to myself, the first time I saw Nian Nian, she looked so familiar. Turns out she is your daughter. Xiao Wanqing nodded with a smile, remaining silent. Liao Ting's affection deepened as she held Xiao Wanqing's hand. Her curiosity piqued. When did you get married? We haven't heard a whisper about it. Xiao Wanqing's smile faltered slightly, her fingers unconsciously tightening around Nian Nian. She fell silent, her gaze flickering as she pondered how to respond, for she and Chen Yunzhou were not yet married. In fact, they were not even officially a couple. Liao Ting, ever perceptive, immediately sensed Xiao Wanqing's discomfort and the fleeting shadow of sorrow that passed over her face. A pang of concern shot through her, conjuring an image of a young girl who had fallen victim to a scoundrel, deceived in love, facing an unplanned pregnancy, and ultimately abandoned. Observing how exceptional Xiao Wanqing was, yet sensing an unspoken burden, Liao Ting felt a surge of sympathy and lamented the unfortunate circumstance. Just as she contemplated shifting to a lighter topic to avoid reopening old wounds, Chen Yi, oblivious to the subtle dynamics, naturally inquired with concern, Wanqing, isn't Nian Nian's father rather irresponsible? It is indeed quite unsafe at this late hour. Chen Yi's words were blunt, causing Xiao Wanqing's smile to falter, her grip on Nian Nian tightening. Chapter 53. What have I done to become a scoundrel? She opened her mouth, contemplating how to respond, when Chen Yunzhou, sitting nearby, immediately intervened. Oh, Dad, why are you asking this? Chen Yunzhou glanced at Chen Yi, her tone laced with mild reproach. This is a personal matter. Liao Ting also perceived the inappropriateness in Chen Yi's words and shot him an annoyed glare, gently twisting his arm. Chen Yi winced, realizing he had indeed been somewhat abrupt, and quickly turned to Xiao Wanqing, his face expressing a hint of apology. I'm sorry, Wanqing. I've become muddled in my old age, asking such questions. He paused before explaining, I was just concerned. Given how late it is, the roads can be unsafe. Xiao Wanqing felt relieved, shaking her head to indicate it was no trouble. It's all right, Teacher Chen. I understand. She added after a moment's thought, the driver is waiting downstairs. Upon hearing this, both Chun Yi and Liao Ting finally relaxed. Liao Ting took Xiao Wanqing's hand and said gently, that's good to hear. Xiao Wanqing glanced at the clock on the wall, realizing the hour was indeed late. Teacher Liao, Teacher Chen, it's getting late. So I'll take Nian Nian home now. Chun Yi and Liao Ting nodded, responding, take care on your way home. Xiao Wanqing softly patted her daughter's small backside, speaking tenderly, Nian Nian, say goodbye to Grandpa and Grandma. Nian Nian wriggled free from Xiao Wanqing's embrace, running to face Liao Ting and Chun Yi. She hugged Liao Ting's neck, tilting her head to plant a kiss on her cheek, then turned to Chun Yi to do the same. Goodbye, Grandpa and Grandma. Nian Nian chirped, her dark, grape-like eyes filled with anticipation. You must come to see Nian Nian. A wave of warmth surged through Liao Ting and Chun Yi, their faces lighting up with joy. Liao Ting squatted down, wrapping Nian Nian in her arms. Goodbye, darling. Grandpa and Grandma will definitely come to see you. Chun Yi nodded in agreement, smiling. With the promise secured, Nian Nian returned to Xiao Wanqing's side, clasping her mother's hand. Then we shall take our leave, teacher. Xiao Wanqing bid farewell once more. All right, stay safe. Holding Nian Nian's hand, accompanied by Chen Yunzhou, she headed toward the door. Chen Yunzhou escorted them out, watching as the mother and daughter stepped into the elevator before finally exhaling, turning to close the door behind them. In the living room, Chun Yi and Liao Ting remained on the sofa, their expressions laden with complexity. Liao Ting sighed softly, leaning back against the couch, a trace of heartache evident on her face. That child has truly suffered. Hearing this, both Chen Yunzhou and Chun Yi paused, looking at Liao Ting in confusion. Mom, why do you say that? Chen Yunzhou asked, a twinge of anxiety in her heart. Chun Yi echoed, yes, how has Wanqing suffered? She seems perfectly fine. Liao Ting shot them both an exasperated glance. You two are so oblivious. After a pause, she continued, when Nian Nian asked why her father wasn't here. Did you not see how disappointed she was? Moreover, When we inquired about Wanqing's partner twice, she fell silent, her expression changing. Does that not signify something? Chen Yi scratched his head, muttering, but that doesn't necessarily mean anything, right? Perhaps her partner is just busy with work. Chen Yunzhou quickly nodded in agreement. Exactly. Liao Ting listened to their words, unable to suppress an eye roll, her expression one of disdain. Busy? She scoffed, her voice dripping with certainty. I suspect she was deceived by a scoundrel. Chen Yi and Chen Yunzhou widened their eyes in shock. Deceived? Chen Yi exclaimed in disbelief. The more Liao Ting pondered, the more convinced she became of her hypothesis, her tone growing firmer. Indeed, Wanqing is such a wonderful girl, outstanding in school, and now she exudes grace. How could she be raising a child alone? Surely, she has encountered a heartless scoundrel who deceived her for her affections and funds, only to abandon her after leaving her with child. Listening to his wife's analysis, though it seemed somewhat far-fetched, Chen Yi began to think that Xiao Wanqing indeed hadn't mentioned the child's father, and she appeared somewhat troubled, lending a semblance of validity to Liao Ting's claims. Chen Ye's expression darkened, and he slammed his hand on the armrest of the sofa, angrily exclaiming, "What the hell? Which scoundrel has such a lack of decency to commit such a heinous act?" The more he spoke, the more incensed he became, vehemently declaring, "If I find out who that man is, I will certainly give him a thrashing. How could he abandon such a lovely daughter? It's unforgivable." As he spoke, he raised his fist. Liao Ting nodded in agreement, adding, "Exactly. Such men deserve 1,000 deaths. Wanqing is such a wonderful girl, yet she has been mistreated by such a person." She expressed her sorrow with a mournful look. Chen Yunzhou stood by, observing her parents' indignation and listening to their vehement tirades against the scoundrel, not daring to utter a word. If her mother were to discover that the scoundrel they were so vehemently condemning was her most cherished son, she could hardly imagine the consequences. Thus she stood there, forcing herself to join in the occasional condemnation to avoid revealing her unease. Fortunately, after a while, Liao Ting's anger began to subside, though her face still bore the concern for Xiao Wanqing and the outrage for the unseen scoundrel. With a sigh, she turned to her daughter, who had been relatively quiet. "By the way, Yunjin," Liao Ting suddenly recalled something, her gaze settling on Chen Yunjin. "How did you come to know Wanqing? You seem quite familiar." Chen Yunjin's heart skipped a beat, quickly steadying herself, striving to maintain a natural expression. She adjusted her glasses and explained, "Oh, she is a shareholder at the hospital and has come in for checkups a few times. We've had some professional interactions, and over time, we became acquainted." This explanation was reasonable, and Liao Ting did not suspect otherwise, nodding as she caught a glimpse of the wall clock. "Oh dear, it's nearly 10 o'clock." Liao Ting rose from her seat and approached Chen Yunjin, patting her arm. "It's late, we should head back. You live alone. Remember to eat properly and don't rely on takeout. It's not good for your health." Chen Yi also got up, echoing, yes, it's late. We should be going." Chen Yunjin nodded, escorting her parents to the door. "Understood. Mom, Dad, take care on your way." Watching her parents step into the elevator, and as the doors slowly closed, Chen Yunjin finally let out a long sigh, feeling the tension in her nerves finally ease. She turned to close the door, leaning against it, rubbing her slightly stiff cheeks. Chapter 54, Childhood Friends, Innocent Affections. The elevator descended slowly. Within the confined space, Liao Ting remained lost in her previous thoughts. Unable to suppress another sigh, Chen Yi glanced at her but remained silent. As the elevator reached the ground floor, a soft ding signaled their arrival. They exited the elevator, traversing the lobby of the building toward the community entrance. The night was deep, and the neighborhood was tranquil, illuminated only by the dim glow of streetlights. As they walked, Liao Ting spoke up again. "Oh, Lao Chun, should we have Yunjun come back next week? That child has been away for so long, and he hardly comes home." Chen Yi frowned slightly, his tone tinged with discontent. "What is the point? He grown, he won't starve." Liao Ting shot him an irritated look. "Do you not care about your son at all? What is there to care about?" Chen Yi huffed, though a different sentiment flickered across his face. "I must tell you, Lao Su is returning to Hainan next weekend. I have made arrangements with him to take his wife along, and the four of us old friends will spend a few days in Hainan to unwind." Upon hearing this, Liao Ting's eyes instantly sparkled with excitement. Before she could articulate her thoughts, Chen Yi interjected, "Indeed, you mentioned we would go together. Would it be enjoyable with an extra person?" Liao Ting nodded, intending to suggest that her son should stay behind so as not to hinder their plans. However, a sudden inspiration struck her. She exclaimed, "Doesn't Lao Su have a daughter? What was her name again?" "Oh right, Su Miao Miao. She's just a year younger than our Yunzhou." Chen Yi, taken aback by her enthusiasm, recalled that there indeed was such a girl. "Oh, what of it?" he asked. The more Liao Ting pondered, the more she felt it was a splendid idea. "Perfect. Have Lao Su invite Miao Miao, and we can bring Yunzhou along. Let the young ones interact more. I remember they were quite close as children, weren't they?" What was the phrase? Childhood sweethearts, innocent as can be. Chen Ye's face brightened at this suggestion, and he nodded in agreement. That could work. Let these two kids spend time together. If they hit it off, who knows, by the time they graduate. They might even marry and give us a granddaughter in a couple of years. The mere thought of this brought smiles to their faces. Not far away, a vintage black Hongqi car stood idly. Inside, it was pitch dark. Nian clung to Chen Yunzhou's back like a little koala, her tiny hands playfully tugging at his soft hair. The father and daughter leaned against the car window, observing Chen Yi and Liao Ting laughing as they got into the vehicle. Daddy, Nian asked in a sweet, innocent voice, what were Grandpa and Grandma talking about? They seemed so happy. Chen Yunzhou stiffened slightly, hesitating to respond. He remained silent, casting a glance at Xiao Wanqing, who sat opposite him. Her arms crossed and an enigmatic smile playing at the corners of her mouth, her eyes glinting with a mix of mockery and coolness. She spoke slowly, her voice soft yet resonant within the confined space of the car. Childhood sweethearts, innocent as can be. Those simple 8 words struck Chen Yunzhou like a thunderclap, sending chills down his spine. He shuddered, a wave of unease washing over him. Wait, let me explain. I assure you, there is nothing between me and Su Miao. Back then, it was just that Chu Ziheng insisted on including me in their games. I hardly knew her. His tone was laced with evident anxiety, as if fearing Xiao Wanqing would misconstrue the situation. Oh, Xiao Wanqing raised an eyebrow, her expression noncommittal. At this moment, Nian, with her big, curious eyes, interrupted them. Mommy, what does childhood sweethearts mean? Xiao Wanqing shifted her gaze from Chen Yunzhou to her daughter, gently patting Nian's fluffy little head. Her voice turning tender as she patiently explained. Childhood sweethearts refer to when a boy and a girl grow up together, having a particularly close bond. As she spoke, her eyes drifted back to Chen Yunzhou. He met her gaze, feeling a chill run down his back, his heart heavy with despair, feeling utterly helpless. The mention of childhood sweethearts left him feeling overwhelmed. He realized he had been ensnared by his parents, who had chosen such a sensitive topic to discuss, leaving him feeling unjustly accused. If this matter were to disrupt his sleep tonight, he would feel more wrong than doughy. Xiao Wanqing observed his flustered demeanor, a smirk curling at her lips, finding satisfaction in his anxious attempts to clarify. She was unaware of the reasons behind her own emotions. But when she heard the suggestion of introducing him to potential romantic interests, an inexplicable anger bubbled within her, akin to a child whose favorite toy had been snatched away. For a fleeting moment, she even contemplated marching up to the teacher with Nian in tow, declaring that Nian was their granddaughter. Chen Yunzhou glanced at Xiao Wanqing, clearing his throat to change the subject. Shall we head up and discuss how to facilitate more interactions between Nian and her grandparents? Xiao Wanqing collected her thoughts, looking at Chen Yunzhou with a hint of reproach, before softly agreeing with a nod. Chen Yunzhou met her gaze, feeling an unexpected pang of guilt for abandoning his responsibilities as a father. Was this truly serious? Shaking his head, he exited the car, gently setting Nian down on the ground. The night breeze was cool as Xiao Wanqing stepped out, standing by the car to smooth her wind-tousled hair. She took Nian's hand and began walking into the residential complex. Chen Yunzhou promptly followed, grasping Nian's other hand, covertly glancing at Xiao Wanqing. A fantastical notion surfacing in his mind. Was she feeling jealous? Chapter 55. But who said I wasn't a good sister? Chen Yunzhou inhaled deeply, striving to dispel the whimsical thought from his mind. He glanced at Xiao Wanqing and the little Nian beside him, feeling slightly reassured. The three of them entered the apartment building and took the elevator to the 15th floor. As the elevator doors opened, Chen Yunzhou stepped out first, arriving at his sister's door and pressed the doorbell. The chime echoed awkwardly in the quiet hallway. After a prolonged moment, impatient footsteps approached from within, followed by the door being flung open. Chen Yunzhou, clad in pajamas and with tousled hair, appeared, clearly interrupted from her relaxation, her expression revealing irritation. Who is it at this late hour? She began, but upon seeing Chen Yunzhou, Xiao Wanqing, and the well-behaved Nian, her surprise morphed into a deeper frown. What now? Chen Yunzhou immediately donned a charming smile, stepping aside to let Xiao Wanqing and Nian enter, following closely behind. Sister, I just wanted to discuss a little matter with you. Chen Yunzhou eyed him skeptically, glancing at the silent Xiao Wanqing who trailed behind, releasing an exasperated huff before walking into the living room. Speak, what is it? As soon as Nian entered, she wriggled free from Chen Yunzhou's grasp and dashed to Chen Yunzhou, hugging her leg. Auntie. Chen Yunzhou looked down at the little one, her annoyance evaporating slightly as she affectionately ruffled Nian's hair. Yet, when her gaze returned to Chen Yunzhou, the disapproving expression returned. Chen Yunzhou rubbed his hands together, cautiously speaking. Sister, it's about our parents' visit earlier. Chen Yunzhou settled onto the sofa, grabbing a cushion to hug, gesturing for him to continue. I was thinking. Could we let Nian Nian spend more time with them? Given their age, they must be yearning for grandchildren. Let us allow Nian Nian to grow familiar with them. Foster a bond, and when the time is right, we can reveal the truth that Nian Nian is their biological granddaughter. What do you think? After he finished, he anxiously watched Chen Yunzhou's reaction. Though her face remained stoic, her eyes flickered momentarily. She recalled the scene of their parents sitting on the sofa, lamenting the scoundrel who had caused Xiao Wanqing to become pregnant before marriage, a knowing smile tugging at the corners of her lips. She lifted her gaze towards Chen Yunzhou and leisurely inquired, "Are you certain?" The smile on her face sent a shiver down Chen Yunzhou's spine, filling him with an unsettling sense of foreboding. Yet, for the sake of his daughter, he steeled himself and nodded vigorously. "Absolutely. Sister, as long as you agree. Feel free to voice any demands. I shall fulfill whatever I can." Before he could finish his sentence, Chen Yunzhou abruptly interrupted him with remarkable decisiveness. "Fine, I agree." "What?" Chen Yunzhou's carefully prepared words were suddenly lodged in his throat, leaving him in a state of bewilderment. He stared at Chen Yunzhou, his expression one of disbelief. "Sister, you just agreed like that? This isn't right." Based on his understanding of his elder sister, she should have first berated him before presenting a slew of stringent conditions. Why was she so agreeable today? The more he pondered, the more he felt something was amiss. Unable to resist, he stepped forward and scrutinized Chen Yunzhou closely, asking suspiciously, "Sister, honestly, have you been possessed by something?" Chen Yunzhou was amused by his demeanor and rolled her eyes in exasperation. "Get lost. You're the one who is possessed." She then lowered her head and cradled the little girl, Nian Nian, who had been leaning against her leg, affectionately rubbing her cheek. Her tone softened immensely as she said, "Let me tell you, if it weren't for our Nian Nian, I wouldn't bother with your nonsense. Nian Nian and I are the best of friends." Nian Nian, nestled in her aunt's embrace, beamed with joy, wrapping her tiny arms around Chen Yunzhou's neck and chirping in her sweet voice, "Nian Nian and Auntie are the best." Chen Yunzhou's face instantly lit up with pride as she turned to the still-dazed Chen Yunzhou and huffed, "Did you hear that? Just make sure to bring Nian Nian to me every week, and spare me the rest of your chatter." Oh, all right." Chen Yunzhou nodded instinctively. Although he felt a twinge of unease as he observed his sister's overly agreeable demeanor and that peculiar smile from earlier, it left him with an inexplicable chill running down his spine, as if forewarning him of impending doom. Nian Nian, upon hearing that she would see her grandparents every week, wore an expression brimming with excitement. "So happy. I can see Grandma and Grandpa again." Seeing Nian Nian so delighted, Chen Yunzhou thought little of it. Attributing it to his sister's efforts to alleviate his childhood fears, he ruffled his daughter's hair, stood up, and looked at his sister. "Sister, so it's settled then? We'll bring Nian Nian over weekly." Chen Yunzhou, still holding Nian Nian, wore a look that suggested this was a given, waving her hand dismissively. All right, I got it." Despite his sister's still somewhat unfriendly attitude, Chen Yunzhou felt satisfied with the outcome and smiled lightly. "Great. Sister, we'll take our leave now." He turned to Xiao Wanqing. "Shall we head back?" Xiao Wanqing nodded gently, taking Nian Nian from Chen Yunzhou's arms. "Goodbye, Auntie." Nian Nian waved obediently. "Goodbye, Nian Nian." Chen Yunzhou's face momentarily displayed a genuine smile as she watched them depart. As the door clicked shut, the smile on Chen Yunzhou's face faded instantly. She let out a long sigh, collapsing into the soft sofa, sprawled out with an expression of utmost satisfaction. Grabbing a nearby cushion to support her head, she couldn't suppress a grin. The thought of enjoying her father's sweet and sour ribs and braised pork every week, especially without having to endure scolding thanks to Nian Nian, was simply delightful. "Dear brother, don't blame your sister. This was your idea, not a demand from me. I didn't want this either, but who can resist being a good sister?" Imagining the culinary delights awaiting her every weekend, Chen Yunzhou rolled joyously on the sofa. Meanwhile, downstairs in the community, Chen Yunzhou held Nian Nian as Xiao Wanqing walked beside them. Having resolved a significant concern, Chen Yunzhou felt a wave of lightness wash over him. His steps noticeably lighter. He gazed down at his obedient daughter, unable to resist planting a kiss on her soft cheek. "Nian Nian, you truly are Daddy's little lucky star. You managed to win over Auntie right away." Nian Nian, thrilled by her father's praise, hugged Chen Yunzhou's neck and planted a loud kiss on his face. "Hee, Daddy's little lucky star." The father and daughter shared a hearty laugh. Observing this tender scene, Xiao Wanqing experienced an inexplicable mix of emotions, a twinge of jealousy and a tightness in her chest. She noticed the imprint of saliva on Chen Yunzhou's cheek from Nian Nian's kiss and the unrestrained joy on his face. An uncontrollable thought surfaced in her mind. It seemed she had yet to kiss him herself. This thought caused her cheeks to heat up slightly, prompting her to avert her gaze and look elsewhere, mentally chiding herself for such fanciful thinking. Yet, that subtle discomfort lingered, like a pebble cast into a lake, sending ripples that refused to dissipate. Chapter 56. Mommy and Daddy. What are you doing? Before long, a red flag vehicle came to a gentle halt outside the apartment building. Nian Nian had already fallen asleep in Xiao Wanqing's arms, her little head tilting to one side, breathing long and evenly. Let me carry her, Chen Yunzhou said as he opened the car door, stepped out, and carefully took Nian Nian from Xiao Wanqing. The little one seemed to sense the movement, smacking her lips a couple of times, snuggling into her father's embrace, and drifting back into a deep slumber. Xiao Wanqing followed suit, closing the car door with utmost care. Upon returning to the apartment, it was eerily quiet. Chen Yunzhou gently placed Nian Nian on the bed, tucking her in snugly and smoothing the covers. Afterward, Xiao Wanqing headed to the bathroom to wash up. And once she was done, Chen Yunzhou followed suit. By the time they lay down in bed, it was already midnight. The room was unlit, with moonlight filtering through the curtains, casting a soft glow within. Nian Nian slept between them, her small body occupying a considerable space, acting as a natural barrier separating the two adults. Chen Yunzhou's gaze traversed over his slumbering daughter and settled on Xiao Wanqing on the other side. She lay flat, her long hair splayed across the pillow, her features radiating tranquility. Chen Yunzhou cleared his throat softly, breaking the silence. He feigned nonchalance, adjusting his sleeping position, raising his arm to gently push Nian Nian along with her little pillow towards the head of the bed. Xiao Wanqing sensed the movement behind her and the shift in Nian Nian's position beside her. Her eyelashes fluttered, yet she kept her eyes closed, pretending to be unaware, though her mind was curious about his intentions. Noticing her lack of response, Chen Yunzhou felt emboldened. He once again lifted his hand, more noticeably nudging Nian Nian towards the pillow and even positioning her horizontally, creating some space between them. After completing this maneuver, he held his breath, his hand seemingly gaining a mind of its own, cautiously and tentatively inching towards Xiao Wanqing. His fingertips brushed against her arm, causing his heart to skip a beat. Yet, he did not pause, allowing his hand to glide down her smooth arm and gently clasp her hand. Xiao Wanqing's body stiffened imperceptibly, yet the corners of her mouth lifted slightly. She gently withdrew her hand, then playfully patted the back of his hand, as if issuing a silent warning laced with an indescribable nuance. Chen Yunzhou did not retract his hand. Instead, he boldly tightened his grip, encasing her delicate palm within his. This time, Xiao Wanqing did not resist. Her fingers merely curled slightly. Chen Yunzhou's heart raced, a wave of indescribable excitement and tension surging within him. He quietly shifted closer to her, the distance between them narrowing instantaneously. However, Nian Nian sprawled above them posed a minor inconvenience. Chen Yunzhou glanced at his daughter's peacefully sleeping face, gritted his teeth, and gently maneuvered her, along with her pillow, to the other side of the bed, as carefully and softly as possible, positioning her close to the edge. Xiao Wanqing sensed his approach, the warmth emanating from him seeping through the thin fabric of her nightgown, enveloping her in a disconcerting heat. Her breath quickened involuntarily, and her fingers, resting at her side, subtly tightened. Chen Yunzhou took a deep breath, his arm awkwardly slipping around her neck, and he gently pulled her closer to himself. Xiao Wanqing detected his stiffness and tension, and the corners of her mouth curled into a faint smile, nearly imperceptible in the darkness. She offered no resistance. Rather, she complied gracefully, turning onto her side, her cheek almost brushing against his chest. Chen Yunzhou's breath hitched, his heart pounding as if it would leap from his chest, the sound reverberating against his ribs. Loud enough for him to hear. He instinctively swallowed hard, his throat tightening. Then, he slightly turned his body, adjusting their positions to draw them even nearer. His other hand instinctively found its place at her waist, feeling the slenderness beneath his palm. The room was enveloped in silence, so quiet that they could hear each other's breaths, along with the relentless, drumming rhythm of their hearts. Their warm breaths intertwined, caressing each other's cheeks and ears, sending shivers down their spines. The air was infused with the delicate fragrance of body wash, mingling with their unique scents, creating an ineffable atmosphere of intimacy. A sensation, unfamiliar yet profound, wove itself between them, thickening the air around them. Chen Yunzhou tilted his head slightly, inching closer to Xiao Wanqing. She could distinctly feel his warm breath against her forehead, its searing heat making her heart race, almost threatening to burst from her chest, causing her to instinctively hold her breath, a mix of anxiety and anticipation swirling within her. Just as Chen Yunzhou's lips were about to touch her forehead, a soft, drowsy voice, rich with sleep, unexpectedly broke the silence from above them. "Daddy, Mommy, what are you doing?" The innocent question echoed like thunder in the stillness of the room, freezing both Chen Yunzhou and Xiao Wanqing in place, their movements abruptly halting before they instinctively opened their eyes wide, as if jolted by an electric shock. A blush crept onto their faces, and in a flurry, they both looked up, There was Nian Nian, having awoken at some point, now sitting on the pillow above them. Her head tilted, her large, round eyes blinking with curiosity as she gazed at her closely entwined parents. The innocence in her gaze sent shivers down the spines of the two adults. Almost reflexively, they sprang apart, as though burned, scrambling to their respective sides of the bed in a panic. Thud! Ouch! Facing outward, Chen Yunzhou's swift movement failed to halt, and he tumbled off the edge of the bed with a dull thud, accompanied by a short, pained gasp. Xiao Wanjing rolled to the other side of the bed, clutching the blanket tightly, her back to Chen Yunzhou, her cheeks ablaze with embarrassment. Upon hearing the sound of Chen Yunzhou falling, she couldn't help but stifle a laugh, though she quickly suppressed it. On the floor, Chen Yunzhou, too flustered to check for injuries, hurriedly propped himself up, scrambling back onto the bed with all force. Quickly pulling the blanket over himself, lying rigidly against the edge, facing the wardrobe, his eyes tightly shut as if nothing had just transpired. Xiao Wanjing similarly turned her back to the center of the bed, burying her face deep into the soft pillow, her heart still racing uncontrollably, pounding against her eardrums, her ears burning fiercely. The room fell into an eerie silence once more. The intimate atmosphere that had just lingered was now completely washed away by shock and embarrassment, leaving only their slightly disordered breaths. Nian Nian, perched on the pillow, looked curiously between her mother, who had her back turned, and her father, who was also facing away, her big eyes blinking in confusion. She yawned, not overly concerned, for she had witnessed such scenes before. Soon, she lay down between them, drifting back into a deep slumber. Chapter 57. The old cow grazes on young grass? No, it is the young cow nibbling on old grass. Chen Yunzhou barely slept a wink that night, his mind replaying Xiao Wanjing's flushed face until the first light of dawn crept through the window, when exhaustion finally overtook him, and he fell into a deep sleep. After an undetermined amount of time, the bed beside him shifted slightly. Xiao Wanjing slowly opened her eyes, quietly turning her head to glance at Chen Yunzhou, who was still fast asleep. Memories of the previous night flooded her mind, and a blush crept onto her cheeks. Unconsciously, her lips curled into a subtle smile. At that moment, the small figure between them stirred, rubbing her eyes as she sat up. "Mommy," Nian Nian called out in her sweet, sleepy voice. Then turned to the other side. "Daddy." Just as she was about to leap over to wake Chen Yunzhou, Xiao Wanjing quickly grabbed her little arm. "Shoo," she whispered, placing a finger to her lips. "Nian Nian, Daddy didn't sleep well last night. Let him rest a little longer, okay?" Nian Nian blinked, understanding, and nodded, "Okay. I want to wake Daddy." Xiao Wanjing affectionately ruffled her daughter's hair, then quietly slipped out of bed, lifting Nian Nian into her arms. "Come on. Mommy will take you to wash up, and then we'll go out for breakfast." "Yay. Let us get soy milk and fried dough sticks," Nian Nian exclaimed, excitement sparkling in her eyes. After finishing their morning routines, they arrived at the entrance to change their shoes. Xiao Wanjing knelt down patiently, helping Nian Nian into her little bunny sneakers. Nian Nian watched her mother's movements, and suddenly recalled something, curiously asking, "Mommy, last night, why were you and Daddy hugging?" Xiao Wanjing's hands froze mid-motion, a wave of heat rushing to her face, her ears burning. She looked up to meet her daughter's clear, innocent gaze, momentarily speechless. Regaining her composure, she gently pinched Nian Nian's cheek and feigned seriousness, saying, "Little children shouldn't know too much." A smile broke across Nian Nian's face, her eyes crescent-shaped, as if to say, "I understand." Xiao Wanjing felt a fresh wave of embarrassment at her daughter's adult-like expression, her heart racing uncontrollably once more. She averted her gaze, quickly finishing putting on Nian Nian's shoes, then took her little hand and led her outside. Meanwhile, at the Xia family ancestral home, the morning sunlight bathed the meticulously tended garden, the air fresh and damp. Xia Shuxian, dressed in a white training outfit, practiced Tai Chi on the lawn, his movements fluid and graceful, exuding an air of mastery. Not far away, Wen Shui Yao, wearing reading glasses, was engrossed in a book, occasionally lifting a nearby teacup for a sip. At that moment, the butler, old Zhou, hurriedly crossed the garden, holding a sealed file, and headed straight for the stone pavilion. Xia Shuxian gradually concluded his practice, his breath steady. Noticing the butler approaching, he walked over to sit at the stone table, picking up the tea that Wen Shui Yao had just brewed, blowing on it to cool. "What is the news?" Before the butler could speak, Xia Shuxian inquired in a low voice, his gaze sharp. The butler respectfully presented the file. "Sir, we have clarified everything." He paused, glancing at Wen Shui Yao, who had set her book down, also paying attention, and continued. "The man accompanying Miss is Chen Yunzhou, this year's top scorer in the college entrance examination, a freshman." "What? A freshman?" Upon the utterance of those words, both Xia Shuxian and Wen Shui Yao were momentarily taken aback, their hands, which held teacups, suspended in midair, expressions etched with incredulity as they simultaneously gazed at one another. The air seemed to solidify for a few seconds. Wen Shuiyao was the first to regain her composure. She set aside her reading glasses, rubbed her eyes, and spoke with a tone that carried a hint of astonishment and teasing. A freshman? Did I hear that correctly? So, it seems our family S. Wanqing is indulging in a rather youthful romance. Xia Shuxian frowned at her words, immediately retorting, nonsense. What do you mean by indulging in youthful romance? Wanqing is merely 24 years old, if anything. That lad is the one taking advantage. He's a young calf nibbling on aged grass. As soon as he uttered those words, Xia Shuxian fell into silence, realizing that the metaphor was somewhat off, leaving him with an uneasy feeling he could not articulate. Upon hearing this, Wen Shuiyao couldn't help but chuckle, waving her hand dismissively. Oh, whether it's an old cow in tender grass or a young calf in aged grass, it matters not. The crucial point is that our Wanqing has found herself a partner who is only 18. Xia Shuxian cleared his throat, turning his gaze to the butler, old Zhou, inquiring, what is this child's family background? What do their parents do? This was the question that truly concerned him, although the age difference surprised him. It was the other party's family background and character that truly mattered. Old Zhou slightly bowed and reported, according to our investigation, Chen Yunzhou's parents are ordinary middle school teachers with a modest background. Upon hearing this, both Xia Shuxian and Wen Shuiyao's expressions softened imperceptibly. They were indifferent to financial status, valuing instead a harmonious family and sensible parents. Old Zhou continued, however, he has an older sister who is a physician. A physician? Wen Shuiyao's interest was piqued. Indeed, madam. Old Zhou nodded, and she currently works at the city center hospital invested in by our Xia family, serving as the deputy director of the obstetrics and gynecology department. Without allowing them time to react, the butler suggested, Sir, madam, perhaps you should first review the contents of the documents. Xia Shuxian raised an eyebrow, glancing at the butler before directing his attention back to the file he held, opting not to press further and instead opening it directly. The first item he extracted was a stack of photographs. Upon merely glancing at them, Xia Shuxian appeared as though struck by lightning, his entire being freezing in shock. His hand, which held the photographs, trembled slightly, his eyes widening, mouth agape as if he wished to speak but could utter no sound. His face reflecting sheer astonishment and disbelief. What's wrong, Shuxian? Wen Shuiyao, noticing her husband's ghostly expression, inquired with concern, setting aside her book. Xia Shuxian struggled to turn his head, gazing at Wen Shuiyao, his throat working as if to speak, yet no words emerged. Sensing his urgency, Wen Shuiyao reached out and took the stack of photographs from his trembling hands. As her gaze fell upon the images, her pupils constricted in shock, leaving her momentarily speechless. The photographs depicted Xia Wanqing beaming with joy, cradling a cherubic little girl whose large eyes, petite nose, and small mouth bore an uncanny resemblance to Xia Wanqing in her youth. She looks just like her, Wen Shuiyao murmured instinctively. This is simply a mirror image of Wanqing when she was little. She could not be mistaken. After all, she had raised Wanqing herself. Abruptly, her head shot up to meet the equally astonished gaze of Xia Shuxian, her voice trembling with disbelief and joy. Shuxian, do we have a great-granddaughter? Xia Shuxian initially nodded instinctively, only to suddenly shake his head vigorously, confusion written across his face. He swiftly turned to old Zhou, his voice laced with urgency and confusion. Old Zhou, what on earth is going on? Old Zhou retrieved his phone, quickly maneuvering through it before presenting it to the elderly couple. On the screen, a grainy yet discernible surveillance video clip played. Sir, madam, based on the clues we have gathered, this child seems to have appeared out of thin air beside the young lady. He paused before adding, we have dispatched personnel to the nearby police station and relevant departments. But there are no records of the child's birth or any missing person reports. Appeared out of thin air? No records? Xia Shuxian and Wen Shuiyao exchanged bewildered glances, their confusion deepening. Old Zhou continued, both the young lady and Mr. Chen have taken this little girl for paternity tests, and the results confirm. He paused for emphasis, they are indeed related. Upon hearing this, Xia Shuxian hastily bent down to sift through the remaining documents in the file. The top two papers were unmistakably the paternity test reports linking Xia Wanqing and Yan Yan, as well as Chen Yunzhou and Yan Yan. The conclusions were clear and unequivocal. At that moment, the two elders were utterly bewildered. Xia Shuxian examined the report, feeling a mixture of joy and profound confusion. He was elated that the Xia family had indeed gained a great-granddaughter, yet he pondered how this granddaughter had come to be. Furrowing his brow, he descended into deep thought. Wen Shuiyao, gazing at the report, murmured, when did Wanqing become pregnant? Old Zhou shook his head slightly. The specific timing has yet to be determined. However, Xia Shuxian seemed to suddenly recall something, a glimmer of understanding illuminating his eyes. He looked up at the butler and inquired, "How old is this little girl now?" "According to various sources, she should be around 4 years old," old Zhou respectfully replied. "4 years old?" Xia Shuxian clapped his hands together. A look of realization mixed with complexity crossing his face as he quietly murmured, "It matches, the timing aligns." "What aligns?" When Shui Yao asked, increasingly puzzled, pressing, "Shuxian, clarify this at once." Xia Shuxian regarded his wife, his expression a blend of excitement and bemusement. "Time. Do you not remember? When Wanqing graduated from university and was about to take over the company, she suddenly declared her intention to travel abroad for a break. And what happened? She was gone for a year and a half. She only returned after that." When Shui Yao, upon hearing this, reflected carefully, her eyes alight with realization. "Oh, now that you mention it, it does sound plausible. Could it be," she looked at Xia Shuxian, "that the child was conceived during that time?" "Very likely." Xia Shuxian nodded. "But why didn't she bring the child back?" When Shui Yao posed another pressing question, Xia Shuxian contemplated for a moment, then sighed, sitting down to explain. "What else could it be? Surely she was afraid of shocking us old folks. Just consider, she was so young then, an unwed mother. And the daughter of the Xiao family, would she dare to tell us?" When Shui Yao found this reasoning plausible, nodding in agreement, and did not pursue the matter further. However, a thought suddenly struck her, leading to a realization that left her astounded. She counted on her fingers, her voice tinged with disbelief. "Wait a moment. If the child was born 4 years ago, then Wanqing was only 20 at that time, and Yunzhou was just." Understanding the implications of this matter, she felt dizzy, her vision darkening. "My heavens, this is utterly insane," she exclaimed, pressing her forehead. "Take it easy." Xia Shuxian quickly rose to support the swaying Wen Shuiyao, guiding her to sit on a stone bench, and hurriedly retrieved some anti-hypertensive medication from his bag, pouring a cup of warm water. "Quick, take your medicine." Wen Shuiyao swallowed the medication, leaning back against the stone bench, her complexion calming slightly, though the tumult in her eyes had not entirely subsided. This revelation was indeed a challenge to her understanding of reality. After a moment's pause, she inquired, "What do we do now?" Xia Shuxian gently patted the back of his wife's hand, sighed, and said, "What else can we do? We wait. Wait." When Shui Yao's voice was laced with urgency. "How can I wait? I want to see my precious great-granddaughter right now." As she spoke, she seemed intent on standing up. "Why the rush?" Xia Shuxian gently restrained her, noting that since Wanqing had already brought the child back, they were not far from having her home to visit. He paused, softening his tone, suggesting that rushing over now might not be wise, as it could place undue pressure on both the child and Wanqing. Listening to her husband, when Shu Yao's anxious heart gradually settled, she sighed and nodded, acknowledging the necessity of not alarming the child or burdening Wanqing. Yet, despite her words, her eyes still shimmered with anticipation. Observing her calm demeanor, Xia Shuxian proposed a compromise. "However, we could first meet this son-in-law." "Yes, indeed." When Shu Yao's eyes instantly brightened as she smiled. "Let us meet our son-in-law. I am curious to see what charm this young man possesses that has captured our Wanqing's heart." Xia Shuxian turned to the butler, old Zhou, and instructed, "Old Zhou, please arrange an appropriate time for Yunzhou to visit our home." "Understood, sir," replied the butler, bowing slightly before quietly departing. The courtyard was once again left with just the elderly couple. Xia Shuxian picked up a photograph of Xiao Wanqing holding Nian Nian and handed it to Wen Shuyao. She carefully accepted it, her gaze falling on the smiling face of the little girl in the picture, her eyes instantly brimming with tenderness and affection. "Look at this child, how adorable she is. She resembles Wanqing so much as a child," she observed closely, her fingers gently brushing the girl's cheek in the photograph. Suddenly, a thought struck her, and she looked up, a hint of concern in her voice as she asked Xia Shuxian, "Oh, Shuxian, do you think with Wanqing's cold demeanor, this child might also be like her? A little ice cube?" Xia Shuxian paused for a moment before shaking his head. He pointed to Nian Nian's radiant smile in the photograph and confidently remarked, "Not at all. Just look at how happy she is in this picture, her eyes sparkling with light." He gazed at his wife, his tone imbued with certainty and hope. "I believe this child is undoubtedly a little son, perfectly capable of warming Wanqing's heart." When Shu Yao leaned closer, scrutinizing the photograph again, indeed, the little girl smiled with crescent-shaped eyes, devoid of any gloom. Her worries gradually dissipated, replaced by a smile. "You are right. Her smile is truly sweet. She must be a little son." Chapter 59, A Secret Unspoken. Meanwhile, downstairs in the apartment, Xiao Wanqing held Nian Nian's little hand as they strolled home. The morning sun filtered through the gaps in the leaves, casting a warm glow upon the mother and daughter. Upon returning home, Nian Nian obediently sat at the dining table, nibbling on the freshly purchased soup dumplings, her cheeks puffed out like a little hamster. Xiao Wanqing couldn't help but smile at her daughter's adorable visage. her lips curving upwards as she tiptoed towards the bedroom. Pushing the door open, she found Chen Yunzhou still fast asleep, lying on his side with even breaths. Sunlight streamed through the curtains, softly illuminating the contours of his face. Xiao Wanqing stood at the bedside, quietly observing him. And the kiss left unfulfilled from the previous night suddenly resurfaced in her mind, causing her cheeks to flush slightly. Almost instinctively, she leaned down, her gaze fixating on his well-defined lips. Her fingertips twitched, trembling slightly as they brushed against his lips. The warmth and softness sent a jolt through her. Quite sensual, she thought as her heart raced, and a daring idea emerged. Perhaps she could fulfill the kiss that had been left unfinished last night. After all, it was he who owed her, and taking a little interest in advance seemed reasonable. Taking a deep breath to muster her courage, she slowly lowered her head, inching closer to those tempting lips. Closer and closer, until finally, her lips softly pressed against his. The touch was fleeting yet electrifying, sending waves of warmth throughout her body. Xiao Wanqing's heart raced, her cheeks blooming like ripe apples, yet her lips couldn't help but curl into a sweet smile. Fearing she might awaken him, she quickly straightened up and hurried out of the room. However, as she turned, her steps abruptly halted. Nian Nian stood at the bedroom door, her small figure leaning against the frame, her bright, sparkling eyes fixed on her mother with an innocent smile. Clearing her throat, Xiao Wanqing attempted to mask her fluster. Caught in the act by her daughter, even her usually calm demeanor faltered slightly. Yet, a moment later, she straightened her posture. Kissing her husband was a natural right. There was nothing to feel guilty about. It was not a crime. She could kiss him as she pleased. With this thought, her tension eased considerably. Meeting Nian Nian's smiling gaze, she raised her index finger to her lips, making a shushing gesture, lowering her voice. Nian Nian, Daddy is sleeping. Let us be quiet and not wake him. Nian Nian giggled, saying nothing but pointed to her own mouth and then to Xiao Wanqing, her lips forming a playful pout. Seeing this gesture made Xiao Wanqing blush anew. This little rascal had such keen eyes. How could she have noticed? Amused yet embarrassed, she walked over and gently poked Nian Nian's smooth forehead with her finger. Yet, Nian Nian was undeterred, lifting her chin with a hint of pride, her little voice threatening. If Mommy doesn't kiss Nian Nian, then Nian Nian will tell Daddy that Mommy secretly kissed him. Xiao Wanqing's eyes widened in shock. This little one was going to report her. With a resigned chuckle, she playfully pinched her daughter's petite nose, her tone laced with affection. All right. Let us give Nian Nian a kiss. Saying this, she leaned down and pressed a kiss on Nian Nian's rosy little lips. Then, she gently pinched her chubby cheek, earnestly reminding her, this is a secret between Nian Nian and Mommy. You must not tell Daddy, understood? Nian Nian immediately patted her little chest, assuring her like a little adult, don't worry, Mommy. Nian Nian promises not to tell Daddy. Seeing her daughter's earnest demeanor, Xiao Wanqing felt a wave of relief and, trusting her, took her little hand as they exited the bedroom. The two returned to the dining table to finish the remaining breakfast. Xiao Wanqing opened her laptop, preparing to tackle some work-related matters. Just as she opened the file, she felt a gentle tug on her shirt. Looking down, she saw Nian Nian pointing at an empty bowl in the corner of the balcony. Her little face tilted upwards in reminder. Mommy, we haven't fed Kaylay yet. Following Nian Nian's pointing finger, Xiao Wanqing's gaze landed on the empty food bowl in the corner. Inside the cage, Kaylay, who had been lying down, seemed to sense the sharp gaze and perked up its ears. In the next moment, it sprang up, looking at Xiao Wanqing, blinking before nimbly slipping out of the slightly ajar dog cage door. It trotted over to the food bowl, lowered its head, and accurately gripped the edge of the empty bowl with its teeth. Then, carrying the bowl, it scampered over to the half-open dog food container. Under the watchful eyes of Xiao Wanqing and Nian Nian, Kaylay placed the bowl on the ground, using its front paws to nudge the container. Peering inside and nudging the dog food scoop with its mouth, managing to scoop some food into its bowl. Though somewhat clumsy, spilling some in the process. It indeed filled the bowl with food. Having completed this task, Kaylay picked up the bowl filled with dog food and returned to the corner of the balcony. Diving in to eat, Xiao Wanqing diverted her gaze back to Nian Nian, who blinked her big eyes, alternating her gaze between Kaylay enjoying its meal and her mother, her little face painted with curiosity. Can dogs eat by themselves? Although puzzled, she didn't linger on the question for long. Quickly rushing to the living room carpet to play with her toys, Xiao Wanqing, upon witnessing the situation, refrained from further words and redirected her attention to the glimmering screen of her laptop, her fingers dancing across the keyboard as she commenced the task of managing work emails. Before long, time softly slipped into the midday hour. The apartment was enveloped in tranquility, interrupted only by the crisp sound of keystrokes. Suddenly, a rapid ringtone shattered the serene silence. Xiao Wanqing paused her actions, picked up the phone resting beside her, and glanced at the caller ID. It was Assistant Sue. She swiped to answer, Greeting, hello. On the other end, Assistant Su's voice resonated. Xia Zong, there is an urgent matter at the company that requires your immediate attention. A slight furrow formed on Xiao Wanqing's brow as she pondered for a moment before responding. All right, I understand. I will head over shortly. After ending the call, she closed her laptop and turned her gaze towards the living room carpet, where Nian Nian was diligently playing with building blocks. Nian Nian, Xiao Wanqing's voice softened. Could you please wake your father? Okay. Nian Nian chirped, setting aside her toys and scampering towards the bedroom with her little legs pattering on the floor. She pushed the bedroom door open, dashed to the bed, and effortlessly climbed up next to the still sleeping Chen Yunzhou. With a gentle tap on his cheek, she called out in a sweet voice, Daddy, time to wake up. Daddy. Chapter 60. Daddy, Nian Nian has a secret to tell you. Chen Yunzhou's long eyelashes fluttered as he slowly opened his eyes, only to be greeted by the enlarged face of his daughter. Rubbing his eyes, he glanced at his phone beside him and noted the time, almost noon. Nian Nian, seeing him awake, planted her hands on her hips, puffed up her cheeks, and declared in her adorably childish voice, Daddy is a big lazy worm. The sun is shining on your bottom, and you still won't get up. Chen Yunzhou chuckled, pinching her chubby little cheek, his voice laced with the languor of sleep. All right, Daddy will get up. Just then, the bedroom door swung open, and Xia Wanqing entered. Chen Yunzhou looked up, his gaze landing on her, and memories of her stealing a kiss in his dreams flooded his mind. The sensation felt so real, yet ephemeral, leaving him with a lingering aftertaste. Unconsciously, his cheeks warmed, and a hint of fluster crept into his eyes. Xia Wanqing, oblivious to his unusual demeanor, walked directly to the wardrobe, turning her back to him as she opened the cabinet and retrieved a light beige trench coat. There is something at the company I need to attend to, she said, slipping into her coat. Please take care of Nian Nian. Of course, Chen Yunzhou replied promptly, striving to maintain his usual tone. Once Xia Wanqing was clad in her coat, she turned to face him, her gaze quickly scanning Chen Yunzhou's face before shifting to Nian Nian, her tone gentle. Nian Nian, you must be a good girl and listen to Daddy while I'm gone, all right? Nian Nian immediately opened her arms, rushing towards Xia Wanqing. Mommy hug. Xia Wanqing bent down to embrace her daughter, placing a kiss on her soft cheek. Leaning in close, she whispered in a voice meant only for their ears. You mustn't tell Daddy our secret. Nian Nian nodded vigorously, her expression serious. Xia Wanqing set Nian Nian down and prepared to leave. As she reached the bedroom door, Chen Yunzhou called out, be careful on the road. Xia Wanqing paused for a moment, not turning back, but responding with a soft her lips curving into an involuntary smile, a subtle sweetness blooming in her heart. She briskly exited the bedroom, leaving the apartment. The door clicked shut gently. Nian Nian immediately leaned closer to Chen Yunzhou, her voice dripping with mystery. Daddy, I have a secret to tell you. Chen Yunzhou was about to rise when he turned to his daughter with curiosity. Oh, what secret? Nian Nian leaned in, cupping her hand over her mouth, and whispered, Mommy secretly kissed Daddy this morning. Upon hearing this, Chen Yunzhou froze, his face a mask of shock. Instinctively, he raised a hand to touch his lips, where a lingering warmth seemed to remain. A smile crept onto his lips as he murmured, so it was real? Not just a dream? Could it be that she likes me too? Nian Nian watched her father's goofy grin, unable to resist shaking his arm. Daddy, can we take Kaylai out to play? Chen Yunzhou was jolted back to reality by his daughter's voice. Looking at Nian Nian, his smile deepened, and he ruffled her little head affectionately. All right, Daddy will get up now. Chen Yunzhou agreed with a grin, his heart buoyant with this newfound secret, finding beauty in everything around him. He quickly got up, washed up, and changed into his clothes for going out. Afterward, he grabbed a few leftover meat buns that Xia Wanqing had bought, and together with Nian Nian and Kaylai, they made their way downstairs. The father and daughter strolled leisurely to a nearby park, where the trees cast dappled shadows and many people gathered. Chen Yunzhou chose a bench beneath the shade and took out a bun, savoring a bite of its delicious filling. Nian released Kaylai from the leash, allowing the dog to frolic freely on the grass nearby. The sound of Nian's tinkling laughter mingled with Kaylai's excited barks. Kaylai chased after Nian, whose short legs scampered away, her tail wagging like a little propeller. Leaning back against the bench, Chen Yunzhou watched his daughter play with the dog, his heart swelling with an unprecedented sense of fulfillment. This life was indeed quite splendid. If only Xia Wanqing were here, it would be even more perfect. The thought of Xia Wanqing and that morning's kiss caused an involuntary smile to grace his lips. Realizing this, he hastily pulled out his phone, unlocked the screen, and opened the camera application. Adjusting the angle, he aimed the lens at the duo frolicking in the grass and recorded a brief video. Satisfied with the capture, he sent the video to Xia Wanqing. Meanwhile, in the office of the president of the Xia Corporation, Xia Wanqing had just concluded a brief meeting when her phone lit up with a new message notification. Setting down her coffee cup, she picked up her phone, and a smile crept onto her face upon seeing the message from Chen Yunzhou. She opened the video, and instantly, her daughter appeared on the screen. Wearing the little dress she had chosen that morning, playing joyfully with Kailei, her laughter ringing through the speaker, clear and delightful. Xiao Wanqing's lips curled upward involuntarily, the fatigue in her eyes dissipating, replaced by a tender warmth. Standing nearby, Assistant Su, who was preparing to report on subsequent work arrangements, inadvertently caught a glimpse of the video on Xiao Wanqing's screen and the rare softness gracing her expression. "Miss, how adorable," Assistant Su remarked with a timely smile. Xiao Wanqing said nothing, but she could not conceal the pride shining in her eyes. Yet for some reason, she found herself wanting to know if he thought of her too. Did he miss her as she missed him? As this thought crossed her mind, a blush crept onto her cheeks. Following that, the memory of that morning's kiss flashed through her mind, and she bit her lip, a shy expression surfacing on her face. Assistant Su, witnessing this scene, felt a pang of confusion, silently questioning whether they were indeed watching the same video. Chapter 61. Why is it still not time to finish work? Xiao Wanqing sensed Assistant Su's probing gaze, and the blush on her cheeks quickly faded, her demeanor returning to its usual coolness. She cleared her throat, dimmed her phone screen, and casually placed it on the desk. "If there's nothing else, you may step out." She lifted her eyes to Assistant Su, her tone calm as if nothing had transpired. "Understood, Xiaozong," Assistant Su replied, startled internally by how swiftly her demeanor had shifted. Although she thought this in her heart, she immediately averted her gaze, slightly bent her body, and swiftly exited the office. The office door was gently closed. Xiao Wanqing picked up her phone, once again illuminating the screen, and gazed at the brief video of only a few seconds, her face displaying a hint of awkwardness. How should she respond to him? Thank you? No, there was nothing to thank for. Cute? No, that would seem somewhat contrived. This was the first time someone had so proactively shared the trivialities of daily life with her. This sensation was novel, imbued with an indescribable warmth. Yet it left her somewhat at a loss. She stared at the screen for quite some time, her fingertips hovering over the input box, but ultimately, she could not type a single word. After much inner turmoil, she simply locked her phone and set it aside, picking up the documents again in an attempt to refocus on her work. Meanwhile, on a park bench, Chen Yunzhou held his phone, the screen still displaying the chat interface with Xiao Wanqing. Time passed second by second, and the dialog box remained devoid of any new messages. He furrowed his brow in confusion. Was it possible that he had not filmed it well? He replayed the video. The sunlight was perfect, and his daughter smiled radiantly. There seemed to be no issue. Or perhaps she was too busy to watch it now. Chen Yunzhou was perplexed, his heart in a state of unease. He glanced at Nian Nian, who was still frolicking with the dog Kailei, and suddenly an idea struck him. He picked up his phone again, quickly typing a few words on the screen, and sent another message. "Are you coming back for dinner tonight?" At the same time, in the office of the president of the Xia Corporation, Xiao Wanqing looked at the documents before her. Yet her gaze unconsciously darted towards the phone on the corner of the desk. She had clearly decided not to reply for the moment. Yet she felt an unbidden sense of anticipation. Just then, a soft ding sounded, and the phone screen lit up once more. Almost instinctively, Xiao Wanqing reached for her phone, and the screen displayed a new message from Chen Yunzhou. "Are you coming back for dinner tonight?" This simple sentence caused her lips to involuntarily curve into a delightful smile, and her eyes sparkled with mirth. The sensation of being remembered and cared for by someone other than her grandparents was an experience she had never encountered before. No longer hesitating, she lightly tapped her fingers and simply replied with one word. "Yes." After sending the message, Xiao Wanqing set her phone down, feeling an inexplicable sense of lightness and joy. She then turned to gaze out the window, her brows slightly furrowed, murmuring to herself, why was it not time to leave work yet? In that moment, she felt an eagerness akin to that of an ordinary employee wanting to clock out. She could not understand why. Perhaps it was because of Nian Nian, or perhaps because of him. On the park bench, Chen Yunzhou looked at the simple yes on his phone screen, unable to suppress the smile that crept onto his face. "Nian Nian, let us go." Chen Yunzhou put away his phone, stood up, and called out to his daughter, who was still playing exuberantly with Kailei. "Daddy, where are we going?" Nian Nian ran over, her little face filled with curiosity. "We're going to buy groceries," Chen Yunzhou replied with a smile, taking her small hand in his. "Daddy will make you ribs, all right?" "Yay, ribs." Nian Nian clapped her hands excitedly, not forgetting to share this good news with Kailei. "Kailei, we're having ribs tonight." Kailei seemed to understand, barking joyfully twice, wagging its tail even more enthusiastically. Chen Yunzhou took Nian Nian and Kailei back to the apartment first before heading to the nearby supermarket. After selecting fresh ribs and vegetables, and buying Nian Nian some of her favorite fruit snacks, the father and daughter returned home, laden with bags. Time slipped by quietly, and soon it was nearing 5 in the evening. Chen Yunzhou tied on an apron and began bustling about in the kitchen, washing vegetables, chopping, blanching and simmering. His movements were deft and practiced. Nian Nian sat obediently on the living room carpet, playing with her toy blocks, occasionally glancing up at her busy father in the kitchen. Over half an hour later, the apartment door swung open. A rich, enticing aroma of cooked food wafted through the air. Xiao Wanqing, catching the scent, instinctively glanced towards the kitchen, a barely perceptible smile gracing her lips. A peculiar feeling surged within her, warm and comforting, as if she too had a home, a small nest that belonged solely to her. This thought brought a glimmer of moisture to her eyes. "Mommy!" Nian Nian, hearing the commotion in the living room, exclaimed in delight, dropping her blocks and rushing towards the door like a little calf. Xiao Wanqing immediately bent down, catching her daughter who leaped into her arms. "Mommy's back." Nian Nian wrapped her arms around Xiao Wanqing's neck, rubbing her little face against her collarbone and chiming in a sweet, childish voice. Embracing her daughter, Xiao Wanqing felt her heart soften, her previously cool demeanor melting away. "Did Nian Nian behave well at home today?" "I was very good." The little one puffed up her chest proudly, boasting. Xiao Wanqing chuckled at her daughter, playfully poking her little nose with her finger. Just then, Chen Yunzhou emerged from the kitchen, carrying a steaming plate of braised ribs. He immediately caught sight of the mother and daughter entwined at the entrance, a warm smile unconsciously spreading across his face. "You're back? Dinner is just about ready. Go wash your hands." His tone was natural, devoid of the earlier tension. Xiao Wanqing's gaze met his, and she recalled the kiss from that morning, along with her recent daydreams in the office, causing her cheeks to flush slightly. Her eyes instinctively shifted away. She gently nodded in response. "Okay." After setting down her bag and removing her blazer, she turned with Nian Nian in her arms and headed toward the washroom. Soon, the three of them were seated at the dining table. The table was adorned with 3 dishes and a soup, each vibrant and aromatic. Braised ribs, stir-fried vegetables, scrambled eggs with tomatoes, and a bowl of corn soup. "Wow, it smells so good," Nian Nian exclaimed, her eyes sparkling as she surveyed the spread. Chen Yunzhou placed a piece of tender, falling off the bone rib in front of Xiao Wanqing, the rich sauce emanating an enticing aroma. Xiao Wanqing looked at the ribs in her bowl, a flicker of a smile crossing her eyes. "Give it a try. The ribs I bought today are quite good." Chen Yunzhou's voice carried a hint of barely concealed anticipation. Without waiting for her response, he continued, "By the way, did you watch the video I sent you this afternoon?" Xiao Wanqing's hand, which was about to pick up the ribs, paused slightly upon hearing his words. She softly murmured an affirmative response, her voice barely above a whisper. Noticing her reply, Chen Yunzhou's smile deepened as he inquired further, "Did you find it appealing?" Xiao Wanqing nodded, remaining silent as she picked up the piece of rib and took a bite. The meat was tender and flavorful, indeed quite delicious. Seeing her nod, Chen Yunzhou chuckled and said, "I thought you hadn't replied because I didn't film it well." Hearing this, Xiao Wanqing lifted her gaze to Chen Yunzhou, explaining, "I was busy with work and forgot to reply." Finding this explanation somewhat lacking, she added, "You filmed it beautifully, and Nian Nian is adorable." "Not really. You've already wiped everything down, so what should I wipe?" Before Chen Yunzhou could respond, Xiao Wanqing shifted the topic, asking, "Do you have classes tomorrow morning?" Chen Yunzhou, who was in the midst of eating, looked up at her, his expression puzzled but shook his head. "I don't have classes tomorrow morning." "Why? Would you like to accompany me to take Nian Nian to kindergarten?" Xiao Wanqing's gaze was filled with anticipation. Without a second thought, Chen Yunzhou nodded in agreement. "Sure. Yay, Daddy and Mommy are taking Nian Nian." Nian Nian, overhearing their conversation, clapped her little hands in excitement, her eyes sparkling as she looked at them. Seeing his daughter's joyful expression, Chen Yunzhou couldn't help but smile. Xiao Wanqing gave a small affirmative sound, signaling her agreement. She lifted the water cup beside her, took a gentle sip, and her gaze fell upon Chen Yunzhou. Moments later, she set the cup down and spoke again. "In a few days, I would like to bring you to meet my grandparents." Cough. Chen Yunzhou had just taken a sip of soup when he heard this unexpected remark, causing him to choke. Hastily, he grabbed a tissue to cover his mouth while coughing. Xiao Wanqing immediately handed him the water cup. "Thank you." Chen Yunzhou took a large gulp of water. Managing to calm himself down, he looked at Xiao Wanqing with disbelief, his face clearly displaying shock. "Meet your grandparents? Isn't that a bit too soon?" His heart raced, and a wave of intense unease surged within him. Meeting the parents? This was far too quick and sudden for him. Perhaps in the future, he would have the confidence to stand by her side, but for now, he was merely an ordinary university student from a modest background, worlds apart from the heiress of the Xiao Corporation. If it weren't for Nian Nian, he wouldn't even have the chance to know Xiao Wanqing. Xiao Wanqing quietly observed him, taking in the fleeting panic and awkwardness in his eyes. Seemingly sensing his inner turmoil, she softened her tone and spoke gently. "My grandparents are very kind and open-minded. They won't concern themselves with superficial matters. She looked into his eyes earnestly. You need not feel pressured. I simply believe that they should know of your existence, and it is only natural to introduce you to them. Of course, if you feel uncomfortable or unprepared, you need not go. Chen Yunzhou fell silent for a moment, pondering his response. Ultimately, he reasoned that he would have to meet them eventually. Whether it was sooner or later seemed inconsequential. Furthermore, he had already seen Xiao Wanqing's grandparents from a distance at the last banquet, and though they had not been formally introduced, he had at least laid eyes on them, which didn't seem so daunting after all. With that thought, he felt a sense of relaxation wash over him, just as he was about to respond. Suddenly, it dawned on him that she wanted to take him to meet her grandparents and introduce him to her family. Did this mean she had accepted him? His heart began to race uncontrollably. He looked at Xiao Wanqing, his throat dry, and nodded affirmatively. Yes, I will go. Xiao Wanqing's eyes widened in evident surprise. She had not anticipated his agreement. You agreed? She blinked in disbelief. Chen Yunzhou, observing her astonished expression, couldn't help but smile as he replied, What? Did you think I would refuse? Xiao Wanqing nodded slightly, not denying it. She had only broached the subject tentatively and hadn't expected him to acquiesce. Yet, she had contemplated bringing Chen Yunzhou to meet her grandparents at some point, just not at this moment. However, Chen Yunzhou gazed intently at her, summoning his courage to say, I am your future husband. Meeting the parents is an inevitability, whether early or late. The phrase future husband was like a small stone cast into a tranquil lake, sending ripples through the depths of Xiao Wanqing's heart. A faint blush crept onto her cheeks, and her gaze became somewhat evasive. Chen Yunzhou felt a tinge of shyness as he uttered these words, for he was still somewhat inexperienced in romance. Clearing his throat, he turned to Nian Nian, who was diligently placing ribs into her small bowl, and then back to Xiao Wanqing, asking, should we bring Nian Nian along? Upon hearing his suggestion, Xiao Wanqing glanced at Nian Nian and without a moment's hesitation, nodded, saying, of course. I believe they would certainly adore Nian Nian. Nian Nian looked up at Xiao Wanqing, blinking her eyes and tilting her small head, curiously asking, Mommy, isn't it too early to meet Grandpa and Grandma? As soon as the words left her mouth, Xiao Wanqing's smile froze. She understood her daughter's implications all too well. Suddenly, an indescribable sorrow washed over her, dimming her eyes and casting a shadow of sadness across her face. She looked at her daughter, wanting to smile, but unable to muster the strength to do so. Chen Yunzhou observed the sudden shift in Xiao Wanqing's expression and the sadness she struggled to conceal, causing his heart to tighten. He set down his chopsticks, stood up, and walked over to her side, squatting down beside her. He opened his mouth, intending to offer words of comfort, but was at a loss for where to begin. Before he could speak, Xiao Wanqing seemed to find an outlet for her emotions, abruptly turning to him, wrapping her arms tightly around his neck, and burying her face in the crook of his shoulder. The unexpected embrace caused Chen Yunzhou to stiffen, acutely aware of her trembling form and the warmth of her tears seeping through the thin fabric of his clothes, saturating his shoulder. Her shoulders shuddered slightly, and the muffled sounds of her suppressed sobs conveyed a profound sense of injustice and sorrow. Chen Yunzhou's hand hesitated in midair before it gently landed on her back, moving in a clumsy yet tender manner, offering silent solace. He chose not to speak, fully aware that any words at that moment would be inadequate. Sometimes, silence proved to be the most comforting gesture. On the other side of the table, Nian Nian observed her suddenly crying mother and her father being embraced by her mother, her small face a canvas of concern. She set down her tiny spoon, slid down from her chair, and crawled beneath the table to reach Xiao Wanqing. She extended her small hand, wrapping it around Xiao Wanqing's leg, and looked up with her innocent face, speaking in a soft voice, Mommy, don't cry. Nian Nian wants to hug you. Upon hearing her daughter's voice, Xiao Wanqing's spirits lifted somewhat. She sniffled, rubbed her nose against his clothing, and then raised her head to smile as she lifted Nian Nian into her arms. Chen Yunzhou, witnessing the tear stains on her face, was about to reach out to help wipe them away, but as he lifted his hand, Nian Nian had already removed the tears from her mother's face and even planted 2 kisses on her cheeks. Chen Yunzhou felt a sense of helplessness wash over him. What was the point of his gesture if she had already taken care of it? Chapter 63. Daddy, are you unhappy? Xiao Wanqing sniffled, looking at her daughter with a serious expression, her heart warming as a smile broke through. She reached out to stroke Nian Nian's small head, speaking gently. Yes, Nian Nian is truly Mommy's little comfort. Hee. Nian Nian beamed at the compliment, nuzzling closer to her mother. Xiao Wanqing, cradling her daughter, glanced at Chen Yunzhou, still squatting nearby, only to find that one of his hands remained suspended in the air, his posture somewhat awkward, and a hint of displeasure on his face. She paused, a look of confusion crossing her features as she asked, What's wrong? Chen Yunzhou, caught off guard by her question, retracted his hand as if awakening from a dream. a flicker of embarrassment crossing his face. He scratched his head, his gaze wandering, and let out a couple of nervous chuckles. Oh, it's nothing. Just my hand feels a bit sore. Xiao Wanqing, observing his demeanor, quickly grasped what he had intended to do. Realizing his somewhat childish expression at that moment, she couldn't help but burst into laughter. The laughter seemed to wash away some of the sorrow that had lingered in her heart, bringing a sparkle back to her eyes. She set Nian Nian back in her chair, returning to her own seat, while Chen Yunzhou stood and resumed his place. The atmosphere lightened, and the three resumed their meal. Yet, Chen Yunzhou felt a sense of discomfort within. He picked up a piece of rib to place in his bowl, but his gaze couldn't help but drift toward Nian Nian, who was obediently eating her meal. The more he thought about it, the more he found it strange. How could this little girl be so adept? Who had taught her? He silently pondered, his brows knitting together in concern. Nian Nian was savoring her ribs when she suddenly sensed a gaze upon her. She lifted her small head, meeting Chen Yunzhao's eyes, and noticed his furrowed brow. The little one blinked her large eyes, still with food in her mouth, and mumbled, "Daddy, are you not happy?" Chen Yunzhou was pulled back from his thoughts by his daughter's soft voice. He looked at her innocent little face and hurriedly forced a smile. Shaking his head as he said, "No, Daddy is very happy." Without waiting for Nian Nian to ask again, he swiftly added a few pieces of spare ribs to her small bowl, his tone laced with mild dissatisfaction. "Be a good girl and eat your meal, okay?" "Oh." Nian Nian nodded, half understanding, and, seeing the mountain of spare ribs in her bowl, ceased her inquiries and lowered her head to focus on her food. Nearby, Xiao Wanqing could not help but smile subtly at the sight, amused that he was actually feeling a bit jealous of their daughter, finding it rather adorable. Before long, feeling satisfied after the meal, Chen Yunzhou took the bowl and chopsticks toward the kitchen. In the living room, Nian Nian was lying on the carpet, playing joyfully with the tail-wagging cola, her laughter ringing out. Xiao Wanqing leaned against the sofa, holding a tablet, engrossed in her documents. The sound of water splashing came from the kitchen, and soon after, Chen Yunzhou emerged with dried hands. He walked directly to the sofa beside Xiao Wanqing and sat down close to her, almost touching, yet deliberately directing his gaze elsewhere. However, his hand, resting on the sofa's back, grew restless, gently settling on Xiao Wanqing's shoulder. She stiffened momentarily before relaxing, but she could distinctly feel his palm trembling slightly. Stealing a glance at Chen Yunzhou, she saw his attempt at composure and stifled a laugh. Seeing that she did not resist, Chen Yunzhou felt a surge of joy and his courage grew bolder. He cleared his throat to mask his inner nervousness and excitement, then casually wrapped his arm around Xiao Wanqing, drawing her gently into his embrace. Xiao Wanqing offered no resistance, leaning softly into him, the fresh scent of his clean skin enveloping her. Just as her head was about to rest upon his shoulder, an unexpected interruption occurred. A pair of small hands suddenly reached over from the side, wrapping tightly around Xiao Wanqing's neck, pulling her away from Chen Yunzhou's embrace. "Mommy." Nian Nian is a bit sleepy. Unbeknownst to them, Nian Nian had climbed onto the sofa and was now clinging to Xiao Wanqing like a little koala. Chen Yunzhou was left empty-handed, stunned, a look of dismay etched across his face. Wasn't she playing with the dog? When did she climb up? In that moment, a wave of helplessness surged within him. Wretched child. This is definitely a wretched child. Xiao Wanqing held the little one, gently patting her back with a tender voice. "Nian Nian, if you tidy up your toys, Mommy will take you for a bath and then to bed, okay?" Nian Nian obediently nodded, releasing her grip around her mother's neck, sliding off the sofa to dash toward the carpet, gathering scattered building blocks and toys. The small figure busied herself on the carpet. Watching her daughter's industriousness brought a smile to Xiao Wanqing's face, and she turned to gaze at the dejected Chen Yunzhou. A thought crossed her mind, and imitating his earlier gesture, she extended her arm and draped it over his shoulder, applying a gentle force to pull him into her embrace. Chen Yunzhou was caught off guard by her sudden action, his body leaning towards her unexpectedly. By the time he reacted, his cheek was inadvertently pressed against her soft chest. The tender sensation and warmth radiating through the thin fabric were unmistakable. A faint, delicate fragrance enveloped his senses, a scent uniquely hers, instilling an inexplicable sense of comfort. This unexpected closeness left Chen Yunzhou breathless, his heart skipping a beat, then racing uncontrollably. Nian Nian finished tidying the toys and turned to look at her parents, spotting her tall father leaning against her mother. She scratched her little head, a puzzled expression on her face, questioning the logic of this situation. At that moment, both noticed a gaze upon them, and instinctively turned to see Nian Nian smiling at them. They quickly separated, each retreating to opposite ends of the sofa. Chen Yunzhou looked up at the ceiling, feigning ignorance, while Xiao Wanqing pretended to focus on her tablet, although it was held upside down. The atmosphere in the living room grew slightly stagnant until Nian Nian's clear voice broke the silence. "Mommy, I've tidied the toys. Xiao Wanqing felt a wave of relief wash over her, her face lighting up with a gentle smile. She stood up and quickly walked to her daughter, bending down to ruffle her hair. Nian Nian, you did so well. Now, shall we go wash up and sleep? Okay. Nian Nian nodded vigorously, wrapping her small arms around her mother's neck. Xiao Wanqing embraced her daughter, her steps light as they headed toward the bedroom. As they passed the sofa, her gaze briefly swept over Chen Yunzhou, her cheeks flushing slightly, avoiding eye contact, leaving him with a quick remark, I'll take Nian Nian to wash up first. Chen Yunzhou replied, watching the mother-daughter duo disappear around the corner of the hallway. The living room fell silent, the only sound being the soft ticking of the wall clock. Chen Yunzhou sat alone on the sofa, his heart still racing. His mind involuntarily replayed the softness he had just experienced. Leaning back against the sofa, the corners of his mouth lifted in a slight smile. Meanwhile, Xiao Wanqing finished bathing Nian Nian before she took her own turn. After a quick wash, she changed into her pajamas and lay down beside Nian Nian. Not long after, the sound of water ceased, and Chen Yunzhou emerged from the bathroom, clad in his pajamas and slightly damp. He quietly made his way to the opposite side of the bed, pulling back the covers and lying down. The bedroom was dimly lit by a single bedside lamp, casting a soft glow. Between them lay Nian Nian, and neither spoke. Only the gentle sound of their breaths intertwined in the tranquil space. The following morning, Xiao Wanqing found it somewhat difficult to breathe as she drowsily opened her eyes. The first thing she saw being a head of soft, black hair. Nian Nian, resembling an octopus, lay sprawled across her. Her small face nestled in the crook of Xiao Wanqing's neck, sleeping soundly with a hint of a satisfied smile. Xiao Wanqing smiled in exasperation and gently, carefully shifted her daughter's small limbs off her, fearful of waking her. Her gaze then shifted to the sleeping Chen Yunzhou beside her. He lay facing her, breathing evenly and deeply. The morning light accentuated the strong contours of his profile, lending him an air of softness. Xiao Wanqing's heart inexplicably skipped a beat. As she gazed at his sleeping face, her body unconsciously inched closer, softly snuggling into his warm embrace. His arm seemed to instinctively adjust, pulling her closer. With her cheek pressed against his solid chest, she could clearly hear the steady rhythm of his heartbeat. The fresh, pleasant scent wafted from him. Not the fragrance of shower gel, but a scent that was distinctly his, providing her with an unexplainable sense of security. Her gaze slowly rose, settling on his slightly moving Adam's apple. For reasons unknown, as she watched that bulge rise and fall with his breaths, a strange and bold thought emerged in Xiao Wanqing's mind. How she wished to take a nibble. The notion made her cheeks flush. Yet her fingers seemed to possess a will of their own, rising uncontrollably to tentatively brush against his throat. She held her breath, feeling the warmth and slight vibration beneath her fingertips, just as a suppressed chuckle began to rise from within her. It was abruptly halted when a warm hand suddenly covered her mischief, gently grasping her hand. Xiao Wanqing's breath momentarily faltered, her entire being stiffening as she abruptly lifted her gaze toward Chen Yunzhou. He remained with his eyes closed, his long eyelashes casting a delicate shadow beneath his eyelids, leaving it uncertain whether he had awakened. Nevertheless, his hand clasping hers exerted a gentle pressure, drawing her even closer into his embrace. Her forehead pressed against his chin, enveloped by a rich, uniquely masculine scent that completely surrounded her. Though she had not resisted, she instinctively buried her face into the crook of his neck, a surge of profound dependence rising within her, prompting her to wrap her arms tightly around his lean waist. Chen Yunzhao's heart raced, nearly leaping into his throat, his body tensing slightly as he braced himself for the imminent moment when Xiao Wanqing might push him away or, in a fit of embarrassment, kick him out of bed. Yet, the anticipated resistance never came. Instead, soft arms encircled him even more tightly. This unexpected response sent a tremor through Chen Yunzhou, who abruptly opened his eyes. The astonishment in his gaze swiftly replaced by an overwhelming joy that he could scarcely believe. He looked down at Xiao Wanqing, whose face was nestled in his neck, revealing only a tuft of soft hair, and could not help but smile broadly, the delight in his eyes nearly spilling over. As if fearing to disturb this rare and beautiful moment, he gently closed his eyes again, instinctively tightening his embrace, securing her delicate form within him. The air was filled with the sweet fragrance of her hair and the subtle aroma that was uniquely hers. A profound sense of peace and contentment washing over him like a warm tide, enveloping all his senses. The two remained locked in their embrace, surrendering to the warmth of each other's bodies and the rhythm of their heartbeats, drifting back into a deep slumber. Time slipped away unnoticed. When they finally opened their eyes again, sunlight streamed through the gaps in the curtains, casting bright patches on the floor that felt almost blinding. The clock on the wall had silently crept past 9. As Chen Yunzhao's consciousness returned, he attempted to move his slightly numb arms. only to find himself locked in a gaze with Xiao Wanqing, whose own eyes were just waking, still carrying a hint of sleepiness, yet sparkling with clarity. Their eyes met, mere inches apart. In that moment, the air seemed to freeze, and time appeared to slow down. Each saw the other's face, marked by the remnants of slumber and a hint of confusion, as well as the blush that lingered in their eyes due to their intimate embrace. In the next instant, as if triggered by an invisible switch, they both jerked away from each other, like startled rabbits, avoiding each other's gazes. Xiao Wanqing's eyes flitted nervously to Chen Yunzhou's chin, while his gaze drifted toward the ceiling. Despite the heat rising to their ears and the blush staining their cheeks, the arms that held each other did not immediately release their grip. A sweet, honeyed sensation of happiness flowed silently between them, palpable yet unspoken, sending shivers of joy through their hearts. This tender and enchanting stillness lasted only a few seconds before both recalled that it was Monday, and they needed to take Nian to kindergarten. The remnants of happiness on their faces froze instantly. "Oh no, we're late," they exclaimed almost in unison. In the next moment, the warm blanket was abruptly thrown aside, and both sprang from the bed as if propelled by springs. "I'll go wake Nian," Chen Yunzhou declared decisively, searching the bed for their daughter. Soon, he found Nian, who was sleeping soundly on Xiao Wanqing's side, and gently patted her awake. "Nian, wake up. We're going to be late for kindergarten." His voice carried an urgent tone. Xiao Wanqing quickly reacted, throwing off her own blanket and hastily getting out of bed while rummaging through the wardrobe for clothes for herself and her daughter. Nian, stirred by her father, scrunched her little brows in reluctance, emitting a few muffled grumbles, her eyes barely opening a sliver, clearly still lost in sweet dreams, utterly unaware of the situation. There's no time. Chen Yunzhou, seeing his daughter's dazed expression, discarded his usual gentle approach, bending down to scoop Nian from the bed. He then strode purposefully toward the bathroom. After brushing Nian's teeth and hastily wiping her face, Xiao Wanqing deftly dressed the still drowsy child in the clothes she had found. Following that, the two adults quickly changed into their own clothes and finally stepped out with Nian in their arms. By the time Nian's little head began to clear, she was already seated in the car. Before long, the vehicle came to a smooth halt at the entrance of the kindergarten. The trio hurriedly exited the car. The kindergarten's gates stood wide open, and a well-dressed, warm-hearted middle-aged woman, the principal, awaited them at the entrance, accompanied by two young teachers. Upon seeing Xiao Wanqing and Nian approach, the principal's face instantly brightened with a welcoming smile as she swiftly approached. "Ms. Xia," she greeted warmly. Xiao Wanqing nodded slightly, explaining, "We were delayed this morning." "It's quite all right. It isn't very late." The principal waved her hand dismissively, accustomed to such occurrences. After all, kindergarten is not the same as primary school. Arriving at this hour is perfectly normal. Xiao Wanqing crouched down to smooth her daughter's slightly disheveled hair and adjusted the zipper of her coat, gently reminding, "Nian, remember to listen to your teachers and play nicely with your classmates. No fighting, okay?" Chen Yunzhou also knelt down, his large hand tenderly stroking his daughter's head. His voice low and soothing. "Mom and Dad will come to pick you up this afternoon." Nian nodded vigorously, extending her small arms to hug her parents. "Goodbye, Mom and Dad." "Goodbye, Nian. Goodbye." A young teacher kindly took Nian's little hand, leading her into the kindergarten. The small figure turned back to glance at her parents 3 times before disappearing through the entrance of the classroom. Xiao Wanqing and Chen Yunzhou stood in place, watching their daughter leave until she was out of sight, before slowly rising. They both exhaled a sigh of relief, turning toward the nearby car. Once inside, Xiao Wanqing fastened her seatbelt and started the engine. Chen Yunzhou, seated in the passenger seat, gazed out the window, remaining silent. In that moment, both felt a slight emptiness in their hearts, an inexplicable melancholy settling over them. The silence persisted until the car gently halted beneath their apartment building. Xiao Wanqing steadied the vehicle, remaining quiet for a few seconds before turning her head to look at Chen Yunzhou, saying, "I'll head straight to work. I want to be back for lunch." Chen Yunzhou turned to meet her gaze, softly acknowledging with a gentle emotion. His expression was calm, yet upon closer inspection, there seemed to be a subtle softness that was not typically present. He unbuckled his seatbelt and opened the door, preparing to exit. Just as one leg swung out of the car, Xiao Wanqing's voice rang out once more. I'll come to pick you up in the afternoon." Chen Yunzhou paused mid-motion, glancing back at her, a hint of a smile appearing in his eyes. Xiao Wanqing's gaze flickered momentarily before she quickly added, "Didn't we agree to pick up Nian together?" Upon hearing the latter part of her statement, the smile in Chen Yunzhao's eyes vanished, his tone returning to a neutral pitch as he replied. After that, he stepped out of the car and closed the door. Xiao Wanqing watched his retreating figure as he entered the building, her brow furrowing slightly. Why did he seem unhappy? Had she said something wrong? Or did he not want her to pick him up? Contemplating this, her gaze dimmed, a sense of unease settling in her heart. Shaking her head slightly, she dismissed further thoughts and started the car, heading towards the company. Time swiftly passed to the afternoon. As Chen Yunzhou entered the classroom, he immediately noticed Chu Ziheng slumped over the desk, as if all his bones had been extracted, his side profile turned towards the wall, presenting only the back of his head, which was filled with a sense of lifelessness. Chen Yunzhou paused for a moment, then walked over and took a seat beside him. He set down his book, turned his head to observe the still slumped Chu Ziheng, and teased him lightly. What is wrong with you? Even if you didn't inherit a fortune, it shouldn't be this dire, right? Upon hearing his voice, Chu Ziheng raised his head and cast a mournful glance at Chen Yunzhou. Inherit a fortune? What does that even matter? Do you think I care about that? His voice was weak. Chen Yunzhou, intrigued by his response, placed a hand on his shoulder and said, "Oh? Then why the gloom? Share it with a friend to lighten the mood." Chu Ziheng, looking utterly speechless, finally spoke. "Last night, 10 girls added me." Chen Yunzhou raised his eyebrows in surprise, chuckling. "Isn't that a good thing? Why the long face?" Hearing this, Chu Ziheng became even more agitated, his tone accusatory. "A good thing? I thought it was wonderful. I thought love was finally coming my way. But out of those 10, 8 were asking for your contact details." Chen Yunzhou's expression froze for a moment, unsure of how to respond. He cleared his throat and attempted to change the subject. "Well, there are still 2 left, right?" The moment he said that, Chu Ziheng's expression turned even more exasperated, as if he had swallowed a fly. "The remaining 2? One is selling movies, asking if I want resources. The other is selling tea, inquiring if I like drinking tea." Chen Yunzhou fell silent. He looked at Chu Ziheng's face, which was marked by indignation and grievance, sighed, and patted his shoulder, silently conveying his sympathy. Chu Ziheng raised his head, his gaze filled with genuine confusion and helplessness, and asked, "Yunzhou, do you think I will never find a girlfriend in my life, destined to be lonely forever?" Chen Yunzhou pondered for a moment, gazing at him with some difficulty, and replied, "Given your emotional intelligence, that is indeed quite possible." "Wow, Chen Yunzhou, are you even still my friend?" Chu Ziheng wailed, suddenly lunging forward, grasping Chen Yunzhou's arms, and resting his head on his shoulder. "I'm so miserable. Even you say so? All right, get off me." Chen Yunzhou pushed him away with a look of disdain. "It's not entirely hopeless. You know so many guys, right? Surely some of them have sisters or female friends. Just find someone you like and give it a shot. Who knows what might happen?" Chu Ziheng paused for a moment. Then his eyes lit up as if a light bulb had gone off in his head. "All right." He slapped his thigh. "Why didn't I think of that? You're such a bro." In his excitement, he gave Chen Yunzhou a bear hug. Chen Yunzhou pushed him away once more, his face filled with exasperation, and quickly changed the subject. "By the way, when does your dad plan to officially recognize you back into the Chu family?" At the mention of this, Chu Ziheng's excitement waned slightly, and he pouted. "I don't know. He hasn't said it outright, but there's a meeting scheduled for tonight." Chen Yunzhou nodded, refraining from asking further. After all, this was a matter concerning Chu Ziheng's family, and he felt it inappropriate to pry too deeply. Chapter 66. Has Summer Zone trained you to be so profound? Just then, Su Yichen and Lin Ruoxin walked into the classroom. Su Yichen surveyed the room, and soon spotted Chen Yunzhou sitting by the window. She promptly made her way over. Chu Ziheng, quick to notice, elbowed Chen Yunzhou. "Hey, look, the department flower is coming," he whispered, drawing Chen Yunzhou's attention. Indeed, Su Yichen and Lin Ruoxin approached with lively steps. Chen Yunzhou sighed inwardly. Was his previous rejection not clear enough? Before he could ponder further, Su Yichen and Lin Ruoxin came directly to their desk. Su Yichen's gaze fell squarely on Chen Yunzhou's face, holding a beautifully packaged cup of milk tea. "Chen Yunzhou," she called, her voice bright and laced with a hint of sweetness. "I specially bought this for you." The overly sweet aroma caused Chen Yunzhou to frown slightly. He did not reach out to take it, but instead looked up at Su Yichen, his tone calm, yet distant. "Thank you, but I don't like milk tea." Su Yichen's smile remained unchanged, as if she had not registered his refusal, and continued, "Just give it a try. This place makes it really well." Taking a deep breath, Chen Yunzhou swept his gaze over Su Yichen, his voice growing heavier. "I said I don't like milk tea. And I don't like you either. I already have someone I care about." For a moment, Su Yichen's smile faltered, but it quickly returned to her indifferent facade. She chuckled lightly, placing the milk tea directly on Chen Yunzhou's desk, saying, "Whether you like it or not is your business. My liking you is mine." She looked at Chen Yunzhou, her eyes filled with an inexplicable determination. "The milk tea is here. Whether you drink it or not is up to you." After speaking, without waiting for Chen Yunzhou to reply, she took Lin Ruoxin's arm and turned to leave. Chen Yunzhou stared at the cup of milk tea on his desk, his brow furrowing deeper, vexation evident on his face. Did she not understand human language, or was his expression unclear? Without hesitation, he seized the still-warm cup of milk tea, raised his arm, and accurately tossed it into the trash bin in the corner of the classroom. With a clatter, the cup landed at the bottom of the bin. Wow! Chu Ziheng watched in shock, then immediately gave Chen Yunzhou a thumbs up. Impressive, you really uphold the principles of a gentleman. Chen Yunzhou turned back, casting a faint glance at him, his tone becoming more serious. This isn't about being a gentleman. It's about basic morality. He organized his books and continued. A man of integrity does not waver or spread affection indiscriminately. Chu Ziheng's playful demeanor gradually faded, replaced by a look of astonishment and curiosity. He stared at Chen Yunzhou for several seconds before exclaiming, "No way, it's only been a few days, and Summer Zong has trained you to be this profound?" Chen Yunzhou shrugged, a smile in his voice as he replied, "You wouldn't understand, being a single dog." As he spoke, he patted Chu Ziheng on the shoulder. Chu Ziheng's smile froze, feeling as if he had been struck by 1,000 blows. Hours passed quietly, and the afternoon sun began to tilt westward, casting a warm golden hue over the expansive campus. At the school gate, the flow of people gradually increased, mostly students finishing their classes, preparing to leave. At that moment, a red Beetle slowly parked by the roadside, its compact frame standing out among the many vehicles. The door opened, and Xiao Wanqing stepped out from the driver's seat. Clad in a creatively designed dress, her face adorned with a pair of gold-rimmed glasses, exuding a cool elegance. Just as she steadied herself, a low rumble unique to sports cars echoed from behind. A sleek purple supercar smoothly came to a stop behind the Beetle. The door lifted upward, and Chu Ziyue emerged in high heels. Today, she wore a well-tailored business suit that accentuated her graceful figure, her makeup flawless. Her gaze sweeping across the surroundings before finally landing on Xiao Wanqing. Approached Xiao Wanqing, glancing discreetly at the interior of the Beetle, and inquired somewhat awkwardly, "Where's Nian Yan?" Xiao Wanqing turned her head to look at her, her tone unruffled. "At kindergarten." Chu Ziyue nodded, seemingly at a loss for other topics. And a brief silence enveloped them. Xiao Wanqing, unfazed, merely raised her hand to check the time on her wristwatch. At this moment, a slightly high-pitched female voice interjected. "Xiaozong, Chuzong." Both women turned towards the voice to see a lavishly dressed woman with a radiant smile approaching them, accompanied by a bag-carrying assistant. This woman was Wang Qian, the wife of the president of Jinhe Group, a well-established company in Rongcheng that collaborates with both the Chu and Xiao families. As Wang Qian drew closer, she greeted them warmly. "Xiaozong, Chuzong, what a coincidence. What brings you here?" Chu Ziyue donned a standard social smile and replied, "Mrs. Lin, I am here to pick up my brother." "Picking up your brother?" Wang Qian frowned. "Has Chu Zhe been admitted to university? Wasn't he sent abroad by old Madame Chu a few years ago?" Suddenly, she recalled the events from the Chu family banquet, which she had heard about from her husband despite not attending. She nodded with a smile, not pressing further. Chapter 67. Xiaozong, you truly are enviable. Wang Qian's gaze shifted to Xiao Wanqing, curiosity piqued. "And you, Xiaozong? Are you also here to pick up your brother?" Xiao Wanqing met Wang Qian's gaze with calm composure, her tone flat, as if stating the most ordinary fact. "I am here to pick up my husband." "Your husband?" Wang Qian's smile froze in an instant, her eyes widening in disbelief as she repeated the words, seemingly unable to comprehend what she had just heard. Her tone involuntarily rose a few octaves. "When did you get married?" The business circle of Rongcheng is neither too large nor too small, and Xiao Wanqing, the young and capable leader of Xia Group, has always drawn considerable attention, being a prime candidate for many young elites and business moguls. If news of her marriage were to spread, it would undoubtedly create a sensation. Beside her, Chu Ziyue turned to look at Xiao Wanqing, equally astonished. She had never anticipated that Xiao Wanqing would be so forthright. Faced with Wang Qian's probing and Chu Ziyue's astonished gaze, Xiao Wanqing remained unperturbed, though a faint trace of contemplation flickered in her cool eyes. "Married? It seems we have yet to acquire the certificate." Following a brief silence, a subtle smile curved her lips, softening her demeanor slightly. She artfully redirected the conversation. "Would Mrs. Lin like to see a photo?" Wang Qian raised an eyebrow, sensing a hint of boastfulness in the inquiry. However, her curiosity was thoroughly piqued. Who wouldn't he want to know about the man who could win the heart of the seemingly aloof Xiao Wanqing and marry her in silence? She nodded eagerly, her smile returning with renewed warmth. Of course. Xiao Wanqing naturally retrieved her phone, her fingers deftly tapping the screen to access her photo album, then enlarging a picture before presenting it to Wang Qian. Wang Qian leaned closer, her gaze fixed on the phone screen. The young man in the photo wore a simple white shirt, and the background suggested a sunny afternoon. He tilted his head slightly, his smile radiant and pure, sunlight casting a lively glow on his well-defined features, making him appear exuberantly youthful. In stark contrast, Wang Qian's mind flashed to her husband. whose physique was gradually succumbing to middle age, and she found herself speechless upon comparing him to the vibrant youth in the photo. She lifted her gaze to Xiao Wanqing, her expression complex, tinged with jealousy. Xiaozong, you truly are enviable. Yet, instead of displeasure, Xiao Wanqing's smile deepened, revealing a hint of hidden pride. She spoke softly, her voice clear enough for both women to hear. He is 6 years younger than me. 6 years younger? Wang Qian was taken aback, her eyes widening further. That means he is only 18, a year younger than my daughter? An 18-year-old with such charm? She turned back to Xiao Wanqing, nearly through gritted teeth repeating her earlier statement, her tone overflowing with envy. Xiaozong, you truly are enviable. Standing aside, Chu Ziyue absorbed the scene, particularly taken by the unabashed pride on Xiao Wanqing's face, leaving her momentarily dazed. Is this really the stoic, aloof president of Xia Group that everyone speaks of? Who transformed her into this? Just then, two familiar figures emerged from the crowd at the school gate. Chen Yunzhou, dressed in simple casual attire, stood tall and spotted Xiao Wanqing beside the red beetle, along with Wang Qian and Chu Ziyue. Upon locking eyes with Xiao Wanqing, his expression brightened, a smile involuntarily appearing as he quickened his pace. Chu Ziheng followed closely, noting his sister, but his expression remained neutral as he continued alongside Chen Yunzhou. Simultaneously, Xiao Wanqing noticed Chen Yunzhou approaching with purpose. A gentle smile graced her lips, momentarily stunning both Wang Qian and Chu Ziyue. Xiao Wanqing tucked her phone away, nodding to Wang Qian and Chu Ziyue as her tone regained a hint of its usual coolness. Mrs. Lin, Chu Zong, I must take my leave. Just as she finished speaking, Chen Yunzhou reached her side. Xiao Wanqing stepped forward, naturally standing beside him. Chen Yunzhou exchanged greetings with Chu Ziyue and Chu Ziheng before they all got into the car. The red beetles soon roared to life, smoothly merging into the evening traffic. Heading towards the kindergarten, Chen Yunzhou glanced at the focused Xiao Wanqing, her profile illuminated by the sunset's glow, softening her features. For some reason, he felt that today, Xiao Wanqing appeared particularly gentle. He felt an urge to initiate a conversation. Earlier, just then, a clear ringtone interrupted his words. Emanating from the phone connected to the central console, Xiao Wanqing, eyes fixed ahead, did not shift her grip on the steering wheel, merely tilting her head slightly, signaling him. Please answer it. Chen Yunzhou nodded, reaching for the phone. The screen displayed Wang Laosher's name, and without a second thought, he pressed the answer button. Hello. On the other end, a slightly anxious female voice responded. Is this Nian Nian's parent? I am Wang Laosher from the kindergarten. I am, Chen Yunzhou replied, a sense of unease creeping in. There's an issue. Nian Nian got into a fight with another child at school. Could you come by? In the background, faint cries could be heard. Chen Yunzhou was momentarily stunned, instinctively exclaiming, Are you speaking coherently? Fighting? His initial reaction was disbelief. After all, Nian Nian was so well behaved. Yes, came Wang Laosher's resigned voice. It would be best if you could come and see for yourself. All right, we are on our way, Chen Yunzhou replied solemnly, disconnecting the call. Xiao Wanqing, having observed his conversation closely, though not on speaker, had already surmised the situation from his sudden change in expression and the mention of a fight. What happened? She inquired, her voice still steady. Chen Yunzhou turned to her and spoke. It was teacher Wang from the kindergarten calling, informing that Nian Nian had gotten into a fight with someone and requested their presence. Xiao Wanqing's brows furrowed instantly, her clear, cold eyes filled with disbelief. Nian Nian got into a fight? Her soft and adorable daughter actually fought in kindergarten? It was evident that she found this hard to believe. Chen Yunzhou nodded, equally incredulous. But the cries from the phone sounded somewhat familiar, as if he had heard them before. However, he did not dwell on it, for their daughter was of utmost importance. Xiao Wanqing said nothing more, pressing the accelerator a bit harder, and both wore matching expressions of concern. Soon, the beetle came to a stop at the kindergarten entrance. The couple simultaneously opened their car doors and walked side by side towards the kindergarten. They headed straight for the teacher's office, which stood ajar. Upon entering, they immediately spotted a small figure sitting on a tiny chair, holding a flattened piece of cake. She had her head bowed, her small head nearly buried in her chest, with red-rimmed eyes and streaks of unshed tears that appeared especially vivid under the bright office lights, her pitiful demeanor tightening both Xiao Wanqing and Chen Yunzhou's hearts. Chapter 68. Did Nian Nian knock out someone's tooth? Nian Nian heard the commotion at the door and suddenly looked up. Upon seeing her parents walking in side by side, her little pout fell, and the tears that had just ceased flowed forth once more, her face a portrait of grievance. Before Xiao Wanqing and Chen Yunzhou could utter a word, a small figure dashed out from the side, like a little cannonball, directly colliding with Chen Yunzhou. Woa Gidge. Chen Yunzhou felt a tight grip on his leg and looked down to find a chubby little boy clinging to him, crying inconsolably, his face smeared with snot and tears. Chen Yunzhou was momentarily taken aback. What was happening? How had his sister's son been hurt? He glanced at Nian Yan, then at Liao Boyang. A sense of foreboding settling in his gut. Surely, his daughter hadn't beaten up her future cousin? Xiao Wanqing, too, was astonished. Her cold gaze reflecting a hint of confusion as she looked at the sobbing boy, clinging to Chen Yunzhou's leg. Teacher Wang from the kindergarten also wore a surprised expression, evidently not expecting Liao Boyang to know Nian Yan's father and refer to him as Gij. Liao Boyang cried even louder. Releasing one hand to point a pudgy, trembling finger at Nian Yan, accusingly exclaiming, Gij. She hit me. Woo-woo, she knocked out my tooth. What? Both Chen Yunzhou and Xiao Wanqing exclaimed in shock, their gazes fixated on their daughter. Nian Yan knocked out someone's tooth? Their faces were filled with disbelief. Although Nian Yan occasionally displayed a bit of temper, she was usually as obedient as an angel. How could she have resorted to violence, and so ferociously at that? Teacher Wang, seeing their expressions, hurriedly stepped forward to explain, Nian Yan's parents, the situation isn't as dire as it seems. Boyang has recently been losing his baby teeth, and that particular tooth had been loose for quite some time. Despite the teacher's words, the fact that Nian Yan had hit someone was not denied. Just then, Nian Yan, who had been sitting pitifully, suddenly jumped down and hurried over to Chen Yunzhou, puffing up her cheeks and tugging at Liao Boyang, who still clung to Chen Yunzhou's leg. Let go. Nian Yan's voice was hoarse from crying, as she angrily declared, he is my daddy. Liao Boyang stumbled backward, forced to release his grip. But he was not deterred, gazing up at Chen Yunzhou with tear-filled eyes, full of grievance. Chen Yunzhou looked at the chaotic scene before him, feeling overwhelmed. Xiao Wanqing approached Nian Yan, slowly crouching down to meet her daughter's reddened eyes, gently wiping away her tears with a tender touch, and softly asked, Nian Yan, can you tell Mama what happened? Hearing her mother's gentle inquiry, Nian Yan's grievance surged again. She pointed at the equally red-eyed Liao Boyang, her voice trembling. He sat on my little cake. She indicated the small, misshapen paper cupcake beside the chair where she had been sitting. Woo-woo, that cake was for Daddy and Mama. Nian Yan's voice was filled with sorrow, tears cascading down her cheeks like a string of pearls. Liao Boyang, upon hearing this, quickly defended himself. I didn't mean to. Teacher Wang, stepping in, stood between the two children and recounted the events. Nian Yan's parents, here's what happened. The children were playing in the activity area, and Liao Boyang accidentally sat on the little cake that Nian Yan had placed on the chair beside him. When Nian Yan saw her cake was ruined, that's when she reacted. Teacher Wang paused before adding, Boyang did not retaliate. He was just scared and cried. Chen Yunzhou grasped the situation, his gaze settling on his daughter's small face. He inwardly mused, who would have thought that Nian Yan, who appeared so obedient and gentle, had a bit of a temper, resembling her mother in that regard. Shaking off the thought, he turned to Liao Boyang, who stood beside him, sniffling and looking at him. Chen Yunzhou crouched down, smiling as he pinched the boy's cheek, asking, let Gij see if you are still uncomfortable anywhere. Liao Boyang sniffed, his voice thick with tears, shaking his head. No, I'm fine. Chen Yunzhou, still concerned, carefully examined the boy's face and mouth, confirming there were no other injuries before he finally relaxed. Seeing that Liao Boyang was indeed unharmed, Xiao Wanqing felt a weight lift from her heart. However, she then turned her attention to Nian Yan, who was still crying, her tone growing serious. Nian Yan, Teacher Wang mentioned that Boyang didn't do it on purpose. Even if he ruined your cake, you must not resort to violence. Nian Yan, already full of grievance, upon hearing her mother say this, lowered her small head, her shoulders slumping, appearing even more pitiful. Chen Yunzhou, hearing this, gently pulled his tearful daughter into his embrace. He looked at Xiao Wanqing, his brow slightly furrowed, wanting to say something. However, when his gaze met Xiao Wanqing's, he saw her face laden with confusion and distress. Xiao Wanqing observed her daughter's extreme distress and met Chen Yunzhou's questioning gaze, a hint of guilt unwittingly surfacing in her eyes. Chen Yunzhou swallowed the words he had been about to say. He could see that Xiao Wanqing was not indifferent to their daughter's feelings. She just seemed unsure of how to balance discipline and comfort. He extended his other hand, gently taking Xiao Wanqing's cool hand in his, softly reassuring her, it's all right, let me handle this. Xiao Wanqing felt the warmth of his palm and was momentarily taken aback, a sense of inexplicable comfort washing over her, and she lightly nodded, though the trace of guilt and confusion on her face did not vanish immediately. Chapter 69. You must not hit her, for hitting really hurts. Chen Yunzhou lifted the still sniffling Nian into his arms, settling her on his lap. The small figure found solace immediately, wrapping her arms tightly around his neck, burying her little face in his neck, softly sobbing with a deep sense of grievance. Chen Yunzhou gently patted her back, his movements tender. After a while, Nian's cries gradually subsided, though her shoulders still trembled slightly. Chen Yunzhou leaned down, using his warm palm to wipe her damp cheeks, softly inquiring. You were very angry when your little cake got ruined, weren't you? Nian Nian, nestled in his embrace, nodded with a dull expression. Chen Yunzhou gently tousled her soft hair and continued to ask in a warm voice, what if Nian Nian accidentally breaks another child's favorite toy? How would you like that child to react towards you? Nian Nian lifted her small head, her crimson eyes reflecting a hint of confusion. Unsure why her father posed such a question, she furrowed her tiny brows and began to ponder seriously. That child could be very angry, could ignore her, or even demand she replace the broken toy. However, they must not hit her, for striking truly hurts, just as Liao Boyong had cried so sorrowfully moments ago. As this thought crossed her mind, a shade of shame gradually crept onto Nian Nian's small face, and she realized that her earlier actions seemed inappropriate. Chen Yunzhou keenly noticed the change in his daughter's expression, but chose not to rush her into an apology. Instead, he smiled, cupped her small face, and encouraged her to look into his eyes, saying, Nian Nian, it's all right to feel upset because the cake was ruined. And your mother and I also feel sad about it. However, we cannot solve problems with our little fists. Such actions would hurt other children and would also make their parents sorrowful. He paused before continuing. Next time we encounter a similar situation, we can seek help from the teacher, all right? Nian Nian listened intently, her long eyelashes fluttering, and nodded once more, though her small mouth remained tightly pressed, still silent. Chen Yunzhou maintained his smile, gently pinched her tiny nose, and inquired, so what should we do now? Nian Nian hesitated for a moment, but finally mustered the courage to raise her head, glance at Liao Boyong beside her, and softly utter, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have hit you. Liao Boyong was momentarily taken aback, seemingly surprised by Nian Nian's apology. He quickly waved his small hand and sniffled, saying, it's okay. The voices of the two children still carried the innocence and tremor of youth, yet their apology and acceptance sounded remarkably sincere. Just then, footsteps approached the office door, and Teacher Wang looked up, promptly welcoming the newcomer. Grandma Boyong is here. Chen Yunzhou instantly sensed the movement at the door. He cast a swift glance at the elderly lady entering, her hair grizzled and face etched with worry, then quickly lowered his head to lean closer to Liao Boyong. Standing beside him, he lowered his voice to a whisper only they could hear. Don't mention seeing your brother, and don't call out to me, okay? Liao Boyong looked at him with confusion, unsure of the reason, and asked, why? Chen Yunzhou quickly added, be good. And your brother will buy you firecrackers for the new year. Liao Boyang's eyes sparkled momentarily, nodding vigorously and replying inarticulately, With this assurance, Chen Yunzhou straightened up, turned around, and faced the entrance, presenting his broad back as if to comfort his daughter in his arms. Xiao Wanqing, observing this, immediately stood up, walked around Chen Yunzhou, and positioned herself in front of him. The elderly lady spotted her grandson and rushed over, squatting down to grasp Liao Boyang's small arm, inspecting him closely. What happened? Are you all right? Let grandma take a look. Liao Boyong, upon seeing his grandmother, wiped his nose and shook his head, saying, I'm fine, grandma, I'm fine. The elderly lady, still concerned, carefully checked him again. Seeing no visible injuries on his face, she finally sighed in relief and looked up at Teacher Wang and Xiao Wanqing with a questioning gaze. Teacher Wang promptly recounted to the elderly lady the conversation he had just had with Chen Yunzhou and Xiao Wanqing, succinctly explaining the cause and course of events. After listening to the teacher's narration, Xiao Wanqing stepped forward with an apologetic expression, saying, I am truly sorry. The child was thoughtless. We will cover any compensation necessary. The elderly lady waved her hand, displaying a relatively amiable smile. Oh, no need, no need. Children will inevitably bump and tussle. It's normal. When they play together. How can there be no mishaps? My Boyong is fine. No compensation is needed. Xiao Wanqing was taken aback by the elderly lady's amicable demeanor and momentarily did not know what to say. After exchanging a few polite words with Teacher Wang, she picked up Liao Boyong and turned to leave the office. Once they had departed, Chen Yunzhou finally exhaled a sigh of relief and turned to Teacher Wang, saying, I apologize, Teacher Wang, for the trouble caused. Teacher Wang quickly waved his hand, assuring him it was no trouble. After a few more pleasantries, he departed with the family, while Xiao Wanqing followed behind them, lagging half a step and lowering her head, her mood somewhat subdued. Chen Yunzhou slightly turned his head. Catching a glimpse of Xiao Wanqing's downcast demeanor, he deliberately slowed his pace, allowing her to catch up, then extended his free hand to gently take hers. Xiao Wanqing's fingers felt cool, and when enveloped by his warm palm, she instinctively shivered. She raised her head to look at Chen Yunzhou, who was gazing ahead, his other arm cradling their daughter, as if this tender gesture was merely a routine occurrence. Yet, this simple touch felt like a warm current, quietly soothing the unease nestled within her heart. She did not pull away, allowing him to hold her hand, her eyes slightly reddening, but her face blossomed with a smile. She gazed at their joined hands, an indescribable warmth blossoming within her. Could this be the sensation of not being abandoned? Before long, the family of three exited the kindergarten and returned to the apartment. Upon entering, Chen Yunzhou gently set Nian Nian down on the floor. He squatted to smooth her somewhat disheveled hair and softly said, "Daddy is going downstairs to fetch a package and will be back soon to prepare dinner for you." Xiao Wanqing stood beside him, admiring his gentle profile, and nodded slightly without speaking. "Daddy, come back quickly." Nian Nian tugged at Chen Yunzhao's shirt, looking up with anticipation. Chen Yunzhou smiled in response. "All right, Nian Nian, go play with Keilei for a while." Nian Nian obediently nodded. Releasing her grip and scampering towards the corner of the living room where Keilei, the puppy, was wagging its tail. Chen Yunzhou stood up, glanced at Xiao Wanqing, then turned to open the door and left the apartment. As the door gently closed, the living room was left with only Xiao Wanqing and Nian Nian, who was engrossed in playing with the puppy. The atmosphere seemed to suddenly quiet down, becoming somewhat awkward. Xiao Wanqing observed her daughter's small figure and hesitated briefly, attempting to initiate a conversation. "Nian Nian, would you like some fruit?" Nian Nian didn't look back, merely shaking her head with a muffled voice. "No, thank you." With that, she focused completely on playing with the puppy, disregarding her mother behind her. Xiao Wanqing's outstretched hand froze in midair before she silently withdrew it. She could distinctly feel her daughter's deliberate distance and coldness towards her, a wave of subtle disappointment washing over her heart, as if struck by something delicate. Unsure how to break this stalemate, she pondered what to say to reopen her daughter's heart. Ultimately, she merely sighed silently, settled down on the edge of the sofa, and gazed at her daughter, who was joyfully playing with Keilei, her expression complex. Before long, the sound of the door lock turning echoed. Chen Yunzhou entered, carrying a bulging shopping bag. Xiao Wanqing immediately rose from the sofa and walked towards him. "Daddy!" Nian Nian, hearing the commotion, promptly abandoned Keilei and excitedly rushed to the door, wrapping her arms around Chen Yunzhao's leg and looking up with eager eyes. "Father, what shall we have for dinner tonight?" Chen Yunzhou set down the bag he was holding, crouched down, and with a gentle smile, pinched his daughter's chubby little cheeks. "What does Nian Nian wish to eat?" "Cooked chicken wings," Nian Nian exclaimed without hesitation, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. "All right, we shall have cooked chicken wings," Chen Yunzhou replied with a smile, affectionately ruffling her hair. "Go play now, as Daddy needs to prepare dinner." "MHM," Nian Nian cheerfully responded, pulling along the tail-wagging pet, Keilei, as they dashed towards the balcony. Chen Yunzhou rose, casting a glance at Xiao Wanqing with a smile before heading straight to the kitchen with the shopping bag in hand. He methodically took out the ingredients, vegetables, meat, and a beautifully packaged strawberry cake, which he delicately placed into the refrigerator. Subsequently, he began to wash, chop, and prepare the evening meal with great diligence. Xiao Wanqing observed the busy figure in the kitchen, her emotions swirling within her. Taking a deep breath, she stepped forward into the kitchen, gently closing the glass door behind her to muffle the sounds of play from their daughter and pet in the living room. The kitchen space was modest. Chen Yunzhou stood at the counter, his back to her, intently slicing potatoes with adept precision, the knife creating a rhythmic sound. Xiao Wanqing lingered by the door, watching his silhouette, her lips moving slightly, her face betraying a mix of evident conflict and hesitation, yet she ultimately remained silent. Chen Yunzhou sensed her presence, but he did not pause or turn around, continuing his task in quietude. Xiao Wanqing lowered her head, her fingers unconsciously twisting the hem of her clothing, her voice softly breaking the silence. "I'm sorry." Before she could elaborate, Chen Yunzhou momentarily halted his chopping, placing the knife down. He turned to face Xiao Wanqing, who, catching his gaze, slowly lifted her eyes to meet his calm expression. She opened her mouth, seemingly about to speak, but he interjected first. "Why do you feel the need to apologize to me?" His tone was gentle, tinged with confusion. Xiao Wanqing's gaze flickered, and after a brief silence, she murmured, "This afternoon. I should not have scolded Nian Nian so harshly." Chen Yunzhou regarded her with a more serious demeanor. "No, you are not in the wrong. Nian Nian indeed made a mistake, and that is a fact. Your intentions were to instill good morals in her, which is commendable. You have nothing to apologize for. Do you understand?" Xiao Wanqing blinked in surprise, taken aback by his words, struggling to believe she had done nothing wrong. She instinctively glanced towards Nian Nian, her voice laced with evident disappointment. "But Nian Nian does not want to talk to me now." Hearing this, Chen Yunzhou approached the sink, turned on the faucet, and meticulously washed his hands. After drying them with a paper towel, he stepped closer to Xiao Wanqing, gently cupping her face in his hands. Forced to look up at him, Xiao Wanqing found herself momentarily stunned by his proximity. Chen Yunzhou gazed deeply into her eyes, maintaining his gentle tone as he continued. "I can assure you, your essence is not wrong. It is merely the approach that needs refinement." Children also have their emotions. Thus, we must exercise greater patience and understanding when dealing with them. He paused, observing the emotions flickering in her eyes before continuing. Therefore, we cannot solely focus on criticizing children. They possess their sense of pride as well. Rather than pointing fingers, it is paramount to comprehend their feelings and guide them accordingly. When adults are emotional, reasoning becomes ineffective. And the same applies to children. Hence, we must first address our emotions before resolving the issue, allowing them to grasp why certain actions are unacceptable and how to handle similar situations in the future. Do you understand? Xiao Wanqing stared at him, feeling as though something had gently struck her heart. It dawned upon her that there existed alternatives to mere criticism and reprimand when one errs. Gradually regaining her composure, she nodded slowly and responded, I understand now. Chen Yunzhou then released his hold on her face and asked, so now, do you know what to do? Xiao Wanqing's gaze shifted back to the small figure in the living room. She nodded once more. Subsequently, she reached for the glass door of the kitchen, pushing it open as she walked towards Nian Nian in the living room. Chapter 71. So, Nian Nian, can you forgive your mother? Chen Yunzhou felt a twinge of concern, for from their earlier conversation, he sensed that Xiao Wanqing was trying to appease him, especially when she expressed her disappointment about Nian Nian ignoring her. Gathering his thoughts, he removed his apron and followed Xiao Wanqing into the living room. Xiao Wanqing sat down beside Nian Nian, gazing at her daughter's small frame. Taking a deep breath, she softly called out, Nian Nian. Nian Nian, who had been amusing Kailei, paused and slowly turned to face Xiao Wanqing, her small face devoid of expression and her lips sealed. Witnessing her daughter's indifferent gaze, Xiao Wanqing felt a flicker of disappointment within. Remembering Chen Yunzhao's words from earlier, she reached for Nian Nian's little hand, her tone gentle and filled with remorse. Nian Nian, you must have felt very wronged at that time, right? Upon hearing the word wronged, Nian Nian's lips immediately pursed, her gaze dropping as she remained silent, just firmly clasping Xiao Wanqing's hand. Sensing the grip of her daughter, Xiao Wanqing realized that she was not entirely resistant. She continued softly, Mother was also very anxious and wanted to help you find a better solution. Yet I failed to consider that you were feeling wronged as well, neglecting your feelings. As she observed Nian Nian's downcast face, her voice grew softer. So, Nian Nian, can you forgive your mother? With that, she gazed at Nian Nian, her eyes brimming with hope. Nian Nian glanced at Xiao Wanqing before shifting her gaze to Chen Yunzhou, who had seated himself beside her with a warm smile. He reached out to gently stroke her head and softly said, Nian Nian, your mother was just too anxious, which caused her to overlook that you were feeling wrong too. She has recognized her mistake, so shall we forgive her? Nian Nian pondered Chen Yunzhao's words, lowering her head in thought before looking up at Xiao Wanqing. Xiao Wanqing's heart raced in her throat, her body slightly leaning forward as she anxiously gazed at her daughter. Nian Nian looked at Xiao Wanqing, her lips moving before she suddenly stretched out her arms in a playful manner towards her mother, exclaiming, Mama, hug. Upon hearing her daughter's soft voice, Xiao Wanqing's face instantly blossomed into a joyful smile. She eagerly enveloped Nian Nian in her embrace, tightly holding her small frame. Nian Nian, in turn, clung to Xiao Wanqing's neck, burying her little face in the crook of her mother's neck. After a moment, she released her grip, looking up at Xiao Wanqing and softly saying, Mama, Nian Nian was also wrong. I should not have hit anyone. She paused, meeting Xiao Wanqing's gaze earnestly as she apologized. And I should not have lost my temper with Mama or ignored her. Upon hearing her daughter's sincere apology, Xiao Wanqing's eyes brimmed with tears. She hugged Nian Nian tightly once more, momentarily at a loss for words. Meanwhile, Chen Yunzhou watched the heartwarming scene of the mother and daughter embracing, a look of contentment spreading across his face as he rose to head back to the kitchen, retrieving the beautifully packaged small cake from the refrigerator. Returning to the living room with the strawberry cake in hand, he was met with an excited exclamation from Nian Nian. Wow, strawberry cake. Her eyes lit up at the sight of the cake, filled with delight. Xiao Wanqing felt the little one stir in her arms, naturally loosening her hold. Nian Nian swiftly dashed to Chen Yunzhou's side, her little head tilted upwards as she gazed longingly at the cake box he held, her mouth slightly agape. Chen Yunzhou chuckled as he placed the cake box on the coffee table in the living room, then crouched down to gently tap his daughter's pert little nose with his finger, his voice brimming with affection. Little glutton, he remarked, observing the sparkle in her eyes as he deliberately slowed his speech and tenderly added, This cake was specially bought for you by Mama. Upon hearing this, Xiao Wanqing raised her head to look at Chen Yunzhou, her face etched with confusion. When had she bought a cake? She had no recollection of it whatsoever. She opened her mouth, poised to inquire, but before she could utter a word, Nian Nian let out an even louder cheer. The little one turned and leaped into Xiao Wanqing's arms, sweetly exclaiming, Thank you, Mama. You are the best. She wrapped her small arms tightly around Xiao Wanqing's neck and planted a loud kiss on her cheek. Instinctively, Xiao Wanqing embraced her daughter's soft little body, feeling the unreserved affection wash over her like a complex, indescribable warmth. She glanced at Chen Yunzhou, a flicker of subtle emotion passing through her eyes. Chen Yunzhou smiled as he opened the cake box, took the accompanying small fork, cut a small piece, and offered it to Nian Nian, who was watching him with eager eyes. Nian Nian carefully cradled the small paper plate containing the cake, but instead of eating it herself, she turned and presented the first piece to Xiao Wanqing's lips. Mama eats first. Seeing her daughter's expectant gaze, Xiao Wanqing felt a warmth in her heart, opened her mouth, and savored the piece of cake imbued with her daughter's sentiment. The sweet cream and fragrant strawberries instantly filled her mouth. So delicious, thank you, Nian Nian. Xiao Wanqing praised with a smile. Nian Nian, delighted by her mother's compliment, squinted her eyes in joy and took another scoop with the small fork, turning to offer it to Chen Yunzhou. Daddy should eat, too. Chen Yunzhou chuckled, bending down to humorously accept the piece of cake fed to him by his daughter. After completing this exchange, Nian Nian finally contentedly lowered her head, scooping a small piece for herself and relishing it with evident happiness. Watching her daughter's small actions, Xiao Wanqing recalled that the fork Chen Yunzhou had just used was the same one she had used moments earlier, causing her cheeks to involuntarily flush. She lowered her gaze, concealing a hint of unusual emotions, feeling inexplicably cheerful. Chen Yunzhou watched his daughter eat with satisfaction and affectionately ruffled her hair. All right, Daddy needs to go back to cooking. You and Mama enjoy the cake first. With that, he stood up and returned to the kitchen. Xiao Wanqing's gaze followed his tall silhouette, her lips unconsciously curling into a gentle arc. She lowered her head, smiling as she stroked her daughter's soft hair, a sense of indescribable happiness quietly blossoming within her. After sharing a few bites of cake with Nian Nian and observing her satisfied little face, Xiao Wanqing felt her mood thoroughly lighten. She handed the remaining cake to Nian Nian, gently reminding her to eat slowly, and then stood up to follow Chen Yunzhou into the kitchen. Chen Yunzhou was standing at the stove, watching the chicken wings sizzling in the pot. Upon hearing movement behind him, he turned his head. What's wrong? Xiao Wanqing shook her head, approaching him and gazing at the enticingly colored cola chicken wings in the pot. She softly said, "Thank you." Chen Yunzhou smiled, lowering the heat slightly as he looked at her with a gentle tone. There's no need for thanks. You are Nian Nian's mother. I naturally wish to see no rift between you two. A mother's love is paramount for a child's growth. As he spoke, he took a nearby plate and carefully ladled out the perfectly cooked cola chicken wings, the aroma wafting enticingly. Xiao Wanqing nodded, momentarily at a loss for words. When she noticed he was about to step out with the plate, she quickly moved forward. Let me do it. Chen Yunzhou glanced at her, not declining her offer, but cautioning. Be careful, it's hot. Xiao Wanqing acknowledged, carefully taking the plate and stepping out of the kitchen. Calling out to the living room, Nian Nian, wash your hands for dinner. Chapter 72, Gentle? Is she referring to her own mother? Coming. Nian Nian responded brightly, setting down her small fork and scampering towards Xiao Wanqing. Xiao Wanqing placed the cola chicken wings on the dining table and then turned to lead Nian Nian to the washroom. Chen Yunzhou emerged from the kitchen carrying the last dish of stir-fried vegetables, coincidentally seeing the pair standing at the sink. Nian Nian was tiptoeing, stretching her little arms to reach the faucet, while Xiao Wanqing bent down to help her turn it on, warm water cascading down. Mommy, look at my bubbles. Nian Nian exclaimed, her hands covered in white foam, excitedly showcasing them to Xiao Wanqing. Xiao Wanqing smiled and nodded, helping her rinse off the foam before handing her a paper towel to dry her hands. Chen Yunzhou watched this scene, his smile unwavering, while simultaneously feeling an urgent desire to learn more about Xiao Wanqing's past. It seems I must inquire further. A moment later, the three of them sat at the dining table. The dinner was simple, 3 dishes and a soup, cola chicken wings, tomato scrambled eggs, stir-fried vegetables, and a seaweed egg drop soup. Chen Yunzhou first served Nian Nian a piece of chicken wing, then naturally offered one to Xiao Wanqing as well. He looked at Xiao Wanqing and casually asked, by the way, have you mentioned my and Nian Nian's existence to your grandparents? Xiao Wanqing, taking small bites of rice, looked up in response, shaking her head in confusion. Why mention it beforehand? We can just go back and see them directly. Chen Yunzhou paused, his hand holding the chopsticks momentarily stilled, the corners of his mouth twitching slightly. Go directly? I didn't realize Xiao Wanqing was such a devoted daughter. How did I miss that? He mused silently, wondering if she was not concerned about the surprise being too small for her grandparents. Suddenly presenting them with a son-in-law and an adorable granddaughter, wouldn't he that frighten the elderly? He kept his thoughts to himself, maintaining a neutral expression while his tone bore a hint of inquiry. Are you certain your grandparents' health can handle it? Xiao Wanqing seemed oblivious to the underlying meaning in his words, contemplating seriously before responding. My grandparents are quite healthy. Oh, Quite healthy, Chen Yunzhou nodded thoughtfully, his voice dropping to a murmur, almost to himself. No, I should probably bring a couple of emergency heart pills just in case. His voice was soft, and Xiao Wanqing didn't catch it clearly, turning to look at him in confusion. What did you say? Nothing. Chen Yunzhou quickly raised his head, his face returning to a warm smile. He placed a piece of chicken wing into Xiao Wanqing's bowl, shifting the topic. Eat more. Xiao Wanqing replied affirmatively and resumed eating. Soon, the three finished their meal, watching a little animation in the living room until Nian Nian began to rub her eyes and yawn. They then proceeded to wash up, and after a simple cleanup, they lay down on the bed. Nian Nian nestled between the two, quickly closing her eyes, her breathing becoming even. Xiao Wanqing lay on her side, using the faint light to gaze at her daughter's sleeping face, her lips unconsciously curving into a smile. She gently pulled the blanket up, covering her daughter's little shoulders, and then carefully adjusted the little one, ensuring she slept more soundly. Having completed this, she looked toward Chen Yunzhou. Sensing Xiao Wanqing's gaze, he turned his head, meeting her bright eyes. Feeling a bit uneasy under her scrutiny, a slight warmth crept to his cheeks, and he awkwardly cleared his throat, softly asking, "What's wrong? Why are you staring at me?" Xiao Wanqing did not respond immediately, simply gazing at him, a faint smile gracing her lips, which appeared particularly tender in the dim light. "Yunzhou, you truly resemble your aunt." At this remark, Chen Yunzhou was taken aback, blinking in confusion. Xiao Wanqing continued, her tone imbued with a hint of nostalgia. The same gentle demeanor. Upon hearing the word gentle, Chen Yunzhou's expression faltered for a moment, subsequently falling into silence. Gentle? Was she referring to his mother? This involuntarily led him to reminisce about his mischievous childhood when his mother chased him around the yard with a feather duster. When he performed poorly on exams, his mother would scold him while twisting his ear, and there were also moments when his father returned home late after drinking, only to be ordered by his mother to stand against the wall in reflection. Those memories seemed to bear little resemblance to gentleness. He tugged at the corner of his mouth, casting a complex glance at Xiao Wanqing, and uncertainly inquired, "Are you serious?" "Yes," Xiao Wanqing nodded earnestly. Chen Yunzhou fell silent once more. He observed the steadfast expression on Xiao Wanqing's face, momentarily at a loss for words. Should he reveal that he was quite the little ruffian in his youth, and that his mother's gentleness was predominantly manifested through physical discipline? Noticing his silence, Xiao Wanqing, thinking he acquiesced, curiously asked, "When you were young, did your aunt teach you as gently as you are teaching Nian Nian today?" At her question, Chen Yunzhou's thoughts drifted for a moment. Gently teaching? He recalled that when he made mistakes in his childhood, his mother would usually begin with verbal admonishments. And if he displayed a good attitude in admitting his faults, he might escape unscathed. However, if he was obstinate or failed to reform, he would likely face a more direct form of discipline. Simple and effective, after a good spanking, any grievances or rebellious emotions would typically dissipate. Yet, sharing such illustrious tales now seemed somewhat embarrassing. He collected his thoughts, adopting a nonchalant demeanor, and smiled as he said, "No, I didn't make many mistakes as a child, so I was never punished." Xiao Wanqing tilted her head thoughtfully at his words. That makes sense. She had never doubted his mother's gentle demeanor while she was teaching him. Observing that she did not press further, Chen Yunzhou sighed in relief, quickly mentioning that he had class the following day, then closed his eyes. Xiao Wanqing responded with a soft and also shut her eyes. Before long, the two gradually succumbed to slumber. In the middle of the night, within the confines of a villa bedroom, Wang Qian abruptly sat up in bed, exclaiming, "Xiao Wanqing, you truly ought to be punished." The following morning, sunlight streamed through the gaps in the curtains, casting a warm glow on the faces of the three slumbering figures. Chen Yunzhou was the first to awaken. He turned his head to glance at the sleeping faces beside him, a faint smile gracing his lips. He rose quietly to wash up, changed his clothes, and went to the kitchen to prepare a simple breakfast. Once Xiao Wanqing and Nian Nian awoke and had their meal, Chen Yunzhou offered Xiao Wanqing a few reminders before grabbing his backpack and heading out to school. The morning was reserved for his major, so he could not accompany Nian Nian. After all, he had no desire to fail his courses. Shortly thereafter, Chen Yunzhou entered the classroom. As he stepped inside, a voice suddenly called out, "Yunzhou, over here." Following the sound, he spotted Chu Ziheng sitting by the window, beaming as he waved energetically. Chen Yunzhou smiled and approached, taking a seat beside him, casually asking, "You seem particularly cheerful today. Did you have a good chat with your dad last night?" "Absolutely," Chu Ziheng replied, puffing out his chest with pride, then produced a brand new bank card from his pocket, waving it in front of Chen Yunzhou. A delightful conversation, with remarkable results. Chen Yunzhou raised an eyebrow, taking the card and weighing it in his hand, smiling as he asked, "Oh? How much pocket money did he give you to soothe your wounded heart?" Chu Ziheng mysteriously extended a finger. 10,000, with a slight nod and a beaming smile. Chu Ziheng confirmed. Chen Yunzhou tossed the card back to him, teasing. So he just gave you 10,000 to placate you? Your father seems to have a rather low valuation of you. Hey, Chu Ziheng retorted, playfully pushing him, leaning in closer, lowering his voice, and unable to contain his excitement. He whispered, it's 10,000 a day. How much? Chen Yunzhou inquired, astonished. 10,000 a day. Chu Ziheng reiterated, his smile growing ever brighter. That's 300,000 a month. What do you think? Chen Yunzhou blinked, then chuckled. Not bad, 300,000 a month in pocket money. Your father is indeed quite generous. Chu Ziheng grinned, carefully stowing the bank card back in his pocket. He then nudged Chen Yunzhou with his elbow, winking as he asked, what about you? How much pocket money does Miss Xia give you each month? Chen Yunzhou shot him a glance, responding nonchalantly, nothing. Nothing. Chu Ziheng was momentarily taken aback, clearly surprised. But Miss Xia doesn't seem like a stingy person. Chen Yunzhou smirked, retrieving a bank card from his wallet and casually handing it to him. However, she did give me this. Chu Ziheng took it, his eyes widening in disbelief as he exclaimed, no way. An auxiliary gold card. He examined the card from various angles, looking back at Chen Yunzhou with incredulity. Is this real? Miss Xia is far too generous. Such a card isn't given lightly. Chen Yunzhou chuckled at his naive astonishment, reclaiming the card and slipping it back into his wallet as if it were merely an ordinary transit card. Well, it seems so. I didn't scrutinize it closely. I've never used it. I don't typically spend much. This was no exaggeration. His lifestyle was indeed simple. He cooked his own meals, which didn't cost much, and occasionally dined out with friends or purchased daily necessities, but expenses were minimal. Of course, aside from the occasional splurge on sneakers, he rarely spent extravagantly. Chu Ziheng clicked his tongue, observing Chen Yunzhou's nonchalant demeanor, reflecting on the vast differences between people. While he was ecstatic over a mere 10,000 in pocket money, here was his good friend who was completely unfazed by holding a gold card. Nevertheless, he quickly reminded himself that this was his close brother, and he was genuinely happy for him. Moreover, Xiao Wangqing's kindness towards Yunzhou indicated his significance in her eyes. He patted Chen Yunzhou on the shoulder with enthusiasm, saying, even though you have a gold card, remember that all expenses for our late-night gaming sessions are on me. Instant noodles with eggs and sausages are a must. Chen Yunzhou couldn't help but twitch at the corner of his mouth, casting a sidelong glance at him as if regarding a foolish air. I say, young Master Chu, you are now earning 30,000 a month, yet you still wish to frequent internet cafes? Chu Ziheng was momentarily stunned by the question, but his eyes suddenly lit up as he smacked his thigh. Right. How could I not think of that? I'm a rich second generation now. Why go to an internet cafe when I could just open my own? A chain of them, right next to the university town. Chen Yunzhou silently rolled his eyes, his expression one of incredulity. However, Chu Ziheng quickly shifted gears, saying, oh, I almost forgot to mention the main point. How about coming over to my place for dinner tonight? Chen Yunzhou raised an eyebrow, asking, what brought this on? With a grin, Chu Ziheng explained, my dad arranged a new place for my mom and me, and we'll be moving soon. This current place, though a bit small, has been home for a while, and I thought it would be nice to have a lively farewell with hot pot and some barbecue. What do you think? Hot pot and barbecue indeed sounded delightful. Chen Yunzhou considered his plans for the evening and, finding nothing particularly pressing, nodded in agreement. Sure. Chu Ziheng, visibly pleased, added, oh, and don't forget to bring Miss Xia and Nian Nian along. The more, the merrier. Chen Yunzhou responded with a smile. All right, I will inform them shortly. Do you need me to bring anything? Beverages or fruits? No. My sister has already instructed her assistant to purchase everything. We have plenty at home. You just need to come. Chu Ziheng waved his hand dismissively, exuding an air of affluence. Chen Yunzhou nodded, not bothering to be polite. After a moment, Chu Ziheng seemed to recall something, a hint of embarrassment crossing his face as he spoke. Yunzhou, could you perhaps invite your sister as well? My sister? Chen Yunzhou paused slightly, then agreed, saying, sure, I will ask her, but she might not be able to come. He didn't think much of it, remembering how Chen Yunjin had indeed taken good care of Chu Ziheng during their childhood. Excellent. Chu Ziheng's face lit up with joy, appearing quite pleased, observing his exuberance. Chen Yunzhou shifted the conversation, his expression turning serious. By the way, Ziheng, there is something I would like your assistance with. Speak. Chu Ziheng patted his chest confidently. Could you ask your sister to help inquire about Wangqing's parents? Chen Yunzhou lowered his voice. The smile on Chu Ziheng's face faltered, his brows furrowing in confusion as he looked at him. Didn't we already look into that? Why inquire again? Chen Yunzhou explained. Wangqing mentioned that in a few days, she wants to introduce me to her grandparents. Meeting the parents? Chu Ziheng's eyes brightened, exclaiming, wow. Yunzhou, that is fantastic. It is indeed good news. Chen Yunzhou massaged his temples, but therein lies the problem. Chu Ziheng, puzzled, scratched his head. What is the issue? Meeting the grandparents signifies her acknowledgement of you. Chen Yunzhou, observing his lack of understanding, sighed and clarified. She only mentioned her grandparents, not her parents. Isn't that clear enough? Chu Ziheng froze for a moment, contemplating Chen Yunzhou's words. What does it imply that she only mentioned her grandparents and not her parents? He seemed to grasp part of it, yet not entirely. Chen Yunzhou sighed again, stating, the information your sister gathered last time was quite vague and of no real value. Chu Ziheng, not fully comprehending the matter, replied, my sister will also join us for dinner tonight. You can ask her then. Chen Yunzhou inhaled deeply, restraining the impulse to pin this guy to the ground. No wonder this fool is single. He was too lazy to argue further with Chu Ziheng, pulling out his phone to edit a message to Xiao Wanqing. Do you have plans for tonight? Ziheng is hosting a dinner before moving. Would you like to join? Meanwhile, at the Xia Corporation's president's office, Xiao Wanqing sat behind an expansive desk, diligently reviewing a stack of documents. Sunlight filtered through the blinds, casting dappled shadows on her, accentuating her cool profile. Suddenly, her phone, resting at the corner of the desk, lit up, vibrating softly. She set down her pen, glanced at the screen, and saw a message from Chen Yunzhou. As she read the words, a hint of warmth unexpectedly colored the cool depths of her gaze, and the corners of her mouth curled into a barely perceptible smile. She quickly tapped out a response, a single word. Okay. Gazing at her phone, her thoughts began to drift. Just then, a gentle knock echoed at the office door. Come in. Xiao Wanqing collected her thoughts, returning to her usual composed demeanor. Assistant Su entered respectfully, standing before the desk to report, President Xiao, President Chu has arrived. Xiao Wanqing frowned slightly, surprised by Chu Ziyue's visit. Without overthinking, she instructed, please let her in. Certainly. Assistant Su acknowledged and turned to leave. Moments later, he returned with Chu Ziyue, who was dressed in a sharp professional outfit. With a neutral expression, Chu Ziyue stepped into the office, her gaze scanning the space before finally settling on Xiao Wanqing. Xiao Wanqing looked up at her, maintaining a calm demeanor as she asked, President Chu, is your visit regarding our ongoing collaboration? No. Chu Ziyue shook her head, her tone somewhat awkward. Xiao Wanqing's eyes widened in surprise. Not for business? Then what was her purpose for coming? Seemingly sensing her confusion, Chu Ziyue stated directly, I have come to personally invite President Xia to dinner at my home tonight. Upon hearing this, Xiao Wanqing was not overly surprised, as Chen Yunzhou had just mentioned it. She nodded in response, saying, very well, I will attend this evening. Standing nearby, Assistant Su's eyes widened in astonishment, his face reflecting shock. What is happening? President Chu is personally inviting President Xia for dinner, and President Xia has agreed? When did these two become so close that they could share a meal together? This was simply unbelievable. Chu Ziyue seemed equally taken aback by how readily she accepted the invitation, and instinctively remarked, I thought President Xia might not be available. Xiao Wanqing did not respond, merely lifted a water cup from the table and took a sip. Noticing this, Chu Ziyue, understanding the moment, decided not to press further, saying, then I shall not disturb your work any longer. See you tonight. As she turned to leave, Xiao Wanqing suddenly called out to her. Wait. Chu Ziyue halted, puzzled, and turned back to Xiao Wanqing, inquiring, is there something else, President Xia? Xiao Wanqing regarded her, a flicker of hesitation crossing her eyes before she asked, President Chu, have you dated many boyfriends? The question took not only Chu Ziyue by surprise, but nearly caused Assistant Su to lose his balance. What does President Xia mean by this? Why suddenly inquire about President Chu's personal affairs? Chu Ziyue's brows furrowed slightly, her expression deepening in confusion. She did not understand why Xiao Wanqing would suddenly ask this. Yet she nodded in affirmation. Xiao Wanqing set her cup down, clearing her throat, her tone somewhat awkward as she began, I have a... Before she could finish, Chu Ziyue seemed to grasp the implication instantly, a playful smile gracing her lips as she interrupted, a friend. Xiao Wanqing felt slightly uncomfortable under her perceptive gaze, her cheeks warming as she nodded awkwardly. Yes, she is rather shy and does not quite know how to foster her relationship with her husband. After saying this, she glanced up at Chu Ziyue, only to meet her cheerful gaze, as if her little secret had been completely uncovered. Xiao Wanqing immediately diverted her gaze, looking aside, her ears subtly reddening. Chu Ziyue took a few steps closer, arms crossed, watching her with keen interest, her tone teasing. So, President Xiao wishes for a husband. She is my friend, not me. Xiao Wanqing immediately retorted, eager to clarify. All right, she is your friend, Chu Ziyue readily conceded, yet her smile deepened, her tone elongated, suggesting, it is quite simple, have your friend try to act a bit coy with her husband. Act coy? Xiao Wanqing frowned, her cool demeanor clouded with confusion, even tinged with a hint of reluctance. Is it really that simple? To her, the notion of acting coy seemed entirely at odds with her usual approach. making it hard to envision how it would manifest in reality. Chu Ziyue nodded assuredly, her gaze playfully appraising Xia Wanqing. Certainly, someone as beautiful as President Xia, no? Your friend, could charm her husband simply with a touch of sweetness, leaving him utterly captivated and disoriented. At the mention of Chen Yunzhou's name, Xia Wanqing's heart skipped a beat, the warmth that had just faded from her cheeks flooding back. She opened her mouth, intending to reiterate that this was indeed just a friend issue, did not afford her an opportunity for explanation, interrupting her with a swift remark. I was merely using an analogy. I understand, she is your friend. Chapter 75. Perhaps Nian Nian could gain additional older brothers and sisters. Xia Wanqing feigned calmness, clearing her throat softly, avoiding Chu Ziyue's gaze, her voice lower than before. But what if my friend, she doesn't know how to handle it? Doesn't know? Chu Ziyue responded, as if hearing an absurdity. She can't even be charming? Isn't that an innate skill for women? How can she not? She paused slightly, then a playful smile graced her lips as she surveyed Xia Wanqing from head to toe. Xia Wanqing felt increasingly embarrassed under her scrutiny, the warmth creeping up her ears, almost reaching her neck. Chu Ziyue beckoned her closer with a finger, her voice sultry as she proposed. Would you like me to teach you? Xia Wanqing's eyes flickered, seemingly intrigued, instinctively nodding her head. Yet, she suddenly realized. Her face flushed even more, and she hurriedly attempted to clarify. No, I mean. I know. Chu Ziyue interjected, quickly adding, her smile radiant like a cat that had successfully stolen a treat. Once you learn, you can teach that friend of yours, right? Xia Wanqing opened her mouth to retort, but the words were swallowed back. She raised her hand, awkwardly tucking a loose strand of hair behind her ear, evading Chu Ziyue's teasing gaze. Ultimately, she gently nodded, almost inaudibly murmuring in agreement. Standing nearby, Assistant Su blinked, internally grumbling. Is this a plot one can witness without paying? As Chu Ziyue prepared to commence her lesson, she caught sight of Assistant Su lingering nearby. With a raised brow and a playful smile, she inquired, what is the matter? Do you wish to learn as well? Assistant Su, caught off guard, instinctively nodded while trying to process the astonishing scene unfolding before her. However, she quickly realized her folly, shaking her head vigorously, her face flushing crimson. No. Miss Xia, Miss Chu, I suddenly remembered a document I haven't processed. I'll take my leave. Without awaiting a response from Xia Wanqing or Chu Ziyue, Assistant Su hastily exited the office, closing the door behind her with a considerate touch. The atmosphere in the office shifted, becoming somewhat delicate with just the two remaining. Chu Ziyue redirected her gaze to Xia Wanqing, beckoning her forward. Come here. Xia Wanqing hesitated for a moment but complied, standing before Chu Ziyue. She cast her eyes downward, seemingly unable to meet the other's gaze. Chu Ziyue crossed her arms, leisurely appraising her, her tone carrying an air of command. Now, I am your husband. Call me husband to see how it sounds. Xia Wanqing's eyelashes fluttered, raising her gaze to meet Chu Ziyue's teasing eyes, her cheeks involuntarily heating up once more. She opened her mouth, her throat feeling as if it were obstructed, parched and dry. After a considerable pause, she managed to squeeze out two words through clenched teeth. Husband. The words were dry, light, and swift, laced with a barely detectable stiffness, reminiscent of a report being recited. Chu Ziyue immediately frowned, her expression betraying her distaste. What was that? There's no emotion at all. So stiff, one might think someone owes you money. Xia Wanqing bit her lip, remaining silent, yet her ears burned even more, observing her discomfort. Chu Ziyue shook her head in exasperation, clearing her throat to provide a demonstration. Listen closely, look into my eyes. Instinctively, Xia Wanqing raised her gaze. Chu Ziyue's expression softened, her smile curving into a perfect arc, her voice adopting a gentle, spoiled tone as she sweetly called out, husband. The sound was soft and tender, like it carried an irresistible charm, the intonation rising slightly at the end, sending shivers down one's spine. Xia Wanqing felt her skin prickling, goosebumps rising, an indescribable discomfort washing over her, rendering her extremely uneasy. Chu Ziyue, pleased with her reaction, raised an eyebrow. How about it? Do you understand now? Xia Wanqing nodded, indicating that she comprehended. That's good, Chu Ziyue affirmed, nodding in satisfaction. Now, try saying it again. Xia Wanqing took a deep breath, striving to recall Chu Ziyue's tone and demeanor from before. After a lengthy moment of contemplation, the words felt as though they were glued to her throat, refusing to emerge. She attempted to speak but ultimately succumbed to despair, her face reflecting her reluctance and difficulty. I can't say it. It feels too cheesy. Chu Ziyue's brow furrowed, bewildered. Can't say it. Is it that difficult? To her, it was merely a common term of endearment between lovers, yet for Xia Wanqing, it seemed insurmountable. Observing Xia Wanqing's rigid and resistant demeanor, her ears flushed almost crimson. Chu Ziyue's mind sparked with a bold hypothesis. She leaned closer to Xiao Wanqing, her eyes inquisitive, lowering her voice to ask, "You wouldn't have?" The warm breath brushed against Xiao Wanqing's ear, instinctively prompting her to retreat. However, Chu Ziyue continued, "You haven't been intimate with Chen Yunzhou yet, have you?" As the words left her lips, Chu Ziyue playfully patted her firm backside twice. Xiao Wanqing froze, as if struck by lightning, her body tensing instantly. She nearly stumbled backward, creating distance between herself and Chu Ziyue, her face draining of color before a deeper blush surged forth, a mixture of embarrassment and anger directed at Chu Ziyue. "What nonsense are you spouting?" Her voice trembled slightly from the embarrassment, her gaze darting away, unable to meet Chu Ziyue's knowing eyes. Chu Ziyue, witnessing her innocent reaction, felt even more assured of her conjecture, her smile growing increasingly playful. Xiao Wanqing, feeling utterly uncomfortable under her gaze, glanced around in a fluster, her lips moving for an eternity before she finally whispered, almost inaudibly, with an unrecognized hint of grievance, "He is still too young." Chu Ziyue nodded with a knowing smile, patting her shoulder confidently. "Do not worry. Tonight I shall present you with a gift, ensuring that after tonight, you and he will be inseparable. Perhaps Nian Nian could gain additional older brothers and sisters." Before Xiao Wanqing could process her words, Chu Ziyue turned on her heel, striding out of the office. Chapter 76. What's wrong? Are you unwell? Hearing Chu Ziyue's parting words, the blush that had just faded from Xiao Wanqing's face resurfaced, creeping back along her neck. She took a deep breath, attempting to calm her erratic heartbeat. However, unbeknownst to her, she had instinctively begun to regard Chu Ziyue as a friend. Steeling herself, Xiao Wanqing tidied her slightly disheveled collar and resumed her seat at the desk. Yet, a faint anticipation lingered within her, curious about what Chu Ziyue's gift might be, and whether it would indeed be as she claimed. Without further contemplation, she raised her hand to the intercom. "Assistant Su, please come in." Soon, there was a knock at the door, and Assistant Su entered, wearing a professional smile, though her eyes betrayed a hint of cautious inquiry. "Ms. Xia, you called for me?" Xiao Wanqing lifted her gaze to meet hers, regaining her usual cool demeanor as she instructed, "I will be dining at Ms. Chu's house this evening. Please help me prepare a suitable gift." It was only proper to reciprocate gifts received, as basic etiquette must be observed. "Understood, Ms. Xia." Assistant Su promptly nodded in agreement, refraining from further questions, and exited the office. Meanwhile, Chu Ziyue settled into her ostentatious sports car, closing the door behind her. She raised her left hand, bringing it before her eyes, her fingers curling slightly, as if savoring a memory. The image of Xiao Wanqing's innocent and charming demeanor floated in Chu Ziyue's mind, eliciting a mirthful smile that grew increasingly pronounced, bordering on the mischievous. "Ah, the sensation is rather delightful." With a playful bounce, she found herself wishing for more. She quickly admonished her perilous thoughts, shaking her head to dispel the slightly lewd smile from her face, and ignited the car's engine. Speeding towards the largest shopping mall in the city center, she needed to meticulously select a grand gift, ensuring it would ignite passion between the two of them. Before long, the clock struck 4 in the afternoon. Chen Yunzhou and Chu Ziheng emerged side by side from the teaching building. "Yunzhou, make sure to arrive early tonight." Chu Ziheng nudged him with his elbow, just as Chen Yunzhou was about to respond. His gaze swept past the crowd and landed on a familiar red beetle across the street. His eyes brightened, and he quickened his pace towards the vehicle. "Got it," he replied without looking back. Chu Ziheng observed his eager silhouette with a resigned smirk, muttering under his breath, forgetful of friends when faced with beauty. Chen Yunzhou approached the car and deftly opened the passenger door, sliding into the seat. Wanqing, he fastened his seatbelt, turning to the driver's seat where Xiao Wanqing sat, a smile gracing his lips as he called her name. Upon hearing him, Xiao Wanqing turned her head, her gaze meeting Chen Yunzhou's for a fleeting moment before she quickly averted her eyes and started the vehicle. The red beetle merged into the flow of traffic, heading towards the kindergarten. Inside the car, while Xiao Wanqing gripped the steering wheel, her focus appeared intent on the road ahead. However, her peripheral vision betrayed her, repeatedly stealing glances at Chen Yunzhou in the passenger seat. The audacious remarks and somewhat inappropriate lessons from Chu Ziyu earlier in the office replayed in her mind like snippets from a film. Especially the way Chu Ziyu had whimsically articulated the word husband, resonating like an enchanting melody that lingered in her thoughts. Her cheeks flushed uncontrollably, and a faint hue crept to her ears. She cleared her throat gently, attempting to mask her discomfort as her lips parted, yet the words remained trapped within her, causing her embarrassment. After several futile attempts, she resigned like a deflated balloon, sealing her lips in defeat. Noticing her subtle unease, Chen Yunzhou turned his head, concern etched on his face. "What's wrong? Are you unwell?" Xiao Wanqing, flustered, quickly shook her head, her gaze evading his, her voice softer than usual. "No, It's nothing. Chen Yunzhou scrutinized her slightly flushed ears, perplexed as to why she blushed when he had done nothing. Could it be the heat? With that thought, he closed the window and increased the air conditioning. Xiao Wanqing, interpreting his gesture as discomfort from the warmth, remained silent. Shortly, the beetle came to a gentle halt at the kindergarten's entrance. With classes not yet dismissed, the ornate iron gate stood firmly shut, while a number of parents awaited outside. Congregating in small clusters engaged in hushed conversation. The two exited the vehicle, and Chen Yunzhou instinctively grasped Xiao Wanqing's hand. Her fingers curled slightly, feeling the warmth of his palm, before she relaxed and allowed him to lead her. As she watched him stride ahead, a smile crept onto her lips unbidden. Hand in hand, they navigated through the waiting parents towards the kindergarten's gate. Standing side by side before the entrance, separated by the cold black railing, they peered inside together. On the playground, children were lining up under the teacher's guidance, ready to be dismissed, their joyous laughter echoing in the distance. Their eyes scanned the lively little figures, eager to spot one particular small silhouette. Not far behind them, a middle-aged woman dressed elegantly, holding a designer handbag, stood on tiptoe, somewhat bored, her gaze inadvertently drifting forward until it landed on Chen Yunzhou's upright back. Zhang Yuji paused momentarily. No, it can't be Yunzhou. What is he doing at the kindergarten? As the crowd shifted, she caught sight of Chen Yunzhou holding hands with a woman. A flicker of surprise crossed her features. Who is this poised woman beside him? Could she be his girlfriend? A smile crept onto Zhang Yuji's face. Well, this rascal is quick to find a girlfriend and even picks up his siblings. She mused, feeling pleased, and almost instinctively pulled out her phone, directing it towards the couple. Click. The soft sound of the shutter echoed as she captured a photo. Unfortunately, the distance rendered it somewhat blurry, only capturing their backs. Furrowing her brow, she contemplated adjusting her angle for a clearer shot when suddenly, the kindergarten's heavy iron gate creaked open, pulled by a security guard from within. The waiting parents perked up, rushing towards the entrance. As Zhang Yuji was swept away by the crowd, she looked up only to find Chen Yunzhou and the woman had already melded into the throng of eager parents. Chapter 77. Is it that you're out of money again? Zhang Yuji sighed, glancing at the indistinct photo on her phone, feeling a sense of regret. The distance had prevented her from capturing the woman's face. Despite the lack of clarity, the woman's demeanor appeared commendable, complimenting Yunzhou well. Without further contemplation, she tapped the screen to forward the photo to Liao Ting. Meanwhile, Chen Yunzhou and Xiao Wanqing, oblivious to the events unfolding outside, entered the kindergarten as the gates swung open, parents filing in orderly. Chen Yunzhou held Xiao Wanqing's hand, his gaze searching amidst the raucous children. Soon, a small figure dashed through the line towards them. Daddy, Mommy. Nian's bright voice brimmed with joy. Chen Yunzhou bent down, catching his daughter as she leaped into his arms, lifting her effortlessly. The little girl immediately wrapped her arms around his neck. He chuckled, reclaiming Xiao Wanqing's hand as they turned to exit the kindergarten, inquiring, Did Nian have a good day? Nian nodded enthusiastically, replying with a smile, Yes. Today, Liao Boyong bought me cake. It was delicious. Observing her daughter's elation, Xiao Wanqing felt a surge of happiness, unable to resist pinching her little face affectionately, teasing, You little glutton. The trio exited the kindergarten, settling into the beetle. Nian, nestled in her child's safety seat, swung her legs, gazing up at Chen Yunzhou in the passenger seat. Daddy, tonight I want to eat potato stew with beef. Chen Yunzhou turned to her with a smile. We won't be eating at home tonight. Nian's expression instantly drooped, her lips forming a pout. Chen Yunzhou hastily added, But Daddy will take you out for a feast. A meal even better than potato stew. Really? Nian's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Chen Yunzhou nodded affirmatively. Of course it's true. Yay, we're having a feast. Nian cheered, momentarily forgetting about the potato stew. Xiao Wanqing watched her excited daughter, then glanced at Chen Yunzhou, a tender smile gracing her lips. Shortly after, Chen Yunzhou retrieved his phone and dialed a number. The call was answered promptly. A fatigued voice greeted him. Hello? Why are you calling? Just so you know, I don't have any money. Chen Yunzhou's lips twitched as he replied, Sister, it's me. Enough nonsense, I know it's you. Speak, what is it? Chen Yunzhen's voice carried a hint of impatience. Come over for dinner tonight, Chen Yunzhou replied succinctly. On the other end of the line, Chen Yunzhen was momentarily taken aback, her tone shifting to one of surprise. Dinner? You're inviting me to dinner? The sun must be rising in the west. When did you become so conscientious? She paused, her tone laced with skepticism. You're not expecting me to pay, are you? Chen Yunzhao's temple twitched as he explained. No, it's Chu Ziheng. He's moving. So we're all gathering together. Oh, so it's because Ziheng is moving, Chen Yunzhen said, realization dawning. All right, I understand. I'll come over later. Chen Yunzhou acknowledged, and then hung up the phone. Meanwhile, in the old city, within a spacious flat, Liao Ting was comfortably sprawled on a soft sofa while Chen Yi, wearing a cordial smile, gently pressed his fingers on her back. "Dear, how is the pressure? Is it suitable?" Chen Yi asked with a beaming smile, his tone filled with eagerness to please. Liao Ting did not even open her eyes, lazily humming in response. Flattering for no reason, either a scoundrel or a thief. "Speak. What are you up to? Are you out of money again?" Chen Yi's hands paused, and a serious expression immediately replaced his jovial demeanor as he retorted. "What do you mean by that? I'm just trying to help you relax after all your hard work. Why does it seem like I have ulterior motives?" Liao Ting shot him a sidelong glance, remaining silent, but her eyes clearly conveyed disbelief. Seeing that look, Chen Yi quickly reverted to a charming smile, leaning closer and whispering, "He, my dear, understands me. Old Lu mentioned he wants to go fishing tomorrow afternoon." Liao Ting finally opened her eyes and glanced at him. "Go ahead. Just come back early." "Got it," Chen Yi exclaimed, his face lighting up, and he began to massage her back with renewed vigor. Just then, the phone on the coffee table chimed, signaling a WeChat notification. Liao Ting did not rise, but merely lifted her hand. Chen Yi promptly understood, displaying his attentiveness by picking up the phone and handing it to her. Liao Ting unlocked the screen and opened the chat with her sister-in-law, Zhang Yuji, where a photo popped up. Upon enlarging the image, despite its slight blurriness and distance, Liao Ting instantly recognized the tall silhouette of her son, Chen Yunzhou, holding a woman's hand. After a moment of surprise, an uncontrollable smile crept across Liao Ting's face. Noticing her sudden joy, Chen Yi curiously leaned over and inquired, "What are you looking at? Why so happy?" Liao Ting turned the phone screen towards him, pointing at the photo, and exclaimed, "Our son has a girlfriend." Chen Yi stared at the blurry image for a long moment, his brow gradually furrowing as he questioned, "Just from a silhouette? How can you be so sure it's our son?" Liao Ting, somewhat exasperated, replied, "Yes, my son. Of course, I can recognize him. Unlike you, who can identify fish from afar before they even bite. How can you not recognize your own son now?" As she spoke, she reached out and accurately pinched Chen Yi's ear, applying a slight pressure. "Ouch, ouch, ouch. Dear, that hurts." Chen Yi quickly pleaded, forcing a smile. "I was just joking. How could I not recognize our son?" Liao Ting scoffed, releasing her grip, but her gaze still held a warning. "I see your thoughts have wandered off to fishing. Enough. You're not going tomorrow." "What?" Chen Yi's smile instantly froze, as if struck by a bolt from the blue. He looked at Liao Ting incredulously and lamented, "No, dear. I already made plans with old Lu." Liao Ting raised an eyebrow, unmoved. "Plans can be cancelled." Chen Yi felt as if the sky had fallen. Slumping back on the sofa, his face devoid of hope. Inside, he was screaming, "Unfilial child. What love affair is this? My fishing plans." Liao Ting ignored Chen Yi's lamentations and focused her attention back on the phone screen, scrutinizing the woman's silhouette in the photo. Though blurry, the figure struck her as familiar, and the more she looked, the more she felt she had seen it somewhere before. She tapped Chen Yi and asked, "Hey, don't you think this girl's silhouette looks a bit familiar?" Chen Yi, lost in his sorrow over the loss of his fishing plans, absent-mindedly raised his head and glanced at the phone screen. The photo was already unclear, and his mind was elsewhere, so he merely shook his head dismissively. "What looks familiar? It's just a silhouette. You must be mistaken." Liao Ting frowned, staring at the photo for several seconds, feeling as if she had seen it before but unable to recall where. Perhaps she was indeed mistaken. After pondering for a moment, she decided not to press further and set the phone aside, reasoning that they would eventually meet, so there was no rush. Chapter 78. Was that rascal just shy? On the other side, in an apartment, Chen Yunzhou and Xiao Wanqing had already changed into their outing clothes and were preparing to leave. Nian dashed over, clutching a toy dog, looking up at Chen Yunzhou and Xiao Wanqing with a slightly spoiled tone. "Daddy, Mommy, can we bring Kola along?" Kola, sitting by her feet, perked up at the mention of his name, his eyes sparkling as if to say, "Really? My adoptive father?" Chen Yunzhou did not immediately agree but glanced at Xiao Wanqing, who also looked at him and smiled, nodding in approval of their daughter's request. Seeing this, Chen Yunzhou finally smiled at his daughter and said, "Sure. Yay." Nian jumped with joy, and Kola, hearing this, became excited, circling around her legs with his tail wagging like a little fan. Subsequently, the family of three, along with Kola, left the neighborhood and got into a beetle parked by the roadside. Soon, they arrived at the community where Chu Ziheng lived. Chu Ziheng's home was on the second floor. The apartment was not particularly large, but boasted a spacious terrace, which was now illuminated by warm yellow lights, creating a cozy atmosphere. Chen Yunzhou led them out of the elevator to the second floor and knocked on the door. Before long, the door swung open, revealing Chu Ziheng in loungewear. "Uncle Chu." Nian was the first to sweetly call out, then proudly pointed to Kola at her feet. "Look, I brought Kola along. Now you won't be lonely tonight." Chu Ziheng's mouth twitched at her words as he glanced at Chen Yunzhou, his eyes seemingly questioning. Is she serious? Chen Yunzhou cleared his throat, averted his gaze, and ushered Xiao Wanqing and Nian Nian inside. Chu Ziheng, not wishing to quibble with the child, glanced outside but saw no sign of the expected guests, and thus asked, Where's your sister? Is she still on her way? She should be on the road. Chen Yunzhou casually replied. Chu Ziheng nodded, concerned that Chen Yunzhou might sense something amiss, so he refrained from probing further and led them into the living room. Upon entering the living room, Nian Nian's eyes lit up, and she immediately let go of Chen Yunzhou's hand, scampering over to the coffee table. Without reservation, her little hands snatched a piece of potato chip, crunching it as she savored the flavor, behaving as if she were at home, without a hint of restraint. Kola followed closely behind, his tail gently wagging. Nian Nian munched away, glancing around the living room, and not spotting any familiar faces. She turned to Chu Ziheng and innocently asked, Uncle Chu, isn't godmother coming? Before Chu Ziheng could respond, the kitchen curtain was lifted, and Chu Ziyue emerged, carrying a plate of freshly washed grapes. Godmother! Nian Nian exclaimed in delight, casting aside the bag of potato chips, and hurried towards Chu Ziyu. Chu Ziyu set down the fruit platter and bent down to gently stroke Nian Nian's head, her face adorned with a tender smile. Nian Nian is here. Do you miss your godmother? She asked, playfully pinching Nian Nian's cheek. I do. Nian Nian replied, nodding vigorously, her voice ringing clear. Chu Ziyu felt a wave of joy. Although she had not fully embraced the role of Nian Nian's godmother, the child's charm was irresistible. Most importantly, hearing Nian Nian call her godmother bestowed upon her a sensation akin to painless motherhood. Who wouldn't desire a sweet, soft daughter without the burden of childbirth? Yet, she couldn't help but wonder how Xiao Wanqing, a woman incapable of being coy, had given birth to such an endearing child. With this thought, she glanced towards Xiao Wanqing, who was seated beside Chen Yunzhou. Their eyes met, and Xiao Wanqing suddenly recalled the events of the morning, her cheeks flushing crimson as she adjusted her glasses and averted her gaze. Observing this, Chu Ziyu's smile broadened. Just then, a series of knocks echoed at the door. As Chen Yunzhou prepared to rise, Chu Ziheng, seated at the other end of the sofa, swiftly stood up, almost eagerly declaring, I'll go open it. He strode to the door, even adjusting his collar in a subtle gesture. Chen Yunzhou raised an eyebrow, noting his brother's unusual enthusiasm, but chose to remain silent. Upon opening the door, they found Chen Yunjin standing there, one hand carrying a fruit basket and the other a bag. Upon seeing her, Chu Ziheng's cheeks flushed slightly, his gaze evasive, his voice softer than usual as he greeted, Yunjinjia, you're here. Chen Yunjin nodded lightly, acknowledging him with a soft as she walked past into the room. Chen Yunzhou, observing this exchange from the living room, furrowed his brow in contemplation. Is he actually shy? He mused, casting a sharp glance at Chu Ziheng. Realizing Chen Yunzhou's penetrating gaze, Chu Ziheng turned to close the door. The earlier awkwardness vanished without a trace, returning to his usual demeanor as if nothing had happened. Chen Yunzhou blinked in surprise, questioning whether he had imagined it. Aunt. Nian Nian spotted Chen Yunjin and immediately released Chu Ziyu, scampering towards her with her little legs and wrapping her arms around Chen Yunjin's calf. Chen Yunjin smiled, bending down to lift Nian Nian into her arms, weighing her gently. Oh, it seems our Nian Nian has gained a bit of weight. As she held Nian Nian, her gaze naturally fell upon Chu Ziyu, who had just emerged from the kitchen, then turned to Chu Ziheng, playfully inquiring, Girlfriend? Chu Ziheng was momentarily taken aback, a hint of panic crossing his features as he hastily waved his hands in denial. No, Yunjinjia, please don't misunderstand. This is my biological sister, Chu Ziyu. He then turned to introduce her. Sister, this is Yunjinjia, she is Yunzhou's elder sister. Chu Ziyu smiled warmly at Chu Ziheng before nodding towards Chen Yunjin. Chapter 79. This star resembles the one Mom has, doesn't he? Chen Yunjin, still cradling Nian Nian, nodded gently and proceeded to the living room, taking a seat on the sofa. Chu Ziyu, with keen interest, observed her younger brother. Noticing his sister's gaze, Chu Ziheng immediately averted his eyes, unable to meet her stare. Seeing him like this, a knowing smile crept upon Chu Ziyu's lips. She could easily discern her brother's little secrets, though she chose not to address them. Clearing his throat, Chu Ziheng called out, All right, everyone is here, let us eat. With his announcement, everyone made their way to the dining room. On the spacious terrace, the charcoal fire blazed brightly, with a specially hired barbecue chef skillfully flipping skewers. The enticing aromas of cumin and chili wafting through the air, igniting appetites. In the dining room, 6 people gathered around a large round table. In the center, a dual-flavored hot pot bubbled, with a vibrant red broth and a delicate white one, surrounded by an array of delectable ingredients. Wow, So much delicious food, Yin Yin exclaimed, her eyes sparkling as she gazed at the table laden with dishes, her face brimming with anticipation. Xiao Wanqing smiled as she picked up a small piece of cooked fish ball, blowing on it to cool before placing it in Yin Yin's bowl. Chen Yunzhou naturally picked up the serving chopsticks to add dishes, deftly placing some cooked beef onto Xiao Wanqing's plate. Chu Ziheng attentively served Chen Yunjin, cheerfully saying, Yunjin Jia, try this tripe. I personally selected it from the market, it's very fresh. Chen Yunjin graciously thanked him, dipping the tripe in the red broth. Observing her brother's eager demeanor, Chu Ziyu couldn't help but chuckle quietly. She turned to Nian Nian, who was seated across the table, and said with a smile, Nian Nian, this shrimp paste is also quite delicious. Thank you, godmother. Nian Nian replied, her mouth full, her words muffled. Plates of grilled skewers continued to be served from the terrace, and amidst the lively and cheerful atmosphere. The hot pot feast lasted for over an hour before concluding. After everyone had their fill, they settled in the living room to relax. The barbecue chef had tidied up and departed, while the terrace lights remained bright, and a gentle evening breeze wafted in, dispersing the lingering warmth inside. Chu Ziheng emerged from the kitchen holding a plate of cut fruits, placing it on the coffee table, and beckoned, come, have some fruit to cleanse your palate. The group casually occupied the sofa, the atmosphere more relaxed than during the meal. Chu Ziyu picked up a cherry and offered it to Nian Nian, who happily opened her mouth to catch it. Xiao Wanqing observed her daughter with a tender smile in her eyes. Chen Yunzhou reclined on the sofa, relishing the post-meal comfort. At that moment, Chu Ziheng suddenly seemed to remember something, slapping his thigh as he stood up. Oh, Yunzhou, you left some things here. He turned and walked towards his bedroom. Shortly after, he emerged carrying a somewhat worn cardboard box, setting it down on the floor beside the coffee table. Chen Yunzhou eyed the box, raising an eyebrow as he casually asked, are you sure it's mine? Chu Ziheng nodded seriously. Could it possibly be mine? Chen Yunzhou's expression shifted to one of surprise, followed by confusion. When had he left something here? Why couldn't he recall? Nian Nian, sitting closest to the box, leaned in curiously, her little head peeking inside. Chu Ziheng chuckled, opening the box. Nian Nian's small hand immediately reached in, rummaging around before pulling out an item. It was a transparent glass jar shaped like a star, filled to the brim with colorful, neatly folded little stars, shimmering under the light. Wow! Nian Nian's eyes lit up instantly as she raised the glass jar high, proudly displaying it for everyone. Mom and Dad, look, this is so beautiful. Xiao Wanqing and Chu Ziyu turned their gazes towards her, witnessing Nian Nian holding the jar filled with stars. Chen Yunjin also glanced over, a smile spreading across her face at the sight of the jar. However, as Chen Yunzhou beheld the glass jar, he was momentarily taken aback. His eyes widened in disbelief. Wasn't this something he had folded in his childhood? No way, that little rascal still kept it? Before he could speak, Chen Yunjin, seated on the sofa, looked at her brother with a teasing tone. Oh, you still have this? You wouldn't still be pining for that unnamed white moonlight of yours, would you? Upon finishing, she couldn't help but chuckle softly, an air of mischief in her voice. Chen Yunzhou felt a flush of embarrassment at her words, especially with Xiao Wanqing's gaze now fixed on him. He quickly leaned closer to Chen Yunjin, lowering his voice as he muttered, Sister, you are my dear sister. Are you really going to watch your brother suffer through a broken family? Chen Yunjin wore an indifferent expression, gently patting Chen Yunzhao's shoulder, her tone soothing as she spoke. Who hasn't had a secret crush in their childhood? Besides, back then, you hadn't even grown your first hair. How could you comprehend what it means to like someone? Rest assured, Wanqing won't be angry. As she said this, she cast a glance at Xiao Wanqing. Xiao Wanqing did not immediately respond, nor did the corners of her mouth shift. However, the gaze she directed towards Chen Yunzhou through her glasses had taken on a more dangerous edge. Chen Yunzhou felt a chill run down his spine, forcing a dry laugh as he attempted to clarify. Well, that was all foolishness from when we were young. Before he could elaborate, Nian Nian tilted her little head, furrowing her brow, pointing at the stars in the glass jar, and looking up at Xiao Wanqing, her voice sweet and innocent. Oh, this star looks like the one Mommy has. Upon hearing this, the air in the living room seemed to freeze instantaneously. All eyes turned to Chen Yunzhou. His smile instantly faltered, and he looked at Nian Nian in confusion, instinctively responding, what does it look like? Chen Yunjin withdrew her hand from her brother's shoulder, her smile fading, her eyes reflecting a complex mix of emotions. She patted him again, this time with more force, saying, well done, Chen Yunzhou. Her tone was ambiguous, neither clearly a compliment nor a sarcasm. You actually used the stars you folded for your childhood crush to win over your wife? Bravo. Chu Ziheng, standing nearby, observed Chen Yunzhao's flustered state. Silently giving him a thumbs up, his eyes filled with admiration. Chu Zihua picked up a teacup, gently blowing on the steam, her peripheral vision scanning the others. Appearing detached from the situation, Yet the faint smile at the corner of her mouth betrayed her amusement. Xiao Wanqing remained silent. But her previously gentle demeanor had now turned icy. She lowered her gaze, no longer looking at Chen Yunzhou, and her hands resting on her knees unconsciously tightened. A feeling akin to being stifled inside her heart arose, bringing forth an inexplicable bitterness and grievance, mingled with a hint of indescribable sorrow. Chapter 80. So it was the red thread tied by Mom. Chen Yunzhou noticed Xiao Wanqing's noticeably dejected expression. His heart tightened. Eager to explain, but at a loss for words. The jar of stars was indeed folded by him in childhood, yet it had nothing to do with any white moonlight. Just as he was becoming increasingly anxious, Chen Yunzhou unwittingly added fuel to the fire. She lightly nudged Chen Yunzhou with her elbow, raising an eyebrow and asking, "You wouldn't be planning to give it to Su Shu's daughter, Miao Miao, would you?" The mention of Su Miao Miao intensified the already delicate atmosphere in the living room. Xiao Wanqing almost immediately lifted her gaze, her eyes, hidden behind the lenses, clearly reflecting Chen Yunzhou's face. His heart skipped a beat under her scrutiny, and he hastily waved his hands, insisting, "Sister, what nonsense are you saying? How could that be? I don't like Su Miao Miao at all." His reaction was unusually intense, vehemently denying it, as if afraid others would doubt him. Observing this, Chu Ziheng gallantly stepped forward, nodding vigorously in agreement. Yes, I can testify. Yunzhou absolutely does not like Su Miao Miao." Chen Yunzhou immediately shot a grateful look at Chu Ziheng, inwardly cheering for his good brother. However, before he could fully relax, he heard Chu Ziheng change the subject, looking at Chen Yunjin with a reminiscent expression, asking, "Sister Yunjin, do you remember when Yunzhou was in 6th grade? He once ate something bad and ended up in the hospital?" Chen Yunjin was momentarily taken aback by this seemingly random question, then blinked and nodded. "I remember. It was quite serious. He stayed in the hospital for several days. How is this related?" Chu Ziheng nodded and continued, "Of course, it's related. Aunt Liao and Uncle Chun happened to be away, and you were at tutoring classes, so Aunt Liao found a student to take care of Yunzhou." At this point, Chu Ziheng deliberately paused. Chen Yunjin instantly understood, looking at her brother with newfound clarity. No wonder this boy suddenly developed a crush and was so secretive about it. It turns out it was still a red thread tied by Mom. Meanwhile, Xiao Wanqing, upon hearing this, was momentarily taken aback, then slowly realized. So, the person Chen Yunzhou had a crush on in childhood was herself. This thought struck her heart like a stone dropped into a tranquil lake, sending ripples through her emotions. The bitterness and grievance from earlier evaporated in an instant, replaced by a sense of astonishment and a subtle sweetness. She lifted her gaze to Chen Yunzhou, her expression softening as the coldness in her eyes melted away. The corners of her lips, previously pressed tight, unconsciously curved into a faint smile. Chen Yunzhou, still flustered by Chu Ziheng's bold remarks, was filled with a desire to rush over and silence him. He never anticipated that this fellow would have such a remarkable memory. At that moment, Chen Yunzhou felt Xiao Wanqing's gaze upon him, causing him to avert his eyes in embarrassment, his face flushing a mix of red and white, stammering a defense. "Well, I was just a child then." Xiao Wanqing observed Chen Yunzhou's awkward yet boyish demeanor, her smile deepening, but she remained silent, merely watching him. Chen Yunzhou felt increasingly anxious under her gaze, his heart racing even more than when he had been under attack from everyone else. He cleared his throat, intending to salvage the situation with more words, when he felt a gentle tug on his pant leg. Nian Nian had somehow made her way in front of him, looking up with her big, blinking eyes and asking, "Daddy, can this pretty star be given to Nian Nian?" Chen Yunzhou was momentarily stunned, yet before he could respond, Xiao Wanqing smiled and reached out to take the glass jar from Nian Nian's hands. She gently patted Nian Nian's head, her voice tender. "Sweetheart, this was a gift Daddy gave to Mommy long ago. It belongs to Mommy." Upon hearing this, Chen Yunzhao's mouth twitched uncontrollably. He instinctively turned to his sister, Chen Yunjin, hoping she would intervene. However, Chen Yunjin appeared oblivious to his silent plea, casually turning her head away, adopting an attitude of indifference. Undeterred, Chen Yunzhou cast a hopeful glance at his good brother, Chu Ziheng. Chu Ziheng was grinning, enjoying the spectacle, and upon receiving Chen Yunzhao's look, he hesitated, then naturally raised his hand to lightly scratch his nose, pretending to be oblivious. Chen Yunzhou was utterly speechless, silently withdrawing his gaze, lamenting the fragile nature of their friendship. Nian Nian, hearing her mother's words, pouted slightly, her large eyes filling with tears, looking somewhat unhappy as she softly murmured, "But Nian Nian really likes this star." Xiao Wanqing crouched down, patiently looking at her daughter, soothingly saying, "If Nian Nian likes stars, we can have Daddy fold more for you." Nian Nian looked up, her eyes glistening with tears, filled with earnest hope as she asked, "Daddy, can you fold many stars for Nian Nian?" Seeing his daughter's sorrowful expression, Chen Yunzhao's heart melted, and he eagerly nodded, his tone softening considerably. Of course I can. Yay, Daddy is the best. Nian Nian's tears were instantly replaced by laughter as she joyfully leapt into Chen Yunzhou's embrace, nuzzling her little head against his chest. Chen Yunzhou held his daughter's soft form, feeling her unreserved trust and delight, which alleviated much of his earlier gloom. Stealing a glance at Xiao Wanqing, he noticed the gentle smile still gracing her face, seemingly unperturbed by the earlier incident, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. Chapter 81. Seize the moment tonight. The group engaged in casual conversation for a while. Before they knew it, the wall clock silently indicated that it was 9 o'clock. Nian Nian leaned against Chen Yunzhou, her little head bobbing as her eyelids began to droop. Noticing her fatigue, Chen Yunzhou glanced down to see her mouth slightly ajar, her breathing steady, clearly exhausted. He lifted his head to address the others softly. It's getting late. We should be heading back. Xiao Wanqing, hearing this, glanced at her daughter in his arms, nodded, and replied, Yes, it is time to go. At that moment, Chen Yunzhou also stood up, stretching lazily, and said, I must take my leave as well. There's an early meeting tomorrow. Chu Ziyue and Chu Ziheng exchanged glances and rose to their feet. Chu Ziheng cheerfully remarked, We'll walk you downstairs. Thus, the group made their way down together. As they exited the building, the evening breeze carried a hint of chill. The community was softly illuminated, with the shadows of trees swaying gently. Xiao Wanqing approached her beetle, preparing to open the door, when Chu Ziyue called out to her, Xia Zong, wait a moment. Xiao Wanqing turned back, puzzled. Chu Ziyue hurried towards a sleek sports car parked nearby, opened the trunk, and retrieved an exquisitely packaged flat box, handing it to Xiao Wanqing with a smile. This is a gift for you. Seize the moment tonight. Xiao Wanqing met her gaze, feeling a bit bashful, but still accepted it with a smile, saying, Thank you. She didn't open it immediately, harboring a sense of anticipation, and placed the box on the back seat. Shortly after, Xiao Wanqing settled into the driver's seat. Chen Yunzhou carefully placed the already asleep Nian Nian into the child's safety seat in the back, tucking her in with a small blanket. Kailei agile, leapt into the back seat and lay obediently by Nian Nian's feet. Having completed these tasks, Chen Yunzhou finally took his seat in the front passenger side. Chen Yunzhou approached her own car, waved goodbye, and said, I'll be off now. Drive safely. Sister, take care on the road, Chen Yunzhou reminded. Yunzhenjia, be cautious. Chu Ziheng called out. Chen Yunzhou nodded silently and drove away. Xiao Wanqing started the beetle, smoothly exiting the community and heading towards the apartment. The journey was quiet, and after about 10 minutes, they arrived at the base of the apartment building. Chen Yunzhou got out, went to the back seat, and gently lifted the sleeping Nian Nian. Turning to head upstairs, Xiao Wanqing turned off the engine, holding Keilei's leash in one hand and the gift box from Chu Ziyue in the other, following closely behind Chen Yunzhou. Upon reaching the apartment, Chen Yunzhou carried Nian Nian into the bedroom, carefully laying her on the bed, removing her little jacket and shoes, and tucking her in before quietly stepping out. The living room was dimly lit, with only one lamp on, casting a soft glow. Xiao Wanqing stood by the dining table, sipping water. Chen Yunzhou approached her silently. Hearing his footsteps, Xiao Wanqing turned to look at him, her expression warm, a slight smile gracing her lips, yet she remained silent. Chen Yunzhou paused beside her, studying her for a moment, then hesitantly began to explain about that incident with the star at that time. I didn't even know her name. I was just a child, caught up in a fleeting infatuation. His tone held a hint of awkwardness, his cheeks slightly flushed. Xiao Wanqing listened quietly until he finished, then gently nodded, choosing to overlook the matter, and asked somewhat unexpectedly, Do you truly not remember it all? Chen Yunzhou frowned, taken aback by her question, and weakly replied, Should I remember? Xiao Wanqing, seeing his puzzled expression, chuckled softly, shaking her head without further comment. She smiled as she picked up the gift box beside her. Noticing her holding something, Chen Yunzhou cleared his throat and pointed at the exquisitely wrapped flat box, inquiring, What is this? Xiao Wanqing casually responded, It's a gift from Nian Nian's godmother. As she spoke, she extended her slender fingers to untie the ribbon on the box, gently lifting the lid. The moment the box opened, a vibrant shade of purple revealed itself to both of them. It was a boldly designed, lace-trimmed purple nightgown. The sheer fabric hinted at its considerable worth, with delicate embroidery at the hem. Most notably, there was also a toy rabbit's ears and tail, along with a black leather belt, likely not intended for children. The air in the living room seemed to freeze at that moment. Chen Yunzhou felt a buzzing in his head, as if struck by something heavy, rendering him motionless. He stared wide-eyed at the gossamer purple nightgown within the box, his throat involuntarily constricting. Xiao Wanqing was equally stunned, her fair cheeks quickly flushing with two bright spots of color, even her ears growing warm. She instinctively attempted to close the lid, but her movements were slightly delayed. Both of them, almost synchronously, raised their eyes, their gazes meeting in the air. In that instant, an invisible current seemed to surge between them. Chen Yunzhou's cheeks flushed deeply, rivaling Xiao Wanqing's, reaching all the way down to his neck. His eyes darted away, his heart pounding like a drum, unable to meet her gaze again. Yet, despite his efforts to erase that shade of purple from his mind, visions of Xiao Wanqing's fair skin and curvaceous figure surged uncontrollably. He cleared his throat, avoiding her eyes. However, from the corner of his vision, he saw her standing before him, her eyes shimmering, her lips slightly parted. Meanwhile, Xiao Wanqing's mind was flooded with vivid images, lingering until they became overwhelmingly vivid. Realizing this, she shook her head, frightened to continue her thoughts. With a gulp, Chen Yunzhou struggled to swallow, feeling parched, as if his blood was boiling. In the next moment, warmth surged from his nostrils, something uncontrollable flowing out. Instinctively, he raised his hand to touch his face, finding his fingertips stained with bright red. He had a nosebleed. Seeing this, Xiao Wanqing's blush deepened, and she hurriedly averted her gaze. In her flustered state, she instinctively offered him the cup of water she had just been drinking. Chen Yunzhou stared at the cup being presented to him, momentarily bewildered, engulfed in silence. What did she mean by this? To stop the nosebleed with water? Was she serious? Xiao Wanqing, noticing his fixed gaze and his reluctance to take the cup, felt her cheeks burning. She glanced at the cup in her hand and suddenly realized she was holding a cup of water, not a tissue. Xiao Wanqing's face turned crimson, resembling a ripe apple. She quickly withdrew her hand, placing the cup heavily on the dining table with a soft clatter. She could not bear to look at Chen Yunzhou anymore, her gaze wandering, her voice barely a whisper. I'll go wash up. With that, she fled to the bedroom, clutching the box as if escaping. The bedroom door slammed shut behind her. In the living room, only Chen Yunzhou remained, along with the warmth still flowing from his nose. He quickly regained his composure, grabbing a tissue from the table to staunch the bleeding. Yet he could not suppress the smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. Chapter 82. Who could withstand such a trial? Xiao Wanqing clutched the box, her cheeks ablaze, as she dashed into the bedroom, slamming the door shut behind her. Leaning against the door, her heart raced uncontrollably. Taking a few deep breaths, she gradually calmed herself, glancing down at the box in her arms, only to feel the heat return to her face. What on earth had Chu Ziyue gifted her? She hurried into the bathroom, locking the door behind her before placing the box on the sink. After a brief hesitation, Xiao Wanqing extended her hand and opened the lid once more. Her gaze fell upon the fluffy rabbit ear headband, and inexplicably, she picked it up. Tentatively, she placed the rabbit ears atop her head while gazing into the mirror. Her long hair cascaded down, her cheeks flushed, and the two adorable white rabbit ears perched on her head added an unexpected touch of playfulness and allure. Just a fleeting glance made her face redden further, resembling a ripe tomato, and she hurriedly removed the rabbit ears, tossing them back into the box as if they were a burning coal. She patted her heated cheeks and stealthily opened the bathroom door, peeking out into the bedroom. Chen Yunzhou had yet to return. Sighing in relief, she quickly stashed the box deep within the wardrobe, finally feeling at ease. After completing these tasks, she retrieved her light blue silk nightgown and returned to the bathroom to freshen up. Approximately half an hour later, clad in her nightgown, Xiao Wanqing emerged from the bathroom, her hair still damp. Just as she stepped out, she saw Chen Yunzhou push open the bedroom door and enter. Their eyes met briefly before he awkwardly averted his gaze, clearing his throat with a somewhat hoarse voice. I'll go wash up. With that, he hurried to the wardrobe, yanked open the doors, and swiftly grabbed a pair of shorts and a shirt, almost fleeing into the bathroom. The door slammed shut behind him. Xiao Wanqing watched his hasty retreat, unable to suppress a soft laugh as she shook her head. Approaching the bedside, she looked at the peacefully sleeping Nian Nian, whose little face bore a satisfied smile. Xiao Wanqing leaned down gently, adjusting Nian Nian closer to the inner side of the bed, creating ample space for herself before lifting the covers and lying down beside Nian Nian, facing her daughter. Before long, the sound of running water ceased from the bathroom. Chen Yunzhou emerged, dressed in his shirt and shorts, his hair still slightly damp. He immediately noticed the scene on the bed. Xiao Wanqing lay in the middle, her back turned to him, her silky black hair spread over the pillow, presenting a delicate silhouette. His throat tightened, and he swallowed hard, hesitatingly approaching her. Lifting a corner of the blanket, Chen Yunzhou lay down beside Xiao Wanqing. The mattress dipped slightly, and Xiao Wanqing, sensing his presence, felt the subtle shift as he lay down, along with the refreshing scent of his post-bath aroma mingled with a hint of masculine allure. Her breath quickened nervously. Her heart skipped a beat, yet she kept her eyes closed, tightening her embrace around Nian Nian, while an inexplicable anticipation blossomed within her. However, after lying down, Chen Yunzhou remained perfectly still, not embracing her as he usually did from behind. and even his breathing seemed deliberately subdued. Xiao Wanqing furrowed her brow, puzzled as to why he did not hold her. Before she could ponder further, Chen Yunzhou shifted slightly away from her, creating more distance. Sensing his movement, Xiao Wanqing felt a pang of disappointment. Was she not appealing enough? With this thought, she took a deep breath and quietly inched closer to Chen Yunzhou. Just as he had sighed in relief from his own slight retreat, a familiar fragrance enveloped him once more, as Xiao Wanqing had also moved closer, her soft form nearly brushing against his arm. Her scent was like gentle feathers, softly teasing his taut nerves and invading his senses, surging into his mind. Chen Yunzhou froze, alarm bells ringing in his head, desperately imploring. No, who could endure such a test? Before he could respond, or even contemplate how to react, Xiao Wanqing suddenly turned towards him, facing him directly. In the darkness, he could feel her warm breath softly grazing his cheek. Taken aback, he froze momentarily. And in the next instant, Xiao Wanqing's delicate hand grasped his wrist with perfect precision. Her fingers were cool to the touch, yet their silkiness sent a shiver down his spine. Before he could react, he felt an irresistible force from her hand, gently pulling him closer. Completely unprepared, his body complied with her tug, and they found themselves nearly face to face. Without missing a beat, she placed his hand upon her slender waist. The soft sensation, filtered through the thin silk of her nightgown, ignited his palm with an intense heat. He had yet to regain his composure when Xiao Wanqing instinctively wrapped her arms around his waist, pressing her soft body against him. Her small head nestled into the crook of his neck, her hair brushing against his chin, ticklish yet warm. Overwhelmed by her warmth and fragrance, Chen Yunzhou's mind went blank. He could distinctly smell the delicate scent of her hair, feel her softness against his chest, and hear her steady yet slightly hurried breaths. Xiao Wanqing clung tightly to Chen Yunzhou, her lips curling upwards as she reveled in the warmth and firmness of his body, her heart racing as if it might leap from her throat. She pressed her cheek into his neck, greedily inhaling his unique masculine scent mixed with the aroma of body wash, which provided her with an inexplicable sense of comfort and thrill. Yet, as she immersed herself in this sudden intimacy, she suddenly felt something pressing against her lower abdomen. Xiao Wanqing's eyes flew open, her body instantly tensing. A wave of heat surged from her toes to the crown of her head, her cheeks flushing a deeper crimson than when she had first seen that purple lace lingerie, almost as if she could bleed from embarrassment. Xiao Wanqing buried her face deeper, wishing she could vanish into the ground, her ears burning bright red. The intimacy that had begun in the living room seemed to persist in the bedroom, reaching its peak in this moment. The air was thick with a pulse-quickening energy, and in the quiet room, only the sound of their increasingly ragged breaths remained. Chapter 83 Ultimate Enjoyment, Ultimate Torment. Time ticked by, and the person in his arms gradually fell into a deep, even slumber. However, Chen Yunzhou found himself wide awake. Xiao Wanqing lay almost completely against him, her soft fragrance continually enveloping him, her warmth pressing tightly against his chest. He lay rigidly, afraid to move a muscle. He attempted to gently shift away the arm that Xiao Wanqing had draped across his waist, wishing to create a little distance. However, as soon as he made a move, Xiao Wanqing reacted like a startled kitten, letting out a soft whimper, tightening her embrace around him, and nestled herself further into his arms, nuzzling her small head into the crook of his neck to find a more comfortable position. Chen Yunzhou instantly surrendered to the struggle, fearing he might wake her. So be it, he thought. He closed his eyes, striving to ignore the peculiar sensations coursing through his body and the disconcerting softness pressing against his chest. Yet, the more he attempted to disregard it, the clearer his senses became. The fragrance of her hair, the warmth of her skin, her rhythmic breathing, all challenged his self-control. How could he possibly sleep? Chen Yunzhou opened his eyes in the darkness, letting out a helpless sigh as his gaze drifted to the ceiling, his expression vacant. The following morning, sunlight filtered through the gaps in the curtains, casting golden patches of light across the bedroom. Chen Yunzhou, sporting two pronounced dark circles under his eyes, stared blankly at the ceiling, the fatigue of an entire sleepless night washing over him like a tide. In contrast, Xiao Wanqing, who lay atop him, was blissfully asleep, a faint smile gracing her lips as if she were lost in a beautiful dream. One of her legs rested carelessly on him, her entire being wrapped around him like an octopus. Suddenly, Chen Yunzhou heard a rustling sound from the bedside. He turned his head slightly, catching sight of Nian Yan, who had awakened at some point, perched at the edge of the bed, her small hands propping up her chin, her big, sparkling eyes filled with curiosity and mirth as she gazed intently at her tightly intertwined parents. At that moment, Xiao Wanqing seemed to sense something, her long eyelashes fluttering gently before she slowly opened her eyes. Blinking in confusion, the first thing she saw was her daughter's enlarged, beaming face. Instantly, Xiao Wanqing's cheeks flushed crimson, all remnants of sleep vanishing. She instinctively glanced at her posture, still tightly hugging Chen Yunzhou, her body almost entirely pressed against his. Wishing she could find a crack in the ground to hide in, she quickly gestured for Nian Nian to be quiet, lowering her voice to say, "Nian Nian, be good. Don't wake your father. He is still sleeping." Upon hearing her words, Nian Nian tilted her head curiously, first glancing at Chen Yunzhou, who was indeed awake, and then at her mother. Although puzzled, she obediently covered her mouth with her small hand, her eyes brimming with barely contained laughter. Seeing this, Xiao Wanqing felt a sigh of relief in her heart, though the blush on her face remained undiminished. She cautiously began to inch away from Chen Yunzhou, careful not to disturb him. However, when she finally managed to detach herself from his embrace and sat up to look at him, she realized he was not asleep at all. Chen Yunzhou lay there with eyes wide open, his distinct dark circles revealing his fatigue and a vague, indescribable complexity in his gaze as he regarded her. The air suddenly thickened with tension, and Xiao Wanqing's cheeks grew hotter. She cleared her throat to mask her embarrassment, her voice slightly hoarse. "You're awake." Chen Yunzhou remained silent, merely shifting his stiff body slightly. Observing his weary expression, Xiao Wanqing felt a flicker of guilt surge within her. She hesitated, then spoke softly. "How about I take Nian Nian to kindergarten today, and you rest a little longer?" Upon hearing this, Chen Yunzhou shook his head, his voice hoarse. "No need. I have an early class today." Xiao Wanqing, noticing his gravelly tone and the shadows beneath his eyes, nodded blushingly, uncertain of what more to say. She turned her gaze to Nian Nian, who still had her mouth covered, her eyes nearly bursting with laughter. Feeling a mix of annoyance and affection, Xiao Wanqing lightly poked Nian Nian's smooth forehead with her finger, chiding, "You little rascal." With that, she scooped Nian Nian up from the bed and hurried into the bathroom. As the bathroom door gently closed behind them, Chen Yunzhou felt as if a tremendous weight had finally been lifted from his shoulders. He exhaled deeply, his entire being relaxing into the soft mattress. He lifted an arm over his eyes to shield them from the light seeping through the curtain, murmuring in a voice laden with fatigue, "This is truly tormenting." Every minute of the previous night had been both exquisite and agonizing for him. After a while, Chen Yunzhou finally threw off the covers, slowly sitting up and rubbing his stiff neck before rising to head toward the bathroom. Just as he reached the door, it swung open to reveal Xiao Wanqing emerging, carrying a freshly washed Nian Nian. The little girl was humming a tune, clearly in high spirits. Upon seeing Chen Yunzhou at the doorway, Xiao Wanqing's steps faltered slightly, her cheeks flushing a soft hue. Instinctively, she lowered her gaze, avoiding eye contact as she hurried past him, cradling Nian Nian in her arms, appearing somewhat shy and bashful like a newlywed bride. Chen Yunzhou observed her hurried figure, saying nothing, but a subtle smile crept onto his lips. Entering the bathroom, he reached for his toothbrush, only to find it already squeezed with toothpaste. A warmth surged through his heart, akin to a gentle stream flowing within. He smiled as he picked up the toothbrush and began his morning routine. After a simple wash and changing into his clothes, the three of them set out. On the way, they stopped at a breakfast shop to buy soy milk and steamed buns before heading straight to the kindergarten. Before long, the car came to a gentle halt at the kindergarten entrance. Hand in hand, they walked toward the large gates. Upon arrival, Nian Nian stopped, looking up at Xiao Wanqing and then at Chen Yunzhou, before extending her chubby little fingers to point to her cheeks on either side, her sweet voice lisping, "Daddy, Mommy." "Kiss." Xiao Wanqing and Chen Yunzhou exchanged a knowing smile, their expressions filled with affection for their daughter. In perfect harmony, they squatted down, each placing a gentle kiss on Nian Nian's plump little cheeks. Instantly, a radiant smile blossomed on Nian Nian's face, her eyes curving into adorable crescent moons as she waved her little hand in delight, exclaiming, "Goodbye, Daddy and Mommy." With that, she turned and skipped joyfully into the kindergarten. Xiao Wanqing and Chen Yunzhou remained squatting in place, watching their daughter's small figure disappear around the corner, their faces adorned with tender smiles. Until Nian Nian's little silhouette vanished from view, Xiao Wanqing and Chen Yunzhou slowly straightened up. They averted their gazes, unintentionally locking eyes in the air, only to quickly look away as if jolted. Xiao Wanqing was the first to break the silence, slightly turning her face, her hair brushing against her cheek, softly suggesting, "Let me drive you to school." Chen Yunzhou responded with a non-committal nodding in agreement. They climbed into the car, Xiao Wanqing starting the engine and driving toward the school. The atmosphere in the car grew quiet. Chen Yunzhou, having barely slept the night before, leaned against the passenger seat, gazing out the window, his thoughts drifting. Xiao Wanqing concentrated on driving, yet her peripheral vision often flicked toward the man beside her. The dark circles under his eyes stirred a twinge of guilt within her. Moments later, the car came to a smooth stop at the school entrance. "We've arrived," Xiao Wanqing said softly. Chen Yunzhou snapped back to reality, unbuckling his seatbelt, and opening the door. Before stepping out, he cautioned, "Drive safely on the way." Xiao Wanqing nodded in response. As the conversation concluded, Chen Yunzhou stepped out of the car and closed the door, preparing to turn towards the school gate. "Wait." A voice emerged from behind, belonging to Xiao Wanqing. Chen Yunzhou paused, turning back in confusion to glance at Xiao Wanqing in the driver's seat. Taking a deep breath, as if resolute in her decision, she unfastened her seatbelt, opened the door, and stepped out. She briskly approached Chen Yunzhou, stopping in front of him. The morning sunlight bathed her in a gentle glow, casting a soft halo around her. With her head slightly bowed, her fair cheeks were tinged with a blush of uncertainty. She extended her slender fingers and gently tapped her own smooth cheek. Chen Yunzhou furrowed his brow, momentarily unable to grasp her intention. What could this mean? Noticing his lack of response, Xiao Wanqing's cheeks flushed deeper. She lifted her gaze to steal a quick glance at him before quickly looking down again. Her voice barely above a whisper, yet crystal clear, to Chen Yunzhou. "Kiss." Chen Yunzhou was momentarily stunned, his entire being frozen in place, questioning whether he was hallucinating due to fatigue. A kiss? Was she addressing him? Observing his continued silence, Xiao Wanqing's previously gathered courage deflated. A wave of indescribable disappointment washing over her. Slowly lifting her eyes to meet his, she found her own light flickering with a hint of unnoticeable grievance and melancholy. Had she been too abrupt? Chen Yunzhou, witnessing her vulnerable demeanor, felt an unexpected jolt within his heart. An uncontrollable warmth surged from his chest, rapidly spreading throughout his body. He swallowed hard, overwhelmed by the desire to claim Xiao Wanqing as his own. Feeling his unmasked possessiveness in his gaze, Xiao Wanqing's heart fluttered slightly, and rather than feeling repelled, she experienced a secret delight. Taking a deep breath, she took a small step forward, closing the distance between them. Then, under Chen Yunzhou's astonished gaze, she rose onto her toes, her soft lips gently pressing against his cheek. In that instant, Chen Yunzhou felt as if he had been struck by a spell, frozen in place. His mind went blank. The only sensations being the tender warmth of her kiss on his cheek and the faint, delightful fragrance that clung to her. Xiao Wanqing quickly drew back, the blush on her cheeks now spreading to her ears. Striving to maintain her composure, her voice trembled slightly as she spoke. "I'll pick you up after school, and we'll go back to the Xiao family together." After uttering these words, she dared not look at Chen Yunzhou again, shyly turning away and hastily returning to the driver's seat. Before Chen Yunzhou could emerge from his shock, she swiftly started the car. And with a gentle purr of the engine, the vehicle smoothly departed from the school gate, quickly merging into the flow of traffic. It wasn't until the car vanished from sight that Chen Yunzhou felt as if he had been released from a spell, gradually coming back to his senses. Instinctively, he raised his hand, his fingertips lightly grazing the spot on his cheek where Xiao Wanqing had kissed him. It seemed to still hold the softness and warmth of her lips, accompanied by a subtle, lingering fragrance. An indescribable euphoria surged through him like electricity. His lips curving into an uncontrollable smile, his eyes brimming with disbelief. Had she truly just kissed him? His heart raced uncontrollably, the fatigue from the previous night dissipating in an instant, replaced by an unrealistic sense of bliss. It felt as if he were dreaming. Just as Chen Yunzhou reveled in this sudden sweetness, a familiar voice called from behind. Following this, his arm was lightly bumped. Chen Yunzhou snapped back to reality. The smile on his face not yet fully faded, as he saw Chu Ziheng, one hand holding a half-eaten bun and the other carrying soy milk, regarding him with a peculiar expression. "What are you doing standing by the school gate, grinning at thin air? Have you lost your mind or fallen in love?" Chu Ziheng scrutinized him, concern etched on his face. Chen Yunzhou's smile froze, quickly replaced by his usual aloof demeanor. He cast a glance at Chu Ziheng, retorting, "It's none of your business." With that, he swiftly snatched the half-bag of buns from Chu Ziheng and popped a small dumpling into his mouth. "Hey, my bun!" Chu Ziheng exclaimed, taken aback as he watched his bun disappear into Chen Yunzhou's mouth, letting out a wail of despair. Chen Yunzhou chewed the bun, mumbling indistinctly, "I was hungry." Without further regard for Chu Ziheng's protests, he turned and strode towards the school. In the distance, beneath a fragrant camphor tree, Lin Ruoxin had observed everything that had just transpired at the school gate. Her eyes widened in disbelief. So, Chen Yunzhou truly had someone he cared for. Just as Lin Ruoxin was lost in thought, the sound of an engine approached. Within moments, a black Rolls-Royce Phantom smoothly halted at the roadside nearby. The door opened, and a bodyguard clad in a black suit respectfully opened the rear door. A foot clad in white shoes emerged, followed by Su Yichen stepping out of the car. Today, she wore a light blue dress that accentuated her fair complexion, her face adorned with a bright smile as she waved towards Lin Ruoxin. "Ruoxin." Lin Ruoxin snapped back to reality, glancing at Su Yichen and returning her wave with a smile. As Su Yichen lifted her skirt, preparing to approach Lin Ruoxin. Another figure emerged from the car. It was a regal-looking woman, around 40 years of age, impeccably groomed, dressed in a well-tailored champagne-colored suit, exuding an elegant and graceful aura. Chen. The woman called out to Sui Chen in a gentle tone. Sui Chen halted, turning around to sweetly respond, "Mom." The woman approached Sui Chen, reaching out to tenderly rearrange a few stray strands of hair from her forehead, her eyes filled with affection. "I don't oppose you dating, but you must take care of yourself, all right?" Sui Chen, with a playful hint, linked her arm with her mother's, resting her head gently on her shoulder. "I know, Mom. Don't worry." The woman chuckled at her daughter's playful demeanor, gently patting her hand. Meanwhile, Lin Ruoxin, upon seeing the woman's face, was rendered speechless, her pupils contracting in astonishment, her expression reflecting shock and disbelief. Her best friend's mother bore a striking resemblance to Chen Yunzhou's girlfriend. Were it not for the clear differences in age and demeanor, Lin Ruoxin might have thought she was mistaken. A bold hypothesis surged forth. Could it be that Chen Yunzhou's girlfriend was Sui Chen's sister? As this thought crossed her mind, Lin Ruoxin's imagination raced back to the film she had watched late into the night. The little sister falls for her brother-in-law. My goodness, how scandalous. Just as Lin Ruoxin's thoughts spiraled, Sui Chen waved goodbye as her mother's car began to pull away. The woman smiled gently through the window, nodding before the vehicle gradually drove off. Only then did Sui Chen turn around, lifting her skirt and walking a few steps to Lin Ruoxin's side, affectionately linking her arm with hers, her face still beaming with a radiant smile. "Ruoxin, what were you daydreaming about just now? You seemed lost in thought." Lin Ruoxin, jolted back to reality by her bright voice, felt her heart race, quickly masking her unusual expression. She forced herself to calm down, shaking her head and managing a somewhat stiff smile. "No, it is nothing, merely an observation of your mother, who possesses an undeniable elegance." She hastily concocted an excuse. Upon hearing this, Sui Chen proudly lifted her chin and smiled, affirming, "Of course, my mother is a great beauty." She did not ponder further, assuming that Lin Ruoxin was captivated by her mother's charm. Lin Ruoxin, observing her unperturbed demeanor, secretly exhaled in relief. Stealing a glance at Sui Chen, she could not resist inquiring, "Chen, do you have an older sister?" Sui Chen blinked her beautiful eyes and decisively shook her head. "No." A hint of confusion crossed her face as she looked at Lin Ruoxin. "What is the matter?" Lin Ruoxin waved her hand dismissively, her gaze evasive. "Oh, it's nothing. I was just asking casually. Could it be that it was merely a resemblance?" Lin Ruoxin mused inwardly, striving to suppress that unreliable thought. Perhaps it was the influence of the film she watched last night, leading to such bizarre associations. Taking a deep breath, she resolved to shift the topic and asked Sui Chen, "By the way, Chen, do you still intend to pursue Chen Yunzhou?" Without a moment's hesitation, Sui Chen's lovely face brightened with a determined smile as she confidently replied, "Of course, I will pursue him." Lin Ruoxin halted abruptly, turning to face Sui Chen with a serious expression, her tone growing somber. "Chen Yunzhou has made it very clear, he does not like you. Why are you so insistent? You should let it go." Sui Chen, however, appeared unfazed, casually tossing her smooth hair, a confident smirk gracing her lips. "Whether he likes me is his concern, but my feelings for him are mine. I believe that as long as I persist, I will eventually win him over." Lin Ruoxin's brow furrowed tightly. She did not wish to see her dear friend stray further down the wrong path, nor did she want her to become a disruptor of someone else's relationship. Taking a deep breath, she advised, Chen Yunzhou already has a girlfriend. What you are doing is intruding on someone else's love, becoming the third party." "Intruding? Third party?" Sui Chen appeared to find this notion amusing, raising an eyebrow with a hint of incredulity. "Ruoxin, it can't be said that way. They are indeed married. I am merely bravely pursuing my love. How can that be considered intrusion?" Lin Ruoxin was left speechless by her friend's brazen assertions, unable to believe such words could come from her best friend. She abruptly withdrew her arm from Sui Chen's grasp, taking a step back, disbelief etched across her face, her voice trembling slightly. "Chen, you know he has a girlfriend and still want to pursue him. How is that not being the third party?" Sui Chen opened her mouth as if to explain, but Lin Ruoxin had no desire to hear more. Looking at Sui Chen, disappointment filled her gaze. She sighed softly, her tone imbued with weariness and finality. "Chen, if you are resolute in intruding on someone else's relationship, then we should cease to be best friends." With those words, Lin Ruoxin turned and walked away without casting another glance at Sui Chen. Sui Chen stood frozen, watching Lin Ruoxin's retreating figure, her smile gradually fading. Did Ruoxin know something? Or perhaps she had uncovered the truth about Sui Chen's connection with Xiao Wanjing. In another scene, Chen Yunzhou and Chu Ziheng entered the classroom one after the other, casually selecting seats at the back. As soon as they sat down, The fatigue from the previous night washed over Chen Yunzhou like a tidal wave. He yawned, his eyelids growing heavy, his head nodding off as he neared slumber on the desk. Chu Ziheng finished off a half-eaten bun and took a large sip of soy milk. Turning to observe Chen Yunzhao's almost comatose state, he nudged Chen Yunzhou with his elbow, lowering his voice to inquire, "Hey, what were you up to last night? Did you not sleep well?" Chen Yunzhou squinted, his voice thick with drowsiness as he mumbled indistinctly, "Not just poorly, I didn't sleep at all." Chu Ziheng's eyes widened in surprise at his words. Leaning closer, he teased, "Wow, you're quite desperate, aren't you? Even if you are, you should avoid children." Chen Yunzhou paused, momentarily bewildered by the nonsensical comment, before realizing its implication, leaving him speechless. He lazily lifted his eyelids, casting a weary glance at Chu Ziheng, and replied, "Shut up, I can't be bothered to explain." Chu Ziheng chuckled, opting to change the subject. "By the way, good brother, which hospital is Yunjin working at now?" Upon hearing this, Chen Yunzhao's fatigued eyes sharpened slightly as he regarded Chu Ziheng with curiosity. Before he could respond, Chu Ziheng waved his hands frantically and added, "I need to go for a health check soon and thought I might ask Yunjin to take a look for me." Chen Yunzhou raised an eyebrow, scrutinizing Chu Ziheng with a peculiar expression. "You, a grown man, going for a gynecological checkup?" Chu Ziheng nearly choked on his soy milk, coughing violently as his face flushed red. "What gynecological checkup? It's for my mom and sister. They're both going for their health check, and I thought Yunjin, being a doctor, would be more reliable." Finally understanding, Chen Yunzhao's peculiar gaze faded. He nodded, rubbing his swollen temples. "All right, I'll ask her later and send you the hospital address." "Great." Chu Ziheng beamed, nodding enthusiastically. Chen Yunzhou, too fatigued to notice his excitement, simply laid his head down on the desk and closed his eyes. Meanwhile, in the office of the Xia Corporation, Xia Wanjing sat in her chair, unable to suppress a smile that crept onto her lips. Resting her chin on her hand, she gazed at a potted plant on her desk, her smile growing more foolishly sweet, mingled with a hint of bashfulness. Just then, Assistant Su entered the office. Upon seeing the president, she was momentarily stunned. The typically stern and commanding Xia Wanjing was smiling like a lovesick girl. That smile was inexplicably sweet, contrasting sharply with her usual icy demeanor. Assistant Su questioned whether she had worked too long and was hallucinating. Rubbing her eyes, she focused again. Indeed, she was smiling, and it was charmingly sweet. Assistant Su felt a wave of shock wash over her. Who had transformed their formidable president into this? Immersed in her thoughts, Xia Wanjing did not notice Assistant Su's arrival until she felt a gaze upon her. Looking up, she met Assistant Su's wide-eyed stare. Instantly, her smile faded, replaced by her customary coldness and detachment. Clearing her throat to mask her earlier laughs, she resumed her usual calm tone and inquired, "What is it?" Assistant Su, startled by the sudden shift, quickly lowered her head, suppressing her astonishment, and respectfully reported, "President Xia, President Chu has arrived." Xia Wanjing's brows furrowed slightly as she replied coolly, "Let her in." "Yes," Assistant Su complied, relieved, and exited the office briskly. Moments later, the door swung open once more, revealing the striking figure of Chu Ziyue. Today, she donned a sharp white suit, her long hair cascading casually over her shoulders, and her face adorned with a bright and exuberant smile. Upon the entrance of CHZU, Assistant X discreetly retreated, gently closing the office door behind her. Clad in high heels, CHZU strode directly to Shi W. Nqang's desk, resting her hands on the edge, leaning slightly forward, and gazing intently at Shi W. Nqang as she playfully inquired, "Did you like the gift I bestowed upon you yesterday?" At this, Shi W. Nqang's cheeks flushed crimson, warmth creeping to her ears. She raised her eyes, shooting a fierce glare at CHZU, retorting, "What kind-hearted person gives such a gift?" Observing her mix of embarrassment and annoyance, CHZU's smile blossomed even more brilliantly. Straightening her posture, she crossed her arms, raising an eyebrow. "You can't say that. If I hadn't given you this, how would you have captured CHNYNZHU's heart?" She scrutinized Shi W. Nqang with a glint of mischief in her eyes, leaning in closer and lowering her voice to ask, "You're not lacking in that department, are you?" Shi W. Nqang cleared her throat, her gaze evasive, choosing not to answer. CHZU, perceiving her reticence, felt a pang of frustration and gently poked Shi W. Nqang's smooth forehead with her index finger. "Such a splendid opportunity, and yet you failed to seize it?" Startled by the poke, Shi W. Nqang instinctively pouted, stating, "Isn't it still too early?" "Too early?" CHZU exclaimed as if she had just heard the most ludicrous joke, her tone rising. "Shi W. Nqang, wake up. CHNYNZHU is currently in university, surrounded by countless beautiful and proactive young women. Aren't you afraid of losing him?" Shi W. Nqang shook her head gently, a confident demeanor gracing her features as she replied, I trust him. Chzu, taken aback by her composure, nearly burst into laughter. Taking a deep breath, she cupped Shi Wnqang's face in her hands, compelling her to maintain eye contact. My dear President Shi, men are visual creatures. They gravitate toward youthful and vibrant women. With piercing eyes, she continued, do you truly possess no sense of urgency? Meeting her earnest gaze, Shi Wnqang blinked and replied, but I am young and beautiful. Right now? Chzu interjected without mercy. What about in a few years? When you are preoccupied with work and gradually lose your youthful edge, how will you compete with the plethora of emerging young girls? This question plunged Shi Wnqang into a brief silence. Reflecting carefully, she maintained a calm tone. I have money. At this revelation, Chzu fell silent as well, the atmosphere in the office growing tense. After a moment, she released her grip on Shi Wnqang's face. Her expression complex as she spoke slowly. Men with money can become corrupt. Do you wish for him to spend your wealth on other young women? Upon hearing this, a look of anxiety crossed Shi Wnqang's face as she hastily shook her head, unable to fathom such a scenario. She lifted her gaze to Chzu, urgently asking, then what should I do? Chzu, sensing the shift, smiled confidently and declared, to capture a man's heart, you must first capture his stomach. Shi Wnqang fell into contemplation, her gaze fixed on Chzu's face, laced with curiosity and uncertainty. Will this truly work? Chzu, noticing her hesitation, nodded vigorously, her expression serious. Of course it will. Her tone was resolute, as if proclaiming a universal truth. Shi Wnqang furrowed her brows, a hint of distress appearing on her face as her voice softened. But I can't cook. After a moment, she added, I can only boil noodles, and even then, it's just plain broth. You can learn. Chzu waved her hand dismissively. Cooking is simple. There are countless tutorials online. Just a glance, and you'll master it. Besides, you're so clever. How could you not learn quickly? Listening attentively, Shi Wnqang nodded, beginning to see the merit in her words. She looked up at Chzu, her eyes shimmering with curiosity, and asked, but can you cook? Chzu, caught up in the moment, blurted out without thinking. I can't. The air in the office momentarily stilled. Shi Wnqang's flicker of anticipation vanished, leaving only silence. She regarded Chzu, muttering, if you can't cook, how can you teach me? Realizing her slip, Chzu, undeterred, straightened her posture and boldly stated, whether I can cook or not is irrelevant. What matters is that this method is effective. Trust me, it will work. Skepticism colored Shi Wnqang's gaze as she regarded her. After a pause, she finally asked, where did you learn all this? From novels. Chzu replied breezily. Shi Wnqang fell silent once more, this time for a longer stretch. She felt a throbbing in her temples, beginning to question whether allowing Chzu into her office had been a wise decision. Furrowing her brow, she asked again, is this reliable? Absolutely reliable. Chzu proclaimed confidently, thumping her chest. Let me tell you, that novel is a sensation. The male lead starts off as aloof, but the female lead wins him over with her culinary skills, gradually melting his heart. Her enthusiasm grew with every word. Moreover, in the latter part of the story, the couple lives blissfully. In the end, they have 8 children. Shi Wnqang paused. 8 children? Taking a deep breath, she internally mused about the implications of such a number. Wouldn't that turn their home into a kindergarten? One child, an IN, was already fulfilling her heart's desires. Yet, considering an IN alone sometimes felt lonely. Perhaps having a brother or sister for companionship wouldn't be so bad. But what if the 2 children didn't get along and fought constantly? Wouldn't that be a headache? With 2 little ones in the house, who would mediate their quarrels? Should they have another? With 3 children, surely one could act as a peacemaker during conflicts. As these thoughts swirled, a smile involuntarily graced her face, her eyes softening, only to be replaced by a flicker of concern. 3 might be too many, would he agree? Chzu, observing the subtle shifts in Shi Wnqang's expression, from deep contemplation to a slight smile, then to worry, couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. She waved her hand in front of Shi Wnqang's face, curiously asking, hey, President Shi, what are you thinking about? Brought back to reality by Chzu's voice, Shi Wnqang's cheeks flushed, and she quickly masked her silly grin, somewhat awkwardly shaking her head and speaking shyly, nothing, really. Chzu, perceptive as ever, immediately detected her inner thoughts, noticing her flushed cheeks and darting eyes. She couldn't resist a teasing smile, scrutinizing Shi Wnqang with a glint in her eye. Oh, your face is all red. And you say there is nothing on your mind? Are you perhaps pondering how to use your future culinary prowess to completely win over CHNY and ZHU? And then have 8 children? She deliberately elongated her words, hinting at something more. Feeling flustered under Zhu's gaze, she Wen coughed lightly, avoiding her probing eyes, and lowered her voice. I will give it a try. Upon hearing this, Zhu's smile blossomed even more radiantly. She nodded with satisfaction, gently patting Wen's shoulder, exuding an air of encouragement, as if to say she was a teachable child. This is exactly how it should be. In a few days, I shall return to assess your progress, so be diligent and do not let me down. I have great hopes for you. With that, she turned with a contented heart and exited the CEO's office. The door to the office closed once more. Alone, Wen sat in her chair, yet her lips could not help but curve into a slight smile. However, the memory of Chnynzhu's initial disdain when tasting her homemade noodles brought a flicker of anxiety to her heart. Just then, she suddenly recalled that she was to take him and Nin back to the ancestral home tonight. She quickly grabbed her phone and dialed her grandmother. Meanwhile, in the Shi family ancestral home, Su and Shu Yo were seated in the living room, joyfully perusing photos of Nin from kindergarten, their smiles unwavering. Originally, Su had intended to meet Chnynzhu first, but Shu Yo had intervened, expressing her desire not to impose any pressure on the children. Consequently, he abandoned the thought of meeting Chnynzhu, though he still had someone keeping a watchful eye on them. Just as the two were engrossed in their viewing, a phone rang nearby. Shu Yo glanced at her husband, and seeing Su's impatient expression, he set down the photo with a grunt and answered the call, a smile spreading across his face upon realizing it was his granddaughter. Chapter 88. The meals prepared by mother are the most delicious in the world. Hello, Wen. However, before Su could finish, Shu Yo swiftly snatched the phone from his hand. Wen, it's Grandma. Her voice brimmed with affection and joy. Su, witnessing this, felt no anger but rather leaned closer, pressing his ear to the receiver, anxious not to miss a single word from his granddaughter. On the other end, Wen's cool voice resonated. Grandma. Shu Yo's smile widened as she gently asked, Wen, is there something you need? Taking a deep breath, Wen replied, Grandma, I'm coming back to the ancestral home for dinner tonight. Please ask WM to prepare more dishes. The delight in Shu Yo's voice was palpable as she exchanged a glance with Su, both unable to conceal their excitement. Their granddaughter and future grandson-in-law would be returning together. Shu Yo eagerly nodded at the phone, her voice trembling with enthusiasm. Certainly, Grandma understands. I will ensure WM prepares plenty. Listening to her grandmother's exhilarated tone, a smile crept onto Wen's face, and she softly responded, All right. I will hang up now. There are matters at the company. Very well, see you tonight, and do be careful on your way, Shu Yo cautioned. After hanging up, she excitedly grasped Su's arm, shaking it vigorously, her face glowing with joy. Dear husband, did you hear? We are finally going to meet our granddaughter's future husband and great-granddaughter. Su's face glowed with delight as he nodded fervently, the wrinkles on his face transforming into a radiant smile. I heard. That girl has finally brought someone home. How wonderful. How wonderful. He rubbed his hands together in excitement and shouted towards the kitchen, WM. A woman wearing an apron, her hair neatly styled, and a kind expression, hurried out from the kitchen, slightly bowing as she respectfully inquired, Sir, Madam, what can I do for you? Su promptly replied, WM. Please prepare several extra dishes tonight, especially those that Wen loves. Nothing should be missed. Moreover, see if there are any snacks that children enjoy, and lay them out. WM's face lit up with genuine happiness as she repeatedly affirmed, Certainly, sir, I shall prepare this at once. As WM cheerfully returned to the kitchen, Su remained somewhat restless. He scratched at the stubble that had just begun to emerge on his chin and turned to Shu Yo, asking, My dear, do you think I should shave? I ought to look presentable for our first meeting with my granddaughter's future husband, right? Shu Yo assessed him with a discerning eye, a hint of disdain flickering beneath her joy, then waved her hand dismissively. It's up to you. With that, she stood up, adjusting her attire. No, I must go upstairs to change into something more fitting. Shu Yo moved with a lighter step than usual toward the staircase. Su glanced down at his loose, comfortable training attire, though clean. It was indeed not suitable for receiving important guests, especially his granddaughter's future husband and great-granddaughter. With this realization, he hastily followed Shu Yo upstairs. Intent on presenting himself well, he must leave a good impression on his granddaughter's future husband and great-granddaughter. On the other side, After hanging up, she WNQing found herself unable to shake off CHZU's assertion that to capture a man's heart, one must first capture his stomach. She bit her lip and picked up her phone again, hesitantly tapping the screen to search for beginner cooking tutorials. A plethora of recipes appeared on the screen, dazzling her senses. Ultimately, her gaze settled on a simple and common dish, scrambled eggs with tomatoes. The video tutorial elucidated each step with clarity. She WNQing watched intently, her brow furrowing as if she were analyzing an important business proposal. Is it really this simple? Upon finishing the video, she murmured, a hint of astonishment flickering in her eyes. This is far easier than I had imagined. A newfound confidence quietly blossomed within her. Her mind involuntarily conjured up a scene of her actually mastering cooking. Perhaps it would be a warm evening, with the golden rays of the setting sun streaming through the kitchen window, her apron tied around her waist as she busied herself at the stove. CHNYNZHU would gently embrace her from behind, resting his chin on her shoulder, his voice low and tender. My dear, what delicious meal are we having today? And NIN would cling to her leg, looking up with her innocent face, calling out, Mama, Mama. NIN wants to eat Mama's cooking. When the fragrant dishes were served at the table, CHNYNZHU would take a bite, raising his eyebrows in surprise, his eyes brimming with appreciation. My dear, your cooking is exquisite. NIN would mimic the adults, nodding vigorously. Mama's cooking is the best in the world. As these thoughts crossed her mind, a blush crept onto she WNQing's cheeks, her lips curving into a silly smile. Suddenly, a sharp knock on the door jolted her from her reverie. She quickly regained her composure, the flush fading from her face and her smile vanishing. Clearing her throat, she resumed her usual cool tone as the CEO, come in. The office door swung open as Assistant X entered, carrying documents. He respectfully announced, Shi Ziying, this document requires your signature. Shi WNQing extended her hand to take the document, lowering her gaze to peruse it. Upon seeing the words CHSH Group Cooperation Intentions on the title, her movements momentarily halted. She lifted her eyes to meet Assistant X's gaze, her tone flat as she inquired, was this sent by CHCUE? Assistant X shook his head, reporting the truth. No, Shi Ziying. This document was sent over by the CH matriarch. Upon hearing this, Shi WNQing's expression turned icy. With a decisive snap, she tossed the document back onto her desk, coldly stating, this contract must be discussed directly with CHCUE. No one else is to negotiate. Assistant X felt a chill run down his spine and promptly bowed his head, responding, understood, Shi Ziying. He bent down to carefully retrieve the document that Shi WNQing had discarded. Just as Assistant X was about to exit, Shi WNQing called out to her, wait a moment. Su Zhuli halted his steps, respectfully awaiting her instructions. Xia Wanqing declared, postpone all the work scheduled for this afternoon to tomorrow. Yes, Xia Zong, Su Zhuli replied before gently exiting the president's office. Chapter 89. In consideration of Nian Yan's feelings. They surely wouldn't resort to extreme measures, would they? As noon approached, Chen Yunzhou and Chu Ziheng emerged side by side from a nearby pharmacy. Chu Ziheng's gaze fell upon a small paper bag that Chen Yunzhou was holding, curiosity flickering in his eyes. He raised an eyebrow and inquired, Yunzhou, what do you need the Su Xiaojiu Xian Wan for? Is your heart unable to bear the excitement of recent life events? Chen Yunzhou sighed softly and clarified, it's not for me. Tonight, Wanqing and I will take Nian Yan to have dinner with her grandparents. He paused for a moment before continuing. I fear her grandparents might become overly excited, and if something unfortunate were to happen, it would be quite troubling. Chu Ziheng pondered for a moment before a look of realization dawned upon him. You mean, Xiao Wanqing hasn't he informed her grandparents about Nian Yan yet? She's just bringing you back to the old residence? Chen Yunzhou nodded and added, yes, but they are aware of my existence, so they likely have discovered Nian Yan's presence as well. Chu Ziheng's mouth fell open in surprise. Impressive. He quickly changed the subject, asking, since she's already introduced you to her family, what about your parents? When do you plan to come clean to uncle and aunt? Upon hearing this, Chen Yunzhou sighed, his tone somber as he responded, let us first get through tonight's dinner. As for my parents, I wish to live a few more years. Chu Ziheng sympathetically patted Chen Yunzhou's shoulder, saying, you can't keep this from them for long. It's inevitable. It's merely a matter of time. Chen Yunzhou looked at Chu Ziheng, forcing a strained smile, as if to say, I know, no need to remind me. Chu Ziheng, not wanting to add to his pressure, joked, but when you do decide to tell your parents, don't forget to give me a heads up. I'll make sure to reserve the best hospital room for you. Chen Yunzhou chuckled softly, glancing at Chu Ziheng, warmth swelling in his heart as he replied, good brother. Chu Ziheng grinned, clenched his fist, gently thumping it against his left chest, then pointed at Chen Yunzhou, proclaiming, of course. He then waved his hand at Chen Yunzhou, saying, "All right, I'll head back first." With that, he turned and dashed towards his Rolls-Royce parked by the roadside. Chen Yunzhou watched his retreating figure, feeling somewhat speechless. However, he soon reflected that continuing to keep it a secret was unwise, and it was also unfair to Xiao Wanqing. Last Sunday, Nian Nian had enjoyed time with his parents, and for Nian Nian's sake, they probably wouldn't be too harsh, would they? With this thought, he nodded in agreement, for as the saying goes, even a tiger does not eat its young. After all, he was their biological son. It shouldn't be a significant issue. At that moment, Xiao Wanqing pulled up in her beetle, coming to a gentle stop by the roadside. Upon seeing this, Chen Yunzhou approached, opened the passenger door, and settled into the seat. Xiao Wanqing turned her head to look at him, softly asking, "What were you just thinking about so intently?" Earlier, she had noticed Chen Yunzhou standing by the roadside, lost in thought. As Chen Yunzhou fastened his seatbelt, he casually replied, "Nothing." Upon hearing this, Xiao Wanqing's eyes momentarily dimmed with a hint of disappointment. Her fingers tightening around the steering wheel, a flicker of sadness crossing her mind. However, in the next moment, Chen Yunzhou spoke again, saying, "How about you come with me to my parents' house this Sunday?" With a screech, Xiao Wanqing abruptly slammed on the brakes, the beetle emitting a sharp screech as it came to a sudden halt by the roadside. Her eyes widened with incredulous excitement, quickly replaced by a hint of panic. She turned to Chen Yunzhou, her voice trembling. "Why?" Chen Yunzhou, observing her wide-eyed expression, calmly explained, "Of course, to inform them about our relationship and Nian Nian." Xiao Wanqing blinked, stammering, "Isn't this a bit too soon? Didn't you say we should allow Nian Nian to spend more time with uncle and aunt first, so they become familiar before we reveal the truth?" Chen Yunzhou maintained his tranquil demeanor, stating, "It's bound to come out eventually, so we might as well clarify things early." He did not wish to prolong the matter any further, as delaying it would be unfair to Xiao Wanqing. Xiao Wanqing gripped the steering wheel tightly, her fingertips turning pale as a wave of tension and unease washed over her. "What if uncle and aunt don't like me?" she fretted. Though she was typically decisive in the business world, facing daunting negotiations without hesitation, the thought of meeting Chen Yunzhao's parents left her nervous enough to break into a sweat. Noticing the tension in her voice, Chen Yunzhou reached out, gently placing his hand over hers on the steering wheel, his tone softening as he reassured her, "Don't worry. My parents are very kind. They won't react poorly." His warm hand provided an inexplicable sense of comfort. "I'll be there with you," Chen Yunzhou said earnestly, locking eyes with her. Those three simple words felt like a warm current coursing through Xiao Wanqing, dissipating her anxiety and unease. She looked up, meeting his gaze, her heart inexplicably calming. Just then, an impatient honking sound erupted from behind them. Xiao Wanqing jolted back to reality, realizing she had stopped in the middle of the road. Her cheeks flushed slightly as she hastily released the brake and restarted the vehicle, driving towards the apartment. The car fell into silence once more. Yet a gentle smile graced Xiao Wanqing's face, her heart a mix of anticipation and nervousness. Meanwhile, Chen Yunzhou contemplated whether to invite his grandparents over on Sunday. After some thought, he decided against it, not wanting to cause them distress. Inviting his uncle? That wouldn't work. His uncle alone couldn't protect himself. With no relatives on his father's side, he mused, wouldn't that be disastrous? It seemed best to stick with inviting his grandparents. Chapter 90, Aren't We Already Bringing Nian Nian? Before long, the beetle came to a smooth stop beneath the apartment building. The two exited the vehicle, returning to the apartment. Chen Yunzhou set his belongings down and headed towards the kitchen, stating, "I'll prepare lunch." Xiao Wanqing nodded, her voice carrying a subtle lightness. "Sure." She too kept busy, walking to the balcony to take down the dried clothes, neatly folding them before placing the freshly washed ones out to dry. After putting the folded clothes in the bedroom, she finally made her way to the kitchen. In the kitchen, Chen Yunzhou, donning an apron, was methodically washing vegetables. The sound of running water filled the air, soon accompanied by the rhythmic chopping of vegetables on the cutting board. Xiao Wanqing leaned against the kitchen door, quietly observing his diligent figure, her heart swelling with warmth. Unable to contain her curiosity, she asked, "Yunzhou, did you pick up cooking quickly when you learned?" Chen Yunzhao's chopping paused slightly, an unsettling premonition rising within him. Why was she asking this all of a sudden? Did she want to learn how to cook? The thought sent a shiver down his spine. Without thinking, he turned to her and replied, "Cooking isn't that simple. When I first learned, I nearly blew up the kitchen. My parents almost severed ties with me." Xiao Wanqing burst into laughter at his words, her cold brows curving into a lovely crescent as she chuckled. Is it really that exaggerated? Yet, she mused inwardly, she never expected him to have such clumsy moments. Seeing her smile, Chen Yunzhou felt a sense of relief, yet he remained cautious, carefully asking, "By the way, why the sudden question?" Xiao Wanqing, upon hearing these words, was momentarily taken aback, her eyes sparkling with curiosity as a gentle smile graced her lips. "Oh, it's nothing really. I merely find your culinary skills impressive, which piqued my curiosity, so I thought I'd ask," she said lightly. It wouldn't be due to reveal just yet that she yearned to learn cooking herself in order to surprise him. That would be rather anticlimactic, wouldn't it? "Oh, I see," Chen Yunzhou replied, feeling a sense of relief wash over him, his heart returning to its usual rhythm. Thankfully, it was merely an innocent inquiry. He had no desire to ever eat the noodles she had made again. Collecting his thoughts, he turned to continue preparing the ingredients. Moments later, several delightful dishes, rich in flavor and aroma, were steaming on the dining table, enticing their appetites. Seated across from each other, they enjoyed a tranquil meal. After finishing, Chen Yunzhou brewed 2 cups of digestive tea and carried them into the living room. They sat side by side on the soft sofa, relishing this rare moment of intimacy. At this juncture, Chen Yunzhou lifted his cup, taking a delicate sip, yet his gaze inadvertently wandered to Xiao Wanqing beside him. Setting down his cup, he stretched lazily and casually draped his arm around her shoulders, drawing her closer into his embrace. Xiao Wanqing smiled gently, naturally leaning against his shoulder. Basking in the warmth of his embrace, Chen Yunzhou gazed at her, a smile emerging on his face, and after clearing his throat, he asked, "So, Wanqing, do your grandparents have any particular preferences? It wouldn't be proper to arrive empty-handed for our first meeting. Should we prepare a small gift?" Xiao Wanqing pondered for a moment before responding, "There's no need. They lack for nothing, as they possess everything at home." Chen Yunzhou considered this, acknowledging its truth. Yet he felt that arriving empty-handed might be inappropriate. Would that not be a bit improper? It is customary to express goodwill on a first visit, is it not? With a light smile, Xiao Wanqing looked up at him and replied, "But we are bringing Nian Nian with us, aren't we?" Chen Yunzhou's eyes brightened at her words, realizing that Nian Nian could indeed serve as a delightful gift. Xiao Wanqing continued softly, "In truth, their greatest wish is to see me married. Even though we are not yet wed, bringing back a great-granddaughter will surely bring them joy." Chen Yunzhou's smile faltered slightly as he lowered his gaze to Xiao Wanqing, his eyes seemingly questioning whether they would really be pleased or if they might instead wish to harm him. Sensing his unease, Xiao Wanqing laughed gently, reassuring him, "Do not feel too pressured. My grandparents are truly lovely people. They will not make things difficult for you." Chen Yunzhou nodded, tightening his embrace around Xiao Wanqing, inhaling her comforting scent, and felt himself growing drowsy. "I understand," he murmured. Almost immediately, he succumbed to a yawn, observing his weariness and recalling his sleepless night. Xiao Wanqing felt a twinge of guilt and shyness. "Perhaps you should take a nap?" she suggested softly. Chen Yunzhou rubbed his eyes and replied, "No, I'm not tired." However, mere moments later, he gently leaned his head against Xiao Wanqing's and fell asleep. Feeling his steady breaths, she said nothing, shifting slightly and instinctively cradling him to her chest, letting him rest comfortably. As she gazed at Chen Yunzhou's peaceful face, a smile of happiness blossomed on her lips. Time swiftly passed, and soon it was 5 in the afternoon. Chen Yunzhou stirred awake, stretching and rubbing his eyes, feeling a bit stiff. Grabbing a cup from the coffee table, he drained the now-cold tea. Scanning the living room, he noticed Xiao Wanqing was absent. Just as he was about to rise and check, the apartment door swung open. He turned to see Xiao Wanqing entering, holding Nian Nian's hand. "Daddy!" Nian Nian exclaimed, spotting Chen Yunzhou in the living room. Her small face lit up with joy as she released Xiao Wanqing's hand and scampered toward him. Chen Yunzhou's face broke into a smile as he bent down, arms wide open. Nian Nian leaped into his embrace, looking up at him with gleaming eyes, calling "Daddy." "Ah, Nian Nian is back." Chen Yunzhou laughed, lifting her up and planting a kiss on her soft cheek. Nian Nian giggled, wrapping her arms around his neck and holding on tightly. Chen Yunzhou, still holding Nian Nian, turned to Xiao Wanqing, who was at the door taking off her shoes. "Why didn't you wake me?" he asked. Xiao Wanqing looked up at him, her usually cool demeanor softening with a hint of warmth. "You looked so peaceful sleeping. I wanted to let you rest a little longer." Chen Yunzhou felt a rush of warmth in his chest, a faint blush creeping onto his face. Xiao Wanqing noticed his reaction and smiled shyly. Clearing his throat to mask his emotions, he asked, "What time are we meeting your grandparents?" Checking her watch, Xiao Wanqing replied, "If we change clothes now, we can head out." As she spoke, she approached Chen Yunzhou, taking Nian Nian from him and walking toward the bedroom. Once Xiao Wanqing and Nian Nian were dressed, Chen Yunzhou quickly changed as well. Moments later, the trio descended the stairs together. Xiao Wanqing secured Nian Nian in the child's seat in the back, then took her place in the driver's seat, while Chen Yunzhou settled into the passenger seat. The beetle car started slowly, merging into the flow of traffic, heading toward the Xia family residence. Inside, the atmosphere was quiet yet filled with warmth. Chen Yunzhou gazed out at the rapidly passing scenery, his heart racing with anxiety. After all, it was his first time meeting her family. Until now, he hadn't felt particularly concerned, but now that they were en route, unease surged within him. He felt utterly inadequate. He lacked the familial background and status to match Xiao Wanqing, and it seemed only natural to feel self-conscious. As they drove, Xiao Wanqing, noticing his tense demeanor from the corner of her eye, remained silent, understanding that it was perfectly normal to feel nervous for such an important occasion. After approximately half an hour, the beetle entered a tranquil residential area. The architectural style melded Eastern and Western elements, leaning more towards tradition, with dark green tiles and deep courtyards exuding understated elegance. The vehicle came to a gentle halt outside a residence adorned with 2 tall osmanthus trees. Chen Yunzhou took a deep breath, exhaling slowly, attempting to calm his restless heart. He opened the car door, stepping out first and moving to the back to retrieve Nian Nian. Xiao Wanqing exited the driver's seat and approached him, instinctively reaching out to hold his free hand. Sensing his tension, Chen Yunzhou paused, turning to her as she offered a reassuring smile, which brought him comfort and steadied his nerves. Hand in hand, they walked inside with Nian Nian. As they entered the gate, they were met by Xia Shuxian and Wen Shuiyao, who hurried forward with warm smiles. Just as they were about to speak, Nian Nian darted behind Chen Yunzhao's leg, clutching his pants tightly, peeking out with a fearful expression. Her small face was etched with surprise and fear. The smiles on Xia Shuxian and Wen Shuiyao froze momentarily, clearly taken aback by Nian Nian's reaction. Wen Shuiyao quickly nudged Xia Shuxian with her elbow, whispering reproachfully, "This is your fault. You always wear a stern face, and look how you scared the child." Xia Shuxian wore an expression of innocence, his brows slightly furrowed as he touched his face and murmured, "Am I really that fierce? I was just smiling a moment ago." He strained to recall his previous expression, convinced that he had worn the most amiable of smiles. At that moment, Nian Nian, who had been hiding behind Chen Yunzhou's leg, timidly tugged at Xiao Wanqing's sleeve and spoke softly, "Mommy, it's the living grandmother and grandfather." Her voice was barely a whisper, yet it resonated clearly among those present. Wen Shuiyao and Xia Shuxian were taken aback, exchanging bewildered glances, their faces a canvas of confusion. Xia Shuxian blinked in disbelief, looking first at Nian Nian and then at Xiao Wanqing, momentarily at a loss for words. If they are alive, does that mean the alternative is death? No sooner had he spoken than their gazes instinctively turned towards the family of 3 standing at the doorway. Xiao Wanqing and Chen Yunzhou understood the implications of Nian Nian's words. They exchanged a knowing glance and nodded in unison. Subsequently, Xiao Wanqing approached Xia Shuxian and Wen Shuiyao, gently calling out, "Grandfather, grandmother." Pausing for a moment, her expression grew solemn as she continued, "There is something I wish to discuss with you privately." With that, she naturally extended her hands to each of the elders, guiding them toward a nearby pavilion in the courtyard. Though the astonishment on Xia Shuxian and Wen Shuiyao's faces had yet to fade completely, they nodded in response to her request, allowing their granddaughter to lead them. As they walked a few paces, Xiao Wanqing turned back to the butler, old Zhou, standing not far away, instructing, "Uncle Zhou, please take Yunzhou and Nian Nian into the living room." The butler nodded respectfully, replying, "Certainly, Mississippi." He then approached Chen Yunzhou and Nian Nian, slightly bowing and gesturing for them to follow. "Mr. Chen, Miss, please come with me." Chen Yunzhou nodded, cradling Nian Nian as they followed him toward the living room. Nian Nian clung tightly to her father's neck, her little head resting on his shoulder as she timidly watched the retreating figures of her great-grandparents. Upon entering the living room, old Zhou went to prepare tea. It was then that Nian Nian quietly asked, "Daddy, will the living grandmother and grandfather eat Nian Nian's brain tonight?" Chen Yunzhou was momentarily taken aback, but soon realized the absurdity of her concern, a mix of amusement and helplessness brewing within him. He gently patted Nian Nian's back, softly explaining, "Silly Nian Nian, your grandmother and grandfather are perfectly alive. They are not zombies, and they certainly won't eat your brain." Upon hearing this, Nian Nian let out a relieved sigh, her small body relaxing considerably. Yet, her little brows soon knitted together once again as she looked up at Chen Yunzhou with confusion, asking, "Daddy, if Grandma and Grandpa are alive, then why did Mommy take me to the cemetery to see them before?" Chen Yunzhou's smile faltered slightly, a wave of complex emotions washing over him. He paused for a moment, gently ruffling Nian Nian's soft hair, and spoke tenderly, "Nian Nian is still young. Some things you will understand when you grow up." He hesitated, gazing into his daughter's clear eyes before adding, "However, I can tell you that your grandparents love you dearly, just as much as your grandfather and grandmother do, so you needn't be afraid, understood?" Nian Nian nodded, her understanding only half formed, as she blinked her large eyes and a sweet smile played on her lips. "Yes, Mommy said that Grandma and Grandpa will definitely like Nian Nian." Chen Yunzhou smiled back at her innocent face, though beneath his smile lay a hint of unspoken worry. He was uncertain whether Xiao Wanqing's grandparents would truly be able to accept the truth upon discovering it. Daddy, I want to take you somewhere. While Chen Yunzhou remained lost in thought, Nian had already slipped from his embrace and scampered toward the stairs. By the time Chen Yunzhou reacted, she had already run up. Startled, he hurried after her, calling out, Nian, slow down. Thus, they both ascended the stairs in a playful race. Nian did not slow her pace, heading straight for the innermost room on the right. It seemed she was remarkably familiar with the layout, as if she had visited this place many times before. In another part of the courtyard, Xiao Wanqing led Xia Shuxian and Wen Shuiyao to a pavilion. Within the pavilion, a stone table and stone benches were surrounded by several stalks of green bamboo. As the gentle breeze rustled the leaves, an air of tranquility enveloped the space. As soon as Xia Shuxian took his seat, he eagerly inquired, Wanqing, what did Nian mean by living grandmother and grandfather? I don't quite understand. His brow furrowed, a clear display of confusion on his face. Wen Shuiyao nodded in agreement, looking at Xiao Wanqing with a hint of worry. Indeed, Wanqing, what does it all mean? Observing the concerned and perplexed expressions of her grandparents, Xiao Wanqing felt a pang in her heart. The emotions she had been holding back surged forth, and her eyes reddened. Taking a deep breath, her voice trembled as she spoke. Seeing her granddaughter in such distress, Wen Shuiyao's heart ached, and she quickly reached out, gently grasping Xiao Wanqing's hand, and asked softly, what is it? Why are you crying? Xiao Wanqing sniffled, suppressing her emotions as she looked at her grandparents, saying, Grandfather, grandmother, Nian. She has come back from the future. Upon hearing this, the expressions on Xia Shuxian and Wen Shuiyao's faces instantly froze, both wearing looks of shock as they exchanged bewildered glances, momentarily at a loss for words. The future? How could that be possible? Realizing their disbelief, Xiao Wanqing recounted how Nian had inexplicably appeared in her company, narrating the events slowly to ensure they understood. The pavilion fell silent, save for the sound of the breeze rustling through the bamboo leaves. After hearing her story, the astonishment on Xia Shuxian and Wen Shuiyao's faces deepened. However, seeing the seriousness and sorrow etched on their granddaughter's face, they knew Xiao Wanqing had no reason to deceive them about such matters. Though it sounded fantastical, akin to a tale from the realms of fantasy, they chose to believe her. At that moment, Xia Shuxian seemed to have an epiphany, a glimmer of understanding flashing in his eyes as he murmured, so, when she said living grandmother and grandfather, she meant they are alive now because she came back from the future. Wen Shuiyao also comprehended in an instant, her heart aching as she gazed at Xiao Wanqing's reddened eyes, finally grasping why her granddaughter was suddenly so emotional. It was because she had learned of their future fate. Though Wen Shuiyao displayed no sorrow, a look of relief crossed her face as she gently patted Xiao Wanqing's hand and spoke in a light-hearted tone. Oh dear. I thought it was something of great significance. There's no need to cry over this. Xia Shuxian nodded, a broad smile breaking across his face as he chimed in. Indeed. Wanqing, we have lived long lives. Aging and death are natural parts of life. We have long anticipated this day. Listening to her grandparents' feigned ease, Xiao Wanqing's sorrow flooded forth like a burst dam, and she could no longer contain her tears. She threw herself into Wen Shuiyao's embrace, holding her tightly and sobbing uncontrollably, unable to utter a single word. Feeling her granddaughter tremble in her arms, Wen Shuiyao's heart was a whirlwind of emotions. She reached out, gently patting Xiao Wanqing's back, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, yet she smiled softly, comforting her. Silly child, why are you crying? Just being able to see you grow up brings great joy and fulfillment to your grandparents. Xia Shuxian nodded in agreement, continuing with a voice tinged with relief. Yes, Wanqing. Your grandmother is right. Our greatest concern in this life has always been you. Once, I often worried about the day we would depart, leaving you all alone. He paused, a look of comfort gracing his face, and continued. Now, I am relieved to know that you will not only marry but also bear such a lovely Nian, living a blissful and fulfilling life. This alleviates our last lingering concern. You should be happy for us. Wen Shuiyo chuckled softly, reaching out to gently wipe away the tears on Wen Qing's cheeks, her voice tender. Indeed, Wen Qing, this is truly wonderful. Knowing that you will thrive in the future, what more could we desire? Come, give Grandma a smile. We wouldn't want you to look unappealing while crying. Wen Qing sniffled, her tear-filled eyes gazing at the two elderly figures before her. Their smiles dispelled a considerable amount of her sorrow. She made an effort to lift the corners of her mouth, producing a tear-streaked smile, her voice still slightly choked. Wen Shuiyo noticed her smile, albeit forced, and tenderly patted her head. That's the spirit. Su-in observed the gradually subsiding tears on his granddaughter's face and shifted the conversation with a smile. Speaking of which, Wen Qing, your discerning taste in companions truly mirrors your grandmother's. It far surpasses your father's. Hearing the first half of her grandfather's compliment, Shi Wen felt a blush creep onto her tear-stained cheeks, and a shy smile flickered at the corners of her lips. Wen Shu, listening nearby, initially nodded in agreement, her face displaying a look of contentment. However, upon hearing the latter part of his statement, her smile abruptly froze, and she swiftly kicked Shi N's calf, neither too lightly nor too heavily. Shi N winced and quickly realized his gaffe. Glancing anxiously at Shi Wen, her smile remained, yet it lacked warmth and instead hinted at an unmistakable sadness. Both Shi N and Wen Shu felt a tightening in their hearts, filled with concern. Wen Shu hurriedly grasped Shi Wen's hand, about to utter soothing words. Just then, a melodious piano tune unexpectedly wafted from the second floor, breaking the silence in the pavilion. The three were momentarily taken aback, all looking up towards the source of the sound. A flicker of worry crossed Shi N and Wen Shu's faces as they instinctively glanced at Shi Wen. However, Shi Wen tilted her head slightly, listening intently for a moment, and a gentle smile gradually spread across her face. To her surprise, Nian could play the piano. She regained her composure, her eyes brightening a touch, and turned to Shi N and Wen Shu, cheerfully suggesting, "Grandpa, Grandma, let us go upstairs and take a look." The elderly couple, seeing the genuine smile on her face, paused in surprise, clearly not expecting such a reaction. However, noticing her evident enthusiasm, they nodded in agreement, replying, "All right, let us go see." With that, the three rose and made their way towards the house. Meanwhile, just a few moments earlier, Nian had dashed into the innermost room on the right side of the second floor, reaching out to open the door. As she was about to step inside, Chen swiftly grasped the back of her collar, altering her fate. Chapter 93. You won many awards when you were young? Nian tilted her small head, her clear eyes filled with confusion. Daddy? Chen intended to caution her against running around, but his peripheral vision caught sight of a piano in the room, standing out in the somewhat empty space. Intrigued, he turned to Nian, gently inquiring, Nian, can you play the piano? Upon hearing this, her small face lit up with pride, and she eagerly nodded, exclaiming, Mommy taught me. As she spoke, she pulled Chenynzhu's large hand and excitedly led him into the room. The room was quite spacious, yet simply decorated, containing only the piano and a cabinet. It was spotless, but felt rather empty. His gaze fell upon the cabinet, where several gleaming trophies were neatly displayed, catching the light. Chenynzhu released Nian's hand and approached the cabinet slowly. Upon closer inspection, he noticed that the trophies bore fine cracks, as if they had been dropped, with some even missing small pieces. A frown creased his brow, puzzled by the situation. Daddy. Just as Chenynzhu pondered this, Nian's bright voice brought him back to reality. He turned to see Nian had already run to the piano, struggling to pull off the white dust cover draped over it. Observing this, he set aside his questions for the moment and hurried over, softly asking, "What's the matter, Nian?" Nian looked up, pointing at the piano, her eyes sparkling with excitement. "Daddy, can you help me open the piano?" Chenynzhu, seeing her expectant gaze, nodded and pulled off the dust cover, revealing a glossy, black piano. He then gently lifted the piano lid. At that moment, he noticed a small dent at the corner of the lid. Not very obvious, but detectable upon closer inspection, as if it had suffered some impact. He discreetly averted his gaze. Nian eagerly climbed onto the accompanying piano stool, her small frame appearing somewhat comical on the large seat. She adjusted her position, placing her tiny hands on the keys. The next second, a clear, childlike melody flowed from her fingertips. Though somewhat hesitant and occasionally hitting wrong notes, her performance was nonetheless smooth and skilled, indicating she had practiced diligently. Just then, a faint sound of footsteps approached from outside the door, gradually growing nearer. Chenynzhu and Nian, both engrossed in the music, looked up simultaneously towards the entrance. There stood Shi Wen, Shi N, and Wen Shu at the doorway. "Mommy." Nian's eyes sparkled upon seeing Shi Wen, her face breaking into a radiant smile as she stopped playing and excitedly waved her small hand. However, a flicker of tension crossed Shi N and Wen Shu's faces as they took in the scene within the room. Their gazes instinctively turned to Shi Wen, filled with concern as if fearing she might react impulsively. Chenynzhu observed the subtle shift in their expressions, his curiosity intensifying. Why were they so anxious? Pondering this, he looked at Shi Wen, increasingly intrigued by what had transpired in her childhood. Shi Wen smiled, walking directly towards Nian. You play beautifully, Nian Nian, she praised. Her voice laced with warmth as she sat beside her on the piano stool, tilting her head to watch her daughter. Nian Nian beamed with pride at her mother's compliment, looking up expectantly. Mommy, let us play together. She WNQing nodded with a smile, extending her slender fingers to gently rest on the keys. All right, let us play together. As her words fell, the melody resumed, this time flowing harmoniously. The delicate interplay of a larger and smaller pair of hands danced across the black and white keys, filling the room with warm, enchanting notes. Observing this scene, Su N and W N Shu Yo felt their previously taut nerves gradually ease. They exchanged glances, each finding a flicker of relief in the other's eyes. W and Shu Yo exhaled softly, a look of contentment gracing her features. Su N's worries dissipated, replaced by a benevolent smile. Witnessing the harmonious interaction between his granddaughter and great-granddaughter, warmth surged within him. Meanwhile, CHNYNZHU's confusion lingered, unaddressed. He gazed at Xiao Wanqing's gentle profile as she played the piano, then glanced at the visibly relieved grandparents by the door, his brows furrowing even more tightly. Moments later, as the final notes of the piano faded away, Xiao Wanqing and Nian Nian exchanged a knowing smile, their understanding palpable. Subsequently, both turned their attention to Chen Yunzhou, who watched them with a tender smile dancing in his eyes. He discreetly signaled to Nian Nian and cast a subtle glance towards Xia Shuxian and Wen Shuiyao at the entrance. Nian Nian, astute and perceptive, immediately grasped her father's intention. She slid off the piano bench and, with her short legs, joyfully scampered towards Xia Shuxian and Wen Shuiyao. Grandma, Grandpa, her voice rang out, crisp and sweet. Upon hearing her, Xia Shuxian and Wen Shuiyao's smiles blossomed like radiant chrysanthemums. Wen Shuiyao quickly crouched down, arms wide open. Oh, Nian Nian, my dear great-granddaughter. Xia Shuxian grinned broadly, the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes deepening. Nian Nian leaped into Wen Shuiyao's embrace, while Xia Shuxian affectionately ruffled her little head. The elderly couple gazed at the cherubic child in their arms, their joy evident. Sitting in her chair, Xiao Wanqing observed the scene, her lips curving into a deeper smile. Wen Shuiyao held Nian Nian close, while Xia Shuxian playfully teased her. Their attention was wholly devoted to Nian Nian as they descended the stairs, leaving no time to acknowledge the two in the room. Soon, only Chen Yunzhou and Xiao Wanqing remained. He turned to her and remarked, I never expected your piano skills to be so exceptional. Hearing his praise, Xiao Wanqing's lips curled slightly, a hint of concealed pride shimmering in her expression. She reached out and gently closed the piano lid, producing a soft click. My grandmother taught me when I was young, she murmured, nostalgia lacing her tone. Chen Yunzhou nodded, his gaze drifting momentarily to the cabinet in the corner adorned with trophies before returning to her face, casually inquiring. It seems you must have won many awards as a child? Xiao Wanqing's gentle smile faltered slightly, her eyelashes fluttering. After a brief silence, she averted her gaze from Chen Yunzhou's, softly suggesting, shall we go downstairs? Observing the shift in her demeanor, Chen Yunzhou understood her desire to change the subject and simply nodded in agreement. As they descended the stairs side by side, they reached the landing and were greeted by a heartwarming scene in the living room below. Xia Shuxian and Wen Shuiyao were gathered around Nian Nian, one playfully waving a toy, while the other recounted jokes, eliciting peals of laughter from the child. Watching this tableau, Xiao Wanqing felt a tender warmth spread through her, her expression softening, her aura becoming gentler. Chen Yunzhou looked down at her, his heart melting at the genuine smile gracing her face. He instinctively wrapped his arm around her waist, pulling her closer. Xiao Wanqing was momentarily taken aback, then lifted her gaze to meet Chen Yunzhou's. Their eyes locked, and her smile deepened as she leaned into his embrace, savoring the warmth he offered. Happiness quietly enveloped her heart. At that moment, Aunt Wu approached from the kitchen, her face adorned with a kind smile. Sir, Madam, son-in-law, Miss, dinner is ready. Soon, the family gathered joyfully around the dining table for a warm dinner. After the meal, Wen Shuiyao and Xiao Wanqing engaged Nian Nian in a game of building blocks on the living room carpet, laughter echoing throughout. Meanwhile, Chen Yunzhou followed Xia Shuxian to the outdoor pavilion. The night breeze was cool, dispelling the remnants of the day's heat. On the stone table in the pavilion, the tea set was already laid out. Xia Shuxian gestured for Chen Yunzhou to sit. Following his lead, Chen Yunzhou took a seat, watching Xia Shuxian leisurely prepare the tea. A sense of nervousness creeping into his being, causing him to sit a little straighter. Xia Shuxian pushed a cup of brewed tea towards him, meeting his gaze with a knowing smile. No need to be so tense, he said slowly, his voice calm. Chen Yunzhou nodded slightly, smiling as he took a sip of tea. Xia Shuxian continued, since Wanqing has chosen you, we, as her elders, naturally respect her decision. At these words, The tension in Chen Yunzhao's heart eased dramatically, as if a heavy weight had been lifted, and he let out a silent sigh of relief. Xia Shuxian regarded him with a warm smile, continuing, "The two of us don't have many years left." He paused, his tone shifting to one of solemnity and trust. "When the day comes that we are truly gone, I entrust Wanqing to your care." Chen Yunzhao's heart tightened at this, and he quickly replied, "Grandpa, you and Grandma are both still in good health. You will surely live long lives." Xia Shuxian merely smiled, a hint of world weariness in that smile. Yet he did not respond further. He lifted the teacup and took a gentle sip, his gaze drifting as if lost in memories. After a moment, he spoke again, his voice calm but tinged with an imperceptible wistfulness. "There is no such thing as living 100 years. To see Wanqing build a family, to have you and Nian Nian, we are already very content." Listening to his tranquil tone, Chen Yunzhao felt an inexplicable weight in his heart. He did not wish to linger on this somewhat melancholic topic. Shifting his gaze, he recalled the odd behavior of the elderly couple in the piano room earlier that day, as well as Xiao Wanqing's avoidance of the trophy topic. His curiosity resurfaced. He hesitated, then tentatively asked, "Grandpa, speaking of which, why have I never met Wanqing's parents?" The moment the words left his lips, the atmosphere in the pavilion froze. Xia Shuxuan's hand, which held the teacup, paused, and the smile on his face gradually faded, replaced by a profound silence. He lowered his gaze to the swirling tea leaves in his cup, remaining silent for a long while, sensing the shift in mood. Chen Yunzhao's foreboding grew stronger, and he wisely refrained from pressing further, choosing instead to wait in quiet anticipation. After what felt like an eternity, Xia Shuxian sighed softly, a sound laden with boundless weariness and resignation. He raised his head, his gaze complex as he looked at Chen Yunzhao and asked, "Has Wanqing never mentioned her parents to you?" Meeting his gaze, Chen Yunzhao honestly shook his head. "No, never." He paused before adding, "That's why I wanted to ask you." Xia Shuxuan's eyes dimmed slightly as he slowly set down the teacup, the sound echoing sharply in the stillness of the night. He turned his focus towards the brightly lit living room, where through the window, the blurred figures of Xiao Wanqing and Nian Nian playing could be seen. His voice, heavy with sorrow, emerged softly. "Wanqing is a child not anticipated." At these words, Chen Yunzhao was momentarily taken aback, struggling to comprehend. He instinctively furrowed his brows, whispering, "A child not anticipated? Grandpa, what does that mean? Is it possible for parents to not expect their own child?" Xia Shuxuan's gaze grew increasingly somber, imbued with the weight of years. He began to explain, his voice carrying a hint of huskiness. Wanqing's parents met in university. Back then, they were seen as a perfect match, from well-off families, and we all believed they would harmonize beautifully together, living a blissful life. But who could have predicted that? Merely 3 years into their marriage, they would go from being deeply in love to utterly indifferent towards one another? Upon hearing this, Chen Yunzhou's face manifested an expression of incredulous astonishment, and a tempest of emotions surged within him as he was about to articulate his thoughts. However, Xia Shuxian managed a bittersweet smile, one that brimmed with helplessness and sorrow. He gently gestured for Chen Yunzhou to allow him to continue. "You need not be so astonished, my child. Their personalities are excessively dominant, and neither is willing to yield an inch to the other. Such individuals are fated to struggle in their union. Perhaps it is also a reflection of their insufficient love, a love that lacks depth and tolerance." The days after their marriage were filled with incessant quarrels and cold wars, eroding their feelings until ultimately they reached the end of their marital journey. Xia Shuxian paused, his gaze revealing profound exhaustion. It was at that juncture, when they decided to part ways, that Wanqing's mother discovered she was pregnant. As he spoke, he sighed heavily, the sound resonating with a weighty solemnity in the stillness of the night. Under the pressing insistence of both families, she ultimately gave birth to Wanqing. Xia Shuxuan's voice trembled slightly, his eyes reddening as a thin veil of moisture gathered within them. Chapter 95. Why still bite? Xia Shuxian exhaled deeply, as if attempting to expel the burdensome weight that had settled in his chest, and continued in a measured tone. "Therefore, Wanqing is indeed a child who was not anticipated." A sudden heaviness enveloped Chen Yunzhou's heart, akin to being crushed by an unseen force, rendering him somewhat breathless in discomfort. Xia Shuxuan's voice persisted, imbued with an indescribable melancholy. From the moment Wanqing was born until she turned 8, one could say she was perpetually a child devoid of love. Her parents were entirely preoccupied with their own matters, neglecting her entirely. By the time we realized the gravity of the situation, Wanqing's mental state had already begun to deteriorate. At this point, Xia Shuxuan's face was marred by deep regret and self-reproach, his voice thick with emotion. "It is our fault. We should have detected the signs sooner. Brought her into our embrace earlier." Chen Yunzhou, having heard this, felt little surprise within him. for he had discerned subtle reactions from Xiao Wanqing towards trophies and the piano during the day, alongside the tension between Xia Shuxian and Wen Shuiyao, which had led him to harbor some suspicions. At this moment, Xia Shuxuan's words merely served to validate his thoughts. He finally comprehended why Xiao Wanqing often exuded an air of caution and even a hint of servility in their interactions. Whether facing him or Nian Yan, she seemed accustomed to first gauging others' expressions, fearful of causing displeasure through any misstep. It became evident that those minute anxieties and sensitivities stemmed from a childhood bereft of love and security. Contemplating this, Chen Yunzhou's heart felt as if gripped tightly by an invisible hand, throbbing with pain. His compassion for Xiao Wanqing reached a zenith in that moment. He inhaled deeply, striving to quell the tumult of emotions within, and softly inquired, "Grandfather, what then of the shattered trophies in the piano room?" Xia Shuxian, upon hearing this, displayed a flicker of confusion and bewilderment upon his wrinkled visage. He gently shook his head, his tone low and somber. "I am not entirely certain. I only recall that when she returned from school that day, she did not utter a word but rushed into the piano room. Then we heard the sound of things being smashed from within. By the time we entered, all the trophies had been destroyed by her own hand. Since that incident, she has not touched the piano again, nor has she mentioned anything related to it." As Chen Yunzhou listened to Xia Shuxuan's account, his brow furrowed slightly, plunging into contemplation. He could scarcely fathom the immense blow this incident must have dealt to the young Xiao Wanqing. Those trophies may have been the only tangible affirmation of her worth she could cling to at that time. When that support crumbled, how heartbroken and despondent she must have felt. With this thought, Chen Yunzhou's gaze shifted toward the direction of the living room, a wave of ineffable emotions swelling within him. Just then, Xiao Wanqing appeared, holding Nian Yan's small hand, and slowly approached the pavilion. "Great-grandfather." Nian Yan's melodious voice shattered the tranquility within the pavilion. She released Xiao Wanqing's hand and dashed towards Xia Shuxian. Instantly, the heaviness and sorrow etched upon Xia Shuxuan's face dissipated, replaced by a uniquely tender smile reserved for his great-granddaughter. He responded warmly, "Ah, what brings Nian Yan here?" Nian Yan reached Xia Shuxian, tilting her small head upward, and in her sweet voice announced, "Great-grandmother said it's time for you to take your medicine." Hearing this, Xia Shuxuan's smile broadened. He reached out, affectionately tousling Nian Yan's hair, and kindly said, "Very well, great-grandfather will take his medicine now." With that, he rose and took Nian Yan's small hand, heading toward the living room together. At this moment, Xiao Wanqing also entered the pavilion and settled beside Chen Yunzhou on the stone bench. She poured some tea into Chen Yunzhou's cup from the teapot on the stone table, followed by serving herself. Raising her teacup, she took a gentle sip before turning to Chen Yunzhou and softly inquiring, "What did you and grandfather discuss?" Chen Yunzhou gazed at her gentle profile, a warm smile blossoming in his eyes. He replied softly, "Grandfather asked me to take good care of you." As he spoke, he leaned slightly forward, gradually closing the distance between them. Xiao Wanqing smiled back at him, poised to respond, when suddenly, a warm and soft sensation brushed against her lips. Chen Yunzhou placed a gentle peck upon her rosy lips. Xiao Wanqing froze momentarily, her delicate lashes fluttering as she blinked in evident surprise. "You." Observing her flustered demeanor, Chen Yunzhou's smile deepened. He softly remarked, "Grandfather and grandmother approve of me as your husband, so what is amiss with kissing my own wife?" As Xiao Wanqing listened to his unabashed words, her cheeks flushed involuntarily, and she instinctively averted her gaze, unable to meet his eyes. The sight of her bashful state struck Chen Yunzhou as utterly adorable. He leaned in closer, wrapping an arm around her, gently pulling her into his embrace. Before she could react, he placed another soft kiss upon her warm cheek. "This one is for the kiss I owe you from this morning." Chen Yunzhou's voice whispered in her ear, laced with mirth. At his words, memories of that morning at the school gate, when she had tiptoed to seek a kiss, flooded Xiao Wanqing's mind. Suddenly, her face felt as though it were blazing, flushed to the point of nearly dripping blood. Overwhelmed by shyness, she buried her head into Chen Yunzhou's neck, inhaling his refreshing and pleasant scent, which enveloped her in an inexplicable sense of comfort and affection, making her reluctant to part from him. In a moment of impulsiveness, she slightly parted her lips and gently nipped at his neck. Chen Yunzhou stiffened slightly. Acutely aware of the delicate sensation upon his neck, it was not painful, but rather a tantalizing tickle. He lowered his gaze to see Xiao Wanqing burying her face deeper, a flicker of surprise and amusement dancing in his eyes. Xiao Wanqing immediately realized what she had done, and a wave of intense embarrassment washed over her. She abruptly lifted her head from Chen Yunzhou's embrace, her cheeks flushed and her gaze evasive. I will go check on Nian Yan." In a flurry, she uttered a hasty excuse and hastened away from the pavilion, as if fleeing. Chen Yunzhou watched her somewhat hasty retreat, unable to suppress a chuckle. He raised his hand, gently touching the spot where she had bitten him, and the curve of his lips only rose further. Why still bite? He whispered softly, his tone filled with affection. Chapter 96. Are you not Ironhead Hua? Subsequently, Chen Yunzhou also stood up and walked towards the living room. The two entered the room one after the other. Xia Shuxian and Wen Shuiyao were seated on the sofa, smiling as they watched them. Wen Shuiyao's gaze shifted, quickly noticing the faint red mark on Chen Yunzhou's neck, and inquired, Yunzhou, what happened to your neck? Why is it red? Upon hearing this, Chen Yunzhou's lips curled into a meaningful smile, his gaze drifting leisurely to the side of Xiao Wanjing, yet he remained silent. Xiao Wanjing met his eyes, her heart skipped a beat, and her cheeks, betraying her, flushed red. She hurriedly averted her gaze. Xia Shuxian observed this scene with clear understanding, chuckling softly, and gently tugged at Wen Shuiyao's sleeve, exchanging a knowing glance. Wen Shuiyao instantly caught on, and seeing Xiao Wanjing's bashful demeanor, she couldn't help but lower her voice, teasingly saying to Xia Shuxian, who would have thought our Wanjing, looking so cold like a block of ice, would have such playful tendencies in private. Xia Shuxian, listening to his partner, stifled a laugh, his shoulders subtly shaking. Although Wen Shuiyao intentionally lowered her voice, in the quiet living room, Xiao Wanjing and Chen Yunzhou heard every word distinctly. Xiao Wanjing felt a buzzing in her head. Her face instantly flushed with embarrassment, wishing she could find a crack in the ground to hide in. She shot a reproachful glance at her grandmother, then turned and hastily walked towards the stairs without looking back. Oh, this child's still shy? Wen Shuiyao remarked, watching her hurried retreat, unable to resist nudging Xia Shuxuan's arm and laughing softly. On the stairs, Xiao Wanjing quickened her pace upon hearing this, practically fleeing in distress. It was not until Xiao Wanjing's figure completely vanished around the corner that Xia Shuxian and Wen Shuiyao withdrew their gazes, exchanging smiles before looking at Chen Yunzhou. Wen Shuiyao's face bore a gentle and loving smile as she spoke. Yunzhou, the time is getting late. Why not stay here for the night? Before Chen Yunzhou could respond, the little one, Nian Nian, joyfully clapped her hands, exclaiming, I want to sleep with Grandma. I want to sleep with Grandma. Chen Yunzhou, seeing the excitement on the child's face, smiled and nodded. All right. Nian Nian, receiving affirmation, joyfully leaped into Wen Shuiyao's embrace. Wen Shuiyao, laughing as she hugged her great-granddaughter, then turned to Chen Yunzhou and said, Wanjing's room is on the 3rd floor. You will see it as you go up. As for toiletries, I will have Uma bring them to you shortly. Upon hearing this, Chen Yunzhou felt a slight warmth rise to his cheeks, gently nodding in response. Okay, thank you, Grandma. With that, he turned and headed towards the stairs. Moments later, Chen Yunzhou arrived on the 3rd floor. He immediately spotted the brightly lit room with the doors slightly ajar, faint sounds emanating from within. He treaded softly, moving closer. Upon reaching the doorway, he found Xiao Wanjing perched on a half-sized crocodile plush toy, her small fists rhythmically pounding on the innocent creature, muttering to herself, though her words were too soft to be discerned. This scene was a stark contrast to her usual calm and composed demeanor, exuding a childlike innocence. Chen Yunzhou gazed at her, a smile unconsciously spreading across his face, his eyes softening with warmth. He found this side of Xiao Wanjing to be quite endearing. Unable to suppress a soft chuckle, the sound resonated clearly in the quiet room. Xiao Wanjing, caught off guard, froze abruptly, her body going rigid. She slowly turned to look toward the doorway. Upon seeing Chen Yunzhou standing there, she felt as though the sky had fallen. How could she have forgotten to close the door? This was truly embarrassing. She wished she could vanish into thin air. Chen Yunzhou stepped into the room, his gaze landing on the crocodile plush toy that she had been beating. Its eyes, having endured too much abuse, were slightly bulging, giving it a comical appearance. His smile widened even further. Xiao Wanjing glanced at Chen Yunzhou, noticing he wasn't looking at her, but rather at the beleaguered crocodile. Following his gaze, she saw the toy's eyes protruding and felt her cheeks flush once more. She hurriedly reached out, frantically pressing the toy's bulging eyes back into place. Clearing her throat, she attempted to shift the topic, her voice barely above a whisper. Aren't we supposed to go home? Chen Yunzhou finally diverted his gaze from the poor crocodile, focusing on her blushing face. He moved to sit beside her on the bed, shaking his head as he replied, We're not going back. Xiao Wanjing blinked in surprise, looking at him in bewilderment. Not going back? Meeting her questioning gaze, Chen Yunzhou's lips curled into a smile that sparkled with mirth as he said, Yes. Tonight we will sleep here. Xiao Wanjing's heart skipped a beat, and her cheeks grew warmer. Instinctively, she lowered her gaze, nodding slightly, her voice tight. Then I'll go give Nian Nian a bath. It seemed that only by finding something to do could she mask her current fluster. However, Chen Yunzhou grasped her wrist, halting her movements, and chuckled. No need. Grandpa and Grandma said Nian Nian will sleep with them tonight. Hearing this, Xiao Wanjing felt even more at a loss, unsure where to place her hands and feet. Yet deep within, a flicker of inexplicable anticipation surged. Chen Yunzhou released her hand, reclining onto the bed, his arms resting behind his head as he let out a contented sigh. This bed is much more comfortable than mine. Xiao Wanjing turned her head, watching him lying on her bed, a smile tugging at her lips. Biting her lower lip, she hesitated for a moment before lying down beside him. She inched closer to Chen Yunzhou but was blocked by the crocodile. Without a second thought, she kicked the toy off the bed and slowly moved to his side. Chen Yunzhou noticed her small movements, suddenly turning to face her, propping himself up on one elbow and grinning at the sneaky Xiao Wanjing. Xiao Wanjing was taken aback by his sudden movement, momentarily stunned as she met his gaze. A sense of embarrassment washed over her, as if she had been caught red-handed. Grabbing hold of his shirt, she shyly closed her eyes and bumped her head against his chest several times. Chen Yunzhou, caught off guard by her actions, grunted softly after being bumped 3 or 4 times. Isn't the head of a girl supposed to be hard? He had no time to ponder as he quickly embraced Xiao Wanjing, afraid she would bump into him again. If she were to continue, he feared he might meet his great-grandmother. Chapter 97. Stinky Brother, your courage has grown. The following morning, sunlight filtered through the curtains, casting mottled shadows across the room. As Xiao Wanjing slowly awakened, she realized she was comfortably nestled in a warm embrace. She moved slightly, her nose brushing against the solid chest, inhaling a faint, crisp scent that belonged to Chen Yunzhou. Her cheeks involuntarily flushed with warmth, and she lingered in this embrace for a moment longer before reluctantly opening her eyes. She looked up to see his sleeping face mere inches away. A wave of tenderness surged within her, and she couldn't help but reach out to gently touch the corner of his brow. However, just as her fingertips were about to make contact, Chen Yunzhou stirred. He opened his eyes, meeting her gaze that she had not been quick enough to withdraw. His eyes, still heavy with sleep, quickly sparkled with delight. Good morning, he greeted, his voice husky. Xiao Wanjing's heart skipped a beat, her cheeks instantly burning. Flustered, she withdrew her hand and quietly responded, good morning. Then, she swiftly rose and made her way to the restroom to freshen up. By the time they descended the stairs, Xia Shuxian and Wen Shuiyao were already seated at the dining table, enjoying breakfast, their faces adorned with affectionate smiles upon seeing them. Come and have breakfast, Wen Shuiyao beckoned. Nian Nian had already settled obediently in her designated spot, munching on a small steamed bun while calling out indistinctly, Daddy Mommy. Xiao Wanqing and Chen Yunzhou exchanged knowing smiles, responded in unison, and then approached the dining table to sit down. The atmosphere around the breakfast table was warm and lively, imbued with the essence of home. As Xiao Wanqing surveyed her surroundings, she felt an unprecedented sense of tranquility within her heart. After finishing breakfast, Chen Yunzhou and Xiao Wanqing took Nian Nian and bid farewell to Xia Shuxian and Wen Shuiyao. Goodbye, Grandpa and Grandma, Xiao Wanqing said. Drive safely on the way, Xia Shuxian advised. Got it, Great-Grandpa, Nian Nian eagerly replied, eliciting laughter from both Xia Shuxian and Wen Shuiyao. All right, goodbye, grandparents, Chen Yunzhou replied gently. Wen Shuiyao approached Xiao Wanqing, grasping her hand, and softly said, Wanqing, do come back often and bring Yunzhou and Nian Nian with you. I will, Grandma. Xiao Wanqing nodded, warmth blooming in her heart. Having bid farewell to their elders, the 3 of them boarded the car. Xiao Wanqing took the driver's seat while Chen Yunzhou occupied the passenger seat, with Nian Nian safely buckled in the back. The vehicle slowly pulled out of the Xiao family residence and made its way toward the kindergarten. Before long, they arrived at the entrance of Nian Nian's kindergarten. Nian Nian, excited, unfastened her seatbelt and swung her little backpack onto her back. Goodbye, Mommy and Daddy. Nian Nian waved her tiny hand and hopped out of the car, dashing toward the kindergarten. Xiao Wanqing and Chen Yunzhou smiled back, calling out, Goodbye, Nian Nian, watching Nian Nian's figure vanish at the kindergarten entrance. Xiao Wanqing withdrew her gaze and restarted the vehicle. Soon, they arrived at the main gate, where Xiao Wanqing parked the car at the roadside. Chen Yunzhou unbuckled his seatbelt, turned to face Xiao Wanqing, and was about to say goodbye when Xiao Wanqing suddenly spoke, her voice tinged with hesitation. Chen Yunzhou looked at her, his eyes inquiring. I have something to do this afternoon. Xiao Wanqing lowered her gaze and softly said, You should go pick up Nian Nian. Upon hearing this, Chen Yunzhao's lips curled into a slight smile as he replied, All right. As he spoke, he opened the car door, but just as he was about to step out, he halted his movement. He turned back, leaning closer to the driver's seat. Before Xiao Wanqing could process what was happening, his face was mere inches from hers. The next moment, a warm and gentle sensation brushed against her lips. Chen Yunzhou placed a soft peck on her rosy mouth, reminding her, drive safely. After that, he raised his hand and gently ruffled her hair. Xiao Wanqing froze entirely. Her eyes widened as she gazed at him so close. Her cheeks instantly ablaze with a fiery blush. She instinctively nodded, her gaze flickering. Yet, she could not suppress the upward curve of her lips. Her smile reminiscent of a shy bride stepping over the threshold, filled with bashfulness and sweetness. Observing her expression, Chen Yunzhou felt his heart soften profoundly, and the smile on his lips deepened. He chose not to say anything further, chuckling as he exited the car and headed toward the school. Xiao Wanqing remained seated in the vehicle, watching his silhouette until he disappeared through the school gates. Her cheeks still flushed, her heart raced, and her mind replayed the recent moment repeatedly. Wait, did he just ruffle my hair? That scoundrel, his audacity has certainly grown. She murmured softly, her tone laced with a hint of shyness and playful reproach. Although she spoke such words, the blush on her face remained stubbornly in place, and the arc of her smile could not be quelled. Reflecting on the sensation of his gentle touch on her head, she found it rather pleasant, evoking a feeling of being cherished. Taking a deep breath to steady her emotions, she then drove straight to the Xia Corporation. Meanwhile, Chen Yunzhou entered the classroom. At this time, there were not many people around, as class had not yet begun. He quickly spotted Chu Ziheng seated by the window. What brings you here so early? Chen Yunzhou approached Chu Ziheng, pulled out a chair, and casually inquired. Chu Ziheng did not respond immediately. Instead, he looked up and shot him a piercing glare. His eyes filled with evident resentment and dissatisfaction. You have the nerve to ask. Chu Ziheng retorted, you deceitful scoundrel, betraying your friends for a woman. Chen Yunzhou, taken aback by the accusation, wore a puzzled expression. What deceit? What betrayal? What is wrong with me? Chu Ziheng scoffed, turning his head away with a tone of increasing displeasure. Yesterday, you promised to send me the information regarding Yunjin's hospital, and yet here we are. And you haven't sent it. Have you forgotten? Upon hearing this, Chen Yunzhou finally recalled that he had been preoccupied with visiting Xiao Wanqing's grandparents yesterday, and subsequently staying over at her home, which led him to momentarily overlook the matter. Oh, that. Chen Yunzhou chuckled, offering an explanation. I told you yesterday that Wanqing took me to meet her grandparents, and it slipped my mind. As he spoke, he pulled out his phone, located Chen Yunjin's WeChat contact, and shared it with Chu Ziheng. All right, I've sent you my sister's WeChat. You can ask her directly. Chu Ziheng's eyes lit up at this news, his discontent evaporating instantly. He threw an arm around Chen Yunzhao's shoulder, speaking in an overly affectionate tone. Good brother. I knew I could count on you. Chen Yunzhou, somewhat exasperated, allowed him to cling on, and once released, Chu Ziheng eagerly opened WeChat and began the process of adding her as a friend. Oh, by the way, Chu Ziheng said, nudging Chen Yunzhao's arm while operating his phone. Do you know about the falling out between Su Yiqing and Lin Ruoxin? Chen Yunzhou shook his head, his demeanor indifferent as he replied, no, and I'm not interested. Chapter 98. Old Bean, I am your son, your biological son. Chu Ziheng looked at Chen Yunzhou with a smile, continuing, it's all because of a man. He lowered his voice further and continued. Can you guess what kind of man could cause the two beauties of the art department to fall out? He raised an eyebrow at Chen Yunzhou. Chen Yunzhou remained composed, shaking his head. Not curious. Chu Ziheng, clearly unconvinced, leaned in closer and asked, really not curious? They are the two leading ladies of the art department, who usually get along like one person, and now they've fallen out over a man. Aren't you even a little bit interested in who that man is? Chen Yunzhou glanced at him, a faint smile gracing his lips. Seeing his expression, Chu Ziheng smirked, making a zipping gesture over his mouth, indicating he would say no more. Time swiftly passed until the clock struck 10:30, signaling the end of class. Chen Yunzhou and Chu Ziheng followed the crowd out of the classroom, heading toward the school gate. Hey, how about we grab a feast together at noon? Chu Ziheng draped his arm around Chen Yunzhao's shoulders. Chen Yunzhou shook his head, declining the invitation. No, I need to visit my parents' place. Chu Ziheng, hearing this, reluctantly released his hold, but nodded in understanding. All right, then drive safely on your way back. Chen Yunzhou acknowledged. The two parted ways at the school gate, and Chen Yunzhou walked towards a nearby bus stop. After waiting a few minutes, the bus arrived, and he tapped his card to board, finding a window seat. As the scenery outside receded, he found himself lost in thought, his mind involuntarily conjuring Xiao Wanqing's face. About 20 minutes later, the bus pulled up at a stop, and Chen Yunzhou alighted. This was an older neighborhood, with modest buildings and worn exteriors. Yet the environment was relatively tidy. He navigated his way through the familiar surroundings, entering one of the buildings and ascending the stairs to the second floor. Chen Yunzhou stood at the threshold of his home, patting his pockets only to realize that he had forgotten his keys upon leaving. Without a second thought, he raised his hand and knocked on the door. Inside, Chen Yi was gracefully carrying a plate of sliced fruit into the living room, placing it upon the coffee table. He picked up a fork, speared a piece of apple, and brought it to Liao Ting, who was seated on the sofa. Taste it. The apple is quite sweet today, Chen Yi said with a smile. Liao Ting opened her mouth to receive the apple, but just as she took a bite, they heard the knock at the door. Who is it? Liao Ting inquired, glancing at Chen Yi. Chen Yi stood up and walked toward the door. Upon opening it, he was greeted by the sight of his eldest son standing there, grinning widely. The moment Chen Yi laid eyes on his son, memories of the 2,500 yuan of his secret savings that had been pilfered by him resurfaced, causing his smile to vanish instantly, replaced by a look of disdain. Without waiting for Chen Yunzhou to speak, Chen Yi slammed the door shut with a resounding thud. He turned around and nonchalantly walked back into the living room. Who is it? Liao Ting asked again, a hint of confusion in her gaze directed toward Chen Yi. Chen Yi quickly reassembled a smile, casually replying, just a scrap collector who knocked on the wrong door. No sooner had he spoken than the knocking resumed, accompanied by Chen Yunzhou's voice from outside. Dad, it's your son, your flesh and blood. Hearing this, Liao Ting raised her eyebrows, her expression playful as she looked at Chen Yi, as if questioning his assertion of a scrap collector. Chen Yi's smile froze on his face, and he hastily made his way back to the door, reopening it once more. This time, any trace of disdain had vanished, replaced by an effusive warmth. Ah, son, what brings you here? Come in, come in, Chen Yi exclaimed, extending his hand to usher Chen Yunzhou inside. Chen Yunzhou merely huffed, ignoring his father's sudden shift in demeanor, and walked straight in. His eyes fell upon the fishing rod hanging by the entrance, and he chuckled. Dad, your new fishing rod looks impressive. His tone carried a hint of teasing. Upon hearing about the new fishing rod, Liao Ting's gaze immediately fixated on Chen Yi. A chill ran down Chen Yi's spine as he hastily waved his hands, urgently explaining, You must have seen it wrong, son. This fishing rod was bought last year. It's quite old. Liao Ting let out a light huff, turning to Chen Yunzhou with a smile. What brings you back so suddenly? Chen Yunzhou settled onto the living room sofa, casually grabbing a piece of apple to munch on. I just missed you both and thought I'd come back to see you, he replied between bites. With that, he made his way to the kitchen, opening the refrigerator. He scanned its contents and spotted the barley, lotus seeds, spare ribs, and some river shrimp. Inspired by the abundance of ingredients, he thought to himself that he could prepare a heartfelt lunchbox for Xiao Wanqing. Glancing at the time, which was just past 11, he calculated that if he started cooking now, he could deliver it just in time for her lunch. With this in mind, he promptly began to gather the ingredients, washing and preparing them. In the living room, Chen Yi observed his eldest son rummaging through the refrigerator, curling his lips in annoyance. I don't think he is here to see us. He is here to raid our fridge, he remarked. Chen Yunzhou, overhearing this from the kitchen, chuckled and replied without turning around. It's the same. By looking at what's in the fridge, one can tell how well you're living. Chen Yi huffed, but said nothing more, taking a seat beside Liao Ting and advising, Make it light. Your mother has been feeling a bit unwell lately. Chen Yunzhou acknowledged. Got it. Soon, the sounds of chopping and running water filled the kitchen as he deftly handled the ingredients, blanching the spare ribs before placing them in a clay pot with barley, lotus seeds, and red dates, adding just the right amount of water and covering it to simmer. He then began preparing the ingredients for the stir-fry. Approximately 40 to 50 minutes later, appetizing aromas wafted from the kitchen. Chen Yunzhou turned off the heat, wiped his hands, and called out to the living room, Mom, where's our thermos? Liao Ting pondered for a moment before replying, It's on top of the fridge. Just wash it when you use it. Chen Yunzhou nodded, approached the refrigerator, retrieved the thermos from the top shelf, and carefully washed it by the sink. Just as he began to pack the stir-fried dishes into the thermos, both Liao Ting and Chen Yi in the living room seemed to have a simultaneous realization. They turned in unison, their eyes fixed intently on Chen Yunzhou, who was busy in the kitchen. Liao Ting furrowed her brow and whispered to Chen Yi, Honey, our son seems to be up to something. Chen Yi nodded, his gaze locked on his son's actions, remaining silent. Liao Ting urged in a lower voice, You should investigate. Chen Yi immediately shook his head, adamantly refusing. I want tea. You go. With an exasperated glare, Liao Ting scolded, Go now. Chen Yi, taken aback by her fierce look, quickly suppressed his resistance and donned a congenial smile as he made his way toward the kitchen.